Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 8 of the series. Chapter 575 Killing Murong. Following Lin Xu's words, the surrounding warriors were shocked. Those men who attacked Lin Xu with weapons, but were blocked by Lin Xu's spear, all retreated at the same time. At this time, Lin Xu slowly stood up with his dark edge spear, glanced at the people around him and said lightly, "Junior brother Lin." When Confronting saw Lin Xu get up, she also showed a hint of surprise. "I sensed them coming just now." Lin Xu smiled at her and said, although Lin Xu was in a state of cultivation, Lin Xu was not defenseless. When those people came over just now, Lin Xu had already sensed it. Seeing that Lin Xu was still not afraid at all, Murong immediately became angry, holding the long sword in his hand and stabbed at Lin Xu. Lin Xu still stood there, not panicking at all, and the sphere on his body disappeared at this time. To deal with him, Lin Xu didn't need to use fear at all. Dang! Just as the long sword in his hand stabbed Lin Xu, it was blocked by the dark edge spear in Lin Xu's hand. Die! Murong had a ferocious face and the long sword in his hand stabbed frantically. Immediately, shadows of long swords appeared. "Be careful," Confronting said aloud when she saw this scene, but the next scene shocked her. Lin Xu's body was like shadows, constantly dodging. Although Murong's attack was fierce, it didn't hit Lin Xu at all. Damn it, damn it, damn it. At this time, Murong frantically continued to attack Lin Xu with his weapon. But no matter how hard he attacked, he still didn't even touch the corner of Lin Xu's clothes. Murong was already a little crazy. "Too weak," Lin Xu said lightly while dodging his attack. "Don't dodge if you dare." Murong was now mad with anger and shouted loudly with a ghastly face, "Dang!" In the next moment, Lin Xu stood there without dodging. The weapon in his hand collided with his long sword and sparks burst out. Holding the long sword in his right hand, Murong actually felt a sharp pain and his hand began to become numbed. "Next, it's my turn to attack." As soon as Lin Xu finished speaking, the spear in his hand instantly stabbed out. Before Murong could react, he saw a little cold light. A feeling of death instantly filled his heart. Dang dang. However, at this critical moment, he still reacted quickly, holding the long sword in his hand, constantly resisting. "What are you guys standing there for? Hurry up. Kill him quickly." Murong kept retreating. The power of the spear that Lin Xu stabbed was too powerful. Although he held the sword to block Lin Xu's attack, he already felt that the hand holding the sword was numb. If he continued, he was afraid that the long sword in his hand would fly out. At this time, the rest of the people came to their senses and they all attacked Lin Xu. Seeing this scene, Confronting was about to help, when Lin Xu said lightly, "Don't come here." Hearing Lin Xu's words, Confronting was stunned for a moment. But at this moment, the people from Murong's side were already besieging Lin Xu's side. Those people not far away all noticed this at this time. Some warriors were very familiar with Lin Xu. After all, today, Lin Xu was in conflict with Yang Jian. Murong and the others are not as easy to deal with as Yang Jian. "This kid is about to die," some warriors said with a smile as if they were watching a good show when they saw this scene. "Get lost." Lin Xu swung the dark edge spear in both hands and instantly knocked Murong out. And at this moment, the dark edge spear continued to swing. Boom boom boom. A large amount of flames were released directly from Lin Xu's dark edge spear, instantly forming a trail of flaming birds and charging towards the warriors who were in the surrounding area. "What is this thing?" Some warriors were shocked when they saw those flaming birds. Dozens of flaming birds appeared, instantly casting a layer of fiery red on the surrounding ground. The surrounding air temperature became extremely hot. One of the warriors who rushed over to attack Lin Xu was hit by the flaming bird. The flames covered his body and he burned instantly. The man wanted to unfold the sphere, but there was no way to do it. He turned into a fireman and frantically struggled and rolled on the ground and let out a shrill cry. Although the rest of the warriors dodged, Their faces became extremely ugly when they saw their companions like this. Kill him otherwise. We will die. Mudong had already lost his mind. He got up from the ground in a daze, then shouted at Lin Xu over there. He has never encountered such a blow since he went to the Sacred Region Academy. Now, looking at Lin Xu, the hatred in his eyes has grown to the extreme. Lin Xu held the spear in his hand and walked towards Mudong step by step. Lin Xu, don't kill him. Tingting looked at the killing intent in Lin Xia's eyes and knew that Lin Xiu wanted to kill Mudong. But this was outside the Tower of Trials. If Lin Xiu killed Mudong at this time, he would probably get into a lot of trouble. And if the Mudong family knew, want to kill me, hahaha. When I die, your whole family will be buried with you. Mudong looked at Lin Xiu, who was walking towards him step by step. Although he was a little scared, but thinking of his background and identity at this time, how could Lin Xiu, a poor man, dare to touch him? Listen to me. I'm from the Mudong family. You dare to kill me? You talk too much nonsense. Before Mudong finished speaking, Lin Xia's figure flashed in an instant and he appeared directly in front of Mudong. Boom! The dark-edged spear stabbed and pierced directly through Mudong's head. A streak of blood sputtered directly in the air. They were like plum blossoms. Mudong's eyes were wide open. His mouth was also open and there was still an unbelievable look in his eyes. Tingting covered her mouth. She never thought that Lin Xiu would actually kill Mudong. For the rest of the warriors who were watching the show not far away, the smiles on their cheeks were frozen. Yang Jian and the others, who were hiding in the dark and watching the scene here, were so frightened that their legs became weak. They originally wanted to watch a good show and see Lin Xiu being taught by Mudong, but they never thought that it would end up like this. Chapter 576 People from the Elders Institution. Chapter 576 People from the Elders Institution. If Lin Xiu wanted to kill them today, it would be an easy task. Yang Jian sat on the ground with his legs limp, thinking of the stupid thing he did today. His body was still shaking. Lin Xiu pulled the spear out of Mudong's head and Mudong's body instantly fell to the ground. Some red and white stuff flowed out from the hole in the head. His eyes were still wide open as if he died with a grievance. Next, it's you guys' turn. Lin Xiu looked to the side and said lightly. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, these people seemed to hear the devil talking and their bodies couldn't help trembling. Lin Xiu held onto the blood-stained dark-edged spear and walked over to them. Lin Xiu took a step and they took a step back. Now they didn't dare to fight against Lin Xiu at all. Afraid. They really felt afraid from the bottom of their hearts. Join hands to kill him otherwise. We will die. A man forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart, then gritted his teeth and said aloud. As soon as he said the words, the others looked at him and nodded, holding the weapon in his hand. He looked at Lin Xiu, who was approaching step by step. Interesting. Lin Xiu raised his brows, then said lightly. Today, Yang Jian's group made Lin Xiu a little annoyed. Now that Mudong and the others wanted to kill him, of course Lin Xiu won't be patient anymore. Kill. Lin Xiu triggered his mind and the body skill without a trace instantly started. With Lin Xiu's body skill activated, his body was like a phantom. Which is real? These warriors looked at the multiple figures of Lin Xiu in all directions. Their eyes widened and their faces filled with disbelief. Boom! A man hadn't regained his senses, and at this moment, Lin Xiu's dark-edged spear pierced his heart directly. The man's eyes widened. He had no chance to react. So he was killed. Go to hell. Seeing Lin Xiu's dark-edged spear piercing the heart of one of his companions, his eyes widened instantly. Then he shouted loudly at Lin Xiu. Earth-shattering slash. Holding the sword in his hand, he directly attacked Lin Xiu. The sword slashed over and instantly a terrifying sword aura burst out, charging directly towards Lin Xiu. There was a powerful sound breaking through the air. Boom! But Lin Xiu stood on the spot and didn't move at all. The sphere unfolded instantly, blocking his skill. Then the next moment, the sphere disappeared again. If he hadn't seen clearly, he would have thought that Lin Xiu hadn't unfolded the sphere at all, and he easily resisted the terrifying sword aura. What a proficient sphere skill. Some warriors could not help but were startled when they saw this scene. Next, it's my turn again. Lin Xu said lightly. Torrential storm of rose flowers. As soon as Lin Xu finished speaking, the spear stabbed out, like dozens of spear shadows stabbing over. The man, who had just used a skill to attack Lin Xu, didn't react. Then he realized that dozens of blood holes had already appeared in his body. It was too late to even unfold the sphere. Another warrior died in Lin Xia's hands. Ah! The rest of the warriors seemed to be crazy at this time and attacked Lin Xiu frantically. Dang dang. Lin Xiu waved his spear, and in a short moment, he continued to kill the remaining few warriors. At this time, there was silence all around and there was a bloody smell in the air. Phew! Lin Xiu closed his eyes at this time, took a deep breath, and his whole body relaxed. Just now, he was in a weird state indeed, and his heart was filled with murderous intent. Shaking his head, he swept away the other thoughts in his mind. He looked to the front and saw that Tingting was still looking at everything around her with her eyes wide open, as if she was frightened. What scared Lin Xiu said with a smile, looking at Tingting's appearance. Now Lin Xiu looked at the moon-shaped jade pendant around his neck, and he suddenly thought of Luoyu again. If Luoyu was here, Modong and others would have been killed by her long ago. She doesn't show mercy at all. It seems that because Lin Xiu thought of Luoyu, a hint of gentleness appeared in his eyes. Hurry up. Leave. At this time, Tingting walked up to Lin Xiu and said quickly, "She looks very nervous." Why? Lin Xiu said with a funny look when he heard her words. Since he killed Mirdong and the others, Lin Xiu was of course prepared. Mirdong's family has a certain power, and you killed them under the Tower of Trials. You would probably get into big trouble. Tingting said quickly. She also didn't expect that Lin Xiu would kill Mirdong directly. What surprised her even more was that Lin Xiu seemed to be much stronger than she imagined. Where do I go? Lin Xiu said and shrugged. Leave the Sacred Region Academy. Hurry up. Otherwise there will be big trouble. Seeing Lin Xiu's indifferent expression, Tingting couldn't help but glared at Lin Xiu and said. At this time, Lin Xiu didn't even look nervous. He wasn't afraid at all. Is that so? Lin Xiu smiled. You. Really? Tingting stomped her feet angrily when she saw Lin Xiu's appearance. Boom. At this moment, there was a sound from the door not far away, and soon some middle-aged men in the uniforms of the Sacred Region Academy came over. Oh no. People from the Elders Institution are here. Seeing this scene, Tingting's expression turned ugly. Who did this? A middle-aged man with white hair around his temples looked at the corpses on the ground without any change in his expression. He glanced at the surrounding warriors, then said lightly. The middle-aged men behind him also glanced at the surrounding warriors. Come over, all of you. As soon as they said that, those warriors could not help but tremble as they hurriedly went over. People from the Sacred Region Academy Elders Execution Institution. Thinking of this, the bodies of these warriors could not help but tremble. But Lin Xiu still didn't look nervous at all. Looking at the elders, he'll ask again. Who did it? The leading middle-aged man asked indifferently. It's me. Lin Xiu didn't have the slightest hint of fear. He walked out at this time and said lightly. Chapter 577 Take My 3 Blows. Chapter 577 Take My 3 Blows. Lin Xiu looked at these people with no fear at all. At this time, the warriors around looked at Lin Xiu. Although their faces did not show any expressions, they seemed to be rejoicing in Lin Xiu's misfortune. Do you know the consequences of killing your classmates in the academy? The middle-aged man looked at Lin Xiu and said coldly. Of course I know. I memorized all the rules of the academy. Lin Xiu said with a smile. When Tingting saw that Lin Xiu was still so relaxed, she couldn't help being stunned. Why is he so calm? But if they want to kill me, I'm just defending myself. It shouldn't be a problem. Right? Lin Xiu said with a wave. Then we'll have to look at the surveillance video to find out. The middle-aged man from the Elders Institution said coldly, as soon as he finished speaking. At this moment, the guards near the Tower of Trials took the surveillance video. Soon, as they checked the surveillance video, they could clearly see what happened before. After watching these videos, the middle-aged man frowned. Although they attacked you first, it's too vicious for you to kill like this. The middle-aged man said coldly to Lin Xiu after watching the surveillance video. Then it doesn't count as a violation. Right, Lin Xu didn't back down at all. Looked at the middle-aged man and said, "What if I said you violated the rules?" The middle-aged man looked at Lin Xu and said with a cold snort. As soon as he finished speaking, several other members of the Elders' Execution Institution stepped forward. The people looked at Lin Xu with a gloomy look in their eyes. Lin Xu could clearly feel the terrifying aura coming from these people. These warriors were very likely rank 8. Why? The leader of the Elders' Execution Institution wants to kill me. A freshman, Lin Xu said, spreading his hands. At this time, Lin Xu didn't seem to have the slightest fear. The middle-aged man stared at Lin Xu, then suddenly burst out laughing. Ahahaha. After he laughed for a while, his face suddenly became extremely serious. He stared at Lin Xu and said, "You are really not afraid. I believe in the rules of the academy." Lin Xu said, "Take my 3 blows. If you can block them, I'll handle this matter for you." The middle-aged man glanced at Lin Xu, then raised 3 fingers and said, "Judging from the video just now, Lin Xia's strength was indeed not comparable to Mirdong and the others. Moreover, he had never seen the skills used by Lin Xu, which made him very surprised. At this time, he also became a little interested in Lin Xu. Really, Lin Xu raised his brows and said subconsciously, although Lin Xu seemed to be fearless just now, Lin Xu still sort of violated the rules. Because the surveillance video showed that Murong attacked first, but then Lin Xu directly slaughtered him, even if it was self-defense. It was too much. Don't believe me, the middle-aged man snorted coldly. Fine. Lin Xu nodded. The middle-aged man looked at the people around him. At this time, everyone around him stepped back at the same time. Tingting bit her lip at this time, hesitated for a while and retreated to the other side with the rest. This guy actually dares to fight against the leader of the Elders' Institution. Some warriors looked at Lin Xu with pity in their eyes. The Sacred Region Academy Elders' Execution Institution was a very strong force. 1 move was enough, let alone 3. Do you want a weapon? Lin Xu looked at those people, then said lightly. No. The middle-aged man said lightly. Then I don't need one too. Lin Xu held the dark-edged spear in his hand and with a bang, he stuck the spear on the ground. At this time, Lin Xu had already made a defensive posture. Very good. I'm coming. The middle-aged man walked back and forth, and in the next moment, with a whoosh, he instantly disappeared. Disappeared. The expression in Lin Xia's eyes changed drastically, and at this time, Lin Xu still couldn't feel his existence. Boom! Those warriors didn't even see the middle-aged man. They heard a loud noise and Lin Xu flew out. And the middle-aged man was now standing where Lin Xu was just now. Lin Xu, who flew out, rolled a few times on the ground, then slowly stood up. PFFD. A mouthful of blood spat out directly from Lin Xia's mouth. Lin Xu clutched his chest, looked at the middle-aged man, then wiped the blood on his lips and said lightly, "Is this the first move?" This person's speed was really too fast, and the power of this punch was also very powerful, and Lin Xu felt an extreme sense of danger. And when the middle-aged man saw this scene, he couldn't help showing a slightly surprised look. Looks like I have to be more serious. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Xu and said lightly, as he spoke. At this moment, his body seemed to make a clicking sound. What's this? Lin Xu, who was not far away, frowned when he saw this scene. The state of this middle-aged man now seemed very strange. Moreover, Lin Xu could clearly feel that the aura on his body seemed to become more powerful. Taking a closer look, his body that looked a little thin just now seemed to have swelled up and his clothes are stretched out. The whole body became unusually strong. Well, I haven't used this kind of strength for a long time, the middle-aged man said with a smile, then stretched his neck and suddenly made a cracking sound. The wrinkles on his skin seemed to have tightened and he seemed to be 10 years younger all of a sudden. Such a strong power. When the students around saw this scene, their bodies could not help but tremble. This is the power that only warriors above rank 8 have. Those students, just watching from such a distance, were already trembling. Too strong. I'm going to get serious. His sharp eyes looked at Lin Xu not far away and said lightly, "Come on." Lin Xu took a deep breath. The source strength in his body was also released. Chapter 578. This is the fourth move. Right. Chapter 578. This is the fourth move. Right. As the source strength in Lin Xu's body erupted. At this moment, the surrounding wind began to surge. The dust that started on the ground began to fly up. He seems to be very strong too. Yang Jian, who was hiding nearby and watching this scene, couldn't help but say secretly at this time. He now understood how stupid he was today. Now he felt good to be alive. Come on. Lin Xu took a deep breath and said to the middle-aged man. Then you. Be careful. Swoosh. Just like before. The middle-aged man's figure disappeared instantly and he couldn't see him at all. But at this moment, Lin Xu's figure also disappeared instantly. Bang bang bang. The sound of fighting continued to sound. Looking closely, in the middle of the front side, the two were like two shadows. Fighting. Nobody could tell them apart. What a fast speed. Tingting was shocked at this time. She knew that Lin Xu was very strong, but she never thought that Lin Xu would be so strong. He could actually fight against the leader of the Elders' execution institution. Not only Tingting was shocked, but even the rest of the execution team members were surprised. A student who can fight with the leader of the execution team was really a very shocking thing. Boom! At this moment, a huge sound rang out and they saw a body being torn apart in an instant. Who was it? The people standing around all stared straight. This battle was really too thrilling. Humph! At the same time, the figure of the middle-aged man also appeared. Without a doubt, it was Lin Xu who was torn apart. He's dead. Yang Jian was startled when he saw the scene. Lin Xu was so powerful yet he still got killed by the leader of the Elders' execution institution. This meant that the strength of the leader of the Elders' execution institution was indeed too terrifying. Wrong. Tingting originally thought that Lin Xu was dead. But the next moment, she seemed to feel something and exclaimed. The middle-aged man ignored Lin Xu, who was torn apart by his attack. Instead, his eyes swept around and he rushed towards Lin Xu. Exposed. Lin Xu looked at the middle-aged man rushing towards him, and the pupils in his eyes shrank slightly. The battle just now seemed to be evenly matched, but only Lin Xu knew that he was at a disadvantage. And at the critical moment, he used Mirror Clone to dodge his attack, sweeping his eyes to the front. He has already appeared in front of him. Is this the third move? Lin Xu spoke plainly to him. The middle-aged man ignored Lin Xu's words and attacked Lin Xu directly. Boom boom boom. With a bright red flame on his fist, he waved at Lin Xu's body, making a loud noise after another. It was as if the surrounding was about to be smashed by his fist. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Xu, who seemed to have no time to dodge, instantly exploded. The surrounding warriors exclaimed in surprise. This scene was really too terrifying. Lin Xu's head actually exploded by a punch, but they found that the leader did not stop what he was doing and rushed to the other side in an instant. Lin Xu is still alive. Thinking of what just happened, these people had the same thought. Sure enough, just as they thought, Lin Xu's figure appeared on the other side again. Stop. Looking at Lin Xu's figure, the middle-aged man was obviously provoked by Lin Xu. He was the dignified leader of the execution team, yet he has been tricked by Lin Xu's strange skills over and over again. How could he not be angry? His fists were opened and a lot of flames burst out in his hands. Then at the next moment, the flames in these two hands instantly turned into two fire dragons, charging towards Lin Xu at an extremely fast speed. The look in Lin Xu's eyes changed. There was no way to dodge this time. There is no way. Sphere. At this critical moment, the sphere on Lin Xu's body unfolded in an instant. Boom! The two fire dragons impacted Lin Xu's sphere and instantly formed a huge flame and exploded. This terrifying explosion caused a strong gust of wind to instantly engulf the surroundings. The sand was blown up, as if a terrifying sandstorm had formed. At this time, these warriors all subconsciously blocked their eyes with their arms. After a while, as the strong wind stopped, everyone's eyes turned to the front. The thick dust raised around them blocked everyone's vision. Did he resist the attack of the law enforcement team captain? Everyone held their breath. still staring at the other side. As the dense dust slowly dissipated, Tingting's eyes widened, because at this time, it was obvious that Lin Xu's fist and the middle-aged man's fist smashed together and both of them kept this thing motionless. Is this the fourth move? Lin Xu looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and said aloud. As soon as the words came out, a mouthful of blood spat out from Lin Xu's mouth. His body shook slightly, but he still forcibly kept himself from falling down. Very good, the middle-aged man said lightly. His body became strong, and at this time, he also slowly began to become thinner. He was still full of shock now. Just now, the sphere that Lin Xu unfolded completely blocked the impact of the two fire dragons he unleashed. Logically speaking, this was his third move, but he was already flooded with the desire to fight and couldn't stop. When the last punch hit Lin Xu's sphere, Lin Xu actually retracted the sphere, then threw a hot and powerful punch against his fist. Even the middle-aged man couldn't help but be surprised by that powerful force. You won, the middle-aged man said to Lin Xu, then walked to the other side without looking back. Dispose of the corpses. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, the people from the team reacted quickly, then disposed of the bodies of Murong and others and left. PFF. Lin Xu spat out a mouthful of blood again at this time, and he finally couldn't hang on anymore, and sat on the ground. Sure enough, he was indeed a rank 8 warrior. He was really too powerful, and this middle-aged man was not an ordinary rank 8. He was obviously someone who was close to rank 9. Just now, if he really wanted to kill Lin Xu would really die. Chapter 579 Enter the Tower of Trials again. Chapter 579 Enter the Tower of Trials again. Are you alright? Tingting came over at this time and said to Lin Xu. Lin Xu shook his head. At this moment, Xiao Bai and Rolly ran out of the silver box not far away and flew to Lin Xu's side. They looked at the people around with a cautious gaze, especially Xiao Bai, an ice crystal little white bird, who seemed to be showing its teeth and claws, like an angry bird. Lin Xu couldn't help showing a smile when he saw that they seemed to be protecting his injured self. What is this? Tingting was taken aback, then stepped back subconsciously. But after a closer look, she realized that this little bird and the white furry ball was very cute. So cute, Tingting said with bright eyes after seeing their figures clearly. However, Xiaobai's frizzy appearance made Tingting not dare to approach. Are these the evolved beasts you raised? Tingting said curiously. But they are afraid of life, Lin Xu said with a smile without explaining anything. Hearing Lin Xu's words, Tingting nodded. She also knew that evolved beasts were generally impossible to tame. Lin Xu was able to tame these two. It must have been very difficult. However, these two evolved beasts were small and they were so cute that Tingting's heart was about to melt. If there is nothing else, I will cultivate first, Lin Xu said with a faint smile. The punch he just used against the leader caused a lot of damage on Lin Xu's body. Originally, if he had kept the sphere defense, he wouldn't have suffered too much damage. But when he finally saw the fist he swung over, Lin Xu had a sudden burst of fighting spirit. Then he also threw a punch. But the power of that punch was really terrifying, and now Lin Xu felt like his arm bones were cracked. And his internal organs also felt a little aching. Well, I won't disturb you then. Tingting knew that Lin Xu was injured and now it looks like he was going to heal. So she didn't plan to disturb Lin Xu at this time. Oh right. Just as Tingting was about to leave, she seemed to think of something and the expression on her face became serious. What's wrong? Lin Xu said subconsciously. Although the people from the execution team wouldn't bother you anymore, but you killed Murong after all. I believe it won't be long before other people will know about it. So what? Lin Xu said indifferently. The people of the Murong family are notorious for revenge. I guess they will come to trouble you. Tingting hesitated for a while, but said aloud, there's always a solution. The people of their family couldn't possibly come over to the academy. Right, Lin Xu said indifferently, spreading his hands. Seeing that Lin Xu was still indifferent, Tingting couldn't help but pouted. You'd better be careful. Well, thank you senior for your concern, Lin Xu said with a smile. After Tingting left, Lin Xu's face also became serious. It's not that Lin Xu didn't think about what Tingting said just now. He also heard about the Mudong family. It was said that they were a very powerful family. But Lin Xu couldn't care that much anymore. Mudong wanted him dead, so he should suffer the consequences. Lin Xu didn't think much about it. At this moment, he sat down with his legs crossed, then took out the rank 8 odd crystal that had not been absorbed before. With the simultaneous operation of the cultivation technique and engulf skills, the energy in the rank 8 odd crystal was being absorbed by Lin Xu frantically. The energy poured into Lin Xu's body and was absorbed by Lin Xu's body, and the cells in the body became very active. Those internal injuries were quickly healing. Once he fell into the state of cultivation, Lin Xu didn't seem to feel the passage of time. And Xia Obai and Roli were also standing on Lin Xu's body, as if they were protecting Lin Xu. After some time, when Lin Xu opened his eyes again, he found that the sky was already bright. The whole body felt very comfortable. Compared with yesterday, he felt much more comfortable, and the injuries on his body seemed to have completely healed. He glanced around. Many of the warriors here were currently in the cultivation state. Some people walked over to the other side and seemed to be receiving nourishment liquid from the staff there. Lin Xu knew this. There was an area here where you could get nourishment liquid for free. After all, people who challenged the Tower of Trials would stay here and they wouldn't leave until they couldn't continue the challenge, or they ran out of challenge cards. After all, if you leave this place and come in again, you would also need a challenge card. Lin Xu walked over there and received a nourishment liquid for free. Some warriors looked at Lin Xu's figure and subconsciously stayed away from Lin Xu. After all, many people watched the battle between Lin Xu and the leader of the execution team the day before. Moreover, Lin Xu also killed Mudong. In their eyes, Lin Xu has become a dangerous person. Lin Xu ignored these warriors and directly took a bottle of nourishment liquid and drank it. As he drank, Lin Xu felt a burst of relief all over his body. A bottle of this kind of nourishment liquid was enough to supplement the energy consumption of a day. Looking around, Tingting did not appear. As for Tingting, Lin Xu didn't harbor any intention. She was just an ordinary senior. After drinking, Lin Xu walked over to the gate of the Tower of Trial and entered the system interface. Taking a closer look, in his experience column, he already had nearly 20 billion experience. It was obvious that most of the experience was obtained by absorbing this rank 8 odd crystal. However, compared to the 100 billion experience gained by killing the rank 8 warrior before, the experience gained now was still too little. The current level was level 37. If he wanted to upgrade to level 38, he needed 130 billion experience. In other words, there was still more than 100 billion experience to go. Actually, it wasn't much, but it was little too, because as long as he killed a rank 8 warrior, Lin Xu could directly level up. But if he gained experience by killing those evolved beasts before, he would probably take a very long time. Lin Xu looked at the moon-shaped jade pendant around his neck and squeezed his hands tightly. Sky City. You, wait for me. Lin Xu's eyes showed an incomparably determined look. Then he continued to step into the Tower of Trials. Today, he is going to go straight to the upper floor. Chapter 580 Lin Xu is a BUD. Chapter 580 Lin Xu is a BUD. Lin Xu walked into the Tower of Trials, then used the last challenge card to go directly to the 60th floor. But when he reached the 60th floor, Lin Xu found a familiar figure. Oh, it's you. As soon as Lin Xu arrived on this floor, he saw Chen Haoran also here. He was walking back and forth, as if he was thinking about something. It's you. Hearing Lin Xu's voice, Chen Haoran suddenly turned around to look at Lin Xu and found Lin Xu's figure. Seeing Lin Xu, to be honest, he instinctively felt a little scared, because what happened yesterday was really shocking. Hey, haven't you succeeded in your challenge yet? Lin Xu said curiously at this time. Not yet. Not yet. Hearing Lin Xu's words, Chen Haoran said a little embarrassedly. Originally, he was confident that he could succeed in the challenge yesterday, but didn't expect that this time It would be the same as before. He was unable to break through. But I think I'm about to get through. Look at the arrangement of these floors. I guess they are arranged according to some special method. As long as you can see the pattern, you should be able to clear it. Chen Haoran told Lin Xu his analysis. Is it so difficult? Lin Xu was stunned when he heard Chen Haoran's analysis. Then said subconsciously, is it so difficult? Chen Haoran was immediately struck by Lin Xiu's words, and he stood rooted to the ground. Before he could say anything, Lin Xiu waved the dark edge spear in his hand, jumped and attacked the ceiling. Break! Following Lin Xiu's loud shout, flames erupted from the spear and stabbed directly at the ceiling. Boom! With the attack of the dark edge spear, there seemed to be violent vibrations all around. Since there's no other way, you'll pierce it through. Anyway, it's the next floor above this layer. As Lin Xiu spoke, he frantically waved his dark edge spear. Seeing the scene, Chen Haoran was stunned. He wanted to persuade Lin Xiu that this would not work, but he didn't expect that in the next moment, a purple light covered Lin Xiu's body and Lin Xiu's figure disappeared instantly. That worked. Chen Haoran's eyes widened and his mouth opened as if it could fit an apple. With a look of disbelief on his face. It's really possible. Lin Xiu didn't expect that this would work. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found a bloody mouth biting towards him. Lin Xiu's reaction speed was very fast. At this time, he retreated. Then holding the dark edge spear, he directly attacked. Bang bang bang. Some warriors who knew what happened yesterday were all standing in front of the screen below, watching how many floors Lin Xiu would get through. But when they saw Lin Xiu's record, they were instantly dumbfounded. 61, 62, 63. The number of floors Lin Xiu challenged was changing wildly and the speed was very fast. This is not a bug, right? Some warriors widened their eyes in disbelief. He didn't start the challenge from the first floor, but from the 60th floor. Moreover, Lin Xiu had not challenged the above floors before. If a freshman ascended like a rocket, it would be too terrifying. Although these warriors said it was a bug, their hearts were still full of shock. And some warriors also saw Lin Xiu's performance yesterday. Although they were shocked, they didn't have any doubts. This kid, he made a mess for me as soon as he came back. At the same time, Dean Bailey, who was in the dean's room, shook his head helplessly when he heard the reported information. Dean, will the Muron family have any opinion? A middle-aged man hesitated for a while, then said to Dean Bailey, don't worry. Dean Bailey said while stroking his beard. And this was the mess that the kid caused. When the time comes, he will just have to clean it up himself. Dean Bailey looked at the floor of Lin Xiu's challenge displayed on the screen. Now he has reached the 89th floor. Looking at this scene, his eyes were full of surprise. When Lin Xiu came back this time, his growth was beyond his expectations. After so many years, he has never seen a warrior as talented as Lin Xiu. Do you think that this kid can break through to the top floor? Dean Bailey said to the middle-aged man. At this time, the middle-aged man looked up at the screen on the wall behind Dean Bailey and saw that Lin Xiu had already challenged the 89th floor, and he couldn't help showing a look of shock. He would not be too surprised if Lin Xiu reached the 89th floor, but he was surprised that Lin Xiu had entered the Tower of Trials for the first time yesterday, and now he had reached the 89th floor. This was too terrifying. In the past 8 or 9 years, no one has cleared it. Although he is very powerful, I think it would be challenging. The middle-aged man pondered for a while, then said his thoughts. I think it should be possible. Dean Bailey thought about it first, then said aloud, break. At the same time, Lin Xiu on the 89th floor, holding the dark edge spear in his hand, stabbed the giant evolved beast, directly piercing its body, killing it with one blow. Lin Xiu's figure instantly teleported to the 90th floor in the next moment. The 90th floor was different from other floors. It could be said to be a watershed existence. In the Sakikard Region Academy, it was known as the 10 Gates of Hell. After Chuanwang has passed the 10 stages of Hell, he will be able to climb to the top 100 floors. 100 floors and no one knows what is there. Everyone heard a legend that as long as you reach the 100th floor, you will be able to gain powerful strength. because watching the history of Sacred Region Academy, you would find that every person who reached the top eventually becomes a rank 9 warrior and is a powerful warrior in the world. Gurgle. As soon as Lin Xu teleported to the 90th floor, he realized that the place he was in was not land, but seemed to be in the ocean. Lin Xu took a few mouthfuls of water accidentally. Lin Xu just didn't realize at first and seemed a little uncomfortable. The next moment, it was as if he was on land. The first level of the 10 levels of hell, the 90th floor, was a very difficult level for most warriors, because this level was underwater. The whole floor was full of water, all the way to the ceiling. Chapter 580 Lin Xu is a bud. Chapter 580 Wavels of Thunder. Chapter 580 Wavels of Thunder. Roar. And at this time, there seemed to be something roaring from the bottom of the water and the water shook. Lin Xu looked to the back and he clearly saw a huge black figure rushing towards him. What's this? Because the surroundings were dark and dim and the speed of this thing was very fast, Lin Xu couldn't see what this thing was for a while. However, Lin Xu has the analytic eye, so he didn't need to see the figure of this thing clearly. The system could directly analyze it. Rank 8 Evolved Beast. The Mutant Mad Shark. Features bloodthirsty. Once it smells blood, it will be greatly stimulated. Enter a violent state and its strength would increase by 150. Rank 8 Evolved Beast. Lin Xu couldn't help but be surprised at this time. This 90th floor, as expected, was completely different from the previous levels. Not only the underwater environment, but also the existence of rank 8 evolved beasts. Even if a rank 8 warrior came here, he might still be bitten to death by this mutant mad shark. After all, humans were creatures that live on land. In the water, no matter how good their underwater habits were, they would face the problem of hypoxia in a short time. There was another serious problem. That is, his strength underwater was affected by the water resistance and would be weakened. It could be said that there was no advantage at all, but for Lin Xu, none of this was a problem. The blood on the dark edge spear spread in the water, which stimulated the mutant mad shark. It rushed in front of Lin Xu in an instant, and its bloody mouth could be seen, as well as the upper and lower rows of sharp teeth. Boom! In the next moment, the body of Lin Xu directly bit the mutant mad shark into his stomach. Mirror image. At the critical moment just now, Lin Xu directly used the mirror image skill, and the main body appeared directly in another part of the water, and what the mutant shark bit was Lin Xia's solution. This damn thing was really fast. Lin Xu was in a tight spot. Who would have thought that this floor would be like this, and the 89th floor required evolved beasts to be killed. So the weapon would definitely be bloody. From this to the 90th floor, as soon as the blood was distributed, the mutant mad shark immediately became crazy. The person who set up this level was really perverted. Lin Xu, who was now accustomed to the dim environment at the bottom of the water, could clearly see some white skeletons underneath. Is it the student who died after breaking into this floor? Before Lin Xu had time to think about it, the mutant shark seemed to realize that it was being deceived. At this moment, it turned around abruptly, its eyes glowing dark red, and it frantically charged towards Lin Xu. HNG. Lin Xia's thoughts moved and the sphere unfolded instantly, covering his body. As soon as the mutant mad shark rushed to Lin Xia's side, it opened its bloody mouth and was about to bite off Lin Xia's body. The expression in Lin Xia's eyes did not change. He held the dark edge spear in both hands and stabbed it directly at the side of its mouth. Boom! The spear stabbed at its sharp upper teeth and made a loud noise. Lin Xu stabbed a hole through. Some fragments of teeth fell instantly. The mutant mad shark instantly became even crazier, desperately trying to bite Lin Xia's body. But Lin Xia's body was like a fish in the water, and he quickly dodged its attack. Crackling. And at this time, lightning burst out from Lin Xia's body. The water was a conductor for electricity. As the lightning burst out from Lin Xia's body, the area covered by the lightning also instantly expanded in the water. The mutant shark was also obviously affected by Lin Xia's lightning, and its movements seemed to be a little slower now. Thousand Thunder. Lin Xiu floated in the water, then pointed the dark edge spear in his right hand upwards. Originally, there was a large amount of lightning surrounding Lin Xia's body. In the next moment, the lightning became even more terrifying. It was as if a huge ball of lightning surrounded Lin Xu's body. And at the next moment, a large amount of lightning turned into white laser-like shots and madly shot out in all directions. As soon as the mutant mad shark rushed towards Lin Xu, it was attacked by a large amount of lightning. Bang bang bang. The mutant mad shark was instantly struck by lightning that turned white and terrifying, and it kept retreating, and the body was convulsing as if it was in pain. Lin Xu went to the Valley of Thunder to train his body previously. Another part of the reason was to practice this skill. At the beginning, the power was not very strong, but because he absorbed the energy of the Thunder Lotus fire. Now using this Thunder-type skill, it seemed that the power has also increased exponentially. Go to hell. Lin Xu looked at the mutant shark coming towards him that had been attacked by those lightnings and had a lot of tiny wounds all over its body. Its body was paralyzed because of the lightning. Lin Xu's legs exerted force, and his whole body was like an arrow as he rushed towards the body of this mutant mad shark. The long spear was aimed at the head of this mutant mad shark, and it would directly penetrate its huge head. But just as Lin Xu was about to get close to it, the mutant shark seemed to wake up in an instant. Its body turned and rushed towards Lin Xu and swallowed him directly. This guy has already reached the 90th floor. The people below looked shocked when they saw the level Lin Xu was challenging on the screen. This was really terrifying. The 90th floor to 99th floor are called the 10 levels of hell. To be able to cross over and climb to the top was equivalent to jumping over a dragon's gate. A man said with a smile. It's already really good that he can reach the 90th floor, but there were more than a dozen people who could go up to the 90th floor this year alone. But on the 90th floor, do you know how many people survived? The man glanced at the people around him, then said lightly, "How many?" When the surrounding warriors heard his words, they immediately became interested, and they all looked at him and asked. Seeing that the eyes of the people around him were all focused on him, the man had a satisfied look on his face. 3 people. The survival rate is only about 20. Chapter 582 Kill the Mad Shark. Chapter 582 Kill the Mad Shark. This mortality rate is too high. Everyone knew that if you couldn't pass the level, or if your life was in danger, there was a chance to directly teleport away, but it also meant that you failed the challenge. But these people were all dead, so it meant that these people didn't even have the chance to leave. They were killed directly, and those who can break into the 90th floor were not ordinary people. This floor was really too terrifying. Damn it, I was swallowed by this darn thing. Lin Xu already knew at this time that he was swallowed by this mutant mad shark. He didn't expect this damn thing would be so powerful. But now Lin Xu's body was covered with a sphere. Although he was in the stomach of this mutant mad shark, the solution in its stomach cannot melt Lin Xu. All those gastric juices were isolated by the sphere. But if you swallowed me, isn't that just giving me a chance? Lin Xu muttered to himself at this time, then held his dark edge spear and waved it directly in its stomach. Boom boom boom. As Lin Xu swung his dark edge spear, at this moment, a large number of flames burst out. After the mutant mad shark devoured Lin Xu, it was originally in the water quietly, but at this time, it seemed to sense something and it swam frantically in the water. Go to hell. At this moment, the dark edge spear held in Lin Xu's hand radiated a white light, and the spear seemed to become even sharper and terrifying. Lin Xu continued to frantically attack the wall of flesh. It seemed that he was going to pierce a hole in its body directly from the inside out. Bang bang bang. A dull sound continued to sound. The mutant mad shark was constantly swimming frantically, and the intense pain in its body seemed to make the mutant mad shark become extremely crazy. Heavenly Dragon wrecks the city. Awe of the Phoenix. Lin Xu frantically used his skills and attacked in its stomach. At this time, a large amount of blood had appeared in the stomach of this mutant mad shark. Lin Xu was about to use a huge force and poked a blood hole from the inside, then rush out when he felt a powerful momentum coming down. Boom! The next moment, Lin Xu's body was directly vomited out of the stomach of this mutant mad shark. Damn! Lin Xu's body slammed into the wall heavily. Although there was the protection from sphere, Lin Xu still felt severe pain all over his body because of the powerful impact. Looking towards the front, the mutant mad shark with red eyes rushed towards him again at this time. Seeing this scene, the expression in Lin Xu's eyes changed slightly. Then he attacked with the dark edge spear in his hand. "How dare you come here?" Lin Xu roared inwardly, and he used force on his legs and swam like a fish. Very flexible. There was blood oozing out of the mouth of this mutant mad shark, and the surrounding water became dark red. It opened its mouth wide and wanted to use its sharp teeth to bite Lin Xu's body in half. But Lin Xu's body was also very flexible in the water. At this time, after dodging its attack, he turned and stabbed it. The battle was still going on, but this mutant shark was obviously spitting out a lot of blood from its mouth because Lin Xu had just pierced its stomach. As the battle continued, the power of this mutant mad shark became weaker and finally, Lin Xu stabbed it in the head with a spear, directly piercing its head. It was still struggling frantically, but a bolt of terrifying lightning burst from Lin Xu's spear, passing through its head to its entire body. Crackling, the surrounding water was surging. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for killing the rank 8 mutant mad shark and gaining 13.5 billion experience. Hearing the voice in his head, Lin Xu heaved a sigh of relief. The body also relaxed and the whole person sank to the bottom of the water. In the next moment, Lin Xu's body was covered with purple light and instantly disappeared into the water. Don't have to watch anymore. He will surely die at the 90th floor. The man who explained about the 10 levels of hell before took out a fan and fanned himself, then shook his head and said, He broke through. At this moment, a trembling voice came over. Hearing this voice, the expression on the man's face immediately froze. Then he walked straight ahead. Looking at the words displayed on the screen, his eyes widened. Lin Xu was now on the 92nd floor. This guy. So strong. The man opened his mouth wide at this time and his face was full of disbelief. Damn it. He's too good. I want to see if he can break through to the top floor. The surrounding warriors were all stirred up because they had been here in the Tower of Trials for so long and they had never seen anyone who could break through the 90th floor. But Lin Xu not only made it to the 90th floor, he also successfully passed the level directly, reaching the 91st floor. Although they couldn't see the scene of Lin Xu's battle now, just seeing the floor number of Lin Xu's current position were enough to get them all excited. A group of warriors stared at the words 91st floor next to Lin Xu's name. They want to see if Lin Xu could become a legend today. Damn. At the same time, Lin Xu had just reached the 91st floor and couldn't help but utter foul language. Because he had just fought at the bottom of the water. His body was still cold and now he felt an unusually hot scorching sensation. Taking a closer look of where he was, it seemed as if he was in the crater of a volcano. The surroundings were all magma and he was on a rock. The surrounding magma was constantly flowing, which looked terrifying. It was water just now, but now it's fire. But fortunately, Lin Xu had forged his body with red lotus fire. The temperature here was scorching hot, but it was not too difficult to bear. But now, how do we pass the level? Lin Xu looked around, but he couldn't see anyone at all. Not even the shadow of an evolved beast. Boom! At this moment, there was a sudden vibration around this place and a large amount of magma sputtered down from above. Lin Xu's eyes widened and the sphere subconsciously unfolded. Sizzle! As the magma sputtered on Lin Xu's sphere, a strange sound sounded, as if something had melted. How could this be? Chapter 583 Under the Magma. Chapter 583 Under the Magma. Lin Xu looked at his sphere and was shocked by the small gaps that were corroded by the sputtered magma. How could this magma have such an effect? If he didn't have the protection of the sphere, his situation would become extremely dangerous. Boom boom boom. The ground shook slightly again and in the next moment, under the magma, something seemed to slowly appear. Swoosh! As soon as those things appeared, they rushed towards Lin Xu. Unprepared, Lin Xu was bitten on his arm by something and a sharp pain struck instantly. Taking a closer look, he found that his arm was bitten by a snake. This snake was different from ordinary snakes. Its whole body was golden yellow, and it had a pair of small eyes that glowed with red light. At this time, the snake bit Lin Xu's arm firmly, but because Lin Xu was wearing the battle armor, its teeth didn't directly penetrate the armor and pierce Lin Xu's flesh. Get lost! Lin Xu directly grabbed the snake's tail with his left hand, and lightning burst out in his hand. Pulling the snake away, he slammed violently and it flew out, hitting the rock in front, instantly smashing its body. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for killing the rank 7 flaming snake and gaining 10 million experience. A rank 7 evolved beast. Lin Xu was startled at this time. Looking closely, there were 2 eroded parts where his arm had just been bitten by its sharp fangs. Even the battle suit could be bitten till it was this way. One can imagine the horror of this darn thing. However, although this flaming snake's attack ability was strong, it seemed to be very fragile, so Lin Xu dealt with it easily. But before Lin Xu could heave a sigh of relief, the surrounding magma seemed to start to rumble again. It seemed to be slowly rising. The rock that Lin Xu was standing on now began to slowly submerge. Darn it! Seeing the scene, Lin Xu's expression changed greatly. Looking around, it seems that there is nothing unusual around here. How to pass this level? Before Lin Xu could think about it, at this moment, a large amount of things in the magma began to emerge. Then they rushed towards Lin Xu like arrows. It's those flaming snakes again. Damn it! Lin Xu cursed secretly, then waved his dark edge spear frantically to attack. Bang bang bang. Those flaming snakes were continuously killed by Lin Xu, and there were constant prompts of gaining experience in his mind. This was originally a good thing, but for Lin Xu, it was a hassle. Because he had to kill these flaming snakes and couldn't use his energy to think of how to break through this level. What made Lin Xu feel even more overwhelmed was that now the magma seemed to be slowly surging up. The place where he was standing now was about to be submerged by these magma. Now Lin Xu felt that his shoes were starting to emit white smoke, as if they were about to be corroded. Damn! These flaming snakes seemed to be endless, constantly rushing up from under the magma. Although gaining experience is a very good thing, but the current situation is obviously not suitable. He'll go all out. When Lin Xu saw that the magma was about to sink into his shoes, Lin Xu roared, and without waiting for the flaming snakes to rush up, Lin Xu jumped into the magma. Boom! As Lin Xu's body jumped into the magma, he suddenly felt a sharp pain. It was as if the whole body was burned by the flames. Pain. It hurts too much. Especially the eye area. It hurts to death. However, at this time, Lin Xu had already activated the bodybuilding technique, and the source strength of his entire body was mobilized. Lin Xu dared to jump, and mainly because of the bodybuilding technique he had practiced before. Bodybuilding technique was to train one's body under extreme conditions. Previously, the body was forged with thunder. But this time, it was forged with these magma, just sinking under this magma. In the next moment, a large number of flaming snakes. In the next moment, all tore at Lin Xu's side. The density of magma was relatively high, and the speed of swinging the dark edge spear would be very slow. Lin Xu has now sunk into the magma, and all he saw was red and yellow. A lot of source strength was concentrated in the eyes, protecting the most vulnerable parts of the eyes. Everywhere in the body was bitten by those flaming snakes. Originally, the corrosion of the magma was very painful, so Lin Xu was already numb to the pain of these flaming snakes biting him. The dark edge spear was thrown on the ground, and in the next moment, Lin Xu massacred and attacked the flaming snakes biting his body. The heads of those flaming snakes burst when Lin Xu pinched them. As Lin Xu frantically grabbed the flaming snakes that were biting at his body, and the prompts of gaining experience in his mind kept ringing. There were too many flaming snakes, and Lin Xu didn't even know how many heads he had crushed with his bare hands. Minutes and seconds passed, and as the number of those flaming snakes dwindled, the skin on Lin Xu's body was corroded. And at this time, Lin Xu's body had a lot of corrosion everywhere. The whole body was covered in blood, and it looked like a bloody man. Even the battle suit on his body seemed to be corroded at this time. But Lin Xu had already closed his eyes tightly at this time. His whole body sank under the lava. Then he started the bodybuilding technique, and cultivation technique and fell into the state of cultivation. Why is he still at the 91st floor? At the same time, down there, those who had been paying attention to Lin Xu's progress all felt puzzled at this time, because it had been 5 hours since Lin Xu arrived on the 91st floor and it still showed that Lin Xu was there. Neither failed nor succeeded. What happened to him on this floor? Some warriors also frowned at this time, seeming to be very puzzled. Don't tell me he died. Impossible. If he dies, X will be displayed here. Now it is obvious that he is still breaking through on this floor. The time passed quickly and one night went by and the next day came. Why is he still on this floor? Some warriors looked over to the screen and found that Lin Xu was still on the 91st floor, and there was no change. Chapter 584 Break through 2 floors in a row. Chapter 584 Break through 2 floors in a row. These warriors were dumbfounded. How come there is still no change? Logically speaking, after such a long time has passed, you would have been dead a long time ago. If he failed, he should have come down. But now it shows that Lin Xu is still challenging on the 91st floor. What does this mean? These warriors were all puzzled. Did something happen? Tingting also walked to the screen at this time, looking at Lin Xu's data with a worried look on her face. She had already reached the 70th floor and when she got down, she found that Lin Xu had reached the 91st floor. When she found out about this, she was very shocked, because she has never seen anyone challenge the 90th floor since she came to the Tower of Trials. Unexpectedly, Lin Xu has already reached the 91st floor. However, Lin Xu stayed on the 91st floor for too long, so long that people found a little unbelievable, while everyone outside was guessing about Lin Xu's condition. At this time Lin Xu was still soaked in this magma. The flesh and blood on the body had already been melted and even the bones could be seen. But in the next moment, at a speed visible to the naked eye, he slowly began to heal. The power of bodybuilding technique lies in the ability to temper one's body under any extreme conditions. With Lin Xu's body that has already unlocked the gene lock twice, the current Lin Xu's flesh and blood seem to have become more powerful. Time continued to pass and Lin Xu's battle suit had been corroded to such an extent. But Lin Xu's body, on the contrary, slowly began to heal. In the next moment, as Lin Xu's body completely healed as before, he opened his eyes immediately. Lin Xu's eyes seemed to be more full of life than before. It worked. Lin Xu looked at his body and found that most of the battle suit had been corroded and only part of it was still attached to his body. Now in this magma, Lin Xu felt that his whole body was extremely hot. But he didn't have the feeling of being corroded. His body already has a strong resistance to such magma. Although it was difficult to see clearly below, Lin Xu still used his memory to pick up the dark edge spear nearby. As soon as the body exerts force, the whole person swam upwards. Boom! As Lin Xu floated above the magma, Lin Xu saw that the surrounding area was submerged by the magma, and the rocks that he could touch with his feet were not visible anymore. But now this magma has no effect on Lin Xu. Lin Xu could only feel the heat now. But at this moment, Lin Xu saw something that seemed to be swimming on the surface of the magma not far away. What is that? Another flaming snake? Lin Xu thought for a while, then swam to the front. Taking a closer look, it was found that it was indeed a flaming snake, but unlike the previous flaming snakes, the body of this flaming snake was a bit dazzling golden yellow. Once the analytic eye was used, he found out that this was a mutant flaming snake. And this mutant flaming snake was different from the flaming snakes just now. It did not attack Lin Xu. Instead, it seemed that because Lin Xu spotted it, it went directly under the magma, as if it wanted to escape, want to flee. Lin Xu had already figured out what to do at this time, and he swam directly below. Now these magmas had no effect on Lin Xu, and because bodybuilding technique and cultivation technique had been running at the same time for one night, it has helped Lin Xu forge a stronger body. Now Lin Xu's physical strength has also returned to its peak. Soon, under the magma, Lin Xu caught the mutant flaming snake. Without any hesitation, as soon as the right hand exerted force, it directly crushed the head of this flaming snake. As soon as he crushed the flaming snake's head, Lin Xu's body was instantly covered with a layer of purple light. And Lin Xu's body also disappeared in this layer. It's moving, it's moving. Some students who were paying attention to the information on the screen below the Tower of Trials got excited at this time. Because the information displayed on the screen below was shown in real time according to the number of challenge floors. Lin Xu was now ranked first, which made it very obvious. The back shows 92nd floor. When Tingting heard the voices of those students, she also subconsciously walked over to look. After seeing that Lin Xu had successfully completed the challenge and reached the 92nd floor, her eyes were full of disbelief. This guy is really a monster. 10 levels of hell. He has already passed 2 levels. The students around were all excited and were constantly discussing. After all these years, very few people have been able to break through to this level. How this kid has reached the 92nd floor. Dean Bailey in his office. Seeing this scene at this time, his eyes were full of surprise that could not be concealed. Although he had always been optimistic about Lin Xu before, he really did not expect Lin Xu to reach this point. Sure enough, the youngsters are taking over. I'm getting old. Dean Bailey was lying on the chair and said to himself, "Of course. I wonder whose apprentice is this?" At this moment, a voice came from the side. Looking at her figure, Dean Bailey smiled helplessly and said with a pampering look in his eyes, "Okay, you are amazing. But I remember that when I reached the 99th floor, I couldn't pass it. This level is too perverted and I don't know if this kid can pass. It's not that easy." Dean Bailey seemed to think of something, then shook his head and said, "It turns out that killing the mutant flaming snake will clear the level." Seeing that his body appeared in another place, Lin Xu couldn't help but say out loud to himself, "But who could find the mutant flaming snake and kill it under that circumstance?" It was really too difficult. This final level was indeed too perverted. At this time, when he looked around, he found that he was in a forest. There were many trees around. They were all black and had no leaves. But the branches were like vines. What is this? At first, it was underwater. Then it was flames and magma and now it's in the forest. These levels wouldn't have all the 5 elements, eh? Lin Xu thought to himself. Then slowly walked forward with his dark edge spear. Ka 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 ka. As Lin Xu walked forward, a very subtle sound rang out. Chapter 585 Strange Black Tree. Chapter 585 Strange Black Tree. What is the sound? Hearing this voice, Lin Xu frowned. His eyes looked around, but he didn't find the figure of the evolved beast. However, with the experience of the previous 2 levels, Lin Xu did not dare to relax now. The previous 2 levels were so difficult, and this one would definitely not be easy. Ka 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 ka. At this moment, another strange sound rang out again. What the hell is it? The surrounding environment was very dark. There were no weeds on the ground, and there were only those black trees around. Ka 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 ka. At the next moment, with another strange sound, Lin Xu turned around abruptly and looked behind him, and found that a lot of cold light flashed. Lin Xu's reaction ability was very fast. And at this time, he quickly waved his dark edge spear to block. Dang dang. As if hitting something. It sounded like a metal collision. Taking a closer look, he saw that the branch of the black tree in front of me actually had a huge black fruit. The fruit split from the middle at this time, and there were sharp seeds in it, and then stabbed at Lin Xu. Whoosh whoosh. Lin Xu's eyes changed slightly, and then quickly dodged. Bang bang bang. These bullet-like seeds were all shot on the ground at this time. There were also many holes in the ground. Ka 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 ka. And it wasn't over yet. The other black trees seemed to be moving. And at this time, Lin Xu was surrounded by them. And at the next moment, those fruits also appeared on these black trees. As these fruits split into 2 halves. In the next moment, there were a lot of bullet-like things. And they frantically shot at Lin Xu's body. Damn it. At this time, Lin Xu was still dodging constantly, waving his dark edge spear to block these things. Boom! Accidentally, Lin Xu seemed to have been shot in the arm, and suddenly felt a sharp pain. This thing was kind of scary. But now there were those black trees in all directions, all surrounding Lin Xu's body. There was no way to escape. When Lin Xu waved the dark edge spear in his hand to block the surrounding attacks, he suddenly felt something wrapped around his body. He was surrounded by those black branches, which bound Lin Xu's body to death in the air. Oh no! Lin Xu found that his body was tightly bound, and he looked around. The seeds in those fruits were still shooting towards him. He was bound by the branches of this black tree, and now Lin Xu's body can't even move. Bang bang bang. Those seeds shot on Lin Xu's body, causing Lin Xu to feel intense pain. However, Lin Xu's body has been tempered, and the power of his physical body was also very powerful. These things only broke through Lin Xu's skin, but they could not shoot into Lin Xu's body. Ka 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 ka. A strange sound, the same as just now, sounded again at this time. The branches of the surrounding black trees spread like vines towards Lin Xu. It wrapped Lin Xu's body in the air once again. A large number of branches were twisting wildly as if they were going to strangle Lin Xu. Boom! But in the next moment, a red light burst out from the gaps in the branches, and the branches that wrapped Lin Xu's whole body completely broke in the next moment. A lot of flames erupted. The branches of those black trees were just covered by those flames. And in the next moment, they all burned in an instant. The black trees that originally surrounded Lin Xu all burned at this time. Humph! Lin Xu snorted coldly while holding the dark edge spear in his hand, then waved the spear, and a large amount of flame burst out again. Sure enough, as Lin Xu thought, these black trees were afraid of flames. As Lin Xu frantically waved the dark edge spear in his hand, he released the Awe of the Phoenix skill. A large number of flaming birds swept the entire place. But what surprised Lin Xu was that after the branches of the black trees were burned away, they began to grow again. The speed of growth seems to be proportional to the speed of being burned by the flame. What is happening? Before Lin Xu had time to think about it, the branches of the black trees next to him stabbed towards Lin Xu again. These black branches became extremely sharp, like spears. Lin Xu frowned. He ducked sideways, and with a wave of the dark edge spear, he burned the thorned branches away. No! If it goes on like this, it won't end at all. Looking ahead, Lin Xu waved the dark edge spear in his hand, letting the flaming birds continue to burn the surrounding black trees. There must be some sort of mechanism here to clear this level. Otherwise, if the attack continues like this, it will be endless. Is this it? Just when he rushed to the front and middle position, Lin Xu saw a very huge black tree with very thick branches. As Lin Xu rushed here, all the branches on the huge black tree swayed, as if they turned into thousands of black spears. Sprinting towards Lin Xu, Lin Xu hurriedly activated the without a trace movement technique, and dodged in an instant. Boom! The huge black branches stabbed on the ground. The whole ground shook, and there were a lot of holes. Awe of the Phoenix. Lin Xu gritted his teeth, then waved his right hand holding the dark edge spear, and several flaming birds rushed over. Just like before, as soon as the flaming birds touched the branch of the black tree, it started to burn again, but those branches were just burned away, and then grew out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn! Why is it endless? This kind of attack was not fatal to those black trees at all, and his source strength was constantly being consumed. When Lin Xu looked at the huge black tree again, he was instantly stunned. As if he had thought of something. I'll dig you out and see how you can still grow. The life of a tree was the root. What if he burnt the root directly? As soon as Lin Xu used force on his legs, he jumped high, and stabbed down with a spear from the air. And at this moment, Lin Xu's whole body's source strength was mobilized. Heavenly Dragon. Wrecks the City. Chapter 586 The Rock Monsters. Chapter 586 The Rock Monsters. Along with Lin Xu's loud cry, there was a black shadow that appeared on his spear, and at the moment when he pierced his spear forward, there was a huge black dragon that appeared. The black dragon had huge fangs and was rushing towards the ground at an extremely fast speed. Kunlun Kunlun. The entire ground started to shake violently, and it was followed by a loud explosion. Break it. The soil from the ground flew everywhere, and there was a huge hole that was instantly formed on the ground. Although the entire place was now completely surrounded by dust, Lin Xu could still see the huge crater on the ground that he had created with his skills. Heavenly Dragon breaks the city. There's where Lin Xu found the thing that was glowing brightly. This thing was connected to the roots of the huge black tree, and it was surrounded by lots of roots. It was buried deep underneath the ground as if it was connected to all the trees that were in this forest. That's it. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, Lin Xu released his yuan and directly blocked the attack that was coming from the branches. With the spear in his hand, his body was like a shadow that was moving forward without being stopped by the branches. Xiu xiu xiu. He was moving so quickly around that he was just like a blur figure. When he saw the thing that was giving out a bright, white glow, Lin Xu widened his eyes in surprise. He grabbed onto his spear tightly and thrusted it forward in the direction where the glow was coming from. Kung Lung. As soon as his spear touched the thing, an eye-blinding light was released along with a loud, terrifying explosion. Kung Lung. The entire Tower of Trials started shaking as well. What's happening? The students who were outside of the tower could also feel the grounds beneath them shaking. What's happening? Some of the students started to panic. Let's have a look. When they thought about what might be happening, they quickly looked at the screen that was showing the progress of those inside the tower. I'll be damned. They looked up and quickly noticed that Lin Xu, who was first on the list, had just reached the 93rd floor. Such a monster. Yang Jian and his men walked over to the screen as well, and when they saw that Lin Xu was now on the 93rd floor, their bodies trembled as well. 93rd floor, what the hell? This was impossible. Who is he? The students gathered around the tower started discussing it, and as for those who weren't present yesterday were all completely shocked when they saw what was happening. This floor, could it be Earth? As Lin Xu broke the soil beneath him that was giving energy to the black trees, Lin Xu already won the challenge. Now, he was undoubtedly on the 93rd floor. As he looked around, he was now completely surrounded by huge rocks. The rocks were everywhere and it was found all over the ground. Lin Xu remained motionless on the ground. This was because from the previous floors, Lin Xu could already tell that this floor wasn't an easy one as well. He took a deep breath and sat on the ground, activating his cultivational technique in order to recover his strength. As time passed, Lin Xu took his time to rest while the students who were on the ground started feeling nervous when they saw Lin Xu doing nothing. That fella should just come down here if he doesn't want to challenge that floor. Why isn't he doing something? Some of the students noticed that Lin Xu was already on the same floor for the past 3 hours and there was still no progress from him, which was why some of them became annoyed. He was on the same floor yesterday for the entire day, but he still won. One of the students spoke up when they heard the others complaining. He was curious as well. Theoretically speaking, the maximum time needed for one floor would only be an hour. There would only be 2 outcomes. Either win or lose. But for some reason, Lin Xu liked staying on the same floor for an extremely long time. Perhaps it was because the level above the 90th level was different. Chirp chirp. Rolly and the ice crystal whitebird were staying on top of a huge tree that was below the Tower of Trials and were looking curiously at those who were staring at the screen. Lin Xu knew that the floors from the 90th floor wouldn't be as easy, which was why he left them on the ground. At the same time, Lin Xu was taking deep breaths as he sat on the ground of the 93rd floor. Then, he opened his eyes and stood up with his spear. He took a good look around and he was still completely surrounded by these huge rocks. It has already been hours, but there was nothing abnormal that appeared on this floor. However, while Lin Xu was cultivating earlier, he could feel that there was indeed something or someone around him. As he looked at the huge rock that stood before him, Lin Xia's eyes were filled with a cold, murderous look. He gathered his source energy onto his spear, which immediately gave a white glow. Soon, the entire body of the spear turned from black to white. Xiu! With a strong leap, Lin Xu headed forwards like an arrow released from the bow. The tip of his spear was aimed towards the huge rocks before him. Kung Lung! As the spear and the rocks collided, there was a loud sound that rang throughout the floor. Then, a huge piece of rock broke off and fell apart. Kung Lung! The rocks did not break as Lin Xu had expected. Instead, the rocks started moving. Roar! As the rocks moved, there was a loud roar. Then, the rocks that were slanted by the sides slowly started moving. From the moment Lin Xu entered the room, he had already activated his analytical eye and realized that all of the rocks around him were alive. This was a rank 8 rock monster. The rocks around him started moving and most of them stood up. They gathered together to form a huge fist that swung around, headed towards Lin Xu. The body of the rock monster was huge, but it didn't make it slow. Fortunately, Lin Xu's reflexes were quick enough and easily dodged the attack by moving himself backwards. Kunlun. As the huge fist of the rock monster landed on the ground, there was a loud sound that came from it. It was followed by the ground shaking vigorously and then a huge, deep crater that was formed on the ground. The rock monsters around him were slowly awakened and they were all swinging their fists towards Lin Xu. Xiu. Lin Xu waved his spear in the air and was moving himself around to dodge the attacks. Kunlun. As the monsters kept attacking and hitting the ground, it kept shaking vigorously. Lin Xu continued jumping around to dodge the attacks, and while one of the rock monsters were trying to attack him, Lin Xu grabbed onto his spear with both his hands, pierced the rock monsters from above downwards. Chapter 587 Heaven Split. Chapter 587 Heaven Split. Boom! The tip of the spear was still stuck onto the head of one of the rock monsters, as it did not completely pierce through. Only a small part of the spear managed to enter the monster's head. Then, the rock monster's right fist twisted in an inhumane angle and headed straight towards Lin Xu, who was on top of its head. Boom! Lin Xu was hit by the fist, and with the huge impact, he was thrown far away onto the ground. As soon as he landed onto the ground, Lin Xu quickly steadied himself and tried to stand up straight. But, as he stood up, he could feel a heavy feeling on his chest that was followed by bleeding slowly spilling out of the corner of his mouth. Damn it! Lin Xu looked at the rock monsters who were racing towards him and he frowned. He was trying to look for one of the rock monsters where his spear was still pierced onto. The body of the rock monsters were too hard, and even if he put in all his strength, he only managed to put in a small part of the spear into it. Plus, this was the first time that Lin Xu had ever fought something so weird, and he had no idea what he should do instead. Seeing how these rock monsters were attacking him like madmen, Lin Xu thought of something and immediately released a large amount of light from underneath his feet. The light slowly spreaded through the ground from Lin Xu, and it looked like a massive array. Heavenly Array. With the release of the Heavenly Array, Lin Xu could clearly feel his strength growing. If he wasn't wrong, his strength has been increased to at least 120. The amount that he had extra was the amount of strength that the other party would be losing. Of course, these compressed effects would be less effective when it came to overpowering enemies. But, it was already sufficient for Lin Xu at this moment because he noticed that the rock monsters were running at a much slower speed than before. Come on, let's see who's stronger. Lin Xu thought of it as a challenge as he held his fist, and at the very next moment, there was a bright red glow that appeared on his hands. These boxing gloves were the ones that he had gotten previously from the lucky draw. Known as the Red Moon. After so long, the boxing gloves were still useful even when he had been cultivating in the lava. By Lai Huela. As the source energy in Lin Xu's body started increasing, there was a vast amount of lightning that appeared on his fist. The rock monsters were getting closer to Lin Xu, and had swung their huge fist towards Lin Xu's body. Lin Xu leaped and landed on top of the fist of one of the rock monsters. It only took him a few leaps before he landed on top of its head, and with the scary-looking fist, he punched the rock monster on its head. Kunlun. As the punch landed on the rock monster's head, there were multiple cracks that appeared on its cheeks. There were also tiny pieces of rocks that slowly fell off its face. However, the rock monster was acting as if it wasn't affecting at all and was about to grab Lin Xu. At that moment, Lin Xu leaped and turned in the air at a weird angle in order to dodge the attack. Then, he managed to gently land on the ground. Kunlun. As soon as he landed on the ground, the other rock monsters gathered around him and started attacking him once again. Boom! While he wasn't aware, Lin Xu couldn't dodge one of the attacks and landed face forward with one of the fist of the rock monsters. The huge impact from it caused Lin Xu to feel as if he had been knocked by a train. He wiped off the blood that sipped from the corner of his lips and stood up. There was no fear in Lin Xu's eyes. Instead it was filled with a look of surprise. This was because he could clearly feel that his strength had been slowly increasing while he fought a close combat with these rock monsters. Although it was a very mild increase, it was still something unexpected of a rank 7 warrior, since it would be even more difficult for higher rank warriors to cultivate and riddle. Lin Xu decided not to use rage and continued fighting close combat with the rock monsters. He realized that by fighting physically with these rock monsters, he was able to improve his physical strength. Time passed by quickly and another day passed. Lin Xu was still fighting the monsters and they were also continuously fighting Lin Xu with no sense of exhaustion. It's already been a day and he's still there. Could it be that there's nothing there? Lin Xu was still training his physical strength by fighting with the rock monsters, but the students from the Sacred Region Academy were getting impatient as they waited outside the tower. It has already been 1 day and 1 night. Lin Xu's name was still on top of the list, but it still showed that he was on the 93rd floor. Next to the names, there would be an X if the student had failed the mission and his name would be removed from the list. But Lin Xu's name was still on the list, which shows that he was still trying to defeat that floor, but he really was taking too much time on the same floor. This fella did the same thing as well when he challenged the previous floor. I have no idea how he does it, being on the same floor for such a long time. The other warriors were confused as well, as this has not only happened once. Usually, those who won the challenge would be immediately transported to the next level and those who failed would be sent to the ground. It would be highly unlikely that one would be able to stay on the same level for such a long time unless you kept dodging the monsters or machineries that would be attacking you from time to time. HMPH. Just be quiet and watch. I have a feeling that he is going to succeed. Yang Qian walked over to those who were doubting Lin Xu and stood up for him. Initially, he wanted to steal Lin Xu's challenge card, but he didn't think that Lin Xu was someone so powerful. When a person is only a little stronger than himself, he may be jealous, but when he is so good it would be impossible for Yang Qian to defeat. He had no other choice but to admire Lin Xu. I should end soon. Lin Xu had no idea that he had already become the focus of all those students outside. He was still jumping around, trying to dodge the attacks of the rock monsters on the 93rd floor. Lin Xu had no clothes left on him. The muscles all over his body that were exposed weren't massive, but it was obvious that they were much bigger than before. There was also a large amount of sweat dripping from his body. After taking an entire day and night to train, Lin Xu managed to make good use of all the strength that he had gotten from the upgrades that he acquired previously. Seeing how the rock monster in front of him was trying to attack him again with its huge fist, Lin Xu did not dodge the attack. Instead, he grabbed his left hand into a fist and threw a punch. Heaven Split. Chapter 588 A Library. Chapter 588 A Library. This warrior skill was a new diamond grade warrior skills that he cultivated from the combination of both the Thousand Thunder and the Flaming Leg. Although this skill was extremely powerful, it was still one that Lin Xu wasn't used to, and plus, it would use up too much energy, which was why he never used it. Lin Xu's fist finally met with the fist of the rock monster and it instantly caused a loud sound. Kung Lun Kung Lun. This time, it was as if the planets had crashed onto each other as there was a huge explosion. The entire Tower of Trials started shaking tremendously once again. As for those who were below on the ground around the Tower of Trials, they could feel it very strongly. What is happening? Why does the ground keep shaking? Those who were meditating nearby were awakened as well by the loud explosion, but they thought that it was just an earthquake and decided to ignore it. Kala Kala. On the other hand, as Lin Xu's fist collided with the rock monster's huge fist, there were a large amount of cracks that were formed on the monster's fist. These cracks were slowly spreading to the other parts of the monster's body. Every time the rock monster tried to move, it was followed by a crackling sound. Right at that moment, its entire body exploded. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for killing the rock monster. You have acquired 1 billion EXP. When Lin Xu heard the notification that he had just gained a small amount of EXP, he wasn't too surprised. The rock monster may be rank 8, but it is one of the least powerful ones amongst those that are rank 8. There was still a lot of difference compared to the green snake that he had fought previously. However, there was a large number of them that were attacking him very frequently and at a very fast speed. Lin Xu may have the disappearing without a trace, but he had been hit for a few times. Each time he was hit by the rock monster, he felt as if he had been crashed by a train, and it caused a lot of pain all over his body. If it wasn't because he had unlocked the gene lock and he had an incredible recovery speed, Lin Xu would have died from his internal injuries. This floor seemed to have monsters that are of lower rank, but the difficulty of it isn't any lower than the ones before. Well, it is your turn next. Lin Xu had been fighting these rock monsters for an entire day and night, and now he has complete control over the strength that he had just acquired. The Silver Thunderbolt Rupturing Fist and the Heavenly Split were skills that required him to use his inner strength and transport them onto his fist. Lin Xu grabbed onto his fit and was attacking the rock monsters like a crazy man. It was time to play rough. Kunlun Kunlun. With Lin Xia's continuous attack, a large number of rock monsters slowly cracked and crumpled to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for killing a rank 8 rock monster. As the rock monsters were slowly being killed by Lin Xu, the notification in his head rang non-stop as well. After some time, the ringing in his head stopped and Lin Xu laid down on the ground, completely exhausted. All around him were the broken pieces of the rock monsters that he had just destroyed. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on another level up. You are not at level 38. 1. Level 38. Lin Xu was shocked when he heard the notification, and while he was still in shock, he was completely covered by the pale purple glow and soon disappeared from that floor. He did it. Those who had their eyes locked onto Lin Xia's progress noticed that his name had been moved up to the 94th floor, and all of them stared at it with their wide eyes, as they couldn't believe what they had just seen. He really is a monster. All the warriors who were around the tower were stunned with their jaws on the ground. There was a growing number of people who were aware of the crazy man who challenged the 93rd floor. Where am I? As soon as Lin Xu was transported onto the next floor, he was still lying on the ground and decided to quickly stand up. Lin Xu felt strange, as this floor was completely different from the ones before. It looked luxurious and there were lots of bookshelves that were filled with books. These books seemed to be from a long time ago. Ancient history. In this world, hard copy books have already been eliminated. But as he was surrounded by so many books, he felt as if he had just entered the royal library and he felt curious. Forget it. I will look at it later. Lin Xu looked at his dark edge that was next to him. Then, he sat down, crossed his legs and started cultivating. However, Lin Xu was surprised to find that his energy seemed to be sufficient. As Lin Xu activated the cultivation technique, there was a large amount of energy that Lin Xu got to absorb into his body. With a large amount of energy rushing into his body, Lin Xu felt a warm feeling running through his entire body. The exhaustion that he was feeling before had completely disappeared. While cultivating, Lin Xu decided to go into the system interface. He had gotten a total of 38 potential points, and most of them were for strength, which was why he decided to separate them. Lin Xu didn't think that he would be able to get onto the 38th level so easily. If this is how he would continue to progress, would it be possible for him to reach the 40th level while challenging the tower? Lin Xu couldn't help but feel excited when he thought about it. Level 40 would mean rank 8. As he thought of the arrogant looks of those who were from the Sky City back when he was in the Thunder Valley, there was a burning rage inside Lin Xia's heart. He will definitely go to Sky City. Lin Xu took a deep breath and calmed himself before opening his eyes to check his surroundings. This place was just like a library with shelves everywhere, and each of them were completely filled with books. As he looked around, even the walls around the room were filled with shelves and were packed with books. This floor, why was it so much different from the ones that he had been previously? Lin Xu was confused. He continued walking, and as he passed by one of the shelves, he placed his spear on the ground and picked up one of the books. Basics of Punches. Lin Xu took out one of the books, and he could see that it was one that was about fists and punches. Now that they had the warrior skills cards that could be downloaded into their brains, which helped them learn the skills easily, there was hardly anyone who would use hardcopy books like these. As he opened the book, He noticed that it was a handwritten book and it had noted down the thoughts of the author about how to train and how to cultivate. Lin Xu flipped through it, and at the very end of the book, there was a name, Zhang Quang. Isn't this? When Lin Xu saw the familiar name, his facial expression changed. Chapter 589. This is the higher floor. Chapter 589. This is the higher floor. The greatest boxer of the previous century. Zhang Quang. This man was just like his name, an arrogant man who was one of the best in his skills. He was considered one of the legendaries when it comes to boxing. Why were his notes placed here? Lin Xu muttered to himself as he was confused. Back in the days where the warrior's skills weren't as complete as they are now and weren't as convenient as how they are now, the only way of passing down one's skill was to teach them personally or write them down on a piece of paper. This was the reason why there were a lot of skills that have already been lost. Lin Xu flipped through it before looking at the other books. On the same shelf, it was all filled with books that talked about boxing, and both of them were original handwritten books that have been kept for ages. It consisted of the notes taken by those who trained it and also some of the pointers for the skills that they have created. When Lin Xu read through it, he was surprised. This was a treasure for warriors. Although it may be much slower to learn them compared to the warrior skills card, this method would allow them to understand how and why he started boxing, the steps that he took to develop the skill, and as well as the roots of how it happened. If anyone gets to train with these books, their abilities will greatly increase. The most important thing was that most of these skills have been lost, and there was no one who could pass it down. This part of the shelf were books about boxing. What about the rest? He took a good look around and noticed that at the corner of every shelf, there was a small word carved onto it. Sword, machete, stick. After one round, he realized that the books inside here were arranged according to the type of weapon. Each of them were about the particular skills associated with the weapons, and it had books for every level, from the very basics to the diamond warrior's skills. What about spears? Lin Xu searched for it in the room and found the corner that had books that talked about spears. He walked forwards, trying to get a closer look, when he saw a man with a cape looking at him from the stairs. Have you had enough? A deep voice came out from the man's mouth. Lin Xu was stunned when he heard the voice. After taking a good look at the man, he still couldn't see the man's face as there was a cape covering his head. Who are you? Lin Xu grabbed onto his spear and looked at the man cautiously. He immediately activated his analytical eyes, but it showed that it was unable to analyze the man who sat in front of him. Plus, his system interface was glowing with a bright light as if it was warning him. This man is powerful. Let me see. How many of you were here? The man with the deep voice stood up and started mumbling to himself. When the man stood up, Lin Xu couldn't finally see his face. It was a man with a head full of white hair and was covered with a curly, white beard. His hair might be white, but he didn't look old. Instead, he looked like a middle-aged man. The fourth one? I think so. When they got here, all of them started looking for ways to get to the next level. You, however, do not seem to be in a hurry and even looked through these books. While the middle-aged man continued mumbling to himself, his figure suddenly disappeared into thin air. Then, when he appeared again, he was already standing right in front of Lin Xu. His eyes that were previously cloudy and bored suddenly looked sharp. Lin Xu was shocked as well, as this man's speed was incredible. He was so fast. It looked as if he teleported. Tell me, which family are you from? I don't belong to any. Lin Xu might be shocked, but he still shook his head and answered, if I'm not wrong, you are now at rank 7. Rank 7. And you got here on your own. Not bad. What about the abilities of those who were here previously? Lin Xu started to relax and asked the man a question. Try guessing. The man had an evil smile on his face that goosebumps all over Lin Xu. The peak of rank 8. Before Lin Xu could say anything, the man already told him the answer. The peak of rank 8. The look in Lin Xu's eyes changed, as he thought of his own abilities. It would still be impossible for him to fight a rank 8 warrior at its peak even if he used the system. No wonder there would be others who made it this far. The middle-aged man turned around and walked around. He seemed to be a clean freak as he slowly rearranged the books that Lin Xu took from the shelf and placed them back in a neat and tidy manner. Would you like to know who else came into this floor? The man asked as he was arranging the books. I don't. Lin Xu shook his head. The man did not expect Lin Xu's answer, as he paused for a minute before smiling and said, Interesting. But since you don't want to know, I want to tell you. They are the founders of the Sacred Region Academy. Bai Litao and his friends. Bai Litao. That's the name of Dean Bai Lai. That's impossible. Lin Xu shook his head subconsciously. Dean Bai Lai was one of them who built the school. Why would they challenge the Tower of Trials instead? According to what he was told, there were other students who made it to the 100th floor about 89 years ago. From when the school was found, you were the first one to reach this floor. But I heard. Fake. Did you really think that anyone would be able to make it here? The 90th and the 91st floor would have killed so many people from your school. The middle-aged man sneered. Lin Xu recalled his experience on those floors and agreed, as the two floors were extremely terrifying. An ordinary person would only be waiting for his death on those floors. They aren't the ones who created the Tower of Trials. The man suddenly disappeared and once again reappeared in front of Lin Xu. They are not. The man did not answer his question, but there was a lonely look in his eyes. Forget about it since it's already in the past. Lin Xu was shocked when he realized that he might have learnt another secret of the Sacred Region Academy. However, he only knew a small part of it and was not allowed to know more. This was because the middle-aged man before him refused to tell him more. How do I get to the 95th floor? Lin Xu looked at him curiously. The next floor. Ha! When he heard Lin Xu's question, the middle-aged man stopped and started laughing out loud. You don't know. This is the highest floor on the tower. Chapter 590 The Last Day. Chapter 590 The Last Day. This is the top floor. Lin Xu widened his eyes in surprise as he asked in disbelief. But, with your abilities, you shouldn't have to challenge the remaining floors. The man shook his head. Lin Xu wanted to cry. He wanted to challenge them badly. Although each floor was dangerous, Lin Xu was still able to fully train his body in different aspects whenever he faced those horrifying floors. Plus, do you wish the news of your getting to the top floor spread around like wildfire? The man stared at Lin Xu's eyes before saying bluntly, You will end up dead. But, Lin Xu was caught off guard, but before he could say anything, the man already went to the other side of the floor. You shall stay here then. You would only be able to leave once you finish reading through all the books here. No way. Lin Xu shook his head. Sir, the elementary rounds are next week and I would like to participate. Lin Xu thought about using the challenge card that could be used to leave the tower, but then he was reminded that all of them had been completely melted on the floor that was filled with lava. The time spent here is different from the one outside. The man replied, and then his figure slowly disappeared from the floor. Sir, Lin Xu screamed. He looked around the floor and noticed that it was completely empty. The man was nowhere to be seen. It was as if the man had never appeared. HMPH. Lin Xu sat on the floor helplessly. It has already been an entire day since he started fighting the rock monsters and he didn't have the time to recover from it. Therefore, he decided to lie down on the floor. Lin Xu was exhausted and decided to take a nap first. Since he wasn't allowed to leave now, Lin Xu didn't bother thinking about it and immediately fell asleep. At the same time, on the other side, Sky City, you will be going for the match tomorrow. A huge, muscular man sitting by a huge chair spoke to a young girl who was busy practicing her sword in the courtyard. She was dancing with her sword and her skills looked exquisite. As her sword moved around the air, it was accompanied by sounds of explosion. Yes, father. The young girl answered while continuing to practice without any pause in between. I heard that you were close with a boy called Lin Xu at the Sacred Region Academy. The man rested his chin on his palm and suddenly asked. When she heard the question, the young girl's woman started trembling and her steps became messy. This young girl was Liu Yu. She was just like before, with her signature cold, hard face. Even when she was with her father, it was still the same. Who said? So Liu Yu's eyes were filled with a murderous look as she asked the question. It doesn't matter. Liu Yu's father shook his head. You should just stay in Sky City and stop thinking about leaving. Then, there was another young girl that appeared from behind her. She looked similar to Liu Yu, but instead of the cold look that Liu Yu had, this young girl seemed to be a little sexier. Shut up if you don't want to die. Liu Yu looked at her and said in a stern tone, "Little sis, you shouldn't be so cold or else no men would like you." The young girl laughed. Liu Yu immediately turned her sword and aimed it towards her sister. Ziu ziu ziu. The sword traveled at incredible speed and the air was once again filled with sounds of continuous explosion. However, the other girl was quick as well and dodged all of the attacks. "Oh my! Little Liu Yu, why do you want to kill your big sister?" The young girl laughed and it sounded like bells ringing. When Liu Yu attacked for the second time, she completely disappeared before Liu Yu and ended up behind Liu Yu instead and was hugging her. "Let go of me." Liu Yu was shocked as no matter how hard she pulled away, she still couldn't set herself free from her sister's hug. "Oh my! I haven't hugged you for a very long time. This feels good." The young girl continued hugging on to Liu Yu with a satisfied look on her face. "Yuo Yan, let go of your sister." Liu Yu's father shook his head before speaking to them. Boring. The young girl known as Liu Yan finally let go of her sister. "Liu Yu, do you think he will come?" Just when Liu Yu was about to leave, her father asked with a mindful look on his face. Liu Yu paused for a moment before muttering to herself, "He will." "Liu Yu." At that moment, Lin Xu, who was on the top floor, suddenly opened his eyes. Then, he noticed that he was still at the same place, in the Tower of Trials. It was a dream. Lin Xu thought of how he dreamt of Liu Yu and shook his head. It has been days and Lin Xu truly missed that cold, unfriendly young girl. "Sir." Lin Xu stood up and called for the middle-aged man, but there was only echo of Lin Xi's own voice. The middle-aged man did not appear. He saw that there were table lamps around and the floor was extremely quiet. "Finish reading all the books here, how is it possible?" Lin Xu thought of what he was told earlier that day and shook his head helplessly. He said that it was impossible, but Lin Xu still walked towards one of the shelves and picked up a book. These books weren't about warrior skills. Instead it was about evolved beasts. He flipped through it and got interested in the book, which was why he decided to read it. In the middle of the floor, there were a variety of weapons that have been placed on the floor. Lin Xu put aside his dark edge spear, picked up a sword and started practicing with it. Since he was stuck here, he might as well try some of the weapons here. Although it would be impossible for him to train to the level of a master, it would still be possible for him to be familiar with each of them. Time passed by quickly, and Lin Xu had no idea how long it had been since he entered the floor. However, the warrior skills that have been recorded inside these books were too tempting, and some of them were diaries of those legendary martial art masters. It was definitely something that Lin Xu enjoyed reading. Lin Xu would be busy training during the day until he felt exhausted, and would fall asleep on the floor. With the analytical eye, Lin Xu would be able to remember all of the details in the book just by looking through it once. Lin Xu also noticed that each time he woke up from his sleep, there would be a bottle of healing potion next to him. This was definitely something that the middle-aged man left behind. It has been so many days, but Lin Xu still hasn't met the middle-aged man. After some time, Lin Xu finally finished the last book on the floor. Chapter 591 The Final Test. Chapter 591 The Final Test. So tired. Lin Xu stretched, touched his mouth and found that he had already grown a stubble. Lin Xu smiled bitterly. He wasn't sure how long he had stayed at this Tower of Trial and had actually read all the books already. The analytic eye was called the analytic eye not only because it was able to find out the rank of an evolved beast or warrior, but it was also very helpful for reading and understanding. Now, Lin Xu could say with no hesitation that he had already input all the information from the books he read into his own mind. "Senior, I have already read all the books here." Lin Xu looked around. Sword quotation what is on the 23rd page. At this time, a voice came over. Basic swordplay stab. Mainly talking about stabbing and Lin Xu heard this question and replied. The facts mentioned tally to every detail and he didn't pause at all. What is the 5th row? 11th book of knife. Knife theory. That voice continued posing questions and each time he asked, Lin Xu could accurately answer. After dozens of times, That person stopped asking. Just when Lin Xu looked over, he found that the guy wearing a cloak just now appeared in front of him. How did you do it? He looked at Lin Xu, full of disbelief. These books could not be printed on the skill cards then imprinted on a person's mind. One had to rely on memory to remember all the content. I just memorized them. Lin Xu smiled. Actually, it was the ability of analytic eye that Lin Xu could remember all the contents. Now Lin Xu could be said to be a mobile library. Very good. The man suddenly laughed at this time. So can I leave now? Lin Xu said at this time. To be honest, although the information here was precious, Lin Xu was still a bit disappointed, because what he needed now was strength. The strength to become a rank 8 warrior quickly. He originally thought that there was a way to get his strength quickly. There wasn't. However, this was also fortunate. All the knowledge here could be said to be very useful for his cultivation path ahead. You can go at first. But now. No. The man stopped smiling. Then glanced at Lin Xu. Why Lin Xu brows wrinkled. Then he asked. Although he had the analytic eye and could memorize and understand all these books here faster than the average person, there were too many books here and Lin Xu was also practicing with various weapons while memorizing. He wasn't very good at using other weapons right now, but he was still proficient. You can go to the top. The man looked at Lin Xu with a fanatical look on his face. The top. Didn't you say that this is the top level? Lin Xu was a little bit confused. Come with me, the man said quietly, then walked over to the front. There was a staircase that led to the top. But Lin Xu had tried to go to this staircase while he was there and found that the staircase seemed to have a layer of invisible barrier, so Lin Xu couldn't go up at all. Following the man, Lin Xu found that the transparent barrier disappeared and he had access to go up. This is. After walking up and opening a door above, Lin Xu saw a glaring shine. Come over. This middle-aged man went in and said faintly. Although his tone was flat, Lin Xu was still able to hear the excitement hidden in his speech. What happened to him? However, Lin Xu did not think further. Directly went in and glanced around. The surroundings were white and the white light was very glaring and Lin Xu saw something. When he came to this middle-aged man, he saw that in the middle of this place, there was a big silver column. There was a very large glass ball and there's something floating inside that gave off a white glow. What is this? Lin Xu looked at this thing and his eyes widened. Do you want strength? The man turned around and looked at Lin Xu, then said. Lin Xu of course wanted strength. But he always had a weird feeling about this man. What's this? Lin Xu did not answer his question, but looked at the thing in this glass. Just standing here, Lin Xu could feel the power of this ball. Standing here, he felt a sort of suppression by this energy. This was very surprising. Founder? The man's eyes looked at the white light, then said a little excited. Founder? Lin Xu brows wrinkled and didn't know what he said. Bailey Tao and those old guys came here before, but they have not completed the final test. The man said at this time. But I think you can. Test. Lin Xu raised his brows, then carefully thought about it. According to what he said before, could it be that this tower of trial appeared just for people who had passed the test? What do I have to do? Lin Xu took a deep breath, then said to him. Now he needed strength. Very good. Put your hands here. The middle-aged man nodded, then got Lin Xu to extend his hands and put them on the glass sphere. Lin Xu thought about it. It didn't feel dangerous, so he stretched out his hands and placed it directly on the glass ball. The moment he placed them on it, Lin Xu felt a stinging sensation. Lin Xu wanted to retract his hands instinctively, but found that his hand couldn't be taken back, and they were sucked in. This situation was too weird. Don't be nervous. Use your mind to communicate. The man looked at him, hearing the man's voice. Lin Xu took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Communicate. How to communicate. Chapter 592 Everything is a Dream. Chapter 592 Everything is a Dream. Lin Xu did not know what to do at this time and began to use the cultivation technique. However, when Lin Xu was running the cultivation technique, he could clearly sense that the tingling in his hands became more intense. Sigh, sigh, sigh. At this point, The middle-aged man could see that in the middle of the glass ball, the bright light seemed to become active, just like a white flame shaking. Seeing the scene, the pupils in this man's eyes constricted. However, this scene did not last long. At the next moment, this group of rays went back to normal. Lin Xu opened his eyes at this time. His hands moved gently, and found that his hands could be taken off from this glass ball. What happened? Lin Xu asked. Because the tingling feeling of electric shock in his hands had continued, but suddenly disappeared at this time, and Lin Xu was puzzled. It's fine. You can go now. The middle-aged man seemed to be a little disappointed, and shook his head. Go. Lin Xu was stunned. So, he looked at this round ball and was still able to feel that it was extremely powerful. If he could swallow the energy, his strength would probably increase many folds. No, he must find a way to swallow the energy inside. When Lin Xu was thinking, this man shook his head. You have failed. It seems that you are the same as Bailey Tao and the others. It is not what we are looking for. Can I try again? Lin Xu took a deep breath and looked at him. Before they came to this floor, the most talented person could only remember 50% of the contents in this library. Oh right. I think he's called Ziazing. The man did not pay attention to the words of Lin Xu and looked at him as he mumbled to himself. You are the most unexpected one who could remember all the contents. I originally thought that your talent has reached the requirements, but now it seems that you were still not enough. After speaking, the man seemed to be a little sad. Can I try it again? Lin Xu asked. His gaze was firm. The middle-aged man was stunned. He wanted to refuse, but saw Lin Xu's firm gaze and thought about it, then nodded. The last time. Lin Xu took a deep breath. At the next moment, his hands reached out again, then slowly put them on the glass sphere. This time, Lin Xu did not feel a stinging sensation. It seemed that all reactions had disappeared in an instant. The middle-aged man looked at the movement of Lin Xu, and then looked at the white light in the glass ball, suddenly shaking his head. No, seems like he wasn't the one he was waiting for. Lin Xu was also a bit upset at this time, but this powerful energy body, Lin Xu didn't want to let go. Yes. Analytic eye. Lin Xu hesitated at this time, then launched the analytic eye directly. Lin Xu thought that he was only able to analyze the ranks of evolved beasts or warriors in the past, but later found that the analytic eye could also analyze many other things. Target lock. Analytic eye starts. Diddy. Energy found. Engulf skill automatically activated. But once Lin Xu's analytic eye started, it seemed to find something and activated engulf. Forget it. When the middle-aged man was just about to say something, his eyes were wide opened in disbelief, because he saw the white light in the glass ball becoming active, constantly shaking. This. Boom. And at the next moment, Lin Xu's hand seemed to penetrate the glass ball in an instant, then went inside and touched the white light. Lin Xu also suddenly felt his hand going into the glass ball. He was suddenly scared and both his eyes opened. But the moment he opened them, he found that the light in this glass ball suddenly became extremely glaring. All he could see was white. Soon, Lin Xu felt a stabbing pain in his head, and he instantly fell into a coma. After some time, when Lin Xu once again woken up again, I found that he was in an internet cafe. Lin Xu could clearly hear the sound of the keyboards around. Many people were playing Dungeons and Warriors, but most of them were playing a popular game called League of Legends. On the computer in front of him, there was the interface of the game, and the word fail in capital letters. Lin Xu looked around and he was still in shock as if he was frozen. He stayed at the same spot, not moving at all. After a while, Lin Xu pinched his cheeks and felt that painful sensation, then took a deep breath. This must be fake, huh? Lin Xu's right hand was trembling as he placed it on the mouse. Then he turned off the game interface and looked at the interface of the computer. Previously, there was a strange window in the game. After he clicked it, he arrived in that world. But now it seemed like he merely fell asleep and that was just a dream. Impossible. At this time, Lin Xu shook his head. That experience was so real. But now his touch also felt very real, like it wasn't a dream at all. It's more like he fell asleep while playing games and what happened there was a dream. Right. System. Quick. Go into the system to see. Lin Xu closed his eyes. Then wanted to see the system interface in his mind like before. But what shocked Lin Xu was that there was no system. When he closed his eyes, there was total darkness. And there was no connection to that system at all. It's impossible, it's impossible. Lin Xu stood up in disbelief and yelled. Those people around the cafe saw the movements of Lin Xu and looked at him. Dumbass. Chapter 593 Fantasy or Reality. Chapter 593 Fantasy or Reality. These people looked at Lin Xu, who suddenly stood up like a crazy man and called out with a mocking expression. Lin Xu ignored the words of these people. And at this time, he went outside. Looking a bit lost. He didn't even make payment and simply went out. Buzzing. There were a lot of car horns and loud noises on the street outside. He looked outside and everything was so real. It didn't look fake at all. Is this really a dream? If this was a dream, Lin Xu should be glad that he was lucky. After all, this was his world. Although his parents passed away, he still has friends here. But Lin Xu was a little unhappy. He thought of Liu, of that cold girl. Boom. While thinking, Lin Xu, who walked to the street in front, knocked into someone. I'm sorry. Looking up, he bumped into a man wearing a golden necklace and had tattoos on his arms. And beside him, there were two men in the same outfit. Their hair was a bit unconventional. And they looked very arrogant. Boy, how dare you hit our boss? At this moment, a man grabbed Lin Xu's collar with both hands, and said coldly, I'm sorry. Lin Xu said with a forced smile. Now he felt that his body had no strength at all and was still the same weak body as before. There was absolutely no chance of winning these people, and there was no need to have a conflict with these people now. I'm sorry, can I say sorry to your mother after I FCK her? The man who had just been knocked by Lin Xu patted his clothes, then took off his sunglasses. His gaze was unkind. Keep your mouth clean. It didn't matter if the man mocked him. But when it comes to his deceased mother, Lin Xu's eyes were full of killing intent. Yo, boy, you're quite daring. The man looked at Lin Xu's appearance at this time, and suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Bring him here. He looked at his lackey beside him, then walked into the alley. There were some passers-by around, and when they saw this scene, they all pretended this had nothing to do with them, and some were afraid of causing trouble, so they walked a few steps faster and quickly left this area. Lin Xu wanted to struggle, but under the pulling of these three people, Lin Xu was still caught. They grabbed him into the alley, and the leading man took a brick from nowhere and smashed it directly on Lin Xu's head. Boom! As the brick smashed into Lin Xu's head, a severe pain came over him and Lin Xu felt like he was seeing stars. You're very arrogant, aren't you? Come on, be more arrogant, FCKU. As he spoke, he directly kicked Lin Xu in the abdomen, and then kicked Lin Xu to the ground. The others also lifted their feet and kicked Lin Xu's body at this time, one foot after another. The intense pain caused Lin Xu's body to curl up. Damn. Lin Xu wanted to resist, but he felt that his strength was pathetic. Humph, next time you see me, crawl for me, or else I'll kill you. These men kicked more than a dozen times and felt a little tired, then said a little out of breath. Just when they were about to leave, their boss seemed to see something and stopped. Wait. He squatted down at this moment, grabbed Lin Xu's collar, and suddenly said as if he saw something. Boy, you don't look like you are rich. You'll just take this thing and treat it as a protection fee. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled something around his neck. Lin Xu had fresh blood dripping from his head. At this time, he looked down at his neck and could see a jade pendant. A moon-shaped jade pendant. Lin Xu could clearly see the moon-shaped jade pendant, and his eyes suddenly widened. Tisk tisk. It looks like a good thing. The man ignored Lin Xu and reached out to grab the necklace. I got it now. Lin Xu suddenly burst out laughing. FCK. How dare you scare me? When the bastard heard Lin Xu's words, he was startled, stopped what he was doing, and was about to smash Lin Xu's head with his fist. Lin Xu directly blocked it with his arm. And before the man could react, he waved his fist and smashed it directly into his forehead. Boom! A fist hit his head, making a dull sound. The man was hit by Lin Xu's punch. And before he regained his senses, Lin Xu picked up the brick the man had just used and smashed it directly at his head. FCK your mother. Lin Xu cursed secretly, then took the brick and smashed at him wildly. This bastard's lackeys also came to their senses this time and attacked Lin Xu. But Lin Xu seemed to be going crazy at this time. He ignored the attacks of other gangsters. Kill. He's killing. These thugs were not considered strong in the first place, and were so tired from beating Lin Xu. Looking closely, their boss seemed to have been killed by Lin Xu. At this time, a look of horror appeared on their faces, and in the next moment, they scattered like birds in an instant. Hoo-hoo! Lin Xu was still panting while holding the brick in his hand. The tingling sensation on his body was very real, and his sight seemed blurry due to the hit in the head. Come out, I know. It's all fake. Lin Xu stood here and shouted loudly. He has now completely remembered what happened before. When his hands entered the glass ball and touched the white light, he seemed to have fallen into a coma, and appeared here in the next moment. If you're not coming out, then you'll sleep here first. At this time, Lin Xu continued to shout loudly, and then laid directly on the ground looking a little out of breath. Although he knew this was an illusion, it was too real. Whether it was his touch or smell, it was no different from reality. Just when Lin Xu was lying on the ground, all the surrounding buildings seemed to have turned into gravel and began to slowly dissipate. Chapter 594 The Origin and the Truth. Chapter 594 The Origin and the Truth. Soon, the surroundings became a vast expanse of white. Moreover, Lin Xu could clearly feel that the pain in his body had completely disappeared. And his vision has become clearer. Looks like it's really fake. Lin Xu pouted at this time, then stood up. Looking down at the jade pendant on his neck, a touch of gentleness appeared in Lin Xu's eyes. In this environment, everything was very real, but only when he found out that he still had the jade pendant that Liu Yu gave him hanging around his neck. Lin Xu instantly come back to his senses and was sure that everything was an illusion. It could be said that Liu Yu had helped him invisibly. But this was a vast expanse of white. Where exactly was he? Congratulations! You passed the test. At this moment, a voice that sounded a bit old came over. Lin Xu turned around abruptly and saw a man in a white robe with gray hair and a long beard. You are. When Lin Xu saw him, his eyes were full of surprise. In the light, the old man touched his beard, then said with a smile, that light. Hearing the old man's words, the expression in Lin Xu's eyes changed slightly. This tower came to the earth when we escaped from the planet Namur. The old man looked at Lin Xu and continued to speak. You mean, the Tower of Trials was not built on Earth? Lin Xu's eyes widened at this time, and he said, the information this old man gave was huge, so Lin Xu was still in a state of shock. Look, the old man smiled, then waved his right hand. At this moment, the surrounding white scene became like a universe at the next moment. Soon, the scene turned to an azure planet. This planet looked a bit like Earth, but it's not Earth. On this planet, a battle broke out. Countless warriors were fighting, and the entire planet was in chaos. It seems that one side lost in the end, and then escaped in a jet-black super spaceship. They tossed around in the universe, and finally came to Earth. But at this time, the Earth was going through a terrifying apocalyptic catastrophe. Those in the space battleship seemed to have been infected by some kind of virus and died one after another. The last remaining young man, who seemed to have immunity to these viruses, survived. Although this man was still in his infancy, because he has a lot of technological memory in his head, he has created a large number of intelligent robots and forged a huge island, actually a giant spaceship. In order to avoid being discovered, he put this island-like gigantic spaceship somewhere on Earth, using some kind of high-tech power to block satellite detection. And the black spaceship was damaged due to flying in the universe and was later transformed into the so-called Tower of Trials. At this time, the Earth was still in the midst of a virus disaster. The man discovered that the Earth was actually a world where skills could be learned, and then he began to spread those skills. Although some common skills and cultivation methods were spread, the creativity of Earthlings was really too powerful. Under the cultivation of basic skills, they slowly explored and created, and finally form a variety of powerful skills. And later, the era of warriors has officially arrived. Many years went by, and at this time, the men headed by Bailey Tao came to the island, and then began to establish the Sacred Region Academy. But at this time, the old man had already died because of some kind of trauma to his body, and the middle-aged man who was guarding the library just now dealt with everything here. Lin Xu looked at these as if he was watching a historical documentary, and his eyes were filled with a look of shock that could not be concealed. I have recently felt that the people of the Bai family have begun to discover that I am here. The old man looked at Lin Xu and said, the Bai family was a powerful warrior family on the planet Namir. It was the head of this family who killed all the members of the old man's family. The global battle that broke out at that time was led by their two families. Do they have the ability to break through space and teleport here? Lin Xu seemed to have thought of something and said suddenly. Because some time ago, under the sea area of this Sacred Region Academy, there was an intelligent robot that came from nowhere, broke through space, and then attracted monsters from other planets. When he thought about it, Lin Xu felt that everything suddenly became clear. It is impossible to transmit the power here from another planet. The old man shook his head and said, but if you use some kind of force from the Earth to detect this place, it is possible. They have their spies on Earth. The old man spoke earnestly at this time. Lin Xu frowned at this time. The energy on that planet seemed to be very abundant, and the power of those warriors seemed to be much stronger than the Earth. The strength of those warriors, even ordinary ones, seemed to be able to reach rank 9. If those warriors came over, it would be a disaster for the Earth. But don't worry. The planet Namir is many light years away from Earth. It is not easy to find the Earth accurately among many planets. I just have this hunch. After all, as long as my battleship is around, they could use technical means and sense the energy contained in it. The old man seemed to see what Lin Xu was thinking, so he continued to speak. Then right now Now I am an energy body. An energy body that is about to disappear. The old man laughed heartily. Why? Lin Xu was startled, and then said subconsciously, absorb my remaining energy and all the energy in the tower. The old man stood in front of Lin Xu at this time, and then said to Lin Xu seriously. Originally, Lin Xu's purpose was to absorb these energies, but after hearing the old man's words and seeing everything just now, Lin Xu seemed to have seen the old man's life. At this time, he didn't know why, but he didn't really want to absorb the energy anymore. No. Then you will disappear completely. Lin Xu shook his head and said, this old man could be said to be the ancestor of all warriors on Earth. Even if you don't absorb my strength, I won't be able to hang on for long. You are the most suitable candidate. Also, absorb the power of the Tower of Trials. But I have a request. Chapter 595 Rank 8. Chapter 595 Rank 8. If one day, your strength can reach the peak, help me and destroy the Bai family. When the old man said this, there was still a trace of hatred in his eyes. They traveled for so long and reached the Earth. In the end, all the clansmen died. Of course, if your strength is not enough, then just act like you don't know about this matter. The old man sighed. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole person began to slowly become blurry. What's happening to you? Seeing this scene, Lin Xu said quickly, goodbye, Earthling. The old man smiled at this time and his body slowly dispersed and disappeared like gravel. Seeing this scene, Lin Xu didn't know why and immediately felt a little uncomfortable. But at the same time, all the surrounding white light seemed to flood into Lin Xu's mind in an instant. Lin Xu opened his eyes wide and felt a splitting headache. The intense pain was as if his head had been split in two. In the next moment, Lin Xu fell into a coma. He didn't know how much time has passed. When Lin Xu opened his eyes again, he found that his hands were still on the glass ball. But the white light inside has disappeared. Everything just now seemed to be real, yet it seemed to be an illusion too. Master. At this moment, The middle-aged man just now knelt down on the ground and said excitedly, "Get up quickly." Lin Xu was startled when he saw the scene, then quickly helped him up. "You know, just now, you have accepted the power he left behind." The middle-aged man looked at Lin Xu with an excited look on his face. In addition to being excited, there was also a hint of loneliness in his eyes. After Lin Xu absorbed his power, now he has completely disappeared. According to the agreement, whoever accepts his power, he is my new master. The middle-aged man said respectfully to Lin Xu at this time. "No, you'd better call me Lin Xu, or Zhao Lin." Seeing this middle-aged man calling him that, Lin Xu felt a little weird. "Master, my name is Yi Kai and my surname was given to me by him." The middle-aged man said this with a proud look on his face. He should be proud. This old man was equivalent to the ancestor of the warriors on Earth. Did he really give me his power? Lin Xu didn't hear the system's upgrade prompt in his head, nor did he gain experience. But he closed his eyes and felt it carefully. At this moment, that white light appeared in his heart, as if it was protecting his heart. This power was very strong, but Lin Xu felt that his current strength could not be mobilized. "Now, you can leave here." Lin Xu looked around. After the light in the glass ball was transferred to his body, the lights around him seemed to be dimmed. "Come here." Yi Kai shook his head at this time, then walked to the silver pillar in the middle, and after moving the glass ball away, he could clearly see that there were still hints of light blooming on the pillar. The silver beads on the surface also fell off at a speed visible to the naked eye at this time, and all became bright. The power source of the Tower of Trials is also an odd crystal. Odd crystal. Lin Xu opened his eyes wide and looked at this pillar with white light. His eyes were full of disbelief. Is this really an odd crystal? But as time goes by, it doesn't have much power left. Yi Kai sighed, then seemed to be caught in some kind of memory. "Put your hand on it. Run the cultivation technique and absorb all its power." Yi Kai looked at Lin Xu and said seriously. Lin Xu hesitated for a moment, then nodded as well. Walked to the pillar that Yi Kai called Odd Crystal and put his hands on it. As soon as the cultivation technique started running, Lin Xu felt a powerful force pouring into his body instantly. And it was not like it was absorbed by the cultivation technique, but it was like the energy of this pillar, actively pouring into his body. The cells of the whole body seemed to be filled with this energy at this time. Lin Xu's body quickly became full of light. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on the successful upgrade. The upgrades continued to sound in his head. Lin Xu didn't have time to look at them. He could feel the power that was constantly being transmitted, and it seemed like his body was about to explode. Yi Kai said that there was very little left. But for Lin Xu, it was still too powerful, and now Lin Xu felt as if he was going to be very full. Fortunately, he had the engulf skill at this time, which helped Lin Xu quickly consume that energy. Minutes and seconds passed, and when Lin Xu opened his eyes again, he found that the whole world seemed to be different. Human senses had become unusually sensitive. Taking a closer look, it seemed that even the dust could be seen clearly. Phew! Is it over? Lin Xu took a deep breath at this time, looked at the pillar in front of him, and found that it had turned into transparent glass. Entering the system in his mind, Lin Xu couldn't help but be shocked. I have upgraded. Moreover, he skipped levels directly and reached level 41. Congratulations to the Master for becoming a rank 8 warrior. Taking a closer look at his panel attributes, Lin Xu found that all his panel attributes were greatly enhanced. Level 41. Experience points 15 billion. Strength 1024. Physique 620. Speed 475. Skills Analytic Eye Fury Disguise Engulf Mirror Image Heavenly Array Reset Power of the Stars. Rage Buildup Potential Points 120. Title Rank 6 Warrior. Unused titles: Rank 1 Warrior, Rank 2 Warrior, Rank 3 Warrior, Rank 4 Warrior, Rank 5 Warrior, Rank 7 Warrior, Rank 8 Warrior. Yo, Master, let's go. Yi Kai saw Lin Xu open his eyes at this time, as if he had absorbed all the power. Although he was surprised that Lin Xu could absorb these powers so easily, he didn't say anything. The stronger Lin Xu is, the happier he is. Okay. Lin Xu nodded, and when the two walked to the library outside, the surroundings began to vibrate violently. What is happening? The students under the Tower of Trials looked at the Tower of Trials in disbelief at this time. The vibration this time was stronger than every previous one. Chapter 596 Who is she? Chapter 596 Who is she? And now, if you looked closely, the rays of light on the tower body of the Tower of Trials began to slowly dim at this time. Students who were in the challenges were all sent out. It seems that he succeeded. Dean Bailey stood up, looked at the Tower of Trials from a distance through the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office, stroked his beard and said with a sigh, "Is this a good thing? Hey, these books." When Lin Xu walked out of the library at this time, he found that everything around him seemed to disappear quickly at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Those bookshelves and books seemed to have never appeared before. Everything is an illusion. Ye Kai looked at the ceiling, as if thinking about something. What exactly is going on? Many students had gathered at the bottom of the Tower of Trials and they were very puzzled about what happened. Because there seemed to be no energy supply in the Tower of Trials and all those who were in challenges had been teleported out. The projection screen displaying the challenge data also disappeared instantly. Phew. I'm finally out. At the same time, Lin Xia's figure also came out of the Tower of Trials. He didn't even know what time it was. Lin Xu touched his thick beard and couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Ye Kai has already left the place. His mission here has been completed and he has also checked that there were people from Namir coming to Earth, and now he was going to conduct a thorough investigation. He had already left the Sacred Region Academy. Lin Xu also found out Ye Kai's strength and he was also a rank 9 warrior. They contact via email. If Lin Xu needed something, he would appear at any time. Lin Xu. As soon as Lin Xu walked out, he heard a familiar voice. Turning around and looking back, she saw Tingting walking over. Seeing her, Lin Xu smiled, then said aloud, "Senior. Why do you have a beard?" Tingting asked out of curiosity when she saw the dark circle of beard that Lin Xu had grown. "What's the date?" Lin Xu didn't say anything at this time, but asked her. 14th. "What's wrong?" Tingting said subconsciously. 14th. So little time passed when he was on the top floor. Lin Xu thought that at least a month had passed. Thinking of what Ye Kai said before, the time there was different from the outside and Lin Xu was even more shocked. "Did you succeed in your challenge?" Tingting said very curiously. When Lin Xu reached the 94th floor, many people were shocked. Even Tingting was no exception. Even if I succeeded, it's useless. I don't know why, but suddenly all the power sources are gone in this Tower of Trials and now everyone is forcibly teleported out. Before Lin Xu could speak, Tingting mumbled to herself. "But it doesn't matter. You have completed so many levels. When you collect the rewards, you will definitely have a lot of challenge cards and you can continue later." Tingting said a little excitedly at this time, because apart from the legend that someone succeeded in the challenge 8 or 9 years ago, no one has ever succeeded in the challenge. How could she be unhappy that she could witness a miracle? "No, I want challenge again," Lin Xu said with a smile at this time. "Why?" "No reason." Lin Xu shook his head and said, he had already been to the top floor and because he had absorbed all the energy, the devices on the top floor were also automatically destroyed. The current Tower of Trials was no longer the original Tower of Trials. Perhaps in the future, Dean Bailey could still get someone to repair it, but it was impossible for it to be the same as before. "I'm leaving, senior. Goodbye." Lin Xu waved his hand and said to Tingting. The next moment, Lin Xu left the place without looking back. Tingting looked at Lin Xia's back in a daze. She had a feeling that the name Lin Xu would definitely shock the whole world in the future. "You came out?" Not long after Lin Xu left, Dean Bailey appeared in front of him. He looked at Lin Xu and said with a smile, "Yeah." Lin Xu nodded. "I didn't expect that you actually did what none of us could." Dean Bailey looked at Lin Xu with a hint of envy in his eyes, but he was more surprised by Lin Xia's performance. "It's just a fluke," Lin Xu said with a smile. If he didn't have his own system skills, he probably wouldn't have the chance to communicate with the old man. And what happened after that would not have happened. Now Lin Xu felt that his whole body was full of power. However, you have to be careful. Dean Bailey's eyes became serious at this time and he said to Lin Xu. Why? Seeing Dean Bailey's serious expression, Lin Xu also said a little curiously. You know, there are 5 people who founded the Sacred Region Academy. Right. Dean Bailey looked at Lin Xu and said. And? I know that. Lin Xu nodded. He knew about what Dean Bailey said. Besides me, you should have met Xia Zhang as well. I've met him before. Of course Lin Xu remembered that wretched old man and his strength was also very strong. There are the remaining 3, namely Nangong Yan, He Yan and Qian Feifan. Except for Nangong Yan who had disappeared for several years. The other 2 people would be after you once they find out that you have obtained this inheritance. At this time, Dean Bailey said seriously. They will know. Lin Xu raised his brows and asked back. Do you think that nobody will find out that the current Tower of Trials has become like this? Dean Bailey smiled, then said as if talking to himself. There'll be a way. Lin Xu smiled, a little disapproving. You kid. Dean Bailey couldn't help showing a smile when he saw Lin Xu so confident. But now he really felt Lin Xiu's power. It seemed to be much stronger. It was as if Lin Xu was completely different from the previous Lin Xu. Tomorrow will be the selection of the Warrior Conference. If Liu Yu is not here, I will let someone fill her position. You should know that person. Dean Bailey touched his beard and said. Who? I know that person, Lin Xu thought. Wait until tomorrow. You'll know when you see her. Dean Bailey said meaningfully. 1. Chapter 597 We are not convinced. Chapter 597 We are not convinced. Watching Dean Bailey leave, Lin Xu was still a little puzzled. Who was he talking about? Squeak. However, at this moment, little ice crystal white bird and Rolly ran over and jumped directly onto Lin Xiu's shoulder. Let's go back. Lin Xu looked at them, then said with a smile, back at the residence. Lin Xu took a shower, shaved his beard, and then lay directly on the bed. On the top floor of the Tower of Trials, Lin Xu felt that several months had passed, and he was constantly absorbing the knowledge of those books for the past few months. Lin Xu finally felt tired. It was not physical fatigue, but mental fatigue. Phew! After lying in bed for a while, Lin Xu fell asleep. Xiaobai and Rolly were still in the room and were noisy, but they noticed that Lin Xu was asleep. They stood on the table and became very quiet at this time. Time went by in a flash, and soon it was the next morning. As soon as Lin Xu opened his sleepy eyes, he felt a touch of sunlight shining on his body. Very warm. Squeak. Just as Lin Xu opened his eyes, Xiaobai flew up and stood on Lin Xiu's shoulder, rubbing Lin Xiu's cheek with its mouth. Its body was very cold, like an ice cube, which made Lin Xu feel a touch of cold. Rolly. Let's go. Lin Xu looked at the snowball-like Rolly at the head of his bed and said with a smile. It seemed that he heard Lin Xiu's voice, and Rolly also opened its beady black eyes at this time, because the battle suit had already been damaged in the Tower of Trials. Lin Xu changed into a normal outfit, wearing a short-sleeved gray shirt, and then holding his dark-edged spear. He left. I wanted to call you, but didn't expect you to come out already. When Lin Xu just walked out, he saw an old acquaintance. Oh Yang Hang. Oh, why are you here? Lin Xu raised his brows when he saw his figure, and said lightly. The audition of the Warrior Conference. Oh Yang Hang said proudly at this time. Dean Bailey allowed you to join with your strength. Lin Xu looked at him for a while, and then said deliberately. Because this time the World Warrior Conference was divided into individual competitions and academy competitions. In the academy competition, each academy sends 5 representatives to a 5-on-5 decisive battle, and the only requirement for the individual battle was age. Hey, don't look down on me. I'm already a rank 7 warrior. Ouyang heard Lin Xiu's words. His cheeks flushed with anger, and he shouted at Lin Xiu. Oh! Lin Xiu was a little curious at this time. How did Ouyang strength improve so quickly? He instinctively used the analytic eye. His current strength was really the strength of a rank 7 warrior. How did this guy do it? Lin Xu was able to quickly level up because of the level up system and various coincidences. He didn't expect this guy to reach rank 7 too. This is a secret technique that our Aoyang family doesn't pass down. Aoyang seemed to see Lin Xu's surprised expression, and at this time he became even more proud. Yes. Not bad. Lin Xu nodded, then went past him and walked ahead. Hey! Aoyang was stunned for a moment, then quickly turned around to look behind him, only to find that Lin Xu had gone far. He widened his eyes. Originally, he wanted to show off in front of Lin Xu. After all, he had failed to deal with Lin Xu so many times before, and he even lost the battle against Lin Xu very badly. But he didn't expect that Lin Xu would ignore him at all, which made him feel very discouraged. Damn. Aoyang slammed his fist on the tree next to him, and then quickly followed him there. Teacher Nan. Just as Lin Xu walked down, when he arrived at the field of the Sacred Region Academy, he saw Nan Zhengjun. He seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. Taking a closer look, Zhang Yin, Diong Lai and others were there too. You guys are here too. Lin Xu looked at Zhang Yin and others and said with a smile, You're going to participate in the audition later. Do you feel a lot of pressure? Nan Zhengjun looked at Lin Xu and said aloud, Not really. Lin Xu smiled. There are many areas for the audition, and we were assigned to Nanyang City. After you get through the audition, we'll go directly to Sky City to participate in the knockout round. Sky City. When Lin Xu heard these two words, the expression in his eyes changed slightly. Lin Xu has already reached rank 6, and could definitely set foot in the Sky City. Zhang Yin also said a little excitedly at this time, This is the central city in the Huaxia region. I will go. Lin Xu said seriously. At the same time, people came here one after another. Dean Bailey was one of them. Lin Xu, Aoyang, Huang Zhen, Kaiyan Yao. You guys are the representatives selected from the elites of the academy. Don't let me down at the audition. Dean Bailey looked at Lin Xu and the others and said, Yes. Huang Zhen and Kaiyan Yao were both junior students and the two strongest warriors in the junior year. At this time, they seemed to be very excited when they heard the voice of Dean Bailey. Dean, we can't accept this. At this moment, some students of the Sacred Region Academy came over from the other side and looked at Lin Xu and Aoyang and said aloud. Dean Bailey heard their voices and glanced at them. Being glanced at by Dean Bailey, they suddenly felt a chill. However, the leading students still said bravely at this time, Senior Huang and Senior Kaiyan are the top two warriors. We have no opinion, but the other two are both freshmen. We can't accept the fact that they are going to participate in the World Warrior competition. We are not convinced. Because the competition was carried out under the name of the academy, each academy could only send one team, and the team could only have 5 people. Lin Xu and Aoyang, 2 freshmen, actually occupied 2 places, which made these people feel very uncomfortable. Are you questioning my decision? Dean Bailey looked at them, then smiled and said. His smile seemed to be very gentle, but these students felt a little scared. After all, Dean Bailey was still very dignified at this time. But now it was impossible to stop halfway, and these people were not willing to let this opportunity pass. We just question their strength. A man looked at Aoyang and Lin Xu with a provocative look in his eyes. Chapter 598 Is anyone still dissatisfied? Chapter 598 Is anyone still dissatisfied? Who are you? Aoyang was also an extremely arrogant person. At this time, he stared at him and said coldly, Jiangzhen, a sophomore. Ranked first in the sophomore year, Jiangzhen said arrogantly at this time. You should call me senior. You are not a match for me. Aoyang looked at him and said lightly. Hearing his words, Jiangzhen's eyes suddenly changed and were full of a strong murderous aura. Dean, let me spar with this senior. Aoyang asked Dean Bailey for permission. Hearing Aoyang's words, Dean Bailey touched his beard and nodded. At the same time, many students seemed to have seen this scene, and they all gathered there. Aoyang and Jiangzhen stood in the center of the field. The two looked at each other for a moment. In the next moment, they suddenly charged towards each other. Bang bang bang. Without using weapons, the two fought with bare hands. As they fought, there were sounds breaking through the air. Moreover, they looked equal in strength. Break. The more Jiangzhen fought, the more frantic he became, and his fists waved wildly. But Aoyang showed a crazy look on his face at this time, without any concessions. He directly confronted Jiangzhen head-on. As the fists of the two collided again, it was as if two powerful forces collided together. A loud sound suddenly erupted. The eyes of the two people changed, and in the next moment, they both flew out at the same time. Jiangzhen fell to the ground, sat up abruptly, and spat out a mouthful of blood. On the other hand, Aoyang retreated for a long distance before regaining his balance. Just like Jiangzhen, Aoyang also vomited out a mouthful of blood at this time. His face was a little pale. It was obvious that he had also received a strong impact just now, and he looked a little uncomfortable at this time. Jiangzhen? At this time, Jiangzhen's companions quickly helped Jiangzhen up. Jiangzhen stood up, then looked at Aoyang who was not far away, with a complex look in his eyes. In the next moment, he sighed and said, "I lost." Jiangzhen? At this time, the sophomore students looked very unwilling, but this was the truth. From the battle just now, Aoyang was indeed stronger. Students, this time, do you have any opinions? Dean Bailey touched his beard and seemed to be quite satisfied with the battle just now. We have no opinion, Jiangzhen said with a sigh at this time. Aoyang wiped the blood from his lips, and at this moment, he stood upright arrogantly. Then let's go, Lin Xu said at this time. He couldn't wait to pass the audition and go to Sky City. No, we recognize his strength. But as for you, not yet. At this time, a tall and muscular man walked over from a distance and said loudly, "Wild Bull." Huang Zhen and Qian Yao frowned slightly when they saw this person coming. Wild Bull. His nickname was the most rebellious student in junior year, and ranked third in the academy, on par with Huang Zhen and Qian Yao. Because the senior students were all going out to gain experience, so strictly speaking, there were no senior students in the academy, and third-year students were already considered the most powerful in the academy. So what if a freshman is the number one freshman? This is the World Warrior Conference. Dean. Wild Bull is not convinced. Wild Bull looked at Lin Xu over there. His eyes were full of provocation. It seems that I have to prove myself just like you did. Lin Xu looked at Aoyang who was standing beside him, and smiled lightly. This person's strength is not simple. Aoyang was not in the mood to joke at this time, because he clearly felt that this man nicknamed Wild Bull was full of explosive power. Well, you're not convinced. Huh. Lin Xu stepped out at this time, stood in front of Wild Bull, and said lightly, "Your strength is not worthy." Wild Bull looked at Lin Xu up close, and said with a hideous smile on his cheek. He looked extremely arrogant. One punch. One. Lin Xu raised a finger at this time, and then said lightly, "Arrogant." Seeing Lin Xu's arrogant expression, Wild Bull, who was already a violent person from the start, was like a lit gunpowder. He suddenly became furious. "Go to hell." He let out a loud roar, and in the next moment, he swung his fists and attacked Lin Xu. Boom! His fist smashed out and made a loud sound. But when this punch was about to hit Lin Xu's figure disappeared instantly. Where did he go? Wild Bull's eyes widened, and the pupils in his eyes shrank suddenly. Goodbye. Just the next moment, before he had time to react, a voice came from his side. Lin Xu, who appeared on his side, slammed his right hand straight out. Boom! His entire muscular body flew out instantly and fell to the ground far away, making a dull sound. The huge impact made Wild Bull instantly dizzy. When the people around saw this scene, all their eyes widened, as if they had not recovered from the shock. One punch. Really just one punch knocked Wild Bull into the air. Even Huang Zhen and Qian Yao were in disbelief. Wild Bull and them were in the top 3 of the junior year. Although Wild Bull was ranked 3rd in terms of strength, their strength was still similar. Unexpectedly, Lin Xu dealt with Wild Bull with just one punch. How strong is he? Huang Zhen and Kang Yao looked at each other, and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Now, is there anyone who is not convinced? Lin Xu glanced at the students around him and said lightly, "Not convinced." Even the Wild Bull was knocked down by Lin Xu, and those students didn't think their strength was more powerful than Wild Bull. Those students all ducked when they saw Lin Xu glancing over. They didn't dare to look at Lin Xu at all. "Then let's go." Lin Xu looked at Aoyang and the others and saw that no one was talking, then said with a faint smile, as soon as he walked to the gate of the academy, Lin Xu suddenly thought of something, and said to Dean Bailey, "By the way, there are 4 of us now. Where is the other student?" "Look." As soon as Lin Xu finished speaking, Dean Bailey pointed to the figure beside the beach in front of the entrance, and smiled. Chapter 599 Call Me Master. Chapter 599 Call Me Master. Lin Xu turned his eyes to the front. On the beach outside the academy, there was a girl with 2 ponytails facing away from everyone. The sea breeze blew, blowing both her ponytails. Why do I find her somewhat familiar? Lin Xu looked at her back at this moment. For some reason, there was always a very familiar feeling, but searching for the memories in his mind, Lin Xu still didn't seem to remember who it was. He walked forward and the girl suddenly turned around. Seeing her face, Lin Xu's eyes widened and his eyes were filled with disbelief. "Why are you here?" Lin Xu was a little stunned. Aoyang was a little curious when he saw this scene. "Who is this girl? You haven't seen Master for so long yet you don't even look surprised." The girl curled her lips and said, "Boom." Hearing the girl's words, Aoyang staggered and almost fell to the ground. "She is your master." Aoyang's eyes widened. With a look of disbelief, Lin Xu was very strong, and he didn't come from a big family at all. Aoyang always thought that Lin Xu had an expert behind him to guide him. It is actually a girl. This is too nonsensical. Bailey Hailing you? You're a woman. Lin Xu widened his eyes and continued to speak. Lin Xu had guessed that she was a woman after seeing her fair skin and tender flesh before, but he never thought that this was actually true. "Is this the way you speak to me? Call me master." Bailey Hailing put her hands on her hips at this time, and then said to Lin Xu arrogantly, "Heh." The corners of Lin Xu's mouth twitched, and he said with black lines all over his head, "By the way, don't tell me you're the old man's daughter." "No, granddaughter." Lin Xu pointed at Dean Bailey behind him, and said aloud, "What do you think?" Bailey Hailing looked at Dean Bailey, and then revealed a smile. "Let me introduce you. Bailey Hailing, my granddaughter." At this time, Dean Bailey touched his beard, then glanced at the people around him, and said aloud to them. Aoyang and others nodded and then greeted Bailey Hailing. Boom boom boom. At this moment, a huge airship flew over from the academy. Soon, they stopped on the beach at the entrance of the academy. "Okay. It's almost time." After arriving there, "It's almost time for the competition." Dean Bailey looked at the people around him and smiled. Aoyang, can you do it? Dean Bailey seemed to have thought of something at this time, and then said to Aoyang, because Aoyang just had a fight, it seemed that he had suffered a little injury. "I'm fine." Aoyang straightened his back and said confidently to Dean Bailey, "Okay. Students, I wish you a smooth journey all the way. This time, bring glory to our academy." At this time, as everyone stepped onto the airship, Zhang Yin and others waved to Lin Xu and said goodbye. Phew! Lin Xu entered the airship and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Warriors Conference. It was the first time that Lin Xu felt excited about an event. He wanted to see how strong the warriors in the world are. You seem to be much stronger. Bailey Hailing glanced at Lin Xu at this time, and then said to Lin Xu aloud. Of course, Lin Xu said proudly at this time. However, still weaker than me. Just when Lin Xu was complacent, Bailey Hailing shook her head and said. Lin Xu's mouth twitched, glared at her, and then instinctively used the analytic eye. But what surprised him was that this analytic eye didn't work on Bailey Haoling. It showed that she couldn't be analyzed. No way. Lin Xu's eyes were filled with disbelief. He was now a rank 8 warrior. Logically speaking, he should be able to analyze a rank 9 warrior. Hey, is she really your master? Just when Lin Xu felt curious, Aoyonghang patted Lin Xu on the shoulder and said aloud. Hearing Aoyonghang's words, Lin Xu pouted and said, yes, this is really a cheap master. Why? Young man, don't you believe in my strength? When Bailey Haoling heard Aoyonghang's words, she looked at him at this moment, and then said, you're not even 16 years old this year, call me a young man. At this moment, Aoyonghang laughed, because Bailey Haoling was not tall, and now she tied a double ponytail, and with her tender-looking face, she looked like a young girl. Want to give it a try? Bailey Haoling looked at Aoyonghang and said with a strange smile on the corner of her mouth, come on. Aoyonghang also stood up at this time and said to Bailey Haoling. Lin Xu covered his mouth and forehead, not wanting to watch the cruel scene. It didn't take long for Lin Xu to hear a whimper from Aoyonghang. 1. Zhao Zhenzi. Zhao Yaozi. Come, help big sister make a cup of coffee. At this moment, Bailey Haoling seemed to have the appearance of an older sister, lying on the rocking chair over there, instructing those people. And Aoyonghang, now sitting next to Lin Xu with a bruised nose and a swollen face, was grimacing in pain. Why didn't you tell me she's so powerful? Aoyonghang looked at Lin Xu and said resentfully, you are the one who wants to compete with her. Lin Xu looked like he had nothing to do with it. Moreover, Lin Xu didn't expect that Huang Zhen and Can Yao seemed to know Bailey Haoling from the beginning. But at this time, they were like dogs, helping Bailey Haoling to pour tea. Looking at Bailey Haoling's appearance, Lin Xu couldn't help but have black lines all over his head. Boom boom boom, the airship flew very fast. And at the next moment, the body of the airship swayed. Then, it seemed like they were landing. Were landing. At this time, Lin Xu held his dark-edged spear and stood up. I'm ready to go to Nanyang City. Bailey Haoling was still lying on the rocking chair and didn't seem nervous at all. On the other hand, Aoyonghang took a deep breath and clenched the long sword in his hand. This time, he wasn't fighting for himself, but on behalf of the Sacred Region Academy. He couldn't make mistakes. Everyone, we're here. At this time, a staff member of the Sacred Region Academy came over and said to the crowd, let's go. Lin Xu nodded. After the airship stabilized, Lin Xu started walking towards the exit. As soon as he got off the airship, Lin Xu realized that he was on top of a huge tall building. Chapter 600 Ready to Compete. Chapter 600 Ready to Compete. This was the building of the Sacred Region Academy. Looking around, he found that there were high-rise buildings everywhere and there were many airships flying around in the sky. It looks prosperous. Finally reached. Aoyonghang walked down at this time, and said a little excitedly. He had a bruised nose and a swollen face just now. But after taking the medicine, he had recovered quickly. Where is the match held at? Lin Xu said curiously. Come on, follow the teacher. Bailey Haoling jumped out of the airship and said aloud with her head held high. Seeing Bailey Haoling's proud appearance, Lin Xu couldn't help but have black lines all over his head. And Huang Zhen and Can Yao seemed to be quite afraid of her, so they followed her to the front. After taking the elevator to the downstairs, Lin Xu and the others continued to walk forward with Bailey Haoling leading. This Nanyang city looked very prosperous, and there were many pedestrians on this street, and most of them were young warriors. These warriors were armed with weapons, and it seemed that they were going to participate in the warrior conference. This year's warrior conference is said to be the one with the most academies participating. Bailey Haoling said aloud as she walked. There are indeed quite a lot of people. Lin Xu looked at this scene and said aloud. They were all wearing the white uniforms of the Sacred Region Academy, and you could tell at one glance that they were an academy group. The gazes of the people around turned to Lin Xu from time to time. Although Sacred Region Academy was one of the most powerful colleges in China, It wasn't very popular. Well, here we are. With Bailey Haoling leading, Lin Xu and the others reached the huge building in front of them. It was like a huge gymnasium, surrounded by some intelligent robots. At the gate, there were a large number of warriors wearing various academy combat suits, coming in and out. In audition, Lin Xu narrowed his eyes and walked in directly. Soon, as everyone walked in, they started to sign in at the front desk. There are so many people, Huang Zhen said aloud at this time. This service desk already had many windows for sign-in and registration for contestants from various academies, but it seemed that there was still not enough staff. There were too many colleges participating in the competition. Although in the Huaxia region, there were 3 major divisions for the audition, but even so, there were still too many people. Hello? What college are you from? When it was Lin Xu and others' turn, the staff asked enthusiastically. Sacred Region Academy. Lin Xu stood in front, and when he heard his words, he said aloud, Sacred Region Academy. Hearing these 3 words, the staff member was stunned for a moment, and then seemed to have thought of something. At this time, after he tapped the keyboard, a camera on the upper side moved, and then scanned Lin Xu and the others. Di. Soon, with a sound, the words on the screen seemed to match the data. The staff member also smiled and said, The registration has been completed. This is your entry card. Soon, Lin Xu and the others were all assigned a card with the same card number No. 263. The audition will start at 800 tomorrow morning, and you can log on to the website of the Warrior Union at 800 tonight to check the grouping tomorrow. Please take note. Well, thank you, Lin Xu said with a smile. I didn't expect it to be the next day. Yonghang seemed a little upset. Isn't this great? You're probably not in your best state. Right, Lin Xu said with a smile at this time. I guess. Yonghang agreed with Lin Xu. In today's battle, he did suffer a little injury, and the battle with Bailey Haoling on the airship just now also caused him to lose a lot of confidence. To fight now was really not a good time. Squeak. At this time, Xiao Bai, who was in Lin Xi's pocket, took a peek and then looked around, as if it was curious. Rolly was in Lin Xi's other pocket. It seemed to be still asleep. What is this? Bailey Haoling noticed Xiao Bai. At this time, she looked curiously at the little head and said, Squeak. Xiao Bai looked at Bailey Haoling and seemed to sense danger. It looked at her and seemed very on guard. My pet, Lin Xu said helplessly. Rolly and Xiao Bai had been sticking to Lin Xu ever since they came back this time. There was no other way but to bring them here too. I want to take a look. Bailey Haoling couldn't help but reach out and touch Lin Xi's pocket, and took out Xiao Bai. Squeak. Xiao Bai struggled for a while, and looked at Lin Xu, as if it was asking for help. Seeing this scene, Lin Xu spread out his hands helplessly, showing a helpless expression. Haha. Your pet is very cute. Xiao Bai struggled, and then stood in the palm of Bailey Haoling's hand, looking a little pitiful. Haha. Lin Xu, you're such a girl to keep such pets. Yonghang, who saw this scene, seemed to have seen something extraordinary, and said with an exaggerated smile, Hee hee, you despise it. Lin Xu said with a sneer, Tisk tisk. This little bird, can it eat me up, huh? Yonghang said with a smile, and then reached out to touch Xiao Bai. Squeak. When Xiao Bai saw Yonghang reach out and touch it, he suddenly turned into an angry bird, opened his mouth, and spat out a cold breath from its mouth. Clack clack. As the white cold air erupted in an instant. In the next moment, Yonghang's whole body turned into an ice sculpture even before he could react. In the ice sculpture, Yonghang still kept his eyes wide open. His face was full of disbelief. Squeak. And Xiao Bai made a sound at this time, as if to express its power. Kala. However, Yonghang was a rank 7 warrior after all, and in the next moment, the ice cube shattered in an instant. Damn it. I'm freezing to death. Yonghang said with a trembling body. What kind of evolved beast are you? Yonghang looked at Lin Xu and said, Ice crystal white bird. Lin Xu smiled lightly. Damn. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Of course. Aoyongheng knew the name of the ice crystal white bird, so he couldn't help but say it out loud. It's a good bird. How about leaving it with me? At this moment, an unfriendly voice came. Chapter 601 Just give me about 10 of them. Chapter 601 Just give me about 10 of them. Hearing this voice at this moment, Lin Xu looked to the side instinctively and saw a man walking over. He stared straight at Xiao Bai and his eyes lit up, as if he had seen some treasure. Ah Qiu. After Aoyongheng sneezed, he looked at the man who was walking over and said with a sneer, You want us to give it to you just like that? Who do you think who you are? However, because he had just been frozen into ice cubes by the cold air of the ice crystal white bird, he still felt very chilly. This little ice crystal white bird looked small, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Little sister, can I exchange something for this bird with you? The man ignored Aoyongheng, stood directly in front of Bailey Haoling and said aloud, Sure. Bailey Haoling said with a smile at this moment, looking like a cute little sister. But Lin Xu knew that Bailey Haoling was not such a person. She looked cute, but she was very dark-blooded. Moreover, Lin Xu knew that Dean Bailey was very old, and Bailey Haoling was probably old too, but she still looked young, except for the fact that she was so powerful that she could maintain her youthfulness. Lin Xu couldn't think of other possibilities that could keep her body young. Great. The man showed a look of joy. He didn't expect it to be so easy. When he reached out to grab Xiao Bai, Bailey Haoling took a step back and dodged. There are conditions, Bailey Haoling said with a smile. What conditions? The man looked at Xiao Bai and said aloud. He recognized that Xiao Bai was an ice crystal white bird. Although he didn't know how the ice crystal white bird could be domesticated, this evolved beast is very powerful once it is an adult, so his gaze became even hotter. Exchange it with odd crystals. Okay. This is a rank 7 odd crystal. Previously, I and other adventure teams spent a lot of effort to get it. The man nodded, then took out a blue odd crystal and said. Bailey Haoling shook his head. I don't want this. Then which one do you want? I'll find it for you. The man said quickly. Rank 9 odd crystals. Just get me about 10 of them. Bailey Haoling thought for a while, then said. The man was about to nod his head, but he remembered that Bailey Haoling was talking about the rank 9 odd crystal, and she wanted a dozen of them. You're messing with me, the man said a little angrily at this time. Not to mention dozens of rank 9 odd crystals. Even one of them was probably something he would never be able to get in his life. And you only realized it now, Bailey Haoling said with a faint smile at this time. You. The man was about to vomit blood from anger. Zhao Qian, don't embarrass yourself here. At this moment, a voice came from behind. Several young men and women wearing the same uniform as this man walked over. Why are you guys here? At this moment, the man called Zhao Qian said with his eyes dodging a little. Go back. One of the men looked at Zhao Qian and said coldly. Hearing the man's words, Zhao Qian immediately left. The man glanced at Lin Xu and the others, and then left with Zhao Qian. Tisk tisk. How cocky ah. Seeing this scene, Aoyongheng immediately sneered. This person's strength didn't seem simple. Huang Zhen and Qian Yao clearly felt that the man just now seemed to be a little stronger, and at this time they also frowned slightly. The students who came to this warrior conference were the elites of various universities and colleges, and everyone's strength should not be underestimated. Don't worry. First place in this division is ours. Lin Xu put his hands behind his head and pillowed in the air, looking very relaxed. Ours, hahaha. Did you hear what that person said? It's hilarious. The ears of warriors were very keen. Some warriors nearby heard Lin Xiu's words, and they all laughed. Lin Xiu ignored the ridicule of these people, and then said to Xiao Bai, who was standing in Bailey Haoling's palm, Xiao Bai, let's go. Squeak. Xiao Bai seemed to understand Lin Xiu's words. The next moment, it flew to Lin Xiu's shoulder, causing Bailey Haoling's eyes to widen. She has never seen such an obedient evolved beast. And this evolved beast was an ice crystal white bird. What on earth did this bastard encounter? His strength has improved a little too fast. At this moment, Bailey Hayeling touched her little chin, and then muttered to herself a little thoughtfully, "She has the body of a young girl, but her actions were a little old-fashioned, and it looked very strange. He must be an old monster." Aoyonghang looked at Bailey Hayeling's back, and then secretly slandered, "Young man, who were you talking bad about?" But Bailey Hayeling seemed to have heard Aoyonghang's muttering, so she turned to look at Aoyonghang and said with a strange smile, "1. Seeing Bailey Hayeling's smile, Aoyonghang suddenly shivered. Tonight, everyone stayed in a hotel nearby, waiting for the audition the next day. Lin Xu was lying on the bed at this time, and Xiao Bai and Roli seemed to be fighting beside him, which made Lin Xu wonder whether to laugh or cry. Taking out his mobile phone, Lin Xu clicked on the contact number of Liu that he had added earlier. After thinking for a while, Lin Xu clicked and edited the information. After writing something, Lin Xu felt wrong and deleted it again. After going back and forth a few times, Lin Xu still sent a message, "I will be there soon." Just after pressing the OK button, Lin Xu heaved a sigh of relief, and then said to himself, "I don't know if she will see it." Di. At this moment, a piercing sound was heard, and Lin Xu sat up. This was the alarm clock he set for 8 o'clock in the evening. The time was up, and now he should be able to find out tomorrow's battle information. After landing on the website of the Warrior Union, Lin Xu could clearly see the cover image of the World Warrior Competition on the website. This event was the largest warrior conference in the world, with participants from all over the world. It is said that some academies had warriors who returned from training in other planets to participate in a competition. Lin Xu didn't look nervous at all. Instead, he was a little excited. Di. After tapping the entry card he got today on the computer, he could clearly see the battle information about his opponent. Shangjia College. Lin Xu raised his brows when he saw the name of the academy. Chapter 602 Luoyu's Heart. Chapter 602 Luoyu's Heart. Lin Xu had heard of this college in high school before, and it was a very good college. Moreover, the strength of the warriors of this school seemed to be very strong. However, no matter how strong the academy is, it will be defeated by me. Lin Xu mumbled to himself, and his words were full of confidence. "I shall rest first." Lin Xu stretched, and then laid directly on the bed. At the same time, in the Luo family mansion in Sky City, Luo was still cultivating her own swordsmanship as if she was bored. It seemed that nothing could affect her mind. However, she seemed to hear a sound at this time, which made her pretty brows slightly frown. She continued to swing the long sword, but in the next moment, the long sword in her hand suddenly stopped. Then she walked over to the front, and picked up her mobile phone on the table. She seemed to see something, and there was a slightly surprised look in her eyes. Turning on the phone, Luo was stunned when she saw the message sent by Lin Xu. There seemed to be a faint smile on the originally expressionless face. "Gotcha." At this moment, a slight sound came over, and Luo's expression instantly changed back to her icy look. Then she turned to look to the side, and saw her sister Luo Yan, who was holding a miniature camera taking pictures of Luo. "Haha, it's the first time I saw you smiling." Tisk tisk. "Who is it?" Luo Yan said a little curiously at this time. Luo didn't know what to do with Luo Yan. She glared at her at this moment, and then walked out directly. I'm really curious. This icy little sister seems to have melted. Luo Yan was sitting at the table in front at this time, holding her chin and looking at the photo of Luo she just captured. Soon, it was the morning of the next day. After Lin Xu finished taking a shower, he went out. Morning. As soon as Lin Xu walked out the door, he found that Aoyonghang and others were already in the hall. Everyone was holding weapons and wearing special battle suits made by the Sanctuary Academy, with the Sakigard Region Academy printed on the back. At this moment, Bailey Hayeling got an ice cream, and she was eating it with relish, causing Lin Xu to have black lines all over his head. She really looks like a little girl who just started high school. However, Lin Xu knew that her true age must be older than him. Lin Xu was also very curious about this. But as the saying goes, age is a woman's biggest secret. And Lin Xu didn't ask such a question directly at this time. I checked. Today we are fighting against Changjia College. And the audition is based on a point system. Huang Zhen looked at Lin Xu as he came over. And then said to the crowd. This was to avoid strong and powerful teams meeting immediately for the first match. We have secured the first place for sure. Aoyang Hang also looked very confident at this time. Well, let's go. Lin Xu said with a smile. Leaving the hotel here, Lin Xu and the others soon arrived at the audition venue again. Compared with the lively scene during the registration yesterday, it became livelier today. A large number of warriors wearing distinctive academy uniforms were going in and out. It's almost time. We are here. Lin Xu looked around, then pointed to the front and said, in this wide space, 100 platforms were opened for competition. The combat mechanism was a point system. Every time you win a game, you will get 1 point. If you lose, you will not have points deducted. However, if you lose more than 3 times, you will be eliminated. Once you accumulate 6 points, that is, if you win 6 times, you will be able to leave from the audition. Next, it's the Sacred Region Academy against Changjia College. Hearing the referee's voice at this time, Lin Xu and the others looked at each other, and then they all jumped directly onto the competition stage. The competition platform covered a large area and was built with special stone materials. Even if powerful skills were used, it would not cause a collapse. A large number of warriors were watching around. Sacred Region Academy, what college is this? At this time, some people said curiously after seeing Lin Xu and the others standing on the competition stage. The Sacred Region Academy was the most powerful academy hidden in China. There were relatively few people who knew about it, and it would not appear in general materials. Otherwise, when Lin Xu first heard about the Sacred Region Academy, he wouldn't have felt a little confused. God knows what kind of lousy academy it is. The opponent is Changjia Academy. They are sure to lose. And you see, these people still have a little girl with them. I'm dying of laughter. Don't tell me they couldn't find anyone else. Hey, come down quickly. Just admit defeat. Don't waste your time. When Lin Xu heard these people's words, he couldn't help but look at Bailey hailing with black lines all over his head. Indeed, she was still the same as when he first met her, but she was dressed in normal women's clothes. Now that she has grown a lot taller, she was still like a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Coming. It was the first time Aoyang Hang participated in the World Warrior Conference. Even though it was an audition, he still took it seriously. At this time, looking at the opposite side, the people from Changjia Academy also jumped up onto the competition platform. Oh, it's you guys. When one of the men saw Lin Xu and the others, he immediately showed a sneer. Taking a closer look, isn't this Xiao Qian who wanted the ice crystal white bird yesterday? It turned out to be these people. How boring. One of the women in their team looked at Lin Xu and the others, and shook her head, looking disdainful. Because Lin Xu and the others were not students of any famous university at all, they all subconsciously thought that the so-called Sacred Region Academy was just a third-rate academy. Also, Lin Xu and Bailey Hailing looked a little too young. So young, how powerful could they be? After the two sides have arrived, put the entry card in the machine in the corner. The referee looked at Lin Xu and the others, as well as the contestants from the Changjia Academy opposite, and said aloud. Lin Xu nodded, and then, according to his request, at the next moment, he placed the entry card he obtained on a machine that looked like a black pillar at the corner of the competition platform. As soon as the entry card was put in, a red light scanned Lin Xu, and then a robotic sound came out. The scan is completed. If one side admits defeat or gets knocked out, it counts as a failure. If there is no problem, then, let's start. Chapter 603 Arrogance. Chapter 603 Arrogance. As soon as the referee spoke, everyone in Changjia Academy stood up with their own weapons. They seemed to be specially trained. On the other hand, Lin Xu and the others seemed to be very casual. It's a third-rate academy for sure. They are going to lose. Oh, there is nothing to watch. The people below couldn't help shaking their heads at this time. as if they were not optimistic about this game at all. Are you guys afraid, huh? At this time, Zhao Qian looked at Lin Xu and the others, pointed the long sword in his hand at them, and said with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, Lin Xu and the others didn't seem to have the will to fight at all, and they looked very sloppy, which made the others in Changjia Academy feel that Lin Xu and others knew that they were going to lose, and they didn't even want to fight. They are yours. Lin Xu glanced at Aoyangheng, and then said lightly, I can beat 10 of them by myself. Aoyangheng nodded, then said with a proud smile, ha ha ha, you can beat 10 of us, what kind of joke are you making? Zhao Qian burst into laughter at this moment, and in the next moment, holding the long sword in his hand, he took the lead in stabbing Aoyangheng. Swoosh! He was running at a very fast speed, as expected of a student of Changjia College. This movement speed is really fast. When some warriors saw this scene, they couldn't help but sigh. But Aoyangheng, who had just stood up, seemed to be in a daze and stood there and didn't move. Go to hell. There was a hideous smile on the corner of Zhao Qian's mouth, and the long sword was about to stab Aoyangheng. But at this moment, Aoyangheng moved. Dang! The people below were not able to see Aoyangheng's movements clearly, but only heard a clear sound. Zhao Qian's long sword came out of his hand, and in the next moment, his body flew out directly. He flew directly out of the competition platform, and fell heavily under the competition platform. Come on, let's play some cards first and let the kid do the job. Bailey Haoling took out a deck of cards from nowhere, then shook it to Lin Xu and the others. Lin Xu couldn't help but have black lines all over his head. Now, the people at Changjia Academy were probably going to die of anger. Damn it, what's going on here? The people from Changjia College opened their eyes wide at this time, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. He looked at the bottom of the competition platform, and found that Zhao Qian seemed to be dizzy because of the powerful impact. But at this time, when he looked at Lin Xu and the others, he realized that Lin Xu and the others had ignored them and sat in front of them playing cards. Changjia Academy was so popular and they were being totally disregarded. Arrogant. The people of the Sacred Region Academy are really arrogant. Kill them. The man who spoke harshly at Changjia College gritted his teeth and said, following his order, the remaining 4 directly attacked Lin Xu and the others. Don't disregard me. At this time, Aoyangheng blocked the front, and then said to the people from Changjia College who rushed over, get lost. When the people from Changjia College saw Aoyangheng blocking, they immediately roared angrily, and wanted to join forces to knock Aoyangheng out first. Bang bang bang. But with a dull sound, the students of Changjia Academy who rushed over in a hurry were knocked out in the next moment. Damn it. I'm fighting hard yet you guys playing cards here. Aoyangheng patted his palms, then looked back, and said to Lin Xu and the others in a very unhappy manner, because you are the weakest. Bailey Haoling said viciously. Hearing Bailey Haoling's words, Aoyangheng was so angry that he almost vomited out a mouthful of blood. The battle is over. Sacred Region Academy wins. At this time, the referee walked to the competition stage, and then looked at Lin Xu and the others with shock in his eyes. Not only was the referee shocked, but even the warriors who had watched the scene on the competition stage were also stunned. The people from Changjia Academy, who were originally very optimistic, were all easily defeated, and the opponent merely used a warrior. Next, the competition continued. Lin Xu and others still successfully passed the audition with a winning streak. It's too easy. It's boring. At this moment, Bailey Haoling stretched and said aloud. Lin Xu looked around and found that the battle was still going on. Today, the academies that could enter the Sky City competition must be decided. When is the single match? Lin Xu said curiously at this time. The single-player competition is at Sky City. The premise is that only the warriors who have advanced to the academy battle can participate. Some of them are seed academies of the academy and are not subjected to this condition. Huang Zhen seemed to have a better understanding of this aspect. And when he heard Lin Xia's words, he immediately said aloud, N, are you going to participate in the single match? Bailey Haoling said to Lin Xiu. Yes. Lin Xiu responded. This was an opportunity to fight against the warriors in the world. Of course Lin Xu would not give up. Are you participating? Lin Xu thought for a while, then said to Bailey Haeling. No. This is a battle for you youngsters. I'm old. Bailey Haeling shook her head, then took a bottle of beer out of nowhere and took a sip. If it was a senior who said that, there would be no problem. But she looked like a young doll, and when she said such words, Lin Xu's head was covered with black lines. I am also participating. Yonghang also said aloud at this time. Forget it. Save your strength and go home. Lin Xu glanced at Yonghang, then patted him on the shoulder and said, the guy with surname Lin, have a duel with me if you've got guts. After Lin Xu said this, Yonghang's eyes widened and he said out loud. Huang Zhen and Qian Yao couldn't help laughing, but they could also feel that Lin Xu's strength seemed unfathomable. They knew from the fact that Lin Xu easily defeated Wild Bull when he was in the academy that day. Are you guys from Sacred Region Academy? At this moment, a group of warriors walked over from another direction and said to Lin Xu and the others. Seeing these people approaching, Lin Xu raised his brows, then smiled lightly and said, why? I heard that you guys are also promoted. Right, we won't be polite when we meet at Sky City. These people said to Lin Xu and others arrogantly. As soon as they finished speaking, they left without looking back. Chapter 604 The Photo Sent by Luoyu. Chapter 604 The Photo Sent by Luoyu. There was more than one academy team that had provoked them like this. These people are really annoying. Yonghang said with a cold snort. They are just trying to show their strength. Lin Xu narrowed his eyes and said lightly. The scene when he and others were fighting was probably spread by some people. And the more they spread, the more they became more and more amazed, so that those academy teams with the same strength seemed very resentful. Let's go back and have a rest. We will go to Sky City tomorrow. Lin Xu carried his dark-edged spear on his shoulder, and then left the battlefield. As they have gained enough points from the consecutive victories, the battles in the afternoon and evening were not related to the Sacred Region Academy, and they had successfully advanced. They just needed to wait for the announcement tonight to see what time they had go over the next day. After returning to the hotel room, Lin Xu directly entered the system in his mind. The title of Rank 8 Warrior, like the previous title, could inherit the effect of the previous title, and comes with a special skill summon. What is this? Lin Xu became curious at this time. This time he actually acquired a skill. Taking a closer look at the skill introduction can summon creatures from another dimension cooling time 1 week. What kind of damn skill is this? Lin Xu couldn't help complaining at this time, but the 1 week cooldown was too long. Lin Xu, who wanted to try it out, gave up the idea. The introduction of the new system skill Power of the Stars was very simple. Absorb the power of stars and improve your own abilities. Limited to use in the dark night. Cooling time 3 days. The cooldown of this skill was also quite long and could only be used at night, which seemed quite restrictive. Looking at the number of lottery draws, there were actually 3 more. He was probably given after the upgrade. Looking at the Genlock interface, the rank 4 Genlock was still in a blocked state and couldn't be clicked to unlock, which made Lin Xu a little sad. Although unlocking the genetic lock was very dangerous, if it was successful, it would bring a qualitative change to the body. DDD. Just as Lin Xu was thinking about it, a sound came from the phone on the table. Hearing this, Lin Xu glanced over there subconsciously, and in the next moment, his eyes widened, because Lin Xu could clearly see that a message from Luoyu was displayed on the screen of his mobile phone. Luoyu actually sent a message to him. Lin Xu felt a little unbelievable, then took his phone directly, and just clicked in, and what he saw made Lin Xu's eyes widen. This was a photo of Luoyu. Someone took it secretly, but it was Luoyu holding the phone and she seemed to see something. Then a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Ha ha ha. Wonder what the kid's reaction at the same time. In the Luo family's mansion, Luo Yan secretly held Luoyu's mobile phone and sent the photos she secretly took to Lin Xu. Because Luoyu didn't have any contacts on her phone and Lin Xu was the only one, which immediately made Luo Yan even more curious. Luo Yan, just when Luo Yan was about to do some prank. Luo Yu appeared. I didn't take your mobile phone and send your photo. When Luo Yan saw Luo Yu coming back, she said aloud. In the next moment, as soon as her body skill was unlocked, her whole body instantly disappeared in place. Luo Yu looked a little powerless at this time. Luo Yan's body skill was so fast, she couldn't catch Luo Yan at all. At this time, she walked over and picked up the phone she had placed on the table. Luo Yu saw that Luo Yan had sent the photo she secretly took to Lin Xu. Seeing this, Luo Yu's eyes were fixed on the screen, and her neck seemed to be a little red. Then she tapped on the phone and recalled them. The photo was beautiful. But at this moment, Lin Xia's message came again. Seeing Lin Xia's message, Luo Yu's eyes widened. A rare expression that seemed a little shy. He saw it. In the next moment, after thinking for a while, Luo Yu added, I didn't send it. Okay, I know. Lin Xiu also felt a little funny at this time, but he still saved the photo before Luo Yu retracted it. Seeing the message sent by Luo Yu, Lin Xiu also sent another message. Luo Yu subconsciously replied after seeing Lin Xia's message. But as soon as she sent it, she seemed to think of something, and then she withdrew it. Go to sleep. Luo Yu. I realize that you're very cute. Lin Xiu couldn't help laughing out loud at this time, especially the word humph sent by Luo Yu, which made Lin Xiu imagine Luo Yu's coquettish act. He'll kill you. After Luo Yu sent a sentence, she never sent another message. Good night. Lin Xiu thought for a while, then sent a message and saw that Luo Yu's avatar had dimmed. She must be gone. However, at this time, Lin Xiu was in a good mood. He held the spear in his hand and waved it in this small room. Now, as Lin Xiu brandished his spear, there was an explosion-like sound in the air. Now Lin Xiu's basic marksmanship has been practiced to an extremely proficient state, as if the man and spear are one. In the Tower of Trials, Lin Xiu has learned too many things. But the skills, there were some of the old skills, and there were no high-level skills. If he wanted to be strong and have destructive power, he still needed to find it himself. After practicing for a while, Lin Xiu was completely tired, so he took a shower and then went to sleep. Lin Xiu seemed very happy tonight. The second day soon arrived. Originally, he was going to go directly to Sky City to participate in the official competition, but it seemed that because there were too many colleges participating this time and there were also many teams that had advanced, exceeding the original target. Therefore, it seemed that this morning, some of the academy teams would be eliminated, and the rest would go to Sky City in the afternoon instead. There are only 15 academy teams in our division that can participate, but now our number has exceeded the quota. So now we will hold a knockout match. At this time, all the teams that could advance were here and a staff member announced. When the people around heard this, they were in an uproar, but they could only accept this fact. So, how is it going to work now? A man stood up and said to the staff member. As he spoke, the rest of the people's eyes also turned to the staff member. Chapter 605 Snatch Match. Chapter 605 Snatch Match. In order to save time, each college now sends a representative to conduct a snatch match. 1. The staff member glanced at the crowd at this time, and then said aloud, Snatch match. That's right. Put your entry card on your chest with a pin, and then proceed to snatch someone else's. The ranking is based on the number of competition cards snatched. The top 15 will advance directly, and the rest will be eliminated. If your own entry card is robbed, you will be eliminated directly. Only 15 teams can advance. Hearing this, the faces of all the warriors changed drastically, as there were already dozens of academy teams here. This was to filter out the vast majority of teams. Now I'll give you half an hour to discuss on the representatives, and then come here to wear a special pen and entry card. As soon as the staff finished speaking, all the surrounding warriors began to discuss. Damn, this warrior competition is really troublesome. Ao Yonghang said a little angrily at this time. Among the other academies, I found that at least 5 or 6 academies who are pretty strong. They have rank 7 warriors. Huang Zhen pondered for a while, then said aloud, and I can see that they seem to be targeting us. If it is a single snatch match, I feel that they will jointly snatch our cards first. It's a bit troublesome. At this time, Kai and Yao also frowned slightly. If multiple people attacked together, it was very likely that they would be robbed of their entry cards. According to the rules, if their entry cards were robbed, they would be eliminated directly. These guys, Yonghang snorted coldly. He had clearly seen it before that the other colleges seemed to be targeting the Sakikard Region Academy. According to what Huang Jin said, it was indeed a bit troublesome later. If their entry card was robbed, they would fail immediately. Those who were selected to participate in this snatch match were under a lot of pressure. Let me do it. Lin Xu smiled at this time, and then said aloud. You. Hearing Lin Xu's words, Yonghang was startled. Don't make us go back early. At this time, Yonghang deliberately mocked Lin Xu. If you go, we would really have to pack and quit. Lin Xu spread his hands and said. You. Yonghang's eyes widened, looking a little frustrated. Well, Lin Xu, get rid of them all. At this time, Bailey Holling looked at the warriors over there, and said aloud. You sure? Lin Xu showed a thoughtful smile and said aloud. Well, it's either you or me. Bailey Holling nodded and said with a strange smile. Half an hour passed quickly, and Lin Xu was representing Sakikard Region Academy. When they got to the front, they lined up to put their entry card with a special pin on their chest, and then started to move forward. Behind the building on this side, there was a quite spacious forest in the back mountain. In 1 minute from now, you can walk into the forest to hide, and after 1 minute, you can officially snatch. Before 1200 noon, those who do not have their entry cards on themselves will be eliminated directly, and the rest will be ranked. Those who haven't come back here before 12 o'clock will be eliminated immediately. The staff member moved a chair from somewhere, then sat on it, glanced at everyone with a pair of sunglasses and said. At this time, these dozens of warriors were all paying attention to each other. Their eyes were full of vigilance. This snatch match could be extremely crucial for them, because a single person represented an entire academy team. If you lose, the pressure was very high. And looking carefully at this time, there were some warriors who looked at each other, and then they all looked over to Lin Xu. Because Lin Xu was wearing the special battle suit of Sakikard Region Academy, it was very conspicuous at first glance. So those warriors could easily tell that Lin Xu belonged to Sakikard Region Academy. On the other hand, Lin Xu still looked very relaxed, playing with the dark edge spear in his hand. Get ready. Start. At this time, as the staff's voice was heard, the faces of the surrounding warriors suddenly changed, and then they rushed into the forest at a very fast speed. Within a minute, they all had to find a place that was beneficial to them and hide, and then snatch the opponent's card. But as those warriors rushed into the forest, only Lin Xu was left standing lazily in place. Hey! Running so fast. Lin Xu stretched out at this time, and then said out loud as if talking to himself. Yo man, when you go in, there probably wouldn't be any good fruit to eat anymore. When the staff saw that Lin Xu was still standing there, he couldn't help laughing, because this minute of preparation time could already allow him to find a favorable opportunity in the forest. As soon as the latecomers come, they may be attacked. So Lin Xu was already in a very unfavorable state. In our region, we just need one team to advance. Lin Xu looked at the staff member and said with a mysterious smile. The staff member was stunned when he saw Lin Xu being so indifferent. See you in half an hour. Lin Xu waved at him, then walked directly into the forest. This kid, he's really cocky. The staff member came back to his senses at this time, and then shook his head. Although Lin Xu was full of confidence, to the staff, this was simply a joke. If he entered now, he would be immediately robbed of the entry card. Right. At the same time, Lin Xu had already walked in with his dark edge spear. Looking around, he found that there were no other warriors around, and there was not even a sound. It was very quiet. It seemed that after these warriors entered the forest, they all found a place to hide to make a sneak attack. After all, in this situation, no one dared to run out directly. Lin Xu walked into the forest while whistling. He looked lazy and didn't seem to care at all. But just as Lin Xu continued to walk forward, Lin Xu, who had a good ear, clearly heard a small rustling sound. Here comes the fish. The corner of Lin Xu's mouth twitched, and when he continued to walk forward with the dark-edged spear, as several black shadows suddenly jumped out from the surrounding jungle. They seemed to have been waiting for a long time, just for Lin Xu to appear. Chapter 606 They were all eliminated by me. Chapter 606 They were all eliminated by me. Matchless sword sweep. Trampling mountains. The warriors who jumped out at this time directly volleyed into the sky and used their skills directly at Lin Xu, not holding back at all. Lin Xu narrowed his eyes as he watched this scene. You guys are really a little naughty. Lin Xu covered his face, and in the next moment, the spear in his hand swung and a powerful force was instantly released. Boom! There was a huge explosion on the surrounding ground. In the next moment, the bodies of those warriors who had just attacked Lin Xu were shaken out. The warriors were smashed heavily on the branches of the surrounding trees, and even the thick branches broke directly. PFF. Those warriors fell to the ground and just about to get up. They felt a sharp pain from their bodies. Their eyes widened, and in the next moment, a mouthful of blood was spat out. Their eyes were full of disbelief. They didn't see Lin Xu's movements clearly at all, and they flew out straight away. This was really too scary. I won't stand on ceremony and accept your entry cards then. At this moment, Lin Xu walked over and took away all the entry cards that they had pinned to their chests. These people wanted to snatch it back, but their bodies had no strength at all. Only severe pain. So you've also advanced, but it's a pity. Goodbye. After a closer look, there was actually one of the men from Changjia Academy who got knocked out by Lin Xu. Hearing Lin Xu's words at this time, the man spat out a mouthful of blood under his anger. Lin Xu smiled, then ignored these people, turned around and left. It's over. Some warriors looked at Lin Xu leaving and was dumbstruck. Lin Xu showed such powerful strength that they were his match at all. It was almost impossible to snatch the entry card from Lin Xu. They all belonged to a relatively strong team. They thought they would join forces to get rid of Lin Xu first. But they didn't expect that all their entry cards were taken away and they were seriously injured. They were already destined to be eliminated. Okay. You guys don't have to play anymore. Lin Xu loosened his muscles and joints, and in the next moment, his eyes became sharp, and as soon as he moved, he began to search for the warriors hidden in the forest. With his powerful perception, Lin Xu easily found those warriors. It was all one move, and just one move defeated those people and robbed them of their entry cards. Lin Xu. I wonder how is he now? At the same time, Yonghang, who was waiting outside, frowned and said aloud. He could clearly feel that a lot of people were targeting him and others. If Lin Xu was jointly robbed by them, it would be troublesome. Do you think my apprentice is as rubbish as you? Bailey Haoling glanced at Yonghang while holding a popsicle. Yonghang almost vomited out a mouthful of blood. What do you mean by rubbish like you? He was the direct descendant of the Aoyong family. Hello? But he knew that Bailey Haoling's strength was unfathomable. After all, she was the granddaughter of the dean. At this time, he still endured it. After all, Bailey Haoling talked a lot of trash and he was already immune. It should be fine. I think Lin Xu was quite confident. Huang Zhen and Cayenne Yao thought about it at this time, then said aloud, Tisk tisk. You guys still want to win at this moment. A discordant voice came over. Yonghang's eyes turned to the side and he saw Zhao Cayenne of Changjia College. Tisk tisk. You guys got defeated and still dared to come mock us, Yonghang said with a sneer. Hearing Yonghang's words, Zhao Cayenne's eyes changed, but they soon returned to their original state. He stared at Yonghang sullenly and said, The kid you sent is sure to lose. Your academy will be eliminated. Just based on what you said, Yonghang replied with a smile. Experts from the 6 colleges ambushed him. Do you think his entry card will not be robbed? Zhao Cayenne said with a sneer at this time. Although Changjia College lost to the Sacred Region Academy, they still advanced with a winning streak. But they still felt a little bit bitter about losing to the Sacred Region Academy in such a humiliating way. So they teamed up with experts from other academies and attacked Lin Xu with one wave. They eliminated Lin Xu first, then eliminated other students, so that all 6 academies could advance. Other academies also secretly had this kind of alliance. After all, this time, if one fought alone, it would be too difficult to win. It's just a little trick, Aoyonghang said with a sneer. Even though he said that, he was still a little worried. HMPH. What's the use of winning if you can't advance, Xiao Qian said with a smile. About 30 minutes passed, and Aoyonghang could no longer sit still. Although Lin Xia's strength should have improved a lot now, but facing the siege of several rank 7 warriors, could he retreat without being robbed of his entry card? Aoyonghang was not confident. Similarly, Huang Zhen and Qian Yao seemed to be a little worried. They didn't want to fail even before they started. They haven't even gone to Huaxia to participate in the Huaxia competition, not to mention the world finals. On the other hand, Bailey Haoling seemed to be very relaxed, sitting at a coffee table drinking coffee. What's the hurry? Auntie, bring him a cappuccino. Bailey Haoling seemed to be enjoying the coffee very much, then said to the waiter next to the coffee table, how can I not be anxious? When Lin Xiu is shattered by those guys, it will be the end. At this time, Aoyonghang remembered that he was like an ant on a hot pot. He looked at the cup of coffee handed over there and drank it subconsciously. The scalding sensation suddenly made him widen his eyes. Then he cried out, "N!" Someone came out so soon did he give up. Outside the forest, the staff member sitting under the reclining chair faintly saw a figure walking back. Seeing the scene, his eyes turned to the front and he could clearly see the appearance of Lin Xiu. Young man, did you forfeit? The staff member watched Lin Xiu come out and said with a smile, do you think that's possible? Lin Xiu pointed to the entry card on his chest, then smiled and said. The staff member was stunned for a moment, then continued to say, then? I eliminated all of them, Lin Xiu said, then took out a stack of entry cards from his pocket. Chapter 607 Insider. Chapter 607 Insider. The staff member opened his eyes wide and looked at the stack of entry cards that Lin Xiu took out. His eyes filled with disbelief. I eliminated them all. Lin Xiu stood in front of him and continued to speak. This is not real. Is it? The staff member rubbed his eyes at this time and took over the stack of entry cards in Lin Xiu's hand. His eyes still full of shock. How? How did you do it? The staff member looked at Lin Xiu, then secretly swallowed and said, this is just ridiculous. He has never encountered such an exaggerated thing. Did you get rid of the dozens of warriors by yourself, using my fists? Lin Xiu smiled indifferently, then walked directly to the front. How do I report this to the top? The staff member looked at the back of Lin Xiu leaving, with a bitter look on his face. Some knows out, someone's out. At the same time, the warriors who were waiting over there looked to the front, and saw Lin Xiu walking over. Why did you come out so quickly? Aoyonghang looked at Lin Xiu who was approaching. His eyes widened at this time. His eyes filled with disbelief. The job's done, so I came out. Lin Xiu spread his hands and said. The students from the rest of the academy also looked at Lin Xiu with great curiosity at this time, because the time was not up yet. Why did Lin Xiu come out? Could he be eliminated? You were eliminated. Aoyonghang thought of a possibility and suddenly said nervously. Do you think it's possible? At this time, Lin Xiu said in disbelief. For me now, those warriors were simply beings that can be easily defeated. Tisk tisk. Boy, it looks like you've been eliminated. It's a pity. Even if you beat us, you can't even advance in the end. Dao Qian looked at Lin Xiu who was coming back and immediately sneered. Some warriors around heard Zhao Qian's words and thought that Lin Xiu was the first to be eliminated. At this time, they also looked at Lin Xiu like he was a joke. Quite fast, Bailey Haoling was drinking coffee at this time, looking at Lin Xiu with a look of approval in her eyes. You really won, Aoyonghang said again in disbelief. Of course, Lin Xiu said with a faint smile. The only ones who can advance are us. Great. Hearing Lin Xiu's affirmative words, Aoyonghang also knew that Lin Xiu was not joking, and at this time he was also ecstatic. While Huang Zhen and Qian Yao were pleasantly surprised, Their eyes were also full of shock. Those people were all eliminated by Lin Xu. If this is the case, then Lin Xu's strength is too terrifying. Just when those warriors were looking at Lin Xu mockingly, the previous staff member had come out again. He looked around for a while, and when he saw Lin Xu's figure, he couldn't help but take a deep breath when he thought of what had just happened. There was a surveillance drone above the forest. After checking the video just now, the staff was even more shocked. Indeed, as Lin Xu said, those warriors were all defeated by Lin Xu, and it was still with absolute strength that he defeated them without giving them the ability to fight back. This strength is really terrifying. Now announcing the academy that advanced. The staff looked at the students around, took a deep breath, and said aloud, announcing it now. It's only been less than an hour. Right? How can the result come out so quickly? Yes. What the hell is going on? When the surrounding warriors heard the staff's words, they were all extremely surprised at this time. The colleges that could advance this time are, although they were very puzzled, when they heard the staff members' announcement, they were all focused. The Sacred Region Academy. The staff glanced at Lin Xu and said aloud, the Sacred Region Academy. Hearing these 4 words, these warriors couldn't help being shocked, because they knew that Lin Xu was representing the Sacred Region Academy in the snatch match. But Lin Xu came out so quickly. Was it because he was eliminated? How could it be that the Sacred Region Academy could advance? And, after the staff members said the Sacred Region Academy, he didn't announce other academies. Hearing these words, some warriors around couldn't help but speak out. No other colleges left. The staff member glanced at them, then said after being silent for a while, how is this possible? As soon as he said the words, the surrounding warriors were stunned for a while, and after they reacted, they all said in disbelief, he beat all the contestants and took all the cards. The staff pointed to Lin Xu and said, if he hadn't seen those videos with his own eyes, he wouldn't even believe that Lin Xu had snatched all the entry cards by himself. This was unimaginable. What? Impossible. There is an insider. This is definitely a setup. Zhao Qian's face changed greatly at this time, and then he shouted loudly. He had just laughed at Lin Xu for being eliminated, but things had totally reversed that he couldn't believe it at all. Not only him, but the rest of the warriors also shouted loudly after hearing Zhao Qian's roar. At this time, the whole scene seemed to be out of control in an instant. If you don't believe me, you can watch this video. At this moment, a voice came from the other side. Teacher Wu. The staff member heard the sound, turned around and looked over, and saw an old man with long white hair walking over. The old man nodded to the staff member, then pressed a switch in his hand, and a projection suddenly appeared on the wall in front of him. First of all, let me introduce myself. I am the president of the Nenyang City branch of the Warrior Union, Wu Tan. The white-haired old man glanced at the people around him, and then said lightly. Hearing his words, the surrounding warriors suddenly quietened down. They could clearly feel the extremely strong sense of oppression coming from the old man, the branch president of the Warrior Union. His strength must be very terrifying. Don't be so excited. After watching the surveillance video, you will understand what just happened. The old man touched his beard and said with a smile, because of his appearance, those warriors didn't dare to say any nonsense at this time. They looked at the projection shield on the wall and saw Lin Xu walking into the forest with a spear. Damn, these guys actually ambushed. Chapter 608. Let's all go together. Chapter 608. Let's all go together. The camera followed Lin Xu, and amongst the grass, several warriors were hidden inside. These warriors seemed to be ready to kill Lin Xu with one blow. Seeing this scene, Yonghang couldn't help but cursed. Before starting the snatch match, he had a hunch that this would happen, but he never thought it would actually happen. These people were simply too crafty. They were targeting the Sacred Region Academy. When Zhao Qian saw this scene, he knew that his captain had teamed up with others to get rid of Lin Xu first. But how did Lin Xu end up being the winner in the end? At this time, he continued to look at the screen projection, and he found that Lin Xu, who was about to be attacked by a group, moved the dark edge spear in his hand, and suddenly a powerful skill was released. Those warriors who surrounded Lin Xu were all sent flying. This scene was really shocking. The warriors who watched this scene widened their eyes in disbelief. One move. Just one move. All the 6 powerful warriors who ambushed him were knocked out. This wasn't a performance. It was a real battle. These people were speechless. They continued to look at the projection on the screen, and they could clearly see that Lin Xu was continuing to move. This time, Lin Xu walked towards the front. They didn't know what ability Lin Xu relied on. Soon, one after another warrior was discovered by Lin Xu, and then they were all dealt with. All of them were dealt with in one blow, and they didn't have the slightest chance to fight back. Now they are seriously injured and have already gone to the hospital for treatment. As the screen projection ended, the old man said lightly, "Although Lin Xu didn't make a deadly move, he definitely made a ruthless move. These warriors wouldn't recover so easily." "Okay. Does any of you still have any questions?" The old man looked around and said aloud. The surrounding warriors were silent at this time. Lin Xu had left them in total shock. This was one person fighting more than 50 warriors. I'm not convinced he must have taken forbidden drugs to have such a strong power. Zhao Qian's face was gloomy. And in the next moment, he pointed at Lin Xu and shouted loudly, "How about he continues to fight against us now? When he came out just now, the machine has already checked and everything is normal." Wu Tan, the head of the Warrior Union branch, frowned slightly at this time, and then said aloud. Hearing the old man's words, Zhao Qian clenched his hands into fists, and seemed to be very angry. "Sure." Lin Xu walked out at this time, then looked at Zhao Qian and said aloud. Zhao Qian was the one who suggested it, but when he saw Lin Xu walking out, his heart shuddered, and his body trembled a little. After all, judging from the situation just now, Lin Xu's strength was really terrifying. If it was one and on, he has no chance of winning at all. But if you're alone, you're really too weak. Why don't all of you fight against me together? The dark-edged spear in Lin Xu's right hand turned, and after drawing an arc, it stopped for a moment. The spear pointed at the many warriors in front of him. All together. When the warriors heard Lin Xu's words, they were all shocked. "Did you hear that he told us to go together?" Zhao Qian reacted at this time, and then shouted loudly. At this moment, an ecstatic look appeared on his face. Just now, he thought that Lin Xu was really going to fight him alone and he was still a little scared. But now, seeing Lin Xu so arrogantly challenge all the Academy's warriors, Zhao Qian couldn't help but burst into laughter. This was simply arrogance to the extreme. There were more than 200 warriors around here. If they all joined hands, no matter how strong you are, you will be beaten to death. You are simply courting death. Too arrogant. Do you think you are really invincible? Fight with him. The surrounding warriors were all angry at this time, and a large number of voices came over in a short time. Hey, don't look for death for fun. Yonghang was already breaking out in cold sweat at this time, and even he felt that Lin Xu was too arrogant. He wanted to challenge over 200 warriors alone. It would be an exaggeration if he could win. Yonghang absolutely did not believe that Lin Xu could win, even though Lin Xu's performance just now was really shocking. When Huang Zhen and Qian Yao wanted to persuade Lin Xu at this time, Bailey Hailing suddenly smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, my disciple really has my demeanor. Kill them for me," she said while waving her little fist. And the old man Wu Tan touched his white beard at this time, but he didn't have any intention of stopping this. Instead, there was a curious look in his eyes. He wanted to see how Lin Xu would fight against so many warriors. This is crazy. And the staff member kept talking to himself at this time. His eyes were full of shock. Then, "Let's go." Lin Xu continued to point his spear at them, and said aloud, "Go to hell." Zhao Qian looked at how arrogant Lin Xu was, coupled with his hatred for the Sacred Region Academy. He could not bear it anymore. Holding his golden-backed machete, he took the lead in attacking Lin Xu. As he rushed over, the warriors at the back all rushed over too. The whole scene went out of control in an instant. Damn! Seeing this scene, Yonghang and others quickly retreated to the back. "Lin Xu, run!" Aoyonghang called out subconsciously at this time. But he didn't see Lin Xu running away. Instead he attacked directly. Looking at Zhao Qian who was at the front, a sneer appeared at the corner of Lin Xia's mouth. Holding the dark-edged spear in his hand, he instantly collided with Zhao Qian's golden-backed machete. Boom! A dull sound resounded in an instant. Before Zhao Qian could use his skill, he felt his arm go numb, and the weapon flew out instantly. Zhao Qian's eyes widened, and when he was about to move, Lin Xu swept him up and directly knocked him out. Boom! His whole body flew out and instantly hit the stone wall behind him, making a loud noise. The powerful impact caused a large amount of blood to burst out of his body instantly. The rest of the warriors were also besieged. Lin Xu saw this scene in his eyes, and the dark-edged spear he held in both hands instantly burst into flames, covering the entire spear body, and in the next moment, he waved it. All of the Phoenix. Chapter 609. Are you guys convinced now? Chapter 609. Are you guys convinced now? Boom! As Lin Xu swung his spear, a large number of flames burst out in the next moment. The flames turned into giant bird figures and charged towards the surroundings. What? The warriors that were rushing over were hit by the flaming bird, and most of them flew out directly. The flames burned their bodies, causing them to feel intense pain. However, some warriors dodged, and in the next moment, all of them used their powerful skills to attack Lin Xu. Boom boom boom! The whole ground shook continuously. But at this time, Lin Xia's figure disappeared. Where did he go? When some warriors saw this scene, their eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Goodbye. Just as they looked around, they heard a voice coming from the other side. When they turned around suddenly, they could clearly see that Lin Xu had appeared in the sky behind them. And at this time, as Lin Xu waved his dark-edged spear in the air, at this moment, a large number of flaming birds burst out, and in the next moment, all these flaming birds converged to form a very huge flaming phoenix. The flaming phoenix hovered in the air and charged directly below. Careful! President Wu Tan's expression changed greatly when he saw this scene. He did not expect that Lin Xu would be able to use such a powerful skill, and the scope of this skill was too extensive. Those warriors' eyes widened and their bodies trembled slightly. They wanted to escape, but it was too late. Boom! As the flaming phoenix charged over, the entire ground shook violently. It was as if a terrifying explosion had occurred as a strong airflow was emitted around, causing Aoyonghang and others who were not far away to be hit by the powerful airflow and flew out a certain distance. Damn it, what kind of perverted skill did this guy use? At this moment, Aoyonghang couldn't help but cursed. He held a pillar next to him to prevent himself from being blown out by the gust of wind. Soon, as the impact of this terrifying explosion disappeared and Lin Xia's figure appeared. Young man, isn't this a bit too much? At the same time, President Wu Tan also appeared not far from Lin Xu and said to Lin Xu, taking a closer look at the surroundings, you could see that the surroundings had become a mess, and many of the surrounding buildings were now destroyed because of the impact of Lin Xia's skills just now. And those warriors just now all fell to the ground and suffered a lot of injuries. But compared to Zhao Qian, who was seriously injured, their injuries were still relatively minor. I've already controlled the power of my skills and their lives are not at risk, Lin Xu said with a faint smile. President Wu Tan frowned slightly. What Lin Xu said was the truth. Although the sensation caused by the skills just now seems to be very big, in general, these warriors were not seriously injured. However, if Lin Xu hadn't suppressed his skills, these warriors wouldn't have it easy. Are you guys convinced now? Lin Xu stood on the same spot at this time, glanced at the surrounding warriors who were lying on the ground, and said, hearing Lin Xia's words, the bodies of those warriors who made eye contact with Lin Xu trembled. The strength that Lin Xu showed just now was indeed too terrifying that they didn't even dare think of confronting Lin Xu at all. They were simply not on the same level at all. It's over. When are we going to Sky City? Lin Xu took a deep breath and said to President Wu Tan, tomorrow at noon. You guys come here and I will personally take you there. President Wu Tan touched his beard and said aloud, He now has a faint feeling that Lin Xu's team was likely to be able to fight against those powerful teams in Sky City, and this team came out of his division. If Lin Xu and others achieve good results, it will be good for him. Okay. Lin Xu smiled, then glanced around and continued to say, but now, I think it's better to send them all to the hospital for treatment. Let's get going. After speaking, Lin Xu walked up to Aoyonghang and the others and said, okay. Huang Zhen and Caiyin Yao nodded at this time, and there was still a look of shock on their faces. Although they already felt that Lin Xu was very strong, the scene just now gave them too much shock. There were more than 200 warriors and most of them were rank 6, yet they were simply swept away by Lin Xu's skills. Just now, some of the warriors used sphere, but they were still blasted away by the powerful impact, and hit the wall. They all suffered a lot of injuries. Soon, a large number of medical personnel came to carry these warriors away one after another. You kid, you're really a monster. Aoyonghang came back to his senses at this time, looking at Lin Xu and said aloud. Originally, he thought that after his strength had risen to rank 7, he could fight against Lin Xu, but he didn't expect that Lin Xu's progress was even more terrifying, making him feel like he couldn't understand the world anymore. Perverted. Really perverted. Aoyonghang continued to curse. I said it, you're too rubbish. Bailey Haoling, who was eating a popsicle, said at this time. Hearing Bailey Haoling's words, Aoyonghang felt as if he had been stabbed in the chest, and felt extremely uncomfortable. This afternoon, everyone was hanging out in Ninyang City, because there was no battle. They were very free. Lin Xu also enjoyed the rare leisure time and did not cultivate. Aoyonghang, Huangzhen, and Caiyin Yao were looking at things in a warrior union store, while Lin Xu and Bailey Haoling were sitting at the table outside. Hey, how did you get this jade pendant? Bailey Haoling saw the moon-shaped jade pendant hanging around Lin Xu's neck and her eyes lit up. What do you want? Lin Xu looked at Bailey Haoling warily and said, Tisk, why are you so nervous? I won't rob you. Bailey Haoling pouted and said, as if. Lin Xu added these 2 words for her. It was obvious from the look in her eyes that she was eyeing the jade pendant around his neck. I won't give you this. Lin Xu glared at her and said, oh, don't worry. Being a teacher is not the kind of person who will take away something that people love. Bailey Haoling said while shaking her head. By the way, you know, the origin of this jade pendant is very extraordinary. Chapter 610 Destination, Sky City. Chapter 610 Destination, Sky City. Why is it extraordinary? Lin Xu said curiously at this time. This is made of star meteorite jade. When cultivating, it can improve the speed of cultivation, and it can also clear your mind. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a treasure. Bailey Haoling spoke eloquently at this time. So awesome. Lin Xu couldn't help but be surprised when he heard Bailey Haoling's words. Wearing the jade pendant, Lin Xu did feel very comfortable. Which was true. Of course. This thing can be regarded as priceless now, and its market value can be comparable to the rank 9 odd crystal. Bailey Haoling nodded and said. Hearing her words, Lin Xu was even more surprised. At this time, he thought of Liu and didn't expect that she actually gave this jade pendant to him. Thinking of this, Lin Xu's gaze became gentler. Then, do you want to sell it to master? After Bailey Haoling finished explaining at this time, she said to Lin Xu, I knew you had this thought. Lin Xu couldn't help laughing and scolding. Haha. Time went by quickly, and at noon the next day, when he came to the competition hall again, Lin Xu realized that the damage he caused yesterday had been repaired. He didn't see any other warriors around. They were probably either lying in the hospital or returning to their academy. After all, Lin Xu fought with all of them yesterday, and defeated them all. This was an absolute shame. Now, who would dare to come here and find trouble? You guys are here already. Not long after Lin Xu and the others came in, they could clearly see President Wu Tan appearing in front of them, and there were several staff around him. Can we go now? Lin Xu walked over and said with a faint smile. Of course. President Wu Tan nodded. then took out a special card from his pocket. This is the entry card for the competition, and it is the pass to enter Sky City too. President Wu Tan took out these passes and handed them to Lin Xu and the others. Lin Xu held the thin, but very hard card in his hand, and his eyes could not help narrowing. Sky City. I'm finally coming. The airship is coming soon. It's still a little distance from here to Sky City. You can rest in the lounge on the airship first. The next morning, the knockout rounds in our Huaxia region will officially start. President Wu Chan looked at Lin Xu and the others and said, "You kid eliminated all the teams in our division. Don't let me down, or it would be too embarrassing." President Wu Tan couldn't help sighing at this time. And Lin Xu smiled. Lin Xu was not afraid of the contestants from other divisions. What he was a little worried about now was the strength of those teams in Sky City. However, Lin Xu wasn't afraid. He was just excited. The excitement of fighting warriors who were stronger than himself. No, one in Huaxia district. This is confirmed. At this time, Bailey Haoling said, "Okay. The airship is here. I wish you all a smooth journey." Wu Chen laughed and said at this time. He looked to the back and saw that in the spacious courtyard outside, a huge airship was slowly descending. Sky City. Aoyanghang seemed to have thought of something at this time, and then muttered to himself, "What's the matter?" Scared, Lin Xu looked at Aoyanghang at this time, then said with a smile, "He, would someone from the Aoyan family be afraid?" Aoyanghang sneered at this moment, as if he was emboldening himself. Huang Zhen and Qian Yao seemed to be a little nervous at this time, although their strength had reached the standard of being able to enter the Sacred Region Academy. They had not officially set foot in the Sky City. Moreover, this warrior conference could be said to be a feast for warriors from all over the world. Talented warriors from all regions will participate, and it must not be taken lightly. I really don't know why you guys are nervous. I've been to this shitty place many times, and there's nothing much to it. Bailey Haoling pouted and seemed a little disdainful. Do we know each other? President Wu Tan looked at Bailey Haoling at this time, and always felt that Bailey Haoling seemed familiar. Especially Bailey Haoling's tone. She sounded especially like someone from the top of the warrior union. "Know who knows you, old man," Bailey Haoling said immediately after hearing President Wu Tan's words. Then she walked towards the airship without looking back. What's with her tone? When a staff member heard Bailey Haoling's arrogant words, he couldn't help commenting, "Forget it." President Wu Tan shook his head. Looking at Bailey Haoling's back, he still felt a little familiar, but in his memory, he didn't seem to have seen Bailey Haoling. How could he feel this way? Phew. So close. I was almost recognized by this chap. Bailey Haoling, who walked to the airship, could not help but secretly let out a sigh of relief. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Xu saw that Bailey Haoling seemed a little strange, and Lin Xu couldn't help but say aloud, "It's okay. Let's go." Bailey Haoling shook her head and said, "This airship was very large, and the space inside was very empty, and if you look closely, you would see that there are many weapons in the hall, just like a huge training room." President Wu Tan also got on the airship at this time. This time, he was going to personally lead Lin Xu and the others to Sky City. "We should reach Sky City at night. You can go to your room to rest now, or practice in this hall." President Wu Tan looked at Lin Xu and the others and said, "What rest? You all come here. I'll give you some training first." Bailey Haoling glanced at Lin Xu and the others, then put his hands on her hips, and said with an imposing voice. However, she was not very tall, so she looked a little funny at this time. Boom boom boom. At this time, the airship had already started to take off. Except for a little wobble when it took off, it became quite stable after that. Bailey Haoling had already started explaining the battle experience at this time. Originally, Lin Xu just listened to it casually. But with Bailey Haoling's explanation, Lin Xu found that she really had a very powerful insight into multiplayer battles. Lin Xu couldn't help but be surprised. They spent the afternoon practicing in this hall. After training all afternoon, Lin Xu, who was resting with his eyes closed, felt the airship shake violently. What's up? Sky City. We are here. Chapter 611 Entering the Sky City. Chapter 611 Entering the Sky City. At this moment, as soon as the staff member spoke, Lin Xu and the others stood up from the state of cultivation. The airship was still shaking slightly as if it was about to park. Lin Xu looked through the glass window in front of him, and he could see the scene in front of him. This is Sky City. Lin Xu looked at the towering building in front of him, the huge city gate, and couldn't help being shocked. This city gate seems to be like the gate of heaven in fairy tales. Huge and majestic. And behind the city gate is the city with a very high technology style. This city is endless and covers a very large area. More importantly, this city was not on land, but suspended in the air. Sky City. This is the economic center of Huaxia district. Lin Xu couldn't help but take a deep breath when he saw Sky City. I finally set foot here. Soon, as the airship docked in front of the city gate of the Sky City, some Sky City staff began to board the airship for inspection. As the hatch at the front of the airship opened, Lin Xu saw some men in special work uniforms approaching. These are the contestants from our Huaxia division, President Wu Tan said to the staff who came to check. Only 5. The staff members looked at Lin Xu and the others, and were immediately surprised. Originally, they thought there would be a lot of participating students, but now they were shocked when they saw that there were only 5 of them. Well, the other teams were eliminated by them. President Wu Tan also spread his hands helplessly and said at this time, he didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. Please show your entry cards. Those staff members came to Lin Xu and the others at this time and spoke to them. Without any hesitation, Lin Xu directly took out the entry card that was given to them by President Wu Tan at that time. The staff checked it, and then took a machine to scan the information of Lin Xu and others, and said, that's okay. Soon, after the staff checked, they got off the airship. Why is it so troublesome to enter the Sky City? Lin Xu said helplessly. The series of inspections just now looked a bit complicated. Well, it's Sky City after all. It's like that. President Wu Tan laughed. Ah, here again. Bailey Haling stretched and said, have you been here before? Lin Xu said curiously. Of course. I've been here too many times. It's also possible that when I came here, you were still playing in the mud. Tisk. Hearing Bailey Hailing's words, Ouyonghang pouted in disdain. Bailey Hailing looked much younger than him. How is this possible? And President Wu Tan seemed to have thought of something at this time, and looked at Bailey Hailing, seemingly sensing President Wu Tan's gaze. Bailey Hailing quickly said, let's go. Hurry up. And let's go out. Lin Xu also held his dark edge spear at this time, then looked at the crowd and said, as soon as he got off the airship, Lin Xu felt a strong wind blow. When he looked around, he could clearly see that there were a lot of aircrafts parked around. This was a huge parking lot in front of the city gate of Sky City. Generally speaking, these airships cannot fly directly into Sky City unless a special pass is obtained. The people who come here would park their aircrafts here. And now Lin Xu felt like he was standing in a cloud. The surrounding air seemed to be much better than when he was in Anyang City. So Lin Xu couldn't help but take a deep breath. Very comfortable. Looking not far away, he could clearly see the gate of Sky City. Now, instead of looking through the glass, he could really see the gate of Sky City, which was majestic and stunning. Lin Xu subconsciously took out his mobile phone at this time, and after thinking about it, he sent a message to Liu Yu. Incoming. After sending it, Lin Xu looked at the screen of the phone and put the phone back in his pocket. Hey, who did you secretly send messages to? At this time, Bailey Hailing's fire of gossip was raging, and she leaned over and said to Lin Xu, I did not. Lin Xu shook his head and said, he knew that his master was super gossipy, so of course he couldn't say anything to her. Tisk. How petty. Bailey Hailing suddenly felt uninterested, and then walked towards the front. Come on, let's enter Sky City. President Wu Tan. Aren't you coming? When Lin Xu was about to leave, he found Wu Tan standing there, as if waiting for something. Well, I want to wait for someone here. I want go first. President Wu Tan touched his beard, then smiled and said, "By the way, you can go to the General Hotel of the Warrior Union in Sky City, show the card I gave you, and you can check in there. Today's contestants are all staying there. There is also the competition process for tomorrow, and someone will tell you when that time comes." President Wu Tan seemed to have thought of something at this time, and then said to Lin Xu, "Okay, thank you." Lin Xu nodded. "Lin Xu, what are you doing? Hurry up and get going." At this time, Bailey Haoling, who had already walked to the front, waved and said, "Coming." Lin Xu smiled helplessly, and then trotted up. The city gate of this Sky City looks like it was quite near, but when they actually walked, they realized that the distance was a little far. After walking for a while, they arrived at the city gate. There were not too many restrictions to enter Sky City. The minimum requirement was to be a rank 6 warrior. If you are not a rank 6 warrior, you must have a special pass. The entry cards obtained by Lin Xu and the others also served as passports, but because they were all warriors above rank 6, they entered the Sky City without any obstruction at this time. As soon as he walked in, Lin Xu found that the surrounding decoration was very delicate. Even the ground was spotless, and the surrounding buildings were towering and full of super technology. Compared with the city where he stayed before, this Sky City was like a city that has been developed for decades. The game doesn't start until tomorrow, and we don't have to go to the hotel now. Bailey Haoling stood in front and said while looking at the surrounding scene, "Do you need a skills card or not in Sky City? There is the most powerful skill card shop in the whole Huixia region." Chapter 612 The Main Store of the Warrior Union. Chapter 612 The Main Store of the Warrior Union. That's right. I heard that the Warrior Union stores in Sky City have the most complete collection of warrior skills cards. Huang Zhen and Qian Yao had looked it up before, and the both of them spoke in excitement as well. It was obvious that they were still extremely excited to be in Sky City. "Let's go. We should take a look there." Lin Xu thought about it before suggesting. Yonghang did not have any opinion about it. Although with his family's support, he was able to get his hands on lots of warrior skill cards. It wasn't at the point where he could get his hands on all those that he wanted. At the Warrior Union store, he might be able to find a few rare warrior skills cards instead. "Let's turn on the GPS so that we can find our way there," Qian Yao said as he took out his phone. "Why would you need the phone? I am a walking GPS." When Bailey Haoling heard Qian Yao using a GPS, she looked at him in disdain. The Sky City may seem civilized, but the roads here were extremely complicated. But Bailey Haoling seemed to know this city inside and out. With her leading the group, they soon arrived at the main branch of the Warrior Union store. It looks huge. Lin Xu looked at the shop in front of him, and his eyes widened in shock as well. This was because he had always bought the things online from the official website. This was the first time that Lin Xu had been to a physical store. The shop looked huge, and the interior design of it was exquisite. At the entrance, there were also a large number of warriors walking in and out of the store. With his analytical eye, Lin Xu took a good look at the warriors. Most of them were of rank 6. Some were rank 7 and there were also a few of them that were rank 8 warriors. Lin Xu couldn't help but gasp as he finally saw for himself that only rank 6 warriors were allowed to enter Sky City, other than those who were born and raised in Sky City. Well, obviously there was no one who was born as a rank 6 warrior. However, as they grow up, those who didn't reach rank 6 would be kicked out of Sky City. This was the reason why most of the warriors in Sky City were extremely skilled and powerful. "Come on, let's take a look inside." Yonghang, who wasn't interested previously, suddenly developed interest in the shop when he saw the vast amount of warriors passing by the store. His eyes were glowing with excitement. "Let's go. There are lots of warrior skill cards inside. You might even find something that you need," Bailey Haoling said as she entered the store. Lin Xu took out his phone and noticed that Liu Yu had not replied to his message. After placing his phone back into his pockets, he followed his group into the store. "You will be representing Sky Academy." At the same time, at the Liu household, Liu Yu's father informed Liu Yu about his decision. Reason? Liu Yu looked at her father. She had a cold look on her face as usual and there wasn't much expression seen on her face. No reasons. It's just what I wanted. Liu Yu's father shook his head as he spoke to his daughter. Also, in order to keep you focused on the fight, your sister will be holding onto your phone for now. Liu Yu's father said as he suddenly got reminded of it. I will take good care of your phone. Liu Yan sat on the other side of the room and was waving Liu Yu's phone in the air as she told her younger sister. Liu Yu's phone was a customized model. There were a lot of details that had to be verified which made it difficult for them to change it. It required a lot of effort to do so. Liu Yu looked at Liu Yan and there was a sharp look in her eyes. Oh my, don't look at me like that, little sister. I won't peek at your messages. Liu Yu put on an innocent look as she told her sister. Oh, by the way, remember the boy that you seemed to be close to back in Sacred Region Academy? He's here already. Liu Yan suddenly thought of it and showed a cunning smile on her face as she informed Liu Yu. You were doing a background check on me. Liu Yu's pupil shrank as she asked her elder sister. I was just trying to look out for my little sister. Liu Yan stuck out her tongue mischievously. That's enough. Liu Yan, don't interfere with Liu Yu's matters. Liu Yu's father felt helpless as well with both his daughters. Liu Yu stuck out her tongue again, but didn't say anything else to trigger her little sister. Well, you can invite him over, but he has to be qualified for it. Liu Yu's father thought about it for a minute before informing Liu Yu about it as he stood up from his seat. Then, he walked out of the room. Liu Yu suddenly thought about Lin Xu and her focus shifted a little. But soon, there was a determined look in her eyes. He said that he would be here and he did it. Whoa! There are so many warrior skills cards here. Huang Zhen had always been a calm person, but as soon as he walked into the store and saw the huge variety of cards that were displayed, his eyes widened in shock as well. He was acting like a man from a village who had just seen the city for the very first time, exclaiming and gasping from time to time. Lin Xu looked around and noticed that the walls have been filled with a large number of cards, and most of them were stored inside a glass casing. There were so many cards in the store and most of them were gold skills onwards. They were also carefully categorized. There were also lots of warriors around who were taking a good look at the cards that were on the walls. Let's look at those with diamond skills. Lin Xu told them before leaving. The diamond skills are here. Bailey Haoli seemed really familiar with the store, as she had already led the way before Lin Xu had the chance to ask the service assistant who was close by. When they walked into another room, they were welcomed by a bright, glaring light. These are all diamond skill cards. After taking a good look at the room, they noticed that the bright light was because of the reflection of the sunlight on the cards that were hung on the walls. They could clearly see that all of the cards here were of diamond skills. You'll take a look at those for sword skills. Aoyangheng got excited as well as he quickly headed to the skills that he wanted. Since the warrior skills cards have been categorized according to their weapons, Aoyangheng was able to find those that he wanted. Huang Zhen and Kaiyan Yao used swords as well, which was why they headed in the same direction as Aoyangheng. The sword skill cards had the most variety, which was why it filled up an entire wall as all of them were openly displayed on the wall. Huang Zhen and his friend started drooling as soon as he saw the cards. It would be difficult to find yours. Right. Lin Xu remained on the same spot and asked Bailey Haoli who was next to her. There isn't much. Bailey Haoli uses the double broadsword. Amongst the warriors, there weren't many people who would choose this weapon, which was also why there weren't many warrior skills cards available. Chapter 613 Tiger on the Ground. Chapter 613 Tiger on the Ground. I always thought that there weren't many people who would choose the spear, but I guess yours is much rarer than mine. You're the only person that I've met using a double broadsword. I'm sure that Bailey used a sword. Lin Xu mumbled to himself as he was deep in thoughts. That's because my ancestors used these double broadswords. Bailey Haoling said it with pride. When the virus hit the world, she killed thousands of zombies with her double broadsword. Back at those times, there were no warriors around yet. I'm curious who your ancestors were. Lin Xu said subconsciously. Hee, I have a picture of her. I'll show it to you next time. Bailey Haoling said to him. The both of them continued walking around the room and soon found the collection for the spears. All of them were of diamond skills level. Although there weren't many skills for the spears, the warrior skills cards still filled up the entire wall. There are quite a large number of varieties. Lin Xu took a good look at the wall and he was surprised. There were a lot of these warrior skill cards that he has never seen before in the other stores. Stay here. I'll take a look over there, Bao Lihaoli informed Lin Xu before walking away. Alright. Lin Xu took a closer look at those warrior skills cards. The spear might not be as popular as the other weapons, but there were still a lot of skill cards here that were available. However, he hasn't found one that was suitable for him. At the corner of the wall, Lin Xu suddenly noticed that there was a warrior skills card that looked unique. Tiger on the ground. According to its description, tiger on the ground was a very demanding skill of the spear. The strength of the person using it would have to be very strong. Otherwise, the energy released from the skill would not be contained in the human body, and not only would it affect the others, it would cause the owner's body to explode as well. The warrior skill cards were graded for the strength of the skills and the danger from it. This particular heart had 5 stars on both factors. Bro, are you thinking about getting this one? When Lin Xu was still checking out the card, there was a voice that appeared next to him. Lin Xu turned around and noticed that there was a muscular man in his 30s who was standing next to him, smiling at Lin Xu. I was thinking about it. Lin Xu nodded his head. I've heard that there were a large number of people who tried, and most of them were warriors as well. They ended up dead. The man warned Lin Xu with a stern face. Lin Xu nodded his head while taking up his phone and swiped it across the card. Beep beep beep. Then, there was a notification on the phone that showed that there had been a transaction. It seems as if no one else was interested in this card, which was why the price had been kept extremely low. Lin Xia's account that had been linked to his phone had just the right amount for him to purchase the card. Then, the small glass cupboard popped up as well. Lin Xiu gently picked up the Diamond Warrior skill card from the glass cupboard. Diamond Warrior skills card tiger on the ground. You really bought the card. When the man saw Lin Xiu picking up the card, he was shocked. It's no big deal. I just wanted to try it for fun. Lin Xiu chuckled before heading towards Aoyanghang. The man shook his head. He was trying to be nice and reminded the young boy, but it seemed like his kind motion wasn't appreciated. What he didn't know was, these cultivations may be hard for the other, but for someone like Lin Xiu, it was exactly what he wanted. I want this one. As Lin Xiu was walking towards Aoyanghang, Lin Xiu heard their voices. Huang Zhen had his eyes on one of the Diamond Warrior skills cards, and he was about to take out his phone to purchase the card. Move aside. I want this one. Right at that moment, a man walked towards them and immediately pushed Huang Zhen out of the way. Then, he took out his phone and was about to scan on the warrior skills card. What do you think you're doing? Huang Zhen wasn't someone who was easily bullied. When he was pushed, he immediately frowned and glared at the man who pushed him. The man looked like he was in their 20s, dressed in a luxurious combat suit. I said, I want this one. Don't you understand? The man sneered and replied arrogantly towards Huang Zhen. You son of a... Huang Zhen was triggered as well as he held and was aiming towards the other person's head. This is Sky City. When the man saw what was happening, he did not panic and screamed out loud instead. After being screamed at, Huang Zhen was stunned. I am an aborigine of Sky City. If you dare to touch me, the Federation police will arrest you. The man said with pride. So what? Then, a voice came from behind the arrogant man. Lin Xiu was walking towards them when he found this man arguing with Huang Zhen. When he heard what the man said, Lin Xiu frowned. So what, all of you are outsiders here in Sky City, so sit your ass down, this belongs to me. The man roared at Lin Xiu. That's load of rubbish coming out of your mouth. You brat. Seeing how Lin Xiu was acting more conceited than he was about to punch Lin Xiu in the stomach. Just as his fist was about to reach Lin Xiu reached out his left hand and caught the other person's fist. Then, with a small pressure, crack crack, a small crack came from the other person's fist. Ah! The man felt as if his fist was being caught in a trap. The strong grip that Lin Xiu had on his fist caused him to feel as if his bones were about to be crushed into pieces. The stinging pain that he felt in his hand caused him to scream out loud. "Let go of me, you're a dead piece of meat." The man who was feeling the severe pain on his hand had a twisted look on his face. He gritted his teeth as he screamed out loud. "HMMMM." After hearing what he said, Lin Xu raised his eyebrows and increased the strength in his hands that was grabbing the other person's fist. Let go of me, let go." When the person felt the grip around his fist that was getting tighter, he could feel the stinging pain all over his body. He was in so much pain that he immediately fell onto the ground. "Leave." As Lin Xu ordered him to leave, the man was thrown aside and landed on the walls behind them. Due to the collision with the wall, there was blood coming out of the corners of the man's lips. "Damn it." He glared at Lin Xu with an evil look in his eyes. "What's the matter?" Then, Aoyanghang and Qian Yao, who noticed that something had happened, quickly rushed towards them. Chapter 614 Sky Arena. Chapter 614 Sky Arena. "It's nothing. It's just an arrogant guy who was taught a lesson by me." Lin Xu watched them come back, and then said lightly, "You're dead." The man's face was still pale at this time, but after he recovered, he looked at Lin Xu over there and roared loudly with a ghastly face. "You outsiders will definitely die in Sky City." Some warriors around heard the man's roar and left here at this time. After all, more is worse than less. "Yo, it's amazing to live in Sky City." Aoyanghang sneered at this moment, then looked back and said coldly, "Hang, young master." The man seemed to know Aoyanghang, but his expression changed slightly when he saw Aoyanghang. "Oh, so it's you. Why are you so arrogant now?" Aoyanghang looked at him at this time, then said with a sneer, "No, it's my dog's eyes that look down on people. I'm sorry." At this moment, the man hurriedly said, and in the next moment, he looked at Aoyanghang, and he ran away in despair. "Yo, are you still flying?" Lin Xu raised his brows and said deliberately, "HMPH, how can I say that my Aoyang family is also a family in Sky City? And it's still a bit well known." Aoyanghang said proudly at this time, "Are you from Sky City?" Huang Zhen and Qian Yao were also surprised at this time. Everything Aoyanghang showed before made them think that Aoyanghang was the first time he came to Sky City. "I'm from Nanshang. This side belongs to Baikang. Sky City is very big. I'm not very familiar with this side." Aoyanghang explained at this time, "I happen to know that guy just now, but he is from a small family and is rather arrogant. Huang Zhen, if you want to buy this martial arts card, hurry up and buy it, or you will be preempted later." Lin Xu looked at Huang Zhen and reminded him. "Okay." Huang Zhen also came back to his senses at this time, and then quickly went there to scan and buy a martial arts card. "Have you all bought your martial arts cards?" Lin Xu said to Aoyanghang and Qian Yao. The two nodded, and after a closer look, they saw that they were both holding a martial arts card. "What martial arts card did you buy?" Aoyanghang said to Lin Xu. "Well, it's just an ordinary martial arts card," Lin Xu said casually. "Hey, you're all here now." Bailey Haoling also came out at this time, looking at Lin Xu and the others. "We've all bought the martial arts cards we want. Let's go," Lin Xu said with a smile. "Don't you look at the weapon or something?" Bailey Haoling continued to speak. "I don't need it." Lin Xu shook his head. Now his black-on spear is the most convenient weapon. And Aoyanghang and the others also shook their heads. For them, the weapons they have now are the most handy. "Then let's go." After everyone left the main store of the Warrior Alliance, they rushed to the hotel where they stayed. The Martial Artist Alliance's hotel is very large and covers an extremely wide area. There are all the supporting facilities around. After showing his entry card downstairs, some staff started to help Lin Xu and others arrange housing. Everyone lives on the same floor. The 25th floor. "Okay. You'll take a break first. What do you want to do?" "Do your own activities." Bailey Haoling stretched and walked into his room. "Let's go back and have a rest first." Huang Zhen and Qian Yao also seemed a little tired at this time. After talking to Lin Xu and others, they also returned to their room. Aoyanghang originally wanted to rest in his room, but at this moment, Lin Xu said, "Do you know where you can earn alliance coins? You want to make money?" Yonghang was stunned for a moment, then said subconsciously, before, because it's Sanctuary Academy, everything could be exchanged for items using points. But now that it comes out, everything needs alliance coins. If it wasn't for this martial arts card being sold at a special price just now, the alliance coins in Lin Xu's card would not be enough at all. Generally speaking, it is not easy for Sky City to make money. Yonghang pondered for a while and then said, but there is a place where you can make quick money, but not enough is dangerous. Where? Lin Xu was intrigued. He narrowed his eyes and said to Yonghang, Sky Arena. At this moment, Yonghang carefully spit out these 5 words. Is it similar to the competitive tower of Sanctuary College Lin Xu? No. It's not the same. This Sky Arena belongs to the underground arena. It's like playing a black fist. However, those who participate in the battle there are unruly battles, and everyone will wear special armor before the battle. Ordinary people don't know your strength at all. Speaking of this, Yonghang's face also became more cautious. So, you don't know who the opponent is, no matter their strength or appearance. So sometimes if you want to admit defeat, you will be killed directly. Lin Xu raised his brows. It did sound a little dangerous. I advise you to give up your heart. If you don't have money, I can lend you a little. Yonghang continued to speak. Well, tell me the address. Lin Xu said. Oh, what are you really going? Yonghang opened his eyes wide and said incredulously. Just now he told Lin Xu of the danger here. Does Lin Xu still want to go? Isn't this looking for death? Lin, I tell you, even if you go there, you will still die. At this moment, Yonghang roared at Lin Xu. Why? Don't you want me to die? Lin Xu said with a faint smile. Humph. I want you to die. But now we are competing as the Sanctuary Academy. Although your strength is not very good, it is not enough without one person. Yonghang said with a sneer. Address. Lin Xu ignored his words and continued to speak. You're going to die yourself. I don't care about you, Yonghang said in a frantic manner at this time. Sky Arena, located in the west side of Sky City, is an underground arena acquiesced by the federal government. At this time, in the evening, the surrounding lights were all lit up, and the whole city seemed to have turned into daytime. Because this Sky City is in the sky, there is still a lot of wind blowing around. Well, it should be here. At the same time, Lin Xu had already arrived at the west city of the Sky City, the position on the side of the Sky Arena. Taking a closer look at this time, there were already quite a few warriors coming in and out in front. These warriors look different from ordinary warriors. Their eyes are full of extremely strong, murderous aura. Chapter 615 IU. Chapter 615 IU. When you look at these warriors, you know that they are not people to mess with. Lin Xu walked to the entrance of the Sky Arena at this time. A staff member stopped him. Please show your admission ticket. We need a ticket for this. Lin Xu raised his brows, and then said lightly, over there. One of the staff members pointed to the service window next to him and said, this admission ticket costs 1 million union coins, which was indeed too much. Fortunately, he borrowed 1 million alliance coins from Yonghang when he just arrived. After purchasing the admission ticket, Lin Xu easily entered. Kill him for me. As soon as he walked in, Lin Xu heard many shouts. What he saw was a huge battle arena, surrounded by a circle with a large number of seats, and people were everywhere at this time. Some people got excited and stood up and shouted loudly. Lin Xu squeezed in with difficulty and saw 2 warriors in bronze armor and bronze masks. He couldn't see their faces clearly and they were fighting frantically on the competition stage in the middle. Under the frantic battle between the two, there was blood everywhere, and it looked very scary. It was like an ancient Roman gladiator. Boom! In the next moment, one of the men with a bronze mask like a dog's head held a huge sword, and instantly cut his opponent in half. The shock of the splash of blood made the surrounding audience scream. Our kobold won the victory again. He won 10 games in total, and received a reward of 10 million union coins. Kobold. At this time, the warriors around were shouting the code name of that person, and the whole scene seemed to be boiling. Then, next, who was going to challenge the kobold? He has already won 10 games in a row, and if you end him, you can get 20 million union coins. At this time, the host stood on a small floating aircraft and shouted exaggeratedly with a wireless microphone, "Go!" The audience who seemed to support the kobold just now shouted loudly for other warriors to challenge the kobold. After a while, another warrior wearing a similar attire came to the stage, and the surroundings began to boil again. These violent battles seemed to be enjoyable for the audience, causing Lin Xu to frown slightly. However, those who could come here were all extremely fierce people, and they were not good people at all. Lin Xu wasn't worried at all, holding his dark-edged spear and walking to the other side. There was a lounge in the front, which was actually a place to change. As soon as Lin Xu walked in, he saw many strong men inside. These seemed to hear Lin Xu's footsteps. At this time, all their eyes turned to look at Lin Xu. Seeing Lin Xu's seemingly not sturdy body, some people showed a sneer at the corners of their mouths. "Kid, what are you doing here?" A staff member was at the table in front, resting his chin on his hand, yawning, seeming to be a little sleepy. "Joining the match," Lin Xu said with a faint smile. "Joining the match, interesting." The staff member seemed to be a little more awake at this time, and then said to Lin Xu, "Newcomer, go in and find a bronze battle suit and bronze mask, and report here later." He pointed to the back and said. Lin Xu nodded, then walked into the room. The room looked quite empty. At this time, he looked around. There were many bronze battle suits hanging around, as well as special headgear. Lin Xu looked at it casually, then found a battle suit and put it on. The mask was a human-shaped mask with a crescent moon in the middle. "Oh, have you changed your clothes?" When the staff member saw Lin Xu walking out, he immediately said aloud, "N?" Lin Xu nodded. Now Lin Xu's body was covered in these bronze costumes. Even his head. Even if someone was a very familiar person, if you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't be able to find out who he was. "What's your code name?" the staff said to Lin Xu. At this moment, Lin Xu remembered that those who participated in the war before had their own code names, similar to the kobold who just won the streak. "Well, you?" Lin Xu thought for a while, and then said aloud, "N? Quite suitable." The staff member looked at the crescent shape on Lin Xu's bronze mask, smiled, and then entered the information for Lin Xu. Bank card number 46,464 XXXXXX 46,464 XXXXXX. The union coins obtained after winning here were directly credited to this card. Let me explain. After the competition, wait over there. When your code name is called, you have to go on stage and you can't forfeit. Otherwise, saying this, the staff member laughed strangely. Without him finishing, Lin Xu understood what he meant. And the battle is a battle without rules, no limitation to weapons. And the condition of victory is that the opponent admits defeat or is killed. Of course, if the other party doesn't accept your surrender, they can kill you directly. So, are you sure you want to participate? If you give up now, it's not too late. The staff looked at Lin Xu and said. He saw how young Lin Xu was. Such a young warrior, even a talented warrior, was not enough because the people who come here were all proficient in killing or high-ranking warriors. Money was not so easy to earn. "I've to go there, right?" Lin Xu did not answer his words, but pointed to the front and said, "Yes." The staff member was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Tisk tisk. Another kid who doesn't know any better sending himself to death. Some burly warriors who were here just now said with a sneer, "Allocate him to me." A man walked over at this time, looked at the staff member, and said in a low voice. The staff member's eyes changed and then nodded. There was cooperation between them. They deliberately choose a player who was less powerful to fight against, and then the union coins obtained would be distributed by the man to the staff. At this time, Lin Xu was already standing at the area that the staff member instructed. From this position, he could clearly see the arena on the opposite side. There were some robots on it, which were quickly cleaning the blood on the ground, and the corpses of those warriors. The next battle, Elephant vs. Ayu. The next moment, Lin Xu heard a loud voice coming. My turn so soon. Chapter 616 Easy Kill. Chapter 616 Easy Kill. Lin Xu was a little curious at this time, but he didn't think much about it. After thinking for a while, he carried his spear and walked directly to the arena. This arena was very bright. The blood from before seemed to have been cleaned up. Is he new here? He doesn't look great, The audience saw Lin Xia's appearance and couldn't help but burst into an uproar, because most of the warriors go through training and appeared bulky and strong. These warriors appeared very strong, like the kobold who just won 10 games in a row. His body was very muscular, but Lin Xu looked so ordinary. The new contestant you will be against our 15-game winning streak contestant, Elephant. The host stood on the small flying saucer-like aircraft at this time, holding the wireless microphone in his hand, and said loudly. His voice was instantly transmitted to the surroundings. Whoa! The contestant, codenamed Elephant, stood up at this time, and all the spectators around were excited. Boom! Lin Xu turned around and looked back, and he felt the ground vibrate slightly. A sturdy man with an elephant bronze mask jumped up. He's dead meat. He's against the elephant the moment he arrived. Elephant is pretty lucky. He gets such a weak opponent every time. I want to see Elephant and Kobold fight. At this time, the surrounding audience was all having a heated discussion. Boy, I'm so sorry that it's me you're against. The man stared at Lin Xu through the bronze mask and said in a deep voice. Oh, it's you. Lin Xu raised his brows at this time. Based on his voice, Lin Xu could easily recognize that this guy was one of the men who was in the locker room. Get ready. As the host shouted loudly, lightning walls instantly appeared around the arena, trapping the two of them in it. Tisk tisk. Boy, you're dead. The elephant clenched his hands into fists at this moment, and in the next moment, a crackling sound came. Tear him apart, tear him apart. At this time, the audience around yelled hysterically. The elephant shook his head, relaxed his joints, and in the next moment, he waved his huge fists and rushed towards Lin Xu. Goodbye, boy. The elephant roared loudly, and when he rushed in front of Lin Xu, that huge fist was about to smash Lin Xia's head directly. Boom! At this moment, there was a dull sound in the air, as if the space had burst open. But what made Elephant's eyes change was that Lin Xu avoided his attack. How can it be? The expression in Elephant's eyes changed, and then he turned around suddenly, and saw Lin Xu appearing behind him. You don't need weapons. Lin Xu looked at him from a distance at this time, and then said lightly, Do I need a weapon to deal with you? I will tear you to shreds with my bare hands. Seeing that Lin Xu actually avoided his attack, he suddenly became furious. He felt like he had been insulted. Lin Xu squinted his eyes under the mask, and then he put the dark-edged spear on the ground next to him, and rushed out without waiting for Elephant to rush over. Is he crazy? Seeing Lin Xia's actions, the whole scene was in an uproar. They thought that Lin Xu had to rely on his flexible body, and then use the spear he was holding to fight the elephant at a distance, so that he still had a chance of winning. But Lin Xu was now giving up his weapon and rushing towards the elephant. Isn't this courting death? Elephant, tear up that idiot for me, some audience members shouted loudly. Tear him apart, tear him apart. Some people became even more excited when they thought of the bloody scene. Go to hell. The elephant watched Lin Xu rush over, and his entire body burst out with extremely strong power. His huge fist was already covered with sore strength, and it was about to smash at Lin Xu, who was rushing over. But Lin Xu, who rushed over, turned slightly to the side, and after dodging his punch, he smashed the elephant's body with a backhand fist. And at this time, the gloves on Lin Xia's fist seemed to turn red because of Lin Xia's surge of power. Boom! A dull sound sounded, and the huge body of elephant flew out like a broken kite. As soon as it flew out a certain distance, Elephant's body rotated around in the air, and then he half-knelt on the ground. PFF. At this moment, he felt a tightness in his chest, and a smear of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. But because he was wearing a mask, no one could see this scene. When the people around saw this scene, there was a sudden silence. That kid, sent elephant flying. When some people saw this scene, they couldn't help but widened their eyes. Their eyes filled with disbelief. Boy! This time I'm serious. Elephant also faintly felt that something was wrong at this time. Lin Xu did not seem to be as weak as he looked from the outside. He's strong. Well, whatever. Lin Xu said lightly, as if not panicking at all. Don't be too arrogant. Hearing Lin Xu's words, the elephant was really furious this time. He stood up abruptly, waved his right hand, and shouted at the same time, "Ripping claws!" Elephant let out a loud roar at this moment. And in the next moment, as his right hand extended, his claws instantly transformed into a giant black claw, grabbing at Lin Xu's body. Boom! But Lin Xu didn't dodge at all. With a direct shot of his right hand, the huge black claws were sent flying. How is this possible? Elephant's eyes widened in disbelief. Crackling. And in the next moment, a lot of lightning appeared on Lin Xu's fist, and he attacked with his backhand. Elephant hadn't reacted yet, and flew into the air by Lin Xu's fist. There was a lot of lightning on his muscular body in an instant. Paralyzed. The whole body seemed to be paralyzed. Looking at the falling body of elephant, Lin Xu showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and then continued to smash his falling body with his fist. Boom! A dull sound sounded, and his body flew into the air again. Elephant spurted out a mouthful of blood in the air, and he felt that all the bones in his body seemed to be blown apart by Lin Xu's punch. There was no way to move. Goodbye. As soon as Lin Xu finished speaking, he attacked the man who fell from the sky again. Boom! His body was kicked and he flew out, hitting the wall of lightning behind him. Chapter 617 Blackfish Mouth. Chapter 617 Blackfish Mouth. What? The terrifying electric current hit Elephant's body, and the severe pain caused Elephant to let out a miserable howl. He only wailed a little, and because of this terrifying electric current, he could no longer make a sound. And in the next moment, his body stopped struggling and fell directly to the ground. There was still white smoke coming out of his body. If you take off the bronze battle suit on his body and take a closer look, you will find that this man's body has been burnt by this terrifying electric current. Soon, some staff came forward, checked Elephant's condition, and dragged him away. The supporters were stunned when they saw the staff's gesture. Elephant. Dead. The winner of this battle is the newcomer Yu. At this time, the host looked at the people around, and then announced loudly. The audience also came to their senses at this time. There was only one reason for Lin Xu's victory, and that was that Elephant was dead. Now you have a choice to rest or continue to challenge. Or, continue. The host hadn't finished speaking, and in the next moment, Lin Xu said lightly, "Did you hear that he said to continue the challenge?" The host heard Lin Xu's answer at this time, and shouted loudly. He very good at controlling the atmosphere. The surrounding audience looked like they were boiling at this moment, and the scene was full of shouts. Next, Yu's opponent is our Ripper. Odor. Codenamed Odor was also a burly man, holding a huge long knife. He jumped directly to the challenge stage. HNG. Elephant is simply a useless guy. Odor looked at Lin Xu through the mask, full of killing intent. Cut this newcomer in half. Kill him. At the same time, the surrounding warriors shouted excitedly. 3 seconds. Lin Xu looked at the man whose code name was Odor, and said lightly, "Ha. You mean you can deal with me in 3 seconds?" Odor laughed, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "I'll cut you in half directly." Odor roared angrily. Then holding the sharp sword in his hand, he charged directly towards Lin Xu. Don't look at how cumbersome his body looks, but when he moves, his speed was very fast. Lin Xu didn't panic at all when he saw that Odor was holding the huge sword, about to cut Lin Xu in half from top to bottom. That kid must be frightened. Just when the surrounding audience was expecting Lin Xu to be cut in half by Odor's sword, Lin Xu's body moved instantly. Boom! Originally, Odor, who was going to cut Lin Xu in half with the sword, felt pain in his hands, and found that the palms of his hands were broken. Before he could react, he found that the sword in his hand was held by Lin Xu with one hand. Swoosh! With Lin Xu's wave, His body was directly cut into 2 pieces by his own sword. Blood splattered all over the ground in an instant. Oder's body fell on the ground. His eyes under the mask were wide open, as if he didn't even know how he died. The excited audience just now became quiet at this moment. A dead silence. Next, Lin Xu threw his sword on the ground, then raised his eyes and said softly to the host. The host was also dumbfounded. He had no idea that this would happen. He was simply killed in seconds. But then, one after another warrior fought against Lin Xu. But Lin Xu won every time, and each time, it was an instant kill. Lin Xu didn't give these people any chance. 15 consecutive victories. At this time, as the host announced this victory, the audience got excited. Lin Xu was a rookie, and he achieved such a strong record, which made the audience excited. That kobold looked at Lin Xu from the sidelines, and then left. He could see from Lin Xu's battle just now that Lin Xu was very strong, and he didn't seem to have any chance of winning. In the beginning, there were still people who challenged Lin Xu, but after Lin Xu won 15 games in a row, no one dared to challenge Lin Xu again. After all, Lin Xu's methods were too simple and too brutal. Anyone who fought against him would die within 5 seconds. What level of strength does he have to be able to achieve such victories? And some people also noticed Lin Xu never used a weapon, just melee combat. That meant that Lin Xu didn't go all out. Mr. Lin, 100 million union coins have been credited into your card. After Lin Xu returned to the lounge to remove the bronze battle suit and mask, the staff who helped Lin Xu with the boarding information said respectfully. After seeing Lin Xu's battle just now, he was frightened to death. Lin Xu was really too powerful, and all of them were instant kills. Lin Xu nodded, then said lightly, "Then I'm leaving. Next time you come, you can come here directly through the VIP channel dedicated to the contestants. And you don't need to buy tickets." The staff member became very enthusiastic at this time. Lin Xu walked to the door, then turned to look behind him, and said to him, "Just now, did you deliberately arrange for me to go up first?" Hearing Lin Xu's words, the staff member's face suddenly changed, and his eyes were full of panic. However, in the next moment, Lin Xu didn't say much and left. This made the staff heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lin Xu didn't intend to make a big deal out of this. After leaving the Sky Arena, Lin Xu left the place. Sky City. Blackfish Mouth. Blackfish Mouth was the name of the largest black market trading center in Sky City. Things could be traded here, in addition to skill cards, battle suits, and weapons that warriors need. There were various products that cannot be bought on the market, and even some odd crystals from another dimension. What was more special about Blackfish Mouth was that here, as long as you have money, you could buy a lot of information. Lin Xu was holding his dark edge spear at this time. Before coming over, he changed into a suit, and he also wore a black mask, covering most of his face. The dark edge spear was also wrapped in white cloth and carried behind him. The surrounding was in sharp contrast to the prosperity in Sky City, and the environment looked more retro, and the dim lights made the surrounding scene even eerier. "Sir, what do you want? These are flints just collected from the Fire Cloud Star, and they are the first choice for forging weapons." Chapter 16-18 Intelligence X Revenge. Chapter 16-18 Intelligence X Revenge. After Lin Xu had just walked in and strolled around, a middle-aged man with a small beard said enthusiastically to Lin Xu. Compared with the indifference of the other businessmen, this person was so enthusiastic that Lin Xu felt a little weird. "No need. Skill cards, battle suits, etc. We have them all here." The middle-aged man took out a stack of skill cards from under his booth at this time, and some battle suits as he gestured towards Lin Xu. "No need." Lin Xu shook his head and said, "Then you." Information. Lin Xu was silent for a while, then lowered his voice, looked at him and said, hearing Lin Xu's words. The expression of this middle-aged man, who looked very enthusiastic, suddenly changed slightly. The smile on his cheeks instantly converged, and instead it became extremely serious. First time. Lin Xu replied indifferently. The man looked at Lin Xu for a while, then looked around, and said to a man not far away, "Ah hi, tend the stall for me." "Okay." The man made an okay gesture to the middle-aged man. "Come here." The middle-aged man said to Lin Xu at this time. And he followed the middle-aged man into an alley in front of him. And soon, he entered a small room that looked a bit historical. "Just go inside. I'll wait for you here." After walking in, the middle-aged man gestured to one of the rooms. Although Lin Xu was a little puzzled, he nodded and walked in directly. There was not much space inside. There was a table in the middle. On the opposite side of the table, there was a person wearing a black hood and mask, only showing a pair of eyes. "Sit." This man spoke to Lin Xu in a hoarse voice. Lin Xu was not nervous at all, and sat down directly. "What's your question?" "People," Lin Xu said lightly. "Speak." The man's words were also very concise. "Sky City Jiang's family." "Jiangfang?" Lin Xu said this. His eyes narrowed, and an uncontrollable murderous aura came out of his body. According to the information obtained before, this person was the leader who killed his parents. "Sorry, we refuse to provide this information." After hearing Lin Xiu's words, the man shook his head and said, "Why?" Lin Xiu raised his brows, and then said lightly, "If there is nothing else, you can leave." He didn't answer Lin Xiu's words directly, but continued speaking in that hoarse voice. It seemed that the Jiang family has a certain status in Sky City. Besides him, I have other questions. Lin Xiu did not leave but continued to speak. This person looked at Lin Xiu, and then spit out a word speak. "Dong family Dong Qian, Shen family Chen Yuir." Lin Xiu directly reported the names of those who participated in the hunting and killing incident. Hearing the names of these people, the man's eyes rolled, and he seemed to be thinking about something. "Information can be provided." In the next moment, he said lightly, "Payment. 50 million. 50 million. Lin Xiu raised his brows. He just earned 100 million by working so hard over there. If half of it is gone, it would be a little heart pain. Yes or no?" The man didn't say any nonsense, and continued to speak. "Yes." Lin Xiu raised his eyes and nodded. "Haha, young Master Dong. Your racing skills are getting stronger and stronger." At the same time, somewhere in Sky City, several young men were driving the latest maglev cars and racing frantically, stopping at the corner in front. "Nonsense. This is the latest car," the man known as Young Master Dong said with a big smile. "However, it seems like I bumped into someone just now." The man looked behind him and saw a man lying on the ground with a lot of blood beside him. It seems that he knocked and killed him when he was racing. Just ask someone to deal with it. What's the fuss about? At this moment, young Master Xiao took out an electronic cigarette and took a puff, puffing out the clouds. The rest of the people didn't react at all. They were all very indifferent, and they seemed to be used to it. "Are you Dong Qian?" At this moment, a voice came from the other side. Hearing this voice, the men who were wrangling and laughing in the car all looked to the side. It was a man dressed in black, carrying a weapon wrapped in a white cloth behind his back, with a black mask on his face. "Who the hell are you? Dare to call my brother Dong's name like that?" A man's expression changed at this moment, and then he took out a laser gun directly from his car and shot at Lin Xiu. Boom! But this laser ray did not penetrate his body directly, and a red circular barrier appeared instantly, blocking the laser ray instantly. The circular barrier also disappeared instantly. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes and stared at him. The man suddenly felt cold all over his body. His fingers went a little soft, and he didn't seem to have the strength to pull the trigger. Such a strong murderous aura. The man who was shooting with the laser gun opened his eyes wide as if he was frightened by Lin Xiu's look. "Who are you?" At this time, Dong Qian also frowned, then stood up, looked at Lin Xiu, and said lightly, 13 years ago, in Xingyao City, did you kill a young couple?" Lin Xiu looked at him, and then said lightly, "Oh, seeking revenge." Dong Qian quickly reacted, looking at Lin Xiu with a smile on the corner of his mouth. "I've killed too many people." "Who are you talking about?" "I'm sorry, I can't remember." Dong Qian shrugged and said, "Then go to hell." The pupils in Lin Xu's eyes shrank slightly, and the next moment, he rushed over in an instant. Swoosh! Like a shadow, he instantly stood at the front of the car and rushed in front of Dong Qian. What a fast speed! Dong Qian did not expect that Lin Xu would have such a terrifying speed, but he was a peak rank 7 warrior, and he has practiced top-level movement techniques. But before he could heave a sigh of relief, he found that Lin Xu had appeared on the other side. And at this time, Lin Xu was already waving his fist full of electricity toward his body. Sphere. Dong Qian roared. Chapter 619 Death List. Chapter 619 Death List. As Dong Qian roared loudly, a light blue circular barrier appeared on his body in an instant, directly surround his body. Boom! Lin Xu's punch directly hit his sphere, making a loud noise. Although Dong Qian unfolded sphere, with the huge impact of Lin Xu's punch, Dong Qian's body flew out in an instant. Boom! His body hit a giant tree beside the road behind, and in an instant, even the giant tree was directly knocked down by him. Kill him. The rest of the men in the car also jumped up at this time, and then attacked Lin Xu. Although they all seem to be playboys, but in Sky City, even playboys all possess extraordinary strength. Their weakest was a rank 6 warrior. Humph! Lin Xu looked at the warriors who were attacking him, and snorted coldly, then raised his legs and swept across. Flaming leg. Boom! Lin Xu's legs seemed to be bursting with flames as he swept it across. Those men who attacked Lin Xu were not wearing combat suits at all. At this time, they were all kicked out by Lin Xu, and the clothes on their bodies instantly caught fire. What? These people kept rolling on the ground, making a painful howl. Lin Xu ignored these people and walked over to Dong Qian. Dong Qian just stood up at this time, and there seemed to be a smear of blood on the corner of his mouth. When he saw Lin Xu approaching, his expression suddenly changed, and he wanted to escape from here. He knew that his strength was not as good as Lin Xu's at all, and it seemed that Lin Xu was not the kind of person who wanted money, but wanted life. Where are you going? Just when he turned around and was about to use his body skill to escape, Lin Xu instantly appeared in front of him. Seeing Lin Xu's figure, Dong Qian's expression changed and his body trembled. What the hell do you want? Dong Qian was indeed a little scared at this time, and shouted at Lin Xu, Your life. I'm from the Dong family in Sky City. If you dare to touch me, I want your whole family to be buried with you. Dong Qian roared loudly at this time. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xu swung his fist. The pupils in Dong Qian's eyes shrank slightly, and he did not expect Lin Xu to be so direct. The sphere on his body unfolded again, but this time, because the body's source strength had not been fully restored, the sphere he unfolded was still relatively weak, and Lin Xu broke it easily. At the moment when it broke, the fist full of electricity smashed directly into his head. In an instant, his head made a bang sound like a balloon exploded. The end. Lin Xu looked at Dong Qian's corpse lying on the ground, and said lightly to himself, Next. It was their turn. Lin Xu took out his mobile phone and looked at the people recorded on it. This was the death list. At this time, Lin Xu had a killing intent in his eyes, and then left. This night could be said to be a night in which the small families in Sky City fell into a haze, because a direct descendant of their family was killed tonight. Check for me. The patriarchs of some families were enraged, killing their people in Sky City. Their territory was simply the greatest provocation and insult to them. And our initiator, Lin Xu, has now returned to the Warrior Hotel, changed the black clothes, and took off the mask. Lin Xu was now back to his original appearance. Holding his dark-edged spear, he took the elevator to his own floor. Tonight, relying on the information, Lin Xu killed almost all the people on this list. These were all members of a small family, and information was easy to obtain, but it was not so easy getting the Jiang Feng of the Jiang family's information. Those who killed his parents must die. Lin Xu narrowed his eyes. Hey, what are you doing? You look murderous. Just when Lin Xu got out of the elevator, he saw Yang Hang passing by with a towel around his neck and a bottle of sports drink in his hand. He looked like he had just exercised. Nothing. Lin Xu restrained his murderous aura at this time, then said with a smile, "Damn it. You're back. You didn't go to the Sky Arena, did you?" It was only at this time that Aoyonghang came to his senses, and then said to Lin Xu, "I did. I won a dozen games and made some money." Lin Xu smiled faintly at this time, bragging. Aoyonghang obviously didn't believe it. It was a very dangerous place. How could Lin Xu win more than a dozen games? "By the way, I'll pay you back." Lin Xu seemed to have thought of something, then took out his mobile phone and pressed it directly, and heard a diddy sound. "Don't worry about it," Aoyonghang said aloud at this time, and then he saw the information displayed on his mobile phone that Lin Xu had deposited 5 million union coins into his account. PFF. Seeing this scene, Aoyonghang, who was drinking a sports drink, almost spat it out. "This is the interest," Lin Xu said. "Why do you suddenly have so many union coins?" Aoyonghang said with wide eyes. "I already said that I went to the Sky Arena and won more than a dozen games." Lin Xu shrugged helplessly and said truly no one believed him when he spoke about his strength. "Forget it. I won't listen to your nonsense. There is a training room. Do you want to go there to exercise? Many college students are staying here, because the game will be played the day after tomorrow. So these people are preparing. We can also take a look at the strength of those people." At this time, Aoyonghang lowered his voice and said, "Well, you can go and have a look. I'll change clothes first." Lin Xu thought for a while, then nodded. "Well, I'm going to train with Huang Zhen, Kaiyan Yao and the others. I'll wait for you to come." Aoyonghang nodded and said at this time. As soon as Lin Xu returned to his room, Roly and Xiaobai rushed over, making Lin Xu smile helplessly. "You guys should just stay in the room. There are many warriors here. Be careful. They might catch you to make soup," Lin Xu said with a terrifying look on purpose. However, these two evolved beasts didn't fall for Lin Xiu's trick. Instead they became noisier. "Okay, stop making so much noise. I'll change into a suit and go to practice. You guys stay in the room and play," Lin Xiu reluctantly said to the little ice crystal white bird standing on his shoulder, and Roly stuck to his leg. Chapter 620 No. It's not enough. Chapter 620 No. It's not enough. The decoration of the hotels of the Warrior Union was very nice. Moreover, in the middle of each floor, there was a huge training ground, which was provided for the daily training of the staying warriors. Lin Xu walked over at this time and saw the closed door. After pushing it open, Lin Xu could clearly see the empty field inside, and there were a lot of weapons placed around for people to use. In this training room, many warriors were sitting cross-legged, using cultivation techniques, absorbing the energy in the surrounding air. "Are you all training here tonight?" Lin Xu glanced around, and then he saw that Aoyonghang and the others were training with warriors in front. "Well, it's almost time for the match, so we're train first." Huang Zhen still looked a little nervous when he thought about the game that starts the day after tomorrow. Sky City's Sky Academy is no worse than our Sacred Region Academy. Be careful. Aoyonghang was from Sky City, and he obviously knew the affairs of Sky City. At this time, his expression became more serious and he said, "Is Yu Muchen from Sky City?" "Yes. His father is the principal." Aoyonghang nodded, then said aloud, "What is his strength in Sky City?" "I don't know. There have been many highly qualified warriors in Sky City in recent years. There should be several stronger than Yu Muchen." Aoyonghang thought about it at this time, and then said aloud, "N." Lin Xu also frowned slightly at this time. At that time, it took a lot of money to deal with Yu Muchen, but now that his strength has improved to this level, it should not be difficult to deal with him. He just didn't know if Yu Muchen's strength has improved too. And this Sky Academy didn't seem to be that simple, possibly even stronger than Sacred Region Academy. After all, Sacred Region Academy had gone through so many years of development. It seemed to be in decline again. Damn. At this moment, Aoyonghang suddenly cursed. His body was about to fall to the ground in an instant, and then he quickly supported his body before he could stabilize himself. "What's up?" Lin Xu said a little curiously. Taking a closer look, the eyes of the surrounding warriors became extremely ugly. Some of the warriors who were just training fell directly to the ground. I'm going. Don't you feel it? At this moment, Aoyanghang took a deep breath before standing firmly. Hearing his words, Lin Xu only came to his senses at this time. It was as if the gravity here has changed. How gravity has changed, it seems to have increased tenfold. Lin Xu moved his body at this time, and then speculated. You are really a monster. Seeing Lin Xi's actions, Aoyanghang couldn't help but say aloud. He and others were obviously affected by this change in gravity, but Lin Xu didn't seem to feel it yet. Sorry, to train, we have to adjust the gravity, don't we? At this moment, a man in a red battle suit came over and said to the surrounding warriors. Taking a closer look, you could see that he was standing in front of the wall behind the middle of the training room, and his finger was pressing the switch on it. Here, it was possible to control the gravity of the training room. Beside him, there were two men wearing the same suits, both with indifferent expressions. Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhu Chen from Interstellar Academy, the man said with a smile. He looked very tanned and healthy. Interstellar Academy. When some people heard the man's self-introduction, their expressions changed slightly. Some people were about to get angry, but at this time they forcibly restrained their anger. Interstellar Academy, are they very strong? When Lin Xu saw Aoyanghang and others' eyes slightly changed, he couldn't help but say aloud, you really haven't paid attention, huh? When Aoyanghang heard Lin Xi's words, he felt helpless. The Interstellar Academy competed with people from our academy in a competition last year, and people from our academy lost. Aoyanghang lowered his voice and said. At this time, Huang Zhen and Qian Yao's faces became ugly. However, I think 10 times the gravity isn't much. Let's try 15 times. At this time, Zhu Chen glanced at everyone present, and in the next moment, he pressed the button on the wall behind with his finger. In the next moment, there was a humming sound around. Soon, the gravity of the training room changed again. Fuck. Aoyanghang was about to curse his mother at this time. The sudden change in gravity made them feel very uncomfortable. Zhu Chen looked at the uncomfortable expressions of the people around him as if they were about to be crushed to the ground by gravity, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. It seems that this gravity is quite suitable for you, Zhu Chen said with a smile at this time. However, his eyes glanced to the front, and he frowned when he saw Lin Xu punching, as if it had no effect at all. The one over there. 15 times the gravity isn't enough. Right, his eyes turned to Lin Xu, and he shouted loudly. Lin Xu stopped the movements in his hands at this time, then turned to look at him. It's really not enough. Hearing Lin Xi's words, the expression in Zhu Chen's eyes suddenly changed. The next moment, he showed a smile again and said, very well. It seems that I should increase it. At this time, he directly pressed the button behind it, and the gravity multiplier was increased again in an instant. Taking a closer look, you could see the 18 displayed on the back. 18 times the gravity. That doesn't seem to be enough. Lin Xu moved his body and continued to wave his fists, using a basic set of boxing techniques. Not affected at all. At this moment, Aoyanghang and others were sitting cross-legged on the ground, and then started to run the cultivation technique. The surrounding warriors were also sitting cross-legged on the ground, and there seemed to be sweat overflowing from their foreheads. 18 times the gravity. These warriors still found it very hard to bear. Let's make it higher. Lin Xu shook his head, and then said lightly. Aoyanghang, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, obviously heard Lin Xi's words and cursed in his heart. Humph. Zhu Chen's complexion also changed slightly, from 15 times to 18 times. It didn't look like much, but in fact, it had a huge difference. Even he felt a little uncomfortable, but when he heard Lin Xi's words, he was ruthless and pressed 20 times. PFF. Some warriors originally had their eyes closed, but when they opened their eyes, they spat out a mouthful of blood, and the two companions next to Zhu Chen also half knelt on the ground. No, it's not enough. Chapter 621 Beg me. Chapter 621 Beg me. You. Zhu Chen heard Lin Xi's words at this time. His eyes widened, and he looked a little anxious. Originally, the sudden change of gravity caused his blood to surge. In the next moment, a mouthful of blood was about to come out from his mouth, but he forcibly swallowed it back. He wiped the little bit of blood that spilled from his mouth, then sneered at Lin Xu and said, "Are you sure you can do it? You're the one who can't handle it, right?" Lin Xu said lightly at this time. And at this moment, Lin Xu had already walked in front of him. Although Zhu Chen didn't fall down, his legs were already starting to soften. After all, suddenly adjusting to 20 times the gravity, it was still a bit difficult to get used to in a short period of time. "I see that your fingers are shaking. Let me press it for you. Don't be too arrogant," Zhu Chen said stubbornly at this time. But his hands were indeed trembling a little now, and they were a little weak, and he couldn't move at all. But Lin Xu had already reached out and pressed the button on the wall. How many times should I adjust it? Shall we try 25 times? At this time, Lin Xu said as if he was talking to himself. The hearing of the warriors were all very good. Hearing Lin Xi's words at this time, the expressions of the warriors in the training room suddenly changed greatly. 20 times felt a bit worse than death. If it reaches 25 times, they will be dead. If you guys don't want to stay here, you better leave first, Lin Xu said lightly. At this time, the expressions in the eyes of the surrounding warriors changed, and then they hurriedly used all their strength to walk out of this place. Hey, you guys wouldn't want to take the opportunity to run out, right? That would be too shameful for your interstellar academy. They wanted to leave at first, but now, if they left, it would be too embarrassing. Don't go too far. Zhu Chen glared at Lin Xu viciously and said, without the proud and smug look he had just now. Well, okay. After Lin Xu saw that the warriors were all out, he reached out and adjusted the gravity to 25 times. BFF. Just after adjusting for less than a second, Zhu Chen was crushed to the ground. And in the next moment, he vomited out a mouthful of blood, and his two companions did the same. Blood flowed out of their mouths, and the strong sense of oppression made them feel like their internal organs were beginning to burst. Although Lin Xu felt a little uncomfortable at this time, it was still not as exaggerated as they were. Is it fun? Lin Xu looked down at Zhu Chen and said aloud, "Don't be too pleased. You're dead meat." Zhu Chen gritted his teeth and said, he wanted to support the ground with his hands and wanted to get up, but at this time he couldn't get up at all. 25 times the gravity was like a big mountain pressing down on him. Then how about we stay for another hour? Lin Xu smiled and said aloud, "You." Hearing Lin Xi's words, Zhu Chen was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. What on earth do you want? He couldn't bear it. Not to mention his two companions who were about to be crushed to death because of this terrifying gravity. "Beg me." Lin Xu looked at him with coldness in his eyes. Seeing Lin Xi's eyes, Zhu Chen didn't know why, but he felt as if he had seen something terrifying, and his body trembled. What a terrifying murderous aura. Please. Zhu Chen felt that he was about to be crushed to death by this gravity. At this time, he gritted his teeth and roared in a low voice. Just when he was about to faint, there was a crisp pop sound. The surrounding gravity instantly changed. "Next time, don't mess with me again," Lin Xu said lightly. Then he walked straight out of the training room. At this moment, Zhu Chen's face was on the ground, and he was still breathing heavily. His face was covered with sweat, and it felt as if he had stepped into the gate of hell just now. He thought that there should be very few people who were stronger than himself in this warrior competition, but he didn't expect to encounter a tough stubble the moment he arrived. Boom! As Lin Xu opened the door of the training room, he saw Aoyang and others standing outside. "Why are you guys still standing outside?" Lin Xu looked at them and said with a smile, "Damn, you didn't kill those guys, did you?" Seeing Lin Xu come out, Aoyang said aloud, "Am I the devil who kills without blinking?" Lin Xu spread his hands helplessly and said, "Don't worry. They are all right. Killing the contestants in the hotel of the Warrior Union is a big offense. And those people didn't really offend him. They were just a little arrogant. Lin Xu merely taught them a lesson this time. Next time, they wouldn't dare to just come over and be cocky." "What training did you have?" Huang Zhen and Kaiyan Yao were silent for a while, but couldn't help asking Lin Xu. After these few days with Lin Xu, the two of them became more and more surprised. Lin Xi's strength seemed unfathomable. Even now, they still did not fully understand Lin Xi's strength. He's too strong, 25 times the gravity. It's like nothing to him. Mountains of swords and seas of fire, thunder, and fiery magma. Lin Xiu slowly said a few words, then patted them on the shoulders and walked to his room. I'd better rest first. See you tomorrow. This guy. He is indeed the most pretentious guys I have ever met. Aoyongheng looked at Lin Xi's back and couldn't help, but muttered to himself. Lin Xiu stopped cultivating after returning to his room at this time, because he felt that he wasn't in the best state. Lin Xiu felt a little uneasy that he hasn't killed the last person on his list. The Jiang family. Jiang Feng. Bang bang bang. Time passed quickly. Early the next morning, when Lin Xiu was still sleeping when he heard a knock on the door. Who is it? Lin Xiu got up and looked at it. It was already 7 in the morning. He opened the curtains and the dazzling sunlight came in. Opening the door, he saw that it was Aoyongheng. What's up? Seeing him come so early in the morning, Lin Xiu said out of curiosity, Where did you go last night? At this time, Aoyongheng said to Lin Xiu with a serious expression, Sky City Arena. Lin Xiu replied subconsciously, Are you sure didn't do anything else? Chapter 622 adapts to the circumstances. Chapter 622 adapts to the circumstances. What do you mean? Lin Xiu said helplessly, spreading out his hands, and then yawned. The bed in this Warrior Union hotel was really comfortable. I'm not going in circles with you anymore. Last night, the direct descendants of several small families in Sky City were killed. At this moment, Aoyongheng lowered his voice and said cautiously, What does this have to do with me? Lin Xiu said with a smile, It's best if it doesn't concern you. I just deduced it based on the time it happened. And it's similar to yours. Aoyongheng looked at Lin Xiu meaningfully and said, Even if it was me. So what? Lin Xiu looked at him and said aloud, Really it's you? The pupils in Aoyongheng's eyes shrank slightly. Hey, that's enough. I just came to Sky City. Why would I kill those young masters? Lin Xiu deliberately pretended to be helpless. Sky City is different from other places. Even a small family has peak rank 8 warriors, and there are many rank 8 warriors among them, so it would be quite troublesome if you provoke those people. Aoyongheng said to Lin Xiu, Never mind. It's good that it wasn't you. I don't want to have one person missing from our academy for the competition. Those young masters shouldn't be so weak. Right, I don't have such great ability. Lin Xiu smiled bitterly. That might not be true. Aoyongheng pouted and said, After all, Lin Xi's recent combat strength has far exceeded Aoyongheng's imagination, and he didn't know what training Lin Xiu has undergone. It was too perverted that his strength was improving so fast. But there are witnesses, and some surveillance cameras captured his back. I think this person must be doomed. He can't get out of Sky City at all, and he will be found soon. How much is the reward if I go and catch him? Will I be able to make a fortune? Lin Xiu seemed very interested. Forget it. That kind of person might be a killer from the underground world. Aoyongheng seemed to scoff at Lin Xiu. By the way, your master said that we will start training in the training room this morning. Come over later. After Aoyongheng finished speaking, he left without looking back. Watching Aoyongheng leave, Lin Xiu closed the door. The corners of his mouth turned up at this moment, revealing a strange smile. It seems that there is still no way to completely destroy the surveillance. Thinking of what Aoyongheng had just said about his back being captured, Lin Xiu suddenly said to himself a little helplessly, But no one would know it was me. Clack clack. As Lin Xiu was talking to himself, the bones of Lin Xi's body seemed to be slowly squeezing together, and his body instantly became shorter. Shrinking skill. On the top floor of the Tower of Trials, Lin Xiu had read many manuscripts on skills, all of which he had memorized. Now Lin Xiu could be said to be a mobile encyclopedia, although there was no record of those powerful diamond skills. Those basic skills benefit Lin Xiu even more. It also provided a solid foundation for being able to create his own skills in the future. Clack clack. With Lin Xu's thoughts, his bones returned to normal. On that day, his attire had changed. And with the changes in his body, and wearing a mask, it was impossible for anyone to find him. You guys should stay in the room. I'll go out first, Lin Xu said aloud as he looked at the noisy Rolly and Xiao Bai. After washing up and having breakfast, Lin Xu came to the training room on this floor again. The 3 students of the Interstellar Academy seemed to be afraid to come here because of what happened last night. In the early morning, there were not many people in the training room. Come here quickly. Seeing Lin Xu's appearance, Bailey Heiling waved to Lin Xu from a distance. Huang Zhen, Kai Yao, and Ouyang Hang had arrived a long time ago, and they were seated in a circle on the extremely clean ground. What are you training for today? Lin Xu also smiled at this time, and then sat directly on the ground. Well, today's training is teamwork, Bailey Heiling said aloud at this time. The battle that starts tomorrow will not be as easy as the audition. In particular, there are several teams from academies in other galaxies, which are not so easy to deal with. Other galaxies. Hearing Bailey Heiling's words, Lin Xu's brows suddenly twitched. Well, there's the Interstellar Academy, Yunxin Academy, and Galaxy Academy. These 3 colleges are colleges from other galaxies, and their strength should not be underestimated. Especially the Interstellar Academy. Your Sacred Region Academy lost to them last time. Having said this, Huang Zhen and Qian Yao's faces became slightly ugly. They don't seem to be strong, eh? Lin Xu thought of the few people from last night, then spread his hands and said, No, that's not Team 1 of the Interstellar Academy. Huang Zhen shook his head and said, Lin Xu was also a little puzzled. Team 1. The ones we met last night were only Team 2 of the Star Academy. Team 1 seemed to be carrying out some mission in another galaxy and was delayed. Qian Yao explained aloud. There are 2 teams from this academy, Lin Xu said in surprise. Well, because this academy is a seed academy, they have a privilege. Qian Yao helplessly spread his hands and said, It's getting interesting now. After Lin Xu heard their words, not only did he not feel scared, but he became a little excited. The stronger the opponent, the more it aroused Lin Xu. Okay, we'll discuss these later. Now let's talk about team cooperation. Except for Lin Xu, who uses spears. You all use swords. Right. Bailey Heiling interrupted at this time, and then said to the crowd. No. Actually I can also use a hammer. Huang Zhen shook his head and said. I can also use a shield. We both practice 2 weapons at the same time. Qian Yao also smiled and said. Bailey Heiling looked at Lin Xu and Aouyang Hang. I can only use swords. Aouyang Hang said a little embarrassedly. I can do anything. Lin Xu said confidently. Don't brag. Aouyang Hang immediately complained when he heard Lin Xu's swear words. As a team, we don't need too much output and well need defense. Qian Zhen and Qian Yao. You can replace your swords with shields and hammers to cover the attacks. I am responsible for attacking the opponent's main force. And Aouyang Hang attacked the others. Everyone nodded when they heard Bailey Heiling's words. As for you, Bailey Heiling looked at Lin Xu, then thought about it and said, adapt to the circumstances. Chapter 623 5 seconds. Chapter 623 5 seconds. They spent all their time in the training room today. The seemingly spacious training room had more and more people. After all, there were still many teams coming over that day. Okay, that's all for today's training. Tomorrow morning, at 7 o'clock, gather at the lobby on this floor. At this moment, Bailey Heiling stretched and said aloud, worn out. At this time, Aouyang Hang also said with a sense of relief. Lin Xu also felt a little tired. After returning to the room, he took a hot shower. He did not continue to practice at night but slept instead. Time passed quickly, and Lin Xu, who had a good biological clock, got up early in the morning. Lin Xu still hasn't taken Rolly and Xiao Bai out. After all, today was the real official competition of the World Warrior competition. You guys are so fast. When Lin Xu arrived at the hall on this floor, he saw that Bailey Haoling and the others were already eating breakfast at one of the dining tables. Come over for breakfast first, Huang Zhen said with a smile. Bailey Haoling was already eating non-stop, a real foodie, and Aoyang Hang was looking at something with his mobile phone. His face was a little grim. What's the arrangement today? Lin Xu said to them while drinking a bowl of millet porridge. Wait at 8 o'clock for the opening ceremony, and then at 9:30. It will be the official game. The venue for the competition is the largest competition platform in Sky City. On the ascending stage, Bailey Haoling patted her well-fed belly, and then said to Lin Xu, Lin Xu nodded. At this time, his eyes glanced around. There was now a large number of warriors around. These people were all wearing custom battle suits from their academy. It was easy to see that they were teams from major colleges. The people from the Interstellar Academy also appeared here, especially Zhu Chen. Seeing Lin Xu over there, the pupils in both eyes suddenly shrank. Lin Xu also noticed them, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. From the current point of view, the warriors here were not very strong. At least, they weren't threatening to Lin Xu. However, it was hard to say for the coming battles. After all, there were many teams coming here for the first time. The warriors on this floor were just those living on this floor. There were many other teams on other floors. The opening ceremony of the Warrior Union competition was very long, and Lin Xu found that it was similar to the opening ceremony of the sports meeting before. After listening to the nonsense said by the so-called leaders, he quickly went to the ascending stage. Climbed to the ascending stage, the largest competition platform in Sky City. Sky City was a city suspended in the air, and this competition platform, the ascending stage, was also suspended in the sky of Sky City. This competition platform was very wide, and the surface looked like it is made of marble, but it was actually made of a special material, and its hardness was terrifying. The competition platform was surrounded by an oval-shaped audience platform, which could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people at the same time. Lin Xu and the others were sitting on their preparation seats at this time, looking at the scene on the other side of the competition platform. The game is about to start. Lin Xu looked around, as if he was looking for something. It is going to be a while till it's our turn. At this time, Aoyang Heng took a bottle of sports drink and threw it to Lin Xu. He also sat in his seat and looked at the competition platform in the middle. Lin Xu nodded, looking at the competition stage. The first pair of teams were already competing. Apart from the contestants, most of them were spectators. At this time, as the battle unfolded, the surrounding spectators were excited and cheered loudly. It seems quite enthusiastic. Lin Xu raised his chin and looked at the scene in the middle of the competition stage, and said with a smile. He continued to look around, but still didn't see the figure of the person he wanted to see. You didn't participate in this competition, that's impossible. Next, the Sacred Region Academy team from the Huanan Division will play against the Fei Academy team from the Huabei region. Following the host's excited words, the surrounding audience cheered loudly. It was said that the tickets for the finals in the Huaxia region of this warrior competition were obtained by lottery and cannot be purchased, and the audience who won the lottery could come to Sky City to watch the game without reaching rank 6. Come on, it's our turn. Lin Xu stood up at this time, carrying his dark-edged spear, and walked directly to the competition stage. When he was about to reach the competition stage, Lin Xia's body suddenly jumped up and stepped directly onto the competition stage, and the people from Fei Academy stood up at this time. All of them were holding long swords, and their expressions were cold. First of all, let me introduce to you the Sacred Region Academy, the only team in Huanan that has successfully advanced. The host standing on the aircraft shouted loudly with a microphone at this time. The only team from the Huanan division that made the cut. Hearing the host's words, the surrounding audience was all surprised. Do you know why? Because the teams in Huanan were all eliminated by the Sacred Region Academy team. Just now, there were still many viewers who thought that Huanan region was weak. At this time, when they heard the host's words, there was an uproar around them. Okay. The next introduction is Fei Academy. Fei Academy is a strong team in Hubei region. The academy is good at using swords. It is one of the best swordsmanship schools in China. The game is about to start. Please get ready. HMPH. You are the only team left in Huanan. It seems the Huanan won't be involved in this year's final. A man from Fei Academy said coldly to Lin Xu, who was standing at the front. Lin Xu didn't speak at this time. The hand that wasn't holding the dark-edged spear stretched out and he spread out his fingers. What do you mean? The man frowned when he saw Lin Xu's actions. 5 seconds. Lin Xu said with a faint smile. Game start. Crazy. Following the referee's loud roar, the expression of the man from the Fei Academy suddenly changed drastically. The 5 of them charged towards Lin Xu with their long swords at the same time. Their speed was very fast. The long sword pierced out, and a large amount of sword aura burst out from it. There was a sound of whoosh whoosh in the air. They gathered to attack me first, huh? Lin Xu watched as the long swords of these 5 people merged together, forming a huge sword aura. Chapter 624 About the Sky Academy. Chapter 624 About the Sky Academy. It was the first time that Lin Xu saw this kind of swordsmanship and martial arts, and he thought it was very interesting. Boom! But just when they were about to attack Lin Xu, Huang Zhen and Qian Yao had already rushed up from behind. They were holding a warhammer and a giant shield respectively. As the source energy of their bodies burst out, the giant shield suddenly transformed into a huge transparent shield, which directly blocked Lin Xu. Boom! The swordsmanship used by the 5 members of Fei Academy was blocked by Qian Yao's giant shield. Angry strike! Huang Zhen let out a loud roar, and the huge warhammer in his hand slammed into it. Boom! Although the people from Fei Academy quickly dodged, they still felt a little pain in their bodies after the huge impact. And at this time, the entire competition platform was shaking. Get ready for the second set of plans. A man shouted loudly as he stepped back. No chance. But at the next moment, a voice came from behind him. Boom! As soon as the man felt pain in his body, he was directly knocked out. He slammed into the stone pillar below the competition stage. Team leader. When the rest of the Fei Academy saw this scene, their expressions changed greatly. There are still 2 seconds. Enough. Before they could react, they heard Lin Xu's voice again, but their eyes couldn't catch Lin Xu's trace. They could only see black shadows flashing by. Bang bang bang. Before they could react, they were directly swept away by Lin Xu's spear. Damn it, I haven't done it yet. Aoyonghang saw that Lin Xu had already put all the people of Fei Academy on the competition stage, so he couldn't help but say aloud. At this moment, Bailey Haoling spread out his hands a little helplessly. Is it over? The surrounding audience looked a little dumbfounded at this time. It's over so quickly. It's too fast. The host also swallowed secretly, and his eyes were full of surprise. This battle, Sanctuary Academy wins. But after all, his psychological quality is still very good. And he quickly reacted. Ha ha ha. I'm so sorry. They don't care. They are in a hurry. At the same time, Bai Lito, who was on the other side of the podium, wiped his beard and said with a big laugh. Lin Xu just looked up and saw Bai Lito sitting on the long rostrum in the middle. This old guy is here too. It seems that the students of your sanctuary college who participated in this year's competition are a bit interesting. The rest of the people sitting beside Bai Lito all laughed and said. However, when the people from the first team of our Interstellar Academy come over, we may be sorry. At this time, an old man about the same age as Bai Lito said with a strange smile. Why don't you take the people from our Sky Academy in your eyes? Another old man touched his beard and said. This seemingly harmonious rostrum seems a bit undercurrent. I looked at the schedule. After this battle is over, our next game will be in the afternoon. You can now move freely, Bailey Haoling said to Lin Xu and the others who had returned to his seat to rest. Well, I'll watch the game first, Lin Xu said with a smile. Qian Yao and I went to see the weapons. Huang Zhen thought for a while, then said aloud. The warhammer and shield they bought this time were temporary, and they didn't fit well, so they wanted to go and have a look. Have you brought enough money? Lin Xu said curiously. Because Sanctuary College has a complete point exchange system, they don't need alliance coins at all. Ordinary students of Sanctuary Academy don't have much alliance coins. Well, we went to pawn the different crystals and exchanged a lot, Qian Yao said with a smile. I'll go with you. After all, I'm familiar with Sky City. Yonghang also stood up and said at this time. Okay. Huang Zhen and Qian Yao laughed. Next battle. Attack me. Before Qian Yao left, Yonghang and Huang Zhen gave Lin Xu a vicious look and said, in the battle just now, you won without doing anything at all, which made him very unhappy. Are you waiting for someone? Bailey Haoling seemed to have thought of something at this time, and then looked at Lin Xu and said aloud, who's waiting for someone? Lin Xu spread his hands and said, cut. A woman's sixth sense is still very accurate. Don't try to lie to master. Bailey Haoling put his hands on his hips and raised his head. Haha. It's just you who are still women. Lin Xu looked at her figure that looks like a junior high school student, and couldn't help but have black lines all over her head. By the way, Sky Academy. Isn't it a high school academy? Lin Xu seemed to have thought of something at this time, and then said to Bailey Haoling. Hearing Lin Xu's words, Bailey Haoling looked at Lin Xu like an idiot and said, there is a university department. Oh. Lin Xu suddenly realized at this time. Because the former Zhuo Qixing was said to be the #1 high school student in the Sky Academy, that guy was beaten to death by himself at the time, and he doesn't know what to do now. In the past, the most powerful one in China was our Sanctuary College, but because of some connections later, all the students of our Sky College were snatched away, which gradually led to the fact that the current Sky College may be stronger than our Sanctuary College. At this time, Bailey Haoling looked at the competition stage where the next match was already starting, and said as if talking to himself, before there was a person who was #1 in Sky City High School to study in our college. Lin Xu said curiously at this time. It turns out that Sky City has a tendency to overtake Sanctuary College. So why does Zhuo Qixing still come here to study? HMPH. Isn't it sent by Sky City to explore the secrets of our Sanctuary Academy? Said this. Bailey Haoling suddenly sneered. Secret? Lin Xu was taken aback. Didn't you already have that secret? Bailey Haoling said lightly at this time. Hearing what she said, Lin Xu suddenly realized something. Could it be the Tower of Trials? What's on the top of the tower? At this time, Bailey Haoling looked at Lin Xu curiously and said, I couldn't get past the last few floors of the challenge before. I originally wanted to try again when I came back this time, but I heard that your kid has already reached the top. Having said this, Bailey Haoling seems to be a little depressed. Nothing. Some books. Lin Xu said with a smile. Sky Academy team. At this moment, the expression in Lin Xu's eyes changed when he heard the Sky Academy. The people from Sky Academy are here. Looking over at the competition platform, you can clearly see a somewhat familiar figure standing on it. Chapter 625 Ascend the Sky and Kill You. Chapter 625 Ascend the Sky and Kill You. It's him. Lin Xu looked at the person on the competition stage. There was no doubt that it was Zhuo Qixing. This guy. So he wasn't dead. Seeing this, Lin Xu's eyes narrowed involuntarily. At this moment, Zhuo Qixing was standing on the competition stage. His eyes were cold, and his whole body seemed to be full of slaughter. Do you know this guy? Bailey Haoling followed Lin Xu's eyes to the top of the competition stage, and saw Zhuo Qixing. He is the one who graduated from Sky City High School and entered our Sanctuary Academy. Lin Xu narrowed his eyes at this time, and then said lightly, Oh, it is said that I was beaten to death by you. Bailey Haoling nodded at this moment. However, I feel like his strength has grown stronger. Speaking of this, Lin Xu's face also became a little serious. That's right. After using the eye of analysis, Lin Xu can clearly know that Zhuo Qixing's strength has reached the 8th rank now. How did this guy do it? Cyborg. Just when Lin Xu was surprised, Bailey Haoling suddenly said aloud, cyborg. Has he transformed into a cyborg? If it wasn't for what Bailey Haoling said, Lin Xu really couldn't feel it. according to the technological strength of Sky City. It is not too difficult to do this, Bailey Hayeling said lightly. However, this transformation into a cyborg also has sequelae, although he can quickly improve his strength in a short period of time. If this continues, there is almost no way for his physical strength to increase. This is the limitation of transforming into a cyborg. Only by further transforming can you improve your power. Ordinary warriors don't think about transforming cyborgs at all. Yuo Kixing, there should be no way to do so. It seemed that in that battle, he had severely injured him. When Lin Xu looked at the competition stage, Yuo Kixing seemed to sense something. He looked in Lin Xia's direction, and he could see Lin Xia's figure clearly in an instant. Seeing Lin Xiu, Yuo Kixing's eyes widened, and the slaughter in his eyes became more intense. Game start. At this time, the game has been announced to start. Yuo Kixing looked at the people rushing over from the opposite side, and charged directly with the spear in his hand. Kixing, a man in their team, clearly felt that Yuo Kixing's state was not right, and shouted loudly, "But now it's too late. Yuo Kixing seems to be in a state of madness, and he has passed all the killing intent to the person he is dealing with now." Bang bang bang. With a flash of sword light, all those people on the opposite side were beheaded by Yuo Kixing. Blood splashed all over the ground. The surrounding audience immediately burst into an uproar when they saw this scene. This is the first time someone has directly killed someone on a martial arts stage. Some leaders on the podium saw this scene and their expressions changed slightly. The rules of the game don't limit death. Right. The vice president of Sky Academy touched his beard at this time, then looked at the rest of the people at the table and said indifferently, "But this is too much. Isn't it?" The others didn't dare to say anything, but Bai Litao glanced at him and said aloud, "If you are a student of Sanctuary College, you can also kill our Sky City people on the rooftop." The deputy dean of Sky City touched his beard and said with a constant expression. Those around them saw that there was an obvious spark collision between the two. "Yuo Kixing, what are you doing?" At this time, one of the members of the Sky City branch roared at Yuo Kixing. "Even if you go to the sky to fight, you will not be responsible for dealing with it whether you live or die. But if you kill it like this, you will still fall into unfavorable public opinion. It's none of your business." Yuo Kixing gave him a cold look and said. Then the long sword in his right hand pointed directly in the direction of Lin Xia's side, and shouted loudly, "I will kill you on this platform." Yuo Kixing's words were full of murderous intent, and because of his operation of the source, at this moment, everyone around him could clearly hear Yuo Kixing's words. Who is he talking about? The surrounding audience all looked in the direction of Lin Xiu, but there were too many people sitting on Lin Xia's side, and they didn't know who Yuo Kixing was referring to. "Looks like you're in trouble," Bailey Hayeling said with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. "Last time, I didn't kill him because of the academy, but now that I'm on the rooftop, it doesn't matter to anyone after I go up. Then I'll help those who just died and kill him." Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes and said aloud, "People like Yuo Kixing are like a ticking time bomb to Lin Xiu. It's time to get rid of them." The next game continued, but because of such an incident today, the rest of the teams seemed to be afraid of the Sky Academy team and were killed, so the next game of the Sky Academy team was directly won. In this afternoon's game, Lin Xiu and the others also won easily. The current knockout stage is relatively simple. It's the third day of the competition. The Sanctuary Academy was tied for the first place with a winning streak. The rest were the Sky Academy team and the Star Academy, all of which had the most victories. And after these 3 days of constant competition, the list of the top 16 has come out. Come on. The list is out. This night, when Lin Xiu and the others were still training in the training room, a Yongheng seemed to see the interface displayed on the screen in the front center, and exclaimed, "Now that a large number of teams have been eliminated, there is almost no one else in the training room except Lin Xiu and others." Lin Xiu also stood up straight from the state of sitting cross-legged, and looked in front of his eyes. He could clearly see the list of top 16 teams displayed above. The list of Sanctuary Academy is at the forefront. The rest are Sky Academy team. Interstellar Academy Team, Nighthawk Academy, Smack Academy, Tianyang Academy, Ongxiao Academy, Galaxy Academy, Ice Star Academy, Moon Picking Academy, Sky Academy, Star Academy. Hey, why did the Sky Academy and the Interstellar Academy repeat? When Qian Yao saw the list, he said out of curiosity, the next one is their home team. When Aoyongheng heard Qian Yao's words, his face became more cautious. How can they have two teams competing? Chapter 626 Luoyu appears. Chapter 626 Luoyu appears. Huang Zhen frowned when he saw the list of the top 16. Sky Academy and Star Academy have respectively won the championships of the two competitions held by the Warrior Alliance, so they are qualified to send two subteams for this Warrior competition, Bailey Haling said lightly. And they are seeded teams and directly advance to the top 16. It doesn't matter. The champion. We've got it. Lin Xu spread out his hands, and then said lightly, with a confident look in his words, the home teams of Sky Academy and Interstellar Academy are not so easy to deal with. Aoyongheng shook his head at this time. He, who was full of self-confidence, seemed to be a little discouraged at this time. With me here, the champion can't go away, Bailey Haling said confidently. And at this time, the top of the screen has already displayed the top management of the Warrior Alliance, who are broadcasting the random selection of tomorrow's competition teams. Sky Academy vs Smack Academy. Star Academy vs Moon Picking Academy. Huh. Thankfully it wasn't us. Seeing this scene, Aoyongheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Because after the round of 16, it will be a knockout round. And if you lose, you will be eliminated directly. At the beginning, if you face these strong teams, of course, it will be very stressful. How we're dealing with the Sky Academy team. Lin Xu also looked at the screen at this time. When he saw the result of the battle on the screen, Lin Xu's brows suddenly raised. It seems that your enemy is going to seek revenge on you, Bailey Haling also said meaningfully at this time. Casual. Lin Xu spread his hands helplessly and said, who are you talking about? Aoyongheng and others didn't see Zhuo Qixing's match because they went out to buy weapons. So they said out of curiosity, I'll know tomorrow. It's mysterious, Aoyongheng said with a cold snort. By the way, I heard that a team was killed by everyone. Which team did it? It's too terrifying. Huang Zhen seemed to have thought of something, and said aloud at this time, it's them. Lin Xu pointed to the team introduction displayed on the screen, which happened to be introduced to the Sky City team. Zhuo Qixing. At this time, Aoyongheng saw Zhuo Qixing's figure displayed at the top of the screen, and the expression in his eyes changed greatly. Is this guy alright now? Aoyongheng clearly remembered that when Zhuo Qixing was in Sanctuary Academy, he was beaten by Lin Xu and was seriously injured and almost died. Well, now his strength should be at the 8th rank. Lin Xu nodded, then said meaningfully, transformed into a cyborg. Aoyongheng responded quickly and said aloud, otherwise, it is impossible for a person's strength to improve so quickly. The Yuo family does have this kind of strength. The materials he uses should be the best in the world. It's a bit difficult to do now. Aoyongheng wrinkled every day at this time, and then started talking to himself. There is always a solution to a problem, Lin Xu said lightly. At this time, looking at the team of Sky City, Lin Xu vaguely felt whether Luoyu would appear on the team of Sky City, because before, Luoyu went to Sky City High School. The time soon arrived on the second day. On this day, the game site was still empty, and tens of thousands of temporary seats were added, and more people were watching. After all, compared to the previous rematch, this is the beginning of the real final, and it's still a direct elimination system. The first game was Sky Academy against Smack Academy. When Lin Xu was sitting on the special seat of the competition members, he saw a familiar figure standing on the rooftop. The white figure was still the same as before. Luoyu. At this time, Luoyu was holding a long sword and stood on the sky platform. Her eyes did not change. Her expression was still cold, and she could not see any fluctuations in her expression. The rest of the team members, Lin Xu, also know each other. One of them is Yu Muchen, and the other is Nan Huang, who wants to kill Lin Xu in the Valley of Thunder. Seeing this person, Lin Xu's eyes burst into a killing intent. Yu Muchen? I heard that your engagement with Liu Yu was cancelled. Standing in front of the audience of more than 200 people, Nan Huang did not show any nervousness at all, as if he was used to it. He said to Yu Muchen, I take Liu Yu as my sister. Yu Muchen said with a smile, but there seemed to be a bit of bitterness hidden in this smile. After all, Liu Yu didn't like him at all. Ha ha ha, it seems that I can be your brother-in-law, Nan Huang said with a smile at this time. What do you mean? Yu Muchen frowned, then looked at him and said aloud, Nothing. Our Nan family is going to propose marriage to their Liu family. Nan Huang stared at Yu Muchen and said, HMPH. Do you think Liu Yu will fall in love with you? Yu Muchen said coldly, It's up to him. Otherwise, can their Liu family continue to exist in Sky City? Nan Huang looked at Yu Muchen, as if he meant something. Swoosh! But at this moment, Yu Yu's long sword stabbed towards Nan Huang, but was easily blocked by Nan Huang's long sword. When the two long swords collided, sparks suddenly burst out. Why? Are you still thinking about your little lover? Let me tell you. Your Liu family. This time, it was not so easy to escape this disaster. Nan Huang stared at Liu Yu and said coldly. Liu Yu seemed to have thought of something, and the look in her eyes changed slightly. Boom! At this time, Nan Huang used his right hand to push Liu Yu's long sword aside, and said in a faint voice, The game has begun. The much-anticipated Top 16 competition has begun. The first match is our Sky Academy against Smack Academy. Sky Academy. Sky Academy. As soon as the host's voice fell, the voice of the Sky Academy instantly reached its highest point. That aura was so powerful that the faces of the people at Smack Academy were a little ugly. This time, they were suppressed by this powerful momentum, which was a huge blow to their morale. Go down by yourself, or let us kill. After watching the people from Smack Academy stand up, Nan Huang looked at these people, and then said lightly, Sky Academy, don't be too arrogant. Hearing Nan Huang's words, the expressions of these people suddenly changed. They held the weapons in their hands tightly, as if forcibly suppressing the anger in their hearts. Why are you so angry? To deal with opponents like you, I alone is enough. Nan Huang had a cruel look in his eyes, and then said with a smile, Game start. As soon as the host's voice fell, the people from Smack Academy couldn't hold back the anger in their bodies. So they rushed towards Nan Huang, and they were about to kill him. Whoosh whoosh. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and before many of the surrounding audience could understand it, they found that blood spattered all over the ground. Chapter 627 Fighting Juo Kixing. Chapter 627 Fighting Juo Kixing. Once again, there was another warrior that had been killed on this stage. As if history had repeated itself, all 5 warriors from the same academy had been killed. Those from the Sky Academy. They are bullies. When the students from the Smark Academy saw how their teammates had been killed, they got furious as well. HMPH. Just a bunch of kids from the academy. Why would you challenge me? Nan Huang sneered. He did not look flustered at all after killing so many of them. Yu Yu looked into the distance as if she was thinking of something. The announcer was soaked in cold sweat as well. He didn't know how to react, but quickly said, The match is over. The winning team is the Sky Academy. Although they had just won the match, the audience did not cheer for them. Instead, all of them kept quiet. The students from the Sky Academy team had immediately killed students from the other academy without mercy, and this had caused most of them to feel unhappy with the Sky Academy. As for the rest of them who were contestants, all of them turned pale as well. That team was too powerful and they would almost always annihilate the entire opposite team. This was a huge impact for a lot of them. Those from the Sky City are so strong, Huang Zhen said as he and Kain Yao frowned their brows in worry. Well, be the one who will be facing them next. Are you afraid? Bailey Hailing looked at them and laughed. Of course not. Huang Zhen and Kain Yao shook their heads. Instead of feeling scared, they were feeling excited. For warriors like them, They would feel challenged whenever they met with warriors who were almost the same level as them or those who were even more powerful than them. The next few rounds were not as horrible as the first one and they incredibly entertaining. The audience got excited as well as they cheered. Next up, we have the Sacred Region Academy against the second team of the Sky Academy. Let's welcome the Sacred Region Academy. The announcer stepped onto his flying gadget and was announcing it out loud. Most of them have not heard of Sacred Region Academy since they have remained low-key all along. Therefore, as Lin Xu and his team stepped onto the stage, there weren't many cheers from the audience. As for those from the Sky Academy, they jumped onto the stage and stood on the opposite side of the stage. So, it is you. Yuo Kixing was looking at Lin Xu who stood right in front of him, and there was an evil look in his eyes that he could not hide. So what? Lin Xu narrowed his eyes and asked in return. Today, your life ends here. Yuo Kixing gritted his teeth as he spoke. His words were filled with hatred. Get them, kill them all. Yuo Ziking tilted his body to his side and told the rest of his teammates. His teammates obviously noticed that there was something off about Yuo Kixing as well. They have heard of the news where Yuo Kixing had only returned to Sky City after being badly injured by a man from the Sacred Region Academy. Perhaps the person who did it was the man standing right opposite them. Match start. At that moment, the announcer who was flying around the hall with his gadget announced the start of the match. Yuo Kixing quickly moved his body and dashed towards Lin Xu. No one knew what Yuo Kixing had been learning lately, but he was moving at an incredible speed. As he dashed towards Lin Xu, he wanted to kill him in one shot. Lin Xu did not hide as well as he rushed forward. Clang clang clang. Their weapons finally collided with each other. Then, two other men from the Sky Academy who were holding onto machetes started running towards Lin Xu as well. They wanted to help Yuo Kixing with defeating Lin Xu. HMPH fight us instead. Caiyan Yao and Huang Zhen immediately moved and blocked the attacks that were headed towards Lin Xu. Ouyang didn't want to be left behind as well. He grabbed onto his sword and swung it towards his enemy. Ziu 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 ziu. Ouyang's movements were combined as one with his sword, and as he moved around on the stage with his sword, there were loud explosions that rang through the hall as their weapons collided. I will kill you. Yuo Kixing, who was fighting Lin Xu, suddenly shouted. He moved his sword and a terrifying sword aura was coming towards Lin Xu from above. Lin Xu predicted his movement and dodged the attack. At the same time, he pierced his spear forward. Torrential storm of rose flowers. The dark edge was now glowing with a bright light. As he combined it with his skill, the spear instantly turned into hundreds of bright rays. Clang clang clang. Yuo Ziking was moving his sword around like a mad person, trying to block all the attacks from Lin Xu. Even so, at this time, he could feel his body turning numb. As he took a closer look, he realized that there were electrical arc all over his body. When Yuo Kixing got distracted by the electrical arc, there was a bright light that appeared right in front of him, and then he saw the spear that was coming towards him. Clang! Yuo Kixing tried to stop it with his sword, but the impact was too big. He had no other choice but to take a few steps backwards. Before he could steady himself, Lin Xiu's figure had already appeared behind him. Boom! Lin Xiu grabbed onto his spear with both arms and swung it with a soft groan. Yuo Kixing had been thrown far away. He was about to fall off the stage buju at the very last minute. He managed to hold himself by the edge of the stage. Damn it! Yuo Kixing clenched his jaw as he stared at Lin Xiu. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How was it possible that Lin Xiu's abilities suddenly improved so drastically? He was a rank 8 warrior himself, but as he fought Lin Xiu, he still felt that he wasn't strong enough. You're dead. Yuo Kixing was completely filled with hate. He screamed as he picked up his sword and instantly, his entire sword turned white as well. An immense amount of energy had been exerted onto the sword. What was that? When Lin Xu saw what was happening, he frowned as he could feel that the sword had turned into something terrifying. Without any hesitation, Lin Xu moved his legs and activated the skill disappearing without a trace and headed towards Yuo Kixing. As he rushed towards his enemy, his spear moved as well and it turned into a dark red hue. All of a sudden, there were hundreds of flaming birds that headed towards Yuo Kixing. Kung Lung. As the flaming birds targeted Zhuo Kixing, it landed on the ground beneath his feet and the entire ground shook. The stage was now surrounded by a sea of fire. Chapter 628 The Horrifying Bailey Howling. Chapter 628 The Horrifying Bailey Howling. When the audience saw what was happening, all of them held their breath. This was the first time that they had seen such a terrifying skill that enveloped such a huge area. Kixing, one of the men from the Sky Academy, saw what was happening and he was shocked. He quickly rushed forward trying to help. Hey, I'm your opponent. Not him. At that time, a figure stood in front of him and blocked his path. Go to hell. When the man saw that it was Bailey Howling, he sneered. He swung his sword and aimed it towards Bailey Howling. Bailey Howling smiled as well, and just when the sword was about to touch her neck, she finally moved. She pulled out the board sword from her waist. The swords weren't very broad, but they were long. Just as she pulled out her swords, she was moving at such a quick speed that her movement could no longer be followed by the naked eyes. Clang clang clang. As the weapons collided with each other, the man who had aimed his sword at Bailey Howling ended up losing his weapon as his sword had now been chopped into small pieces. How was this even possible? When the man saw what happened, his eyes widened in shock. He initially wanted to continue attacking her, but he had no other choice but to jump backwards. He took a good look at his weapon and noticed that he only had the handle left. You wanted to kill me. Am I right? Bailey Howling looked at the man ahead of her. She might be smiling, but her smile was sending chills down the man's spine. Who are you? The man shouted. Perhaps he had seen it wrongly, but he saw that there was a bright red glow that appeared in her eyes. Even her broadswords were covered with a dull red hue. In conclusion, she looks terrifying. This girl? Something's not right. One of the officials from the Warriors Federation noticed Bailey Howling, and the expression on his face changed. Bailey Tao frowned as well. If Bailey Howling stayed in this condition, the brat from Sky City would definitely die. The Vice-Chancellor of the Sky Academy had a dull look on his face as well. Bailey Howling had just chopped the man's sword into pieces just now. Her board sword, how could it be so powerful? The man wanted to move backwards, but he soon realized that he was already at the edge of the stage. One more step and he would already be out of the match. Damn it. He had a determined look in his eyes. As he turned around, he headed towards another direction. On both sides of the stage, there were additional weapons left on the shelf. They were allowed to be used by the contestant, but the quality of these weapons definitely wouldn't be as good as their own. He quickly picked up a sword and looked at Bailey Howling cautiously as she remained on the same spot. Are you ready? Bailey Howling asked with a straight face. With a strong breeze, both her ponytails moved uncontrollably. HMPH, what were you thinking? It's just because you have really good weapons. The man showed a twisted expression on his face. As he gathered his energy, he released his yuan as well. Bailey Howling grabbed onto her board swords and placed them like a cross. With the swords rubbing onto each other, it let out a loud horrifying sound. Go to hell. The man who just got his weapon leaped upwards and swung his sword like a madman. The sword was filled with energy and the sword aura was headed towards Bailey Howling. As the crescent-shaped sword aura headed towards her, there was a wind-breaking sound that ran through the room. If the aura hit any warriors, it would be able to chop the person's body into two. However, Bailey Howling did not move. Instead, she headed for the sword aura that was coming towards her. You're dead. When he saw what was happening, the man screamed. Then, he saw how Bailey Howling chopped the sword aura into pieces. She was moving her board sword like a lunatic and she managed to destroy all the sword aura. The sword aura can be destroyed. How was this possible? As the scene happened, there was a different look in his eyes. Bailey Howling was getting closer to him. As she leaped in the air, her board sword was held in a cross as she aimed it towards the man. There was a bright red energy that was flowing around the swords, looking like fresh blood. Blood cross slash. Move. The man roared as he swung his sword upwards and his yuan was glowing brightly. Boom. With the huge impact, Bailey Howling suddenly appeared behind the man and landed safely on the ground. Then, she kept her broadsword into their covers that were around her waist and stood up. Without looking back, you The man widened his eyes in surprise. Just as he was about to say something, his yuan broke. Boom! With a soft groan, his body was separated into several pieces and there was blood all over the stage. Chu Hai! The vice-chancellor of the Sky Academy stood up in shock. The boy was the leader of the second team from the Sky Academy. He was extremely talented but was now chopped into pieces on stage. He was about to turn crazy. Lao Jiang, calm down. Bailey Tao said to him in a calm tone. Your students aren't taking human lives seriously. The warrior competition wouldn't allow such. Shut up. When Bailey Tao heard what the vice-chancellor said, he shouted. Your students have killed students from another academy and even killed 10 warriors. Should we disqualify them? After hearing what Bailey Tao said, the vice-chancellor of the Sky Academy finally calmed down. As he looked at Bailey Tao, there was hatred in his eyes. Captain. The 2 other men from the Sky Academy who were fighting Qian Yao and Huang Zhen were both shocked when they saw their captain getting killed. Destroy it. While they were distracted, Huang Zhen and Qian Yao took the opportunity to kick them off the stage. Boom boom boom. With a loud sound, the both of them were immediately kicked off the stage. Don't come for me. Ao Yonghang screamed at them. He was still fighting another man when he noticed Huang Zhen and Qian Yao running over to help him. Kunlun. On the other side of the stage, there were still flaming birds that were headed towards Zhuo Kixing. The flaming birds were like meteorites causing a huge impact as it hit the ground like an explosion. Chapter 629 Sword Across the Clouds. Chapter 629 Sword Across the Clouds. Kunlun. The stage continued shaking as Lin Xu held his spear high up in the air and aimed it onto the ground. However, as Lin Xia's spear reached the ground, the audience noticed that the flaming birds were headed for the ground. Zhuo Kixing was fine. This was because he had already released his yuan. His yuan was bright, white in color and it was able to block all of Lin Xia's attacks. Zhuo Kixing still held onto his sword and it was glowing brightly as well. Your dead. Zhuo Kixing had a twisted expression on his face as he looked at Lin Xiu who was in the air. Zhuo Kixing roared as he gathered all of his energy on the sword and dashed through the flames around him, headed towards Lin Xiu. Sword across the clouds. The strongest attack he had. His speed was tremendously fast and even though Lin Xiu had a quick reflex, he was still cut on the shoulders and it even broke through his combat suit. Lin Xiu could feel a sharp pain on his shoulder. At that moment, Lin Xiu got back onto the ground as well to take a look at his shoulder. The part protecting his shoulder has been exposed and his wound looked horrible, but with Lin Xiu's healing abilities, it was already slowly healing on its own. That's all you got. Lin Xiu looked at Zhuo Kixing as he said with a flat tone. That attack was actually really strong and if it wasn't because he was fast enough, his head would have exploded. From now on, you will not be as lucky. Zhuo Kixing got even furious after hearing what Lin Xiu said to him. He hated Lin Xiu to the bones. The sword in his hand was still glowing brightly and with all of his energy being transferred into the sword. There was a terrifying energy source surrounding it. I should be the one saying that. Lin Xiu pointed his spear at Zhuo Kixing before heading towards him. You asked for it. Zhuo Kixing saw Lin Xiu coming towards him and he gritted his teeth while thrusting his sword towards Lin Xiu. Boom boom boom. As the weapons collided, there were loud explosive noises that echoed around the room. Lin Xia's spear landed on Zhuo Kixing's protective shield, and the powerful impact from the attack caused Zhuo Kixing to take a few steps backwards. He was about to thrust his sword into Lin Xiu, but he was just too quick. Lin Xiu pushed his sword away with his spear and with a strong twist of the arm. The spear was aimed towards Zhuo Kixing. HMPH, this brat really thinks that he can break that. The vice-chancellor of the Sky Academy sneered when he saw how his students were being defeated. He actually looked anxious. You think that he couldn't? Bailey Tao said in a calm tone. The vice-chancellor sneered and did not continue. From his point of view, it was impossible since Zhuo Kixing was a rank 8 warrior. Hey, that guy looks familiar. At that time, back at the audience seat, Nan Huang suddenly saw Lin Xiu who was on the stage. Liu Yu could clearly see his figure as well and her eyes were looking onto Lin Xiu. He's here. The look in Yu Muchen's eyes changed. He's here, but with his abilities, would he be able to stand out in such an important competition? That's the guy that you were with, right? Nan Huan looks towards Liu Yu and asked. Liu Yu did not bother answering him. She didn't even turn to look at him. I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? Nan Huan stared at Liu Yu and continued asking. If you say another word, I will kill you. Liu Yu remained motionless as she replied with a cold tone. Ha ha ha. Do you think that the things that your family has done would be enough to ruin the entire Liu family? Nan Huan seemed to know the secrets of the Liu family as he ridiculed Liu Yu. It's none of my business. Liu Yu answered calmly. Then, Liu Yu turned to him with her cold eyes and said, if anything happens to the Liu family, the Nan family would be in trouble as well. Are you threatening me? Nan Huan laughed instead. I am. Liu Yu said with a cold tone. Boom! Back on the stage, Lin Xu was still thrusting his spear onto Zhuo Kixing's yuan. It was followed by a loud explosion. You can't even break my yuan and you think that you can kill me, Zhuo Kixing said while Lin Xu was still attacking him. He had no other choice but to take a few steps backwards. It was followed by a loud roar before he attacked Lin Xu once again. I wouldn't need Yuan to fight you, Lin Xu said as he continued blocking Zhuo Kixing's attack with his spear. After hearing what Lin Xu said, Zhuo Kixing's face looked even more horrible. Lin Xu was right. Lin Xu did not release his yuan while fighting him. It was as if he wasn't afraid of Zhuo Kixing's attacks. Go to hell. Zhuo Kixing held onto his sword with his left hand and it was once again glowing with a bright light. He wanted to release another skill. Move! Lin Xu widened his eyes as he slowly gathered his energy together. The spear that was previously white in color had now turned to dull red. His weapon changed. When Yu Muchen saw the changes happening on Lin Xia's weapon, he had a bad feeling about it. His sixth sense tells him that there was something peculiar about Lin Xia's weapon. It's useless, you won't be able to break mine. Zhuo Kixing looked at Lin Xu who was continuously attacking him and he roared in fury. Lin Xu ignored him and continued his attack. He turned his spear downwards at a slanted angle. Boom! With a loud sound, the spear pierced through his yuan and there was a huge cut on it. Shhhhhhhh. Then, there was a sound similar to glass being shattered as his yuan cracked and exploded. His yuan broke. How is this even possible? Yu Muchen, who was paying attention to Lin Xu, was shocked as well. Heavenly Dragon wrecks the city. Seeing how Zhuo Kixing was still in shock and his eyes couldn't believe what he was seeing, Lin Xu did not waste the opportunity to continue his attack. The spear that was dark red in color suddenly let out a large amount of particles that were black in color. The black particles gathered together in the form of a dragon's head and it was headed towards Zhuo Kixing's head. Kong! While the dragon was biting onto Zhuo Kixing's head, Lin Xu swung his spear around. Boom boom boom! Lin Xu continuously attacked Zhuo Kixing and there were loud explosives following one after the other. Ah! A loud, dying cry came from Zhuo Kixing, but at this moment, he did not have the chance to defend himself. Chapter 630 The Rank 9 Life and Death Battle. Chapter 630 The Rank 9 Life and Death Battle. With Lin Xia's continuous attacks, his body was covered with wounds, but no blood came out. Boom! His arm was directly broken by Lin Xia's horizontal slash. Zizizi. With the fracture of his arm, his bones and joints could be seen and they were all made of electronics. There was a trace of fire flickering. Goodbye. Lin Xu looked at Zhuo Kixing's head. The spear was about to pierce again and this shot would pierce Zhuo Kixing's head. Stop. But at this moment, a huge roar came over. Boom! Just this loud roar made the surrounding ground vibrate. The surrounding audience was shocked. Who is that? Lin Xu originally wanted to continue attacking, but when this huge roar came, he suddenly felt that his head was shaking and it hurt. His movement stopped for a moment, and at this moment, a figure rushed to the front in an instant, protecting Zhuo Kixing behind him. Young man, your methods are cruel enough. This old man, who looked a little gloomy, stared at Lin Xu with murderous intent. Being stared at by him like this, Lin Xu instantly felt a strong sense of oppression. This sense of oppression was really too strong, as if all the strength of his body has been suppressed. Second Grandpa, Zhuo Kixing said with difficulty at this time. His hands were chopped off by Lin Xu's spear and there were many penetrating wounds on his body. The skin on his face was also damaged, revealing the machine inside. If it weren't for the fact that he was transformed into a cyborg, in his state, he would definitely bleed and die. Isn't this against the rules? Although Lin Xu felt a strong sense of oppression, at this time, he did not panic at all. He pointed the spear in his hand at him and said lightly, "Umph." The old man ignored Lin Xu's words and left with Yuo Kixing. Should he be disqualified from the competition? Bai Litao looked at everyone on the rostrum and said lightly. These people did not object but nodded. After all, after standing on the platform, the other party would not be responsible for life or death. But now someone from Yuo Kixing's side rushed up to stop the battle, which was violating the rules. The deputy dean of the Sky Academy watched this scene, and the expression in his eyes changed. But he remained silent and said nothing. Do you really think I dare not kill you? This old man, who Yuo Kixing called his second grandfather, stared at Lin Xu at this moment and said sternly, Today, I must kill him. Lin Xu with the spear in his hand pointing behind the old man. There was no hint of negotiation in the words. Although Yuo Kixing hated Lin Xu deeply, at this time, he also understood that he was not Lin Xu's opponent, especially when Lin Xu broke the sphere. It was really terrifying. Thinking of this at this time, Yuo Kixing suddenly felt cold. What a joke. Anyway, if the Sakura Region Academy loses you, he'll just apologize at most. The old man showed a sinister smile and in the next moment, he stretched out his hand to grab Lin Xu. What a fast speed. The expression in Lin Xu's eyes changed and when his body was about to retreat, the old man's hand was about to grab onto his neck. At this time, Lin Xu also clearly saw the fingernails on his dry arms, which seemed to have become slender in an instant, sharp as a dagger. When Lin Xu felt a pain in his neck, his body was pulled and instantly moved to the other side. Are you alright? Just before Lin Xu could react, he heard a familiar voice. It was Bailey hailing. I'm fine. Lin Xu shook his head, then touched his neck and there was a little blood on his fingers. This old man was really vicious. He wanted to kill and nearly cut Lin Xu's throat. Lin Xu, are you alright? And the battle on Aoyang Hang's side was also over. In the end, Aoyang Hang used his own strength to knock out the warrior from the Sky Academy. At this time, Huang Zhen, Caiyan Yao and others walked over to Lin Xu. Lin Xu shook his head, because of the body's extremely powerful healing ability. At this moment, the scar on Lin Xu's neck had completely recovered. A rank 9 warrior dealing with a teenager. Isn't it a bit too much, huh? At this time, Bailey Hailing's face also became cold, looking at the old man not far away and said lightly, HMPH, it's his honor to die under my hands. The old man said with a grim expression on his face. The match is over because someone from Sky Academy intervened, so they are disqualified. Sacred Region Academy advanced. And now the host has also received the notification from the organizing committee and announced it loudly. On the platform, is it a life and death battle? Lin Xu said lightly at this time. Yes. There are indeed rules. Bailey Hailing said aloud. I want to fight you to the death. Lin Xu pointed his spear at the old man not far away and said coldly, You want to fight me to the death? What a joke. The old man originally wanted to take Yuo Kixing away, but when he heard Lin Xu's words, he laughed instead of being angry. It was as if he had heard the biggest joke. Do you think that with your strength, you can defeat me? The old man said coldly. If you lose, you die and so does he. Lin Xu ignored his words and continued to speak. Lin Xu, you're crazy. When Aoyang Hang heard Lin Xu's words, his face changed greatly. Then he shouted loudly. Huang Zhen and Caiyan Yao also wanted to say something at this time. But when they met Lin Xu's cold and firm gaze, they didn't say anything. Don't you dare. Lin Xu raised his brows, then said lightly. It's you who doesn't dare. The old man was so infuriated by Lin Xu, a warrior who looked like a little boy in his eyes. At this time, his anger suddenly came and he stood there and said at Lin Xu in a cold voice. Then fight. This kid is really crazy. There was a loudspeaker effect on the competition stage. At this time, the conversation between Lin Xu and the old man was transmitted to the ears of the surrounding audience. Everyone thought that Lin Xu was crazy. An ordinary warrior wanted to challenge a rank 9 warrior. Isn't that courting death? Bai Litao frowned slightly at this time. He could feel that Lin Xia's strength was a lot more tyrannical, but it was almost impossible to deal with the rank 9 warrior. Although the old man was only a rank 9 preliminary warrior, but it still wasn't easy to deal with. Chapter 631 Fierce Battle Against Old Monsters Yuo. Chapter 631 Fierce Battle Against Old Monsters Yuo. Boy, don't say I bullied you. Even if I suppress my strength to rank 8, I can kill you easily. The old man stared at Lin Xu and then said viciously, Is that so? Fight with him with your rank 8 strength then. Bailey Haoling's eyes changed at this moment, and in the next moment, as she raised her right hand, terrifying fluctuations of source strength burst out from Bailey Haoling's body. The source strength materialized, emitting blue light, instantly covering the entire competition stage. Source field. When everyone on the podium saw this scene, their eyes changed greatly. This kind of strength was so powerful that even those on the podium were affected. At this time, the old man clearly felt that his physical strength was greatly suppressed. His rank 9 strength seemed to be suppressed to the extent that he could only use rank 8. Who the hell are you? The old man was horrified, looking at Bailey Haoling. His eyes were full of shock. Just now, he thought she was a little girl. But he never thought that this girl who looked like a little girl had such a powerful power. Bailey Haoling ignored the old man, but said to Huang Zhen and the others, Let's go down and let Lin Xu handle the next battle. Huang Zhen and the others hesitated for a while, then nodded. As everyone left, only Lin Xu, Yuo Kixing and the old man were left on the competition stage. Yuo Kixing was standing on the edge of the competition platform. His body wanted to leave, but under the source field of Bailey Haoling, there was absolutely no way to leave. The old man's eyes were also changing now. He just said it casually, but he didn't expect that Bailey Haoling actually has such strength, suppressing his strength to the level of rank 8. Now, even if he could have the strength of the rank 9, he couldn't use it at all in this source field. Damn, where did that girl come from? Why? Are you afraid? Lin Xu looked at him, and then said lightly, Afraid? What a joke. Do you think that if you suppress my strength to the 8th rank, you can be compared with me? The old man sneered as if he had heard the funniest joke. Very good. Then you are ready to die. Lin Xu didn't say anything else. At this moment, he rushed over with the spear in his hand. Just now, he wanted to have a life and death battle with him, not because he was hot-headed. Now Lin Xu was already rank 8 warrior, and with the power of the system, Lin Xu was confident that he could fight this old man. And rank 9 warriors were also divided into strong and weak ones. This old man obviously has just been promoted to rank 9 and his strength was also at the beginning of rank 9. But now that he has been suppressed to the level of rank 8, there was not so much pressure on Lin Xu. Even if he was peak rank 8, Lin Xu could confidently fight without using the Fury skill. The old man watched Lin Xu rush over with a spear, and the expression in his eyes changed slightly. He looked at the long sword that Yuo Kixing had just dropped on the ground, and stretched out his right hand. That long sword was directly sucked by his powerful force. Boom! In the next moment, he held the long sword tightly in his hand. He attacked Lin Xu, who was rushing over. Dang dang! Under the collision of their weapons, there was a loud noise. The audience present exclaimed when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that they could still see such a wonderful life and death battle now. Moreover, one party of this life and death battle was a rank 9 warrior. On Earth, the rank 9 warriors were the most powerful in the eyes of ordinary warriors. This kid simply doesn't know his own strength trying to go against old monsters Yuo. The deputy dean of the Sky Academy watched the battle on the field and couldn't help but snorted. He didn't expect this current situation at all, but under the gaze of so many spectators, it was impossible for him to stop the game. Bai Litao stared at Lin Xu, He believed that Lin Xu would not make such a decision rashly if he had no absolute grasp of his strength. In the battle of life and death, the one who dies must be the old monster Zhuo. Boy, I'll let you see that even with the power of the 8th rank, you will die. The old monster Zhuo, who was fighting against Lin Xu, roared angrily, and the long sword in his hand stabbed at Lin Xia's body. The long sword radiated a dazzling light, and one could clearly feel that the long sword was full of extremely terrifying power. Boom! But just when his long sword was about to stab Lin Xia's body, he suddenly felt that the long sword had stabbed into some kind of transparent barrier, which directly blocked most of the power. Lin Xu, who originally wanted to use mirror image to evade such a terrifying blow, also reacted instantly, and the spear he was holding stabbed the old man's body. As soon as the spear stabbed the old man's clothes, his body turned into a black mist and disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, his body had already appeared on the other side. What kind of skill is this? The old man looked at Lin Xu from a distance, and said coldly. There was already a hole in his clothes now, and Lin Xia's shot just now almost stabbed him in the body. The transparent barrier just now offset most of the impact of his sword. Otherwise he firmly believed that it could penetrate Lin Xia's body directly. You don't need to know that, Lin Xu said lightly. The spear in his hand vibrated. The dark red flames burst out again, and the flaming birds flew out. The whole place became extremely hot. Insignificant skill. The old monster Zhuo roared angrily. His movement became fast, and his body rushed towards Lin Xu like a black mist. He dodged all the flaming birds. Crackling, Lin Xu stared at the front, the dark-edged spear in his hand. At this moment, a lot of lightning burst out. Thousand thunder. Holding the spear, he pointed at the sky, and suddenly there seemed to be a lot of thunder in the sky, and terrifying lightning fell. Old monster Zhuo, who had turned into a black mist and rushed over, was directly hit by the dense lightning, and the sound instantly echoed. Damn boy, the old monster Zhuo was struck by lightning and he seemed to be a little embarrassed. Then, he got out 2 swords, waved his hands, and hundreds of thousands of long swords emitting white rays of light all stabbed Lin Xia's body instantly. Chapter 632 You Can. So can I. Chapter 632 You Can. So can I. Dang dang. Lin Xu waved his spear frantically, and slapped away all the stabbing swords. Moreover, the effect of the title of warrior has appeared again. There was a 30 chance of resisting 50 of the attacks, and this probability was very high. Hell, this old monster Zhuo was out of breath now, and the power of his skills always seems to be partially offset by inexplicable power. It makes his overall strength much weaker. Before he could react, Lin Xia's figure had already appeared in front of him. The spear pierced, and a cold light came, and it was about to penetrate the head of the old monster Zhuo. Dang! The pupils in old monster Zhuo's eyes shrank. But after all, he has a lot of combat experience. At such a dangerous moment, the long sword in his hand still resisted Lin Xia's blow. But Lin Xu didn't stop at all. The spear was like tigers leaping out of their den and continued to stab it frantically. Dang dang! Old monster Zhuo had no choice but to frantically wave the long sword in his hand, constantly resisting Lin Xia's attacks. This rank 9 warrior, although it was said that the old man's power has been suppressed to the rank 8, it was still really too terrifying to be suppressed by Lin Xu to such a degree. Glorious 8 immortals. Just when the old monster Zhuo was forced to retreat by Lin Xia's fierce attack, he dodged an attack from Lin Xu, and the long sword in his hand burst out with a lot of white light. All that dazzling light seemed to be reflected in Lin Xia's eyes, causing Lin Xu to lose his sight for a moment. There was also a tingling sensation in the eyes. Before Lin Xu could react, he felt as if his body had been kicked by someone, and then flew out. Lin Xia's body fell heavily on the ground. His chest was tight, his throat was sweet, and a mouthful of blood spat out from Lin Xia's mouth. Damn it! Lin Xu didn't expect that this old monster Zhuo was so insidious that he actually had such skills. Go to hell! As soon as Lin Xu got up, the old monster Zhuo had already rushed over, The long sword in his hand stabbed Lin Xu directly in the head, and pierced through Lin Xia's head. Dead. Dead. Ouyang Heng and the others opened their eyes wide, watching this scene in disbelief. Lin Xiu, who had fought back and forth with the old monster Zhuo just now, was killed just like that. Yuo Yu looked at the battle in the field. Her eyes did not change at all, because she believed that Lin Xiu could not die. Ha ha ha. Dead. He is finally dead. Seeing this scene, Yuo Kixing laughed wildly. No, but old monster Zhuo's reaction speed was very fast. At this time, he clearly felt something. He roared and turned around to look behind him. Boom! But at this critical moment, a blue sphere directly surrounded old monster Zhuo's body. The head of the spear stabbed the sphere of the old monster Zhuo, and it only made the old monster Zhuo's body retreat a distance. Good luck to you. Lin Xiu snorted coldly when he saw this scene. Almost. He was able to directly kill this old monster Zhuo. Damn boy. Old monster Zhuo stepped back and gnashed his teeth. Now that Lin Xiu was playing tricks over and over again, he was completely furious. This time, I want you to die. While he gritted his teeth and roared, the source strength in his body was gathering frantically. And in the next one, a ray of light radiated from his body and directly covered the competition stage. Source field. Bailey Hailing frowned at this time. After all, he was a rank 9 warrior. Even if he was suppressed by her, he could still use his source strength with his rank 8 power. Now Bailey Hailing couldn't do anything anymore, because she felt that there were many people on the podium staring at her. Once the life and death battle on the rooftop begins, except for one party's death, no one can participate in the battle again. This is a rule that no one can break. This kid is finished a rank 9 warrior. How could he be able to deal with the old man? Seems like that old man is about to use his true strength now. At this time, the surrounding audience saw that the old monster Zhuo was using the source field, and suddenly there was an uproar. With the source field used by the old monster Zhuo, Lin Xiu could also clearly feel his own power, and it seemed that he is also under some kind of suppression. Correspondingly, the strength of the old monster Zhuo should be strengthened. You can do that. So can I. Lin Xiu, who was standing opposite the old monster Zhuo, snorted coldly at this time, and directly used the system skill Heavenly Array. As the sky-shattering formation unfolded, in an instant, a white ray of light once again covered the sky platform. Three source fields stacked. Not only the people in the surrounding auditorium were shocked, but even the old monsters on the rostrum were shocked. In their opinion, the heavenly array used by Lin Xiu was the source field. At first, Bailey Hailing used the source field, and then old monster Zhuo used it again. They didn't expect that now Lin Xiu also used it. This was really crazy. Although the powers of these fields were superimposed, they were not affected by each other. You are also rank 9. No, it's impossible. Stop the act. Old monster Zhuo muttered to himself, then roared, holding a long sword, and attacked Lin Xiu again. The expression in Lin Xiu's eyes changed, and he also attacked with the dark edge spear. Bang bang bang. The two weapons collided frantically, and a lot of sparks flashed. But the two seemed to be evenly matched, and it was impossible to see which side has the advantage. Torrential storm of rose flowers. When Lin Xiu was fighting against the old monster Zhuo, he seized an opportunity and stabbed out again with a spear. This time, the body of the spear turned dark red from the state that was just filled with white light. This is the new power of the dark edge spear forged with the material of the forelimbs of the color-changing mantis. The power to break the sphere. Originally, the old monster Zhuo, who had been using the sphere to protect himself, thought that Lin Xiu's dark edge spear was still the same as before, and could not pierce the sphere that protected him. But he didn't expect that this time. As Lin Xiu swung the spear and stabbed it, it was as if dozens or hundreds of spearheads stabbed at the same time. All of them stabbed on his sphere, and in an instant a lot of cracks appeared. This is impossible. Old monster Zhuo's eyes widened and he roared inwardly. But at this time, Lin Xiu was holding a long spear, and he had already slashed from top to bottom. Break it. Chapter 633. Chapter 633 The Fatal Blow. Kill the rank 9. With Lin Xu's spear slashing down, it directly hit his sphere, which was already full of cracks. In the next moment, a crisp sound of pop resounded in an instant. This old monster Zhuo's sphere was actually destroyed by Lin Xu. The audience exclaimed. Although the strength was suppressed to the 8th rank, it was a sphere unfolded by a rank 9 warrior and Lin Xu actually broke it. That weapon is quite interesting. At this moment, Nan Huang stared at the dark edge spear in Lin Xu's hand, revealing a strange look. Not only him, but some people had discovered the peculiarity of the dark edge spear in Lin Xu's hands too. Swoosh! At the same time, the moment Lin Xu broke his sphere, the spear was like a dragon and he stabbed it out again. The sphere was broken and the old man suffered a lot of backlash because of this. At this time, a smear of blood flowed down from his lips. Damn it! Seeing that Lin Xu's spear stabbed over again, he suddenly reached out and grabbed it. Lin Xu's pupils shrank slightly and was about to use force on the spear in his hand again. But this old monster Zhuo was so powerful that he even grabbed Lin Xu's spear so that Lin Xu couldn't pierce any further. Go to hell! He grabbed the body of Lin Xu's sword with one hand, and the long sword in the other hand instantly stabbed Lin Xu's body. Sphere! Lin Xu roared inwardly and a dark red sphere appeared instantly, which was blocked by the long sword. With the movement of Lin Xu's thoughts, the body of the dark edge spear appeared with red flames accompanied by lightning. What? The old monster Zhuo, who had just grabbed the spear body, felt the sharp pain in his hands. At this moment, he could not help but let out a wailing sound and instantly released the dark edge spear. At this moment, Lin Xu seized the opportunity and continued to attack. The old monster Zhuo reacted very quickly. The long sword that was blocked by Lin Xu's sphere just moved and blocked the shot. The spear had stabbed on the body of the long sword and a fire flashed in an instant. Because Lin Xu just broke the sphere, it was impossible for him to continue to unfold the sphere. Moreover, Lin Xu's marksmanship was too sharp. Now that his power was suppressed, it was impossible to defeat Lin Xu. He was still injured and Lin Xu's skills were too complicated. If things go on like this, he is very likely to die under Lin Xu's hands. Flee! After he resisted Lin Xu's blow, the long sword in his hand turned into a cloud of black mist and disappeared in place in an instant. Where are you going, huh? Lin Xu turned around and looked at the back and saw the old monster Zhuo rushing towards Zhuo Kixing, as if he wanted to take Zhuo Kixing and leave the competition stage. At this time, Lin Xu also directly used the without a trace body skill and rushed over at an extremely fast speed. When he was about to get there, Lin Xu suddenly leaped. Second Grandpa, Zhuo Kixing watched old monster Zhuo rush towards him and knew that something was wrong. Go! Old monster Zhuo said with a loud roar. Now there was no other way. In order to protect Zhuo Kixing, he could only take him away. Although Zhuo Kixing couldn't break free from Bailey Howling's source field, old monster Zhuo could. Where are you going? And at this moment, a voice came from the sky. Old monster Zhuo was about to leave here carrying Zhuo Kixing's body when he suddenly raised his head to look up, only to see Lin Xu holding the dark edge spear in both hands, charging down. Both the spear and Lin Xu were covered with a lot of flames and Lin Xu's whole person was like a meteorite, rushing down, courting death. Seeing that Lin Xu was still chasing after him, old monster Zhuo was even more furious. With a roar, a powerful light burst out from the long sword in his hand. As he suddenly raised the long sword, a terrifying beam of energy just burst out. This time, it was he who gathered all the energy from his entire body to kill Lin Xu. But Lin Xu had already unfolded his sphere and all the terrifying energy beams were blocked by Lin Xu's sphere. Moreover, after Lin Xu forcibly resisted this skill, he was still rushing down from the air and did not stop. The long spear carried a dark red light, full of incomparably terrifying power. Power-up strike. Lin Xu saw that the system had already prompted for the power-up strike and immediately cast it. Ninth Heaven Galaxy Fall coupled with the power-up strike. The power of this spear became even more powerful. Old monster Zhuo still wanted to resist, but in the next moment, he saw Lin Xu's whole body filled with silver light, like a galaxy gushing down from the sky. Ah! He let out a roar, and when he was faced with death, the strength of his whole body erupted. Bailey Howling's brows furrowed immediately outside the arena, because she could clearly feel that her source field was weakening. Now, old monster Zhuo, obviously, was about to regain his own strength. Lin Xu and the old monster Zhuo was exchanging blows to and fro just now. But once the old monster Zhuo regains his strength, it may instantly turn the situation around. One can only hope that Lin Xu will kill with one blow. But this possibility was too low. The flesh body of a rank 9 warrior was not so easy to be destroyed. Ding! A fatal blow. The trigger is successful. Boom! Lin Xu stabbed down the old monster Zhuo. Originally exploded a terrifying source strength out of his body to resist and counterattack, but he exploded directly. A huge sound. Not only the competition stage, but also the surrounding area vibrated crazily. What kind of skill is this? The pupils in Bai Litao's eyes shrank slightly. The power that Lin Xu burst out for the final move was really too powerful and too terrifying. The body of the rank 9 warrior was directly destroyed. Not only Bai Litao, but other warriors on the podium were shocked. This scene was really incredible. Seems like I won. Looking at the corpse of old monster Zhuo who was smashed into pieces by a spear, Lin Xu said coldly. Now he still has some lingering fears. He was so close. If this old monster Zhuo regained his strength just now, he would be the one who died. Yuo Kixing's body was trembling at this time. He was looking at Lin Xu, full of disbelief. The powerful rank 9 warrior of his family was killed by Lin Xu so easily. This is impossible. His heart was roaring, but the scene in his eyes told him that it was true. Next, it's your turn. Lin Xu's eyes were full of killing intent, staring at Yuo Kixing and said, there was no chance last time, but this time, there was an upright opportunity to eradicate this threat directly. This is Sky City. If you dare to kill me, you can't get out of here alive. He roared loudly, and just as he was about to make a move, a flash of white light flashed and the spear pierced directly through his head. Chapter 634 Assassination of the Rank 9 Warrior. Chapter 634 Assassination of the Rank 9 Warrior. Boom! With a dull sound, the head pierced by Lin Xu's spear exploded in the next moment. There was no blood and water, only a lot of lightning burst out. Who seeing that he finally died? Lin Xu was also relieved. A sense of exhaustion hits his body. The source field on the platform disappeared in the next moment. Amazing! The surrounding audience cheered excitedly at this time. After all, fighting against a rank 9 warrior with one's own strength, even though it was a rank 9 warrior whose strength was suppressed, was too powerful. This kid, seeing this, Bai Litao couldn't help but smiled helplessly. Although Lin Xu was victorious, this made many people have their eyes on him, especially the people of the Zhuo family. They would definitely not let Lin Xu go like this. Where are you going? At the same time, Yu, who had been sitting quietly in the seat on the other side, immediately got up and walked to the other side. Seeing this scene, Yu Muchen said subconsciously, but Liu Yu didn't answer his words and left the place. Seeing this scene, Yu Muchen shook his head helplessly. It seems that this kid's strength is much stronger than when he was in the Thunder Valley. But for me, it's still too weak. At this time, Nan Huan still looked at Lin Xu on the rooftop, then said with a smile, prepare for the next game. At this time, the host watched Lin Xu jump off the platform, then quickly arranged for the staff to clean up the scene. Although the Zhuo family was not a small family in Sky City, but Lin Xu killed the 2 Zhuo family members in a life-and-death battle, and those Zhuo family members did not dare to do anything. Humph! At this time, the vice president of Sky City was so angry that his face became extremely ugly. He snorted coldly and left directly. There was no Sky Academy in the next battle and he couldn't be bothered to watch. He stared at Lin Xu over there, with a vicious look in his eyes. You kid, how much power are you hiding? When Aoyang Hang saw Lin Xu walking down, he said with a bit of dissatisfaction. Originally, he thought that Lin Xi's strength was very strong, But now it seems that Lin Xu has preserved so much strength that he actually killed old monster Zhuo and Zhuo Kujizing on the platform. Lin Xu smiled and did not answer Ouyonghang's words. After the battle just now, many people have probably noticed him. In the next game, he would likely be the target. The same was true for Bailey Hailing. Heaven Temple injuries. Bailey Hailing glanced at Lin Xu and said aloud, I got a little hurt. Lin Xu nodded. He was hit on the shoulder by the old monster Zhuo when they were fighting. After all, he was a rank 9 warrior. Now he felt a faint pain in his shoulder. Here, Bailey Hailing took out a bottle of blue liquid from her pocket and threw it to Lin Xu. Apply it to the wound and you will recover faster. Well, thank you. Lin Xu took the bottle of liquid directly. The next game is in the afternoon. It's still early, so you can go back and rest. First, Bailey Hailing looked at the time. It was around 10 o'clock in the morning. The quarterfinals started at 2 in the afternoon. Well, he'll go to the lounge to have a rest first. There was a lounge specially prepared for the top 16 players nearby. The environment of the lounge was very good. Like a very exquisite room. The area of the room was about 50 square meters, which was quite large. After Lin Xu walked in, he took off his battle suit and took a closer look. There were quite a few bruises on his skin, especially on the shoulders. There were red blood stains. Damn. Lin Xu poured the bottle of potion that Bailey Hailing had just taken out on his shoulders, and suddenly a tingling sensation came, causing Lin Xu to clench his teeth. This was painful but good. However, as the liquid poured into the wound, the bruises gradually dissipated. Lin Xu lay helplessly on the bed and took a deep breath. After the battle just now, lying in bed now was really comfortable. Oh right. Lin Xu only remembered at this time that he had just killed old monster Zhuo and Zhuo Kixing, and he had not checked the experience he had gained. After entering the system, Lin Xu could clearly see a bunch of system prompts. The experience gained from killing a rank 9 warrior is 100. Lin Xu's eyes were a bit blurry when he saw the series of numbers behind him. However, the final result was that he was promoted by 1 level and now his level has become level 42. After quickly and evenly distributing the acquired potential points, Lin Xu felt his body relax for a while. At this time, Lin Xu was a little tired. Lying on the bed, he quickly fell asleep. After some time, Lin Xu was still sleeping, but he seemed to instinctively sense the danger, and at this time he suddenly opened his eyes. When he just opened his eyes, he saw a cold light appear in front of his eyes. The pupils in Lin Xu's eyes shrank suddenly. But at this time, it seemed that it was too late to dodge. Dang! At this critical moment, a crisp sound instantly rang. Tisk tisk. The rank 9 warrior of the Yuo family is just like that. A coquettish voice came from behind. Humph. Looking around, he found that in front of him, there was a middle-aged man holding a handful of white cold light. His aura was very terrifying, making Lin Xu feel a strong sense of oppression. And behind him, there was a woman in white clothes, holding a long sword. With a smile on her face, she didn't seem afraid at all. You. No. Seeing this woman, Lin Xu said subconsciously, but soon he shook his head. At first glance, this woman was somewhat similar to Yu, but if you look closely, it was not her. Tisk tisk. Little guy, if that girl hadn't asked me to protect you, you would be dead by no W. The woman said to Lin Xu with a smile. Looking closely, she was I sister. Yuo Yan. You are. Just when Lin Xu wanted to say something, the middle-aged man over there charged towards Lin Xu with a dagger again. His speed was too fast. So fast that Lin Xu had no time to react. But when the man was just swinging the dagger in his hand to Lin Xu's neck, Lin Xu felt his body being pulled directly behind him. Chapter 635 is Shil Yuoyu's sister. Chapter 635 is Shil Yuoyu's sister. Yuo Yan pulled Lin Xu's body over from behind, and while avoiding the attack of the middle-aged man, the long sword in her hand stabbed at him. Dang dang. The battle between the two started instantly, and a crisp sound suddenly rang out. Lin Xu stepped back. Seeing the battle between the two, a ray of light flashed in his eyes. Are these two rank 9 warriors? The speed was really too fast, and although the woman's swordsmanship was the same as Liu Yu's, she was more delicate. And because the woman was strong, the power of swordsmanship was even more terrifying. As the long sword in her hand stabbed out the next moment, a streak of blood spurted out in the air. Damn! The middle-aged man's body retreated to the back, and he looked at the wound on his arm. The blood was still dripping. He looked at Liu Yan viciously, then looked at Lin Xu, and said grimly, "Just you wait. You can't step out of Sky City alive after killing our Zhuo family members." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole person turned into a black mist and disappeared in place in an instant. This body skill was too powerful, and Lin Xu knew only now why he didn't sense anything when he came into his room. Is this the power of a rank 9 warrior? Thinking of this, Lin Xu clenched his fists tightly and his eyes were cold. Now he was like an ant in the eyes of a rank 9 warrior. But one day, he will step on all rank 9 warriors under his feet. Giggle. Little guy. You're quite angry, At this moment, Liu Yan looked at Lin Xu and said to Lin Xu with a laughter like a silver bell, "You are." Lin Xu looked at her curiously. "Guess." Liu Yan looked at Lin Xu, then deliberately leaned in front of Lin Xu and said. Lin Xu was a little embarrassed, and then subconsciously stepped back. "This little guy is quite cute, Liu Yan said with a smile, looking very seductive. "Liu Yu's sister." Lin Xu hesitated for a while, then said aloud, "Hey, you guessed it." Liu Yan seemed surprised. Lin Xu has black lines all over his head. You both look alike. So how could he get it wrong? Tisk tisk. But this girl Liu Yu is so kind to you. She asked me to protect you. Liu Yan couldn't help sighing at this time. Where's Liu Yu? Lin Xu felt a warm current in his heart when he heard Liu Yan's words. Although Liu Yu looked cold, she seemed to be worried about herself. Thinking of this, Lin Xu couldn't help showing a smirk. Well, you should be preparing for the next game. Liu Yan did not directly answer Lin Xu's words, but said a little perfunctorily, "The people of the Zhuo family should not come again today. You should be careful." Liu Yan smiled at this time, and then she moved and disappeared in place in an instant. "By the way, your strength is still too weak." When Liu Yan disappeared, an echo sounded in the room. Hearing her words, Lin Xu's 5 fingers turned into fists. Yes, she was right. He was still too weak, although he was lucky enough to kill the old monster Zhuo today. When he really faced a rank 9 warrior, his strength was still insufficient. At this time, Lin Xu sat cross-legged on the ground and started to run the cultivation technique. It was almost time before Lin Xu went out. "Well, have you rested?" Bailey Haoling watched Lin Xu come out and said aloud. "Yeah." Lin Xu nodded. His recovery ability was very strong, and with the elixir that Bailey Haoling gave, those internal injuries had fully recovered. Lin Xu glanced around, but couldn't find Liu Yu's figure, which made Lin Xu slightly disappointed. The battle list is out. The top 8 are our Sacred Region Academy, as well as Interstellar Academy, Galaxy Academy, Sky Academy, Ice Star Academy, Hongxiao Academy. At this time, Yongheng took out a battle list and said, "How are we going to play against the Galaxy Academy?" Lin Xu took it over, looked at the battle arrangement, and frowned. The Sacred Region Academy and the Galaxy Academy were playing against each other, while the Interstellar Academy and the Bingson Academy were at the side. That is to say, if Interstellar Academy advances, they will face the Interstellar Academy. The other 4 academies were grouped on the other side. So before the finals, it seems that he will not meet the Sky Academy. This is fine, just enough to preserve his strength. There's still half an hour. Let's get ready. Bailey Haoling looked at everyone and said aloud. N, Huangzhen and Qiujian Yao nodded. The two still looked very nervous now. After all, the Galaxy Academy that they were going to fight against was said to be warriors from another planet. You two are both monsters. On the other hand, Yonghang was lying helplessly on the seat and said to Lin Xu and Bailey howling. The strength shown by the two just now was really shocking. From the beginning of participating in the competition to the present, Yonghang was so shocked that his nerves were numb. The first game was Interstellar Academy against Ice Star Academy. Lin Xu looked at the platform and narrowed his eyes. He had to first see how strong the Interstellar Academy was. Alright, the first match of our quarterfinals is about to begin. First of all, let me introduce. These are the members of the Interstellar Academy from Planet Neeg. With the host's excited words, the surrounding audience cheered. The people from the Interstellar Academy wore fiery red uniforms and looked majestic. Hearing the cheers from the surrounding audience, they all waved. Compared to the loud voices of the Interstellar Academy, when the members of the Ice Star Academy came on stage, the audience appeared to be less excited. It's really these guys. Huang Zhen and Qu Jian Yao looked at the members of the Interstellar Academy, gnashing their teeth. What's up? Lin Xu, who clearly felt their nervousness, said curiously at this time. Our last intercontinental match was against the Interstellar Academy. Huang Zhen looked at the members of the Interstellar Academy and said, their way of fighting is very strange. A senior of our Sacred Region Academy was killed by them. Having said this, their faces became a little ugly. That senior was very strong, and it has reached the level of rank 9. It is impossible to be killed so easily. They must have done something. At this time, Caiyan Yao clenched his 10 fingers into fists and said through gritted teeth, let's take a look first. Lin Xu nodded when he heard his words. Staring at the scene on the competition stage, the battle is about to begin. Chapter 636 The Weirdness of the Interstellar Academy. Chapter 636 The Weirdness of the Interstellar Academy. As the battle began, the members of the Ice Star Academy immediately formed a rapid offensive. They even seemed to be stronger than the Interstellar Academy. Li's strength of the Ice Star Academy seems to be pretty good. Lin Xu looked at this scene and said subconsciously, wait, these guys will use some tricks later. Huang Zhen seemed to have a deep prejudice against the Interstellar Academy. Looking at the battle at this time, he couldn't help saying coldly. Lin Xu nodded, then continued to watch the battle on the field. Ice Star Academy seems quite powerful, huh? After a man from the Interstellar Academy resisted the blow of a warrior from the Ice Star Academy, he immediately said with a smile, even though they seem to be at a disadvantage now, they are not. Humph. The people from the Ice Star Academy ignored the words of the people from the Interstellar Academy, and continued to frantically wave the weapons in their hands to attack the people from the Interstellar Academy. They wanted to fight quickly, but the people of the Interstellar Academy were like dogskin plaster. They couldn't be taken down. Why? Do you want to end the battle? The corners of a member of the Star Academy's mouth curled up, and then he waved his right hand, as if he was waving something out. A man from the Ice Star Academy who was attacking him suddenly felt as if his body became a little weak. The attack that was originally strong, at this time, has become a little soft. You made. Before the man finished talking, the member of the Interstellar Academy directly held a wide-bladed long sword in his hand, and pierced it through his body. A streak of blood spurted out in an instant. Moreover, the sound of the weapons clanking during the battle easily concealed his words. The surrounding audience was in an uproar, because according to the momentum just now, the people from the Ice Star Academy obviously suppressed the people from the Interstellar Academy. How could it be reversed in such a short period of time? They've started, Huang Zhen said with a gloomy expression. Lin Xia's eyes narrowed. He could see clearly just now. Itty Man waved his hand as if he wanted to throw something out, but there was nothing. Was it just a coincidence? It wasn't like there was a hidden weapon. But why? Yonghang was also a little confused. A man from Ice Star Academy was killed, and the other 4 were in disarray. On the other hand, these 5 people from Interstellar Academy cooperated very well and launched a counterattack. Soon, under their attack, Ice Star Academy ended in defeat. Interstellar Academy advanced to the top 4. Following the host's announcement, the people around cheered. It could be seen that the Interstellar Academy seemed to have a high status. These guys are very popular. Yonghang said a little resentfully. HMPH. A group of sinister villains. Huang Zhen and Qian Yao snorted coldly at this time. Be careful. There's something wrong with these guys. Bailey Haoling frowned a little, and then said, yeah. Lin Xu also felt that something was wrong, especially WD-1 and the people from the Interstellar Academy killed the warrior from the Ice Star Academy just now, which made Lin Xu a little bit confused. Let's go. Well, have dinner first. And wait for tonight's final, which is the highlight. Bailey Haoling stood up and said, the next game was a one-sided situation and there was nothing to see. Lin Xu and the others left and ate at the restaurant not far away. Everyone was full, and just after they were about to walk out, a few familiar figures appeared in front of them. Oh, it's you. Looking at Lin Xi's figure, Zhu Chen showed a vicious look in his eyes. He would never forget everything that happened in the training room. It was a humiliation. A complete humiliation. The Interstellar Academy team, you seem to have been eliminated long ago. Before Lin Xu could speak, Yonghang looked at them and said with a sneer, you. Hearing Yonghang's provocative words, the members of the Interstellar Academy team next to Zhu Chen all seemed to have fire in their eyes. Zhu Chen waved his hand at this time, indicating that they should not be if there was a conflict in this place. They would suffer. After all, their strength was indeed inferior to Lin Xu and others. You can only be happy for a while now. In tonight's final, your Sacred Region Academy will lose miserably. Just like the Intercontinental match last year. Zhu Chen stared at Lin Xu and the others. What do you mean by that? When Huang Zhen heard Zhu Chen's VWRDS, his eyes widened slightly, and he was about to throw his fists and attack Zhu Chen. Why? You can't beat the home team of the Interstellar Academy. So you're bullying us. Zhu Chen said with a sneer. Don't need to hit him. Lin Xu held the arm that Huang Zhen was about to punch, then smiled and said, after all, you will get dirty hands when you hit trash. Originally, Zhu Chen was still fearless, with a proud face, but after hearing Lin Xi's words, he was instantly blown up. Why? Do you still want to go to the training room to do 25 times gravity? Lin Xiu deliberately mentioned the events of that day, and irritated him further, making Zhu Chen's face green. Let's go, he said in a deep voice to the person beside him, and left in a daze. MLS gay. MHO, do they think they are? Yonghang snorted as he watched them leave. Rake a good rest first and prepare for tonight's final. Lin Xu could see that Huang Zhen and Yuan Yao were both a little jealous and resentful of the Interstellar Academy. At this time, he patted their shoulders and said, well, you'll go back to the lounge to practice first. Huang Zhen and Qian Yao nodded and took a deep breath to calm down. The most important thing now was to preserve their strength. To keep their bodies' source strength in the fullest state, there was no need to have a conflict with Zhu Chen and the others. At this moment, Lin Xi's cell phone vibrated. He took out his cell phone subconsciously, and saw a message back mount him. It was just these short words, which suddenly made Lin Xi's eyes slightly. What's up? Bailey Haoling wanted to look at the screen of Lin Xi's phone, but Lin Xu quickly reacted and put the phone in his pocket. Nothing. Isk. Acting so mysterious. Who wants to see that, huh? Bailey Haoling put her hands on her hips at this moment, glared at Lin Xu and said, let's gather again tonight. I'll leave for a WD Lyle. Lin Xu waved and smiled at Bailey Haoling and the others, then walked to the other side. There was a mountain at the back of this competition arena. The so-called back mountain is right there. Lin Xu didn't hesitate, then walked over there. As soon as he walked up the mountain, he saw a familiar white figure. Chapter 637 Confession. Chapter 637 Confession. The girl stood on the edge of the cliff, and as the breeze blew, her hair fluttered. You. Lin Xu walked over and said in surprise. Hearing Lin Xi's words, Liu turned around and looked at Lin Xu. There seemed to be a look of surprise in her eyes, but it was quickly covered up. You're here. Before Liu could say anything, Lin Xu was a little excited, so he rushed over without thinking, and hugged Liu. Liu's eyes widened, as if she couldn't believe that Lin Xu was so bold. I'll miss you. Lin Xu closed his eyes and felt the familiar fragrance of Liu Yu, so he couldn't help muttering to himself. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Liu Yu, who originally wanted to push Lin Xiu away, froze for a while, and put her hands behind Lin Xiu's back, not knowing how to move. Her cheeks were a little red, and her hands were lightly placed on Lin Xiu's back. Me too. Liu Yu didn't speak. It seemed that both of them were immersed in this somewhat ambiguous atmosphere. Wow. But at this moment, a subtle voice came over, and after Liu Yu heard it, her eyes suddenly changed. She reacted at this time, and suddenly felt Lin Xiu's hand on her back. Liu Yu, who was always not used to such close contact, just lifted her foot and kicked Lin Xiu out. Damn. Lin Xiu's eyes widened, and his entire body hit the giant tree behind him. Very painful. Come out. Liu Yu looked to the other side, and said coldly. Hearing that there was no sound coming from there, Liu Yu frowned slightly. She took out a dagger and threw it, and it flew out. Swoosh! The dagger flew out to the front, directly piercing the tree. A white figure suddenly jumped out from there. How annoying. Are you going to murder your own sister? Liu Yan, who jumped out, looked at Liu Yu resentfully, and said aloud, What are you doing hiding here? Liu Yu stared at her and said coldly, I care about my younger sister, and also protect this future brother-in-law. Liu Yan looked to the back and smiled at Lin Xu. Lin Xu, who had just been kicked out by Liu Yu, immediately got up and showed a smile. Liu Yu glared at Lin Xu, then stared at Liu Yan. Okay. I'll go. I won't disturb you little couple. Liu Yan said as if she was afraid that Liu Yu would attack her with anger. At this time, she turned around and disappeared directly. Liu Yu looked around, and after seeing Liu Yan disappear, she calmed down. Is she your sister? Lin Xu walked over at this time and said aloud to Liu Yu. Liu Yu looked at Lin Xu and saw that there were weeds on Lin Xiu's head, which seemed to be caused by the fact that he had just fallen and fell on the ground, and suddenly burst out laughing. However, she soon returned to her icy appearance. What are you looking at? Looking at Lin Xu. She found that Lin Xu was staring at her. Liu Yu felt a little warm on her cheeks, and then pretended to be cold. You look so good when you smile. Lin Xu laughed. Liu Yu opened her eyes wide. This guy dares to tease her now. By the way, thank you for today. Lin Xu seemed to have thought of something at this time, and said seriously to Liu Yu, if it wasn't for Liu Yu's sister today, although he could have used mirror image to escape the fatal blow, the next battle would probably be too tough to fight. After all, the one who assassinated him was a rank 9 warrior. Liu Yu was startled, then shook her head. No need to say thank you. And the two looked at each other, and there seemed to be a touch of tenderness in their expressions. The people of the Zhuo family will not give up. Liu Yu started the topic at this time, and looked at Lin Xu then continued to speak. I know. Lin Xu already had this realization when he killed Zhuo Qixing. Sky City was the territory of the Zhuo family, and they would definitely not give up so easily. This assassination was just the beginning. Thinking of this, Lin Xu also showed a grim look in his eyes. Also, the finals. Do you want to participate? Liu Yu hesitated for a while, then said to Lin Xu, Yes. Lin Xu said decisively, I want to defeat them. Liu Yu heard Lin Xiu's words, and of course she knew that Lin Xiu was referring to the few people she met at Thunder Valley at that time, namely Nan Huang and the others. I won't show mercy. Liu Yu said lightly. Sure. Lin Xu smiled. If Liu Yu deliberately avoided fighting because of him, it would not be Liu Yu. Well, be careful with Nan Huang. He's not easy to deal with. Liu Yu nodded slightly, then warned, TL get going first. After Liu Yu finished speaking, she turned around and left. Lin Xu looked at Liu Yu's back, and his heart seemed a little throbbing and a little sad. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that Liu Yu was actually interested in him. If Liu Yan's sister hadn't appeared, he would probably have sealed the deal. In normal times, Lin Xu wouldn't be afraid of dangerous things. But when it comes to his feelings, To be honest, Lin Xu really didn't have enough courage. Lin Xu took a deep breath and said to Liu Yu, "Yu, wait, Yu, who was walking down, suddenly stopped, turned slightly to look at Lin Xu, and there seemed to be a curious look in her eyes. Lin Xu was a little nervous, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "Will you be my girlfriend?" As soon as Lin Xu finished speaking, he felt as if he had used up all his courage, and waited nervously for Liu Yu's reaction. Liu Yu glanced at Lin Xu, then continued to walk away without looking back. But when Lin Xu couldn't see it, her originally fair cheeks were already dyed pink. The slightly raised lips seemed to express the joy in her heart. Was it too soon? Seeing that Liu Yu continued to walk down without any reaction, Lin Xu sat down on the grass on the ground a little sad. But at this moment, Liu Yu's gentle voice came over. "Wait until you win the game." Lin Xu, who was still a little depressed at first, opened his eyes wide, jumped up and shouted loudly, "Are you serious?" However, Liu Yu had disappeared by now. Ha ha ha. Lin Xu laughed proudly at this time, and then jumped away like a child. Chapter 638 Quarterfinals. Chapter 638 Quarterfinals. Translator Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation. Laugh proudly. I laugh proudly. You didn't take your medicine today. When it was evening, Aoyangheng looked at Lin Xu, who was walking to the auditorium, humming a little song. He seemed very happy and Aoyangheng's mouth twitched as he spoke. Lin Xu glanced at him and said nothing. Lin Xu was in a very good mood that day. Did Lin Xu encounter something good? At this time, Huang Zhen also said that it was the first time he had seen Lin Xu look so happy. "Apprentice, do you have a fever?" Bailey Haoling reached out and touched Lin Xia's forehead, then compared the temperature of her forehead, and said curiously, "You have a fever?" Lin Xiu glared at her and said, "Okay. In the next game, we will fight against the Interstellar Academy. Everyone get ready. We will play soon." After everyone joked for a while, Bailey Haoling said seriously to everyone. Hearing Bailey Haoling's words, everyone nodded, especially Huang Zhen and Qian Yao. When Bailey Haoling mentioned the Interstellar Academy, their expressions were filled with resentment, and their hands were clenched into fists. Now the entire stage was lit up, and there were a lot of lights around, making the surrounding environment look as if it were daytime. Because the evening was the final, there were some per-match performances at the beginning. After the performance, there were speeches from some senior officials of the Warrior Union. I announced that the finals of the Huaxia District Warrior Competition have officially begun. At this moment, Lin Xu could clearly see that an old man on the stage announced loudly, "Hey, isn't this that darn old man?" Taking a closer look, Lin Xu realized that this was the old man who was mistaken for a staff member in the Warrior Union Hotel, the vice president of the Warrior Union, and one of the founders of the Sakikra Region Academy. "Xia Zeng. Damn old man, this is President Xia Zeng. Be careful of being beaten to death for saying that." Aoyangheng heard Lin Xia's words and couldn't help but say aloud, Xia Zeng had done a lot of legendary deeds in the past. This was his idol. Of course. Aoyangheng was a little unhappy when he heard Lin Xia's arrangement. Tisk. This old man is very black-blooded. Thinking of what happened back then, Lin Xu couldn't help but glared at Xia Zeng, who looked so noble on stage now. "It sounds like you know President Xia Zeng," Aoyangheng said with a sneer. "I don't know." Lin Xu nodded and said seriously, "Haha, I know him too." Aoyangheng laughed, then spread out his hands and said, "But he doesn't know me." Lin Xu smiled and didn't argue anymore. He remembered that the old man also invited him and Liu Yu to participate in the Star Warrior assessment of the Warrior Union, but he almost forgot about it. If he hadn't seen him today, he would not have remembered. The first game is the Sacred Region Academy against Interstellar Academy. Soon, the match began. In this first match, Lin Xu and the others will play. Gall. Lin Xu carried his spear, and immediately walked over there with a strong fighting spirit. Interstellar Academy. Interstellar Academy. At the same time, the cheers of the surrounding audience were all shouting the name of the Interstellar Academy. covering up any other voices. TT seems that the Interstellar Academy is very popular. At this time, the vice president of Sky Academy touched his beard and said to an old man sitting next to him, "No, it's just that we were lucky enough to win a championship in the previous intercontinental competition. Everyone is familiar with us," the deputy dean of the Interstellar Academy said with a smile, although the words seemed to be very modest, but the tone was full of pride. "See," Bai Litao said with a cold snort, because the Sacred Region Academy was relatively low-key, and in the intercontinental competition, the Sacred Region Academy was the loser. So of course not many remember the loser's name. "Oh, President Bailey, you are here too. Last year, we won the intercontinental competition by chance. You don't need to be too concerned." The vice president of the Interstellar Academy smiled and said to Bai Litao not far away, "Won't be so lucky every year." Bai Litao said lightly at this time, "Yes, luck is unreliable. It depends on real power." The deputy dean of the Interstellar Academy smiled, and then continued to say, "I don't know. This time, how many minutes can your Sacred Region Academy last?" Provocation. This was definitely provocation. But Bai Litao was an old fox after all. At this time, he didn't show his emotions easily on his face. He stroked his beard and said lightly, "You guys are going to lose. Forget it. This old guy is just being tough." The vice president of Sky Academy said with a cold snort. Obviously, he was very upset with Bai Litao. The rest of the high-level personnel who attended the academy did not speak, and they would not participate in the fight, so as not to suffer. Tisk tisk. Sacred Region Academy. The one that lost to us in the last intercontinental competition. As Lin Xu and the others stepped onto the competition stage, a man who looked rather short, but had a mature face said coldly to Lin Xu and the others, "You." When Qian Yao and Huang Zhen heard the man's sarcastic voice, their expressions suddenly changed, and they were about to make a move, but they were blocked by Lin Xia's outstretched arm. The competition has not officially started yet, and it was still in the introduction stage. Of course, they couldn't make a move yet, otherwise it would be considered a violation. "Calm demeanor," Bailey Haoling said lightly. When Qian Yao and Huang Zhen heard Bailey Haoling's words, they suddenly felt cold all over their bodies. That's right. In this situation, they have to be even more careful. They can't easily get angry and lose their cool. "Are you from the Interstellar Academy?" Lin Xu said with a smile to the short man who had just spoken. "Of course. You are also from Sacred Region Academy. I didn't see you in the last intercontinental competition. But it seems that you are also weak." The little man sneered. "You are short." Lin Xu looked at him for a moment, and then said aloud. This sudden remark made everyone in the Interstellar Academy bewildered. "Humph, you can only let your anger out through your mouth. Wait. He'll let you know what despair is because of the practice of some special skills. The man's body doesn't grow tall at all. This has always been a Tom in his heart." At this time, Lin Xia's words undoubtedly angered him. "You are short. If you dare to say it again, I will definitely kill you. You are short." Ah. Chapter 639 Despicable Means. Chapter 639 Despicable Means. Translator Dragon Boat Translation Editor Dragon Boat Translation. When the man heard Lin Xia's mocking words, he was about to go crazy. Game begins. At the same time, the host has announced that the game has officially started. As his words just fell, at this moment, the man who looked relatively short held a slender saber in his hand and attacked Lin Xiu directly. "I'm going to kill you," he roared loudly. "Mark, don't be impulsive." The members of the Interstellar Academy shouted loudly when they saw the short warrior rushing out. But at this time, Mark had already been carried away by his anger. He just wanted to kill Lin Xiu, who dared to laugh at him. Lin Xiu saw that he was attacking with the saber in his hand. Without the slightest nervousness, he waved his dark-edged spear, then blocked his attack. Dang dang. At this moment, Mark frantically waved the saber in his hand, and it collided with Lin Xia's dark-edged spear, making a loud metal collision sound. "Hey! We meet again. Sacred Region Academy." At the same time, Huang Zhen and Qian Yao faced a student from the Interstellar Academy who looked very strong. Last time, the student you said was the most talented seemed to be killed by us, eh? The man from the Interstellar Academy said aloud while laughing. Holding a huge axe in his hand, he swung it and both Huang Zhen and Qian Yao couldn't resist it. "TM going to kill you." When Huang Zhen and Qian Yao heard their words, the expressions in their eyes changed greatly. The man's use of such words now aroused the anger of Huang Zhen and Qian Yao. Because in the last intercontinental competition, one of their seniors, who was considered the most talented, was killed by these people. But the man holding a huge axe was too strong. Huang Zhen and Qian Yao both struggled to resist. As for Aoyang Hang and one of the men from the Interstellar Academy, they seemed to be on par. The remaining 2 men attacked Bailey, hailing at this time. "Oh, 2 people against me." Seeing these 2 people attacking her, Bailey Halen raised her brows and said indifferently. The eyes of the 2 were serious, because the strength that Bailey Hailing showed just now was so powerful that she could even suppress the power of a rank 9 warrior. They had to deal with Bailey Hailing before they could deal with Lin Xu. For them, Huang Zhen and the others are relatively weak, so there was no need. Just this little strength. The dark edge spear in Lin Xia's hand shook and stabbed straight out. The terrifying power burst out from the spear and made the short man fly out. He flew out for a distance, and then his feet stomped on the ground, stopping himself from retreating further. "Damn it!" Mark looked at Lin Xiu, holding a sword in both hands. He shouted at the next moment, and attacked Lin Xiu again. Mount Hua strike. The moment he rushed towards Lin Xiu, he jumped, and the saber he held in both hands attacked Lin Xiu directly from the top. The moment the saber slashed down, it transformed into an even larger and terrifying phantom of the saber, and slashed directly at Lin Xia's body. Lin Xiu did not dodge at this moment, but continued to stand in place. Just when the terrifying and huge phantom of the saber was about to hit Lin Xia's body, with Lin Xia's thoughts. At this moment, a dark red sphere burst out from Lin Xia's body, surrounding it. Lin Xia's body. Boom! At this moment, the surrounding ground shook. Those in the audience all exclaimed at this moment. "He's fine." Mark looked at Lin Xia's sphere, and he completely resisted his attack. The expression in his eyes changed greatly. Just when his body was about to fall, Lin Xiu rushed over and stabbed his spear out. Mark, who was falling in the air, directly dodged the shot that Lin Xiu stabbed with an incredible movement. Boom! But as soon as he dodged, he felt his neck being strangled. Taking a closer look, Lin Xiu had already approached him, grabbed his neck with his left hand, and lifted him directly into the air. Goodbye. Lin Xiu didn't give him any nonsense at all. With a sudden force with his left hand, he would crush his neck. But at this moment, Mark waved his right hand to Lin Xia's side and Lin Xia's pupils constricted in both eyes. What happened? Boom! Just when Lin Xiu was stunned, Mark kicked him directly and he flew out. Lin Xiu flew out a distance but did not fall down. Lin Xia's eyes were still full of disbelief at this time, because now, he felt that the power of his body seemed to be rapidly disappearing. Why is this suddenly happening? Thinking back, it seemed like when the man waved his right hand, his body became like this. Hi. Found an unknown substance. Do you want to activate the engulf skill? Just when Lin Xiu was in disbelief, a system prompt sounded. Yes. Without any hesitation, Lin Xiu directly activated the system's engulf skill. With the use of Lin Xia's system skills, the feeling that the power in his body was being eaten away seemed to begin to disappear. Kid, go to hell! Mark looked at Lin Xiu, roared loudly, holding the saber in his hand. He attacked Lin Xiu. He would use his own saber to cut Lin Xia's body in half to wash away the shame just now. He actually dared to grab his neck. But just when Mark approached Lin Xiu and was about to cut Lin Xia's body in half, the dark edge spear in Lin Xia's hand burst out with white light. With a wave of the spear, after it collided with his saber, the powerful impact actually knocked the saber in his hand into the air. How can it be? How can you still have strength? He opened his eyes wide and said incredulously. Because he just used that kind of thing. It was something that cannot be easily resisted except for rank 9 warriors. Boom! But Lin Xu didn't give him any chance. The spear pierced through his head. Blood spurted out. Using this despicable method, do you think you can kill me? Lin Xu looked at Mark, who was pierced by his spear, and said with a sneer. Chapter 640 King of Power. Chapter 640 King of Power. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Mark's eyes were still wide open at this time, full of disbelief. How can it be? He opened his mouth wide and wanted to move, but he couldn't. Lin Xu pulled the spear out of his head. Boom! As the spear was drawn, a streak of blood spurted out. Mark fell to the ground, and there was no sound. Mark, the man who was fighting with Aoyonghang, saw this scene out of the corner of his eyes, and roared loudly, "Your opponent is me." And at the moment when he was distracted, Aoyonghang continued to attack him. In the battle with this man, Aoyonghang still didn't have much advantage, and he was even stabbed with a sword. At this time, under the white battle suit, there was already a wound, and blood was flowing down his body. But now, taking advantage of this man's distracted moment, Aoyonghang seized the opportunity and frantically attacked him. Get lost. Under Aoyonghang's series of attacks, the man was a little annoyed and there was a wicked look in his eyes. Just like when Mark dealt with Lin Xu, he waved his right hand as if he was releasing something from his sleeve. Aoyonghang, who was originally imposing and was about to defeat the man from the Interstellar Academy, suddenly felt the strength of his body draining at an extremely fast speed at this moment. The skill that he originally wanted to use couldn't be used at all. What exactly is going on? Feeling all this, the expression in his eyes suddenly changed greatly. The long sword in his hand was directly cleaved by the man's weapon. In the next moment, the man from the Interstellar Academy would directly kill Aoyonghang. Go to hell! The man from the Interstellar Academy roared loudly, and the weapon in his hand was about to penetrate Aoyonghang's body. It's over. When Aoyonghang saw the scene, the pupils in his eyes shrank. Dang! But at this critical moment, the man's weapon was instantly stabbed by a long spear, and the tip of the spearhead directly blocked his weapon. Are you playing such despicable means again? Lin Xu looked at the man and said aloud, Despicable means. When Aoyonghang heard Lin Xu's words, he had a sudden realization. It seems that the people of your Interstellar Academy were able to win by using some despicable means. Aoyonghang said in a cold voice. No wonder his body's strength has suddenly decreased a lot just now. It turned out that this person used some tricks. Shut up. At this time, the man seemed to be a little angry. Looking at Lin Xu in front of him, he waved his weapon and wanted to kill Lin Xu first. But he hasn't attacked yet. Lin Xu has already attacked. The long spear in his hand was constantly waving, flowing like a cloud, and he frantically attacked the man. Dang dang. The man originally wanted to attack Lin Xu, but at this time, he could only counterattack, constantly resisting Lin Xu's attacks. Lin Xu's offensive was too violent, and the pressure made him a little breathless. Moreover, every shot that was stabbed was aimed at his vital part, which was going to kill him. Watching his body retreat to the edge of the platform, this man has no way to defend. He thought of the scene where Mark was directly pierced through his head by Lin Xu's spear just now, and he felt a little chill in his heart. That kind of method could only be used once. It was used on Aoyonghang just now, so now it couldn't be used anymore. Dang. The moment Lin Xu's spear stabbed out again, the weapon in his hand resisted Lin Xu's attack, and then he retreated back and directly exited the platform. When the referee over there saw the scene, he immediately whistled, which meant that the man from the Interstellar Academy had been disqualified. Tisk! How useless. Rubbish. As he jumped out of the platform, the surrounding audience booed. This man could no longer care about these things. Lin Xu didn't attack his body just now, but now he just got off the stage, and he felt severe pain in his body, like the organs and bones were beginning to burst. PFF. Just after walking a short distance, he vomited out a mouthful of blood, and then fell to the ground. Life or death on the platform was not an issue, but outside of the platform, there were still some professional medical teams who carried the man from the Interstellar Academy away. This guy. He will die. Aoyonghang sneered when he saw this scene. But now the strength of his body had not recovered, which was very strange. Bang bang bang. And at this moment, a dull sound came from the side on the wide platform. Lin Xu looked sideways and saw that Huang Zhen and Qian Yao were both sent flying. The two people who fell on the ground were covered in blood and looked like they were seriously injured. Similarly, some professional medical teams also carried away Huang Zhen and Qian Yao. Ha ha ha, the students of Sacred Region Academy are just so-so. The man with the huge axe laughed loudly at this moment. His body had somehow become much bigger than before, and the swollen muscles seemed to be full of strength. Next, it's you guys' turn. He looked at his other two companions who were fighting with Bailey Haoling, then looked at Lin Xu and Aoyonghang, and said with a grim expression, "This is the warrior known as the King of Power. He is a top expert in the Interstellar Academy. People from the Sacred Region Academy are going to lose. One against two people from the Sacred Region Academy simply too strong." At this time, watching this King of Power knock Huang Zhen and Qian Yao out, the audience who supported the Interstellar Academy shouted. Aoyonghang was very upset when he heard this, but now he had no choice. His body still had no strength, and he didn't know what trick the guy just played. He had lost so much internal power. You just sit there and watch. Lin Xu glanced at Aoyonghang, and then said lightly, "Because of the existence of the engulf skill, Lin Xu's power has completely recovered." At this time, he looked at the King of Power and his eyes narrowed. "Boy, how dare you look at me like this?" Seeing Lin Xu looking at him with mocking eyes, King of Power's face became even more sinister. "Do you think you can beat me just because you beat the two weakest members of our team?" Chapter 641 Chloe Water. Chapter 641 Chloe Water. Translator Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation. If that's the case, you're mistaken. I'm not the same as them. This sturdy body was like a small mountain, and the warrior known as the King of Power held his huge axe and rushed towards Lin Xu. His body looked very sturdy, but his speed was not slow at all. In a short moment, he was about to rush in front of Lin Xu. The huge axe slashed at Lin Xu's body, making a sound that broke her through the air. Dang! Lin Xu held the dark edge spear in both hands. After directly blocking his blow with the body of the dark edge long spear, he pushed hard, and the powerful force made the King of Power retreat. Torrential storm of rose flowers. At this moment, Lin Xu rushed over directly, and the moment the spear was pierced, it turned into hundreds. The King of Power on the opposite side was dazzled by the attack and had to use a huge axe to block it. The sharp spear had stabbed on the axe, making a metal collision sound. Taking a closer look, there were already slight dents on his axe, which were stabbed by the dark edge spear. That's all you've got. The battle between Lin Xu and King of Power continued, and at the same time, Bailey Haoling was still at war with two other Interstellar Academy members. While fighting, she did not forget to taunt. "Shut up!" The two warriors of the Interstellar Academy who used long swords snorted coldly and continued to attack Bailey Haoling with a fierce offensive. But Bailey Haoling's body looked very flexible, and she easily resisted these attacks. Dang dang! While dodging, she attacked the two with a pair of knives. One person against two people. She didn't feel that she was struggling at all. On the contrary, she seemed to be able to fight with ease. Swoosh! Every time the long knife was slashed, there was a sound of breaking through the air. And at this time, there were many holes on the two warriors' uniforms. The skin on their bodies had a tingling sensation. Damn! Bailey Haoling said lightly at this time. At this time, the surrounding audience exclaimed and began to whisper. Impossible, our Interstellar Academy would not do such a thing. This time, the person in charge of the Interstellar Academy heard Bailey Haoling's words, and immediately stood up from the rostrum and exclaimed, "It's not up to you to decide whether it's true or not. Wait for someone from our own organizing committee to investigate." When Bai Litao heard the man's words, he sneered and said, the man's complexion suddenly became ugly, and he sat directly in the seat with a hint of panic in his eyes. Goodbye. At the same time, on the rooftop, Bailey Haoling looked at the two men whose arms had been cut off by her. Then holding long knives in both hands, she continued to attack. We admit, the eyes of the two men showed incomparable horror. But before they could say anything about admitting defeat, Bailey Haoling killed them. In an instant, there was a lot of blood on the ground, and the whole scene looked bloody. Those viewers couldn't help being shocked when they saw the scene. Bailey Haoling looked like a cute little girl. But they didn't expect that the attack would be so cruel. It was simply too terrifying. Humph with your weapon. It's impossible to do any harm to me. At the same time, Lin Xu was still fighting fiercely with King of Power. The movements of the two were very fast. And under the frantic attacks, there was actually back and forth. And it seemed that there was no winner or loser. And Bailey Haoling looked at the scene, and didn't seem to intend to help. Chloe Water, I didn't expect that you guys would use such a method, Lin Xu said coldly while fighting with him. What a joke. This is just a method used by those rubbish warriors. I don't use this method, King of Power roared loudly, and the axe and tomahawk he held in both hands slammed wildly. Lion Fight. Chapter 642 Tough Fight. Chapter 642 Tough Fight. With a loud roar from Lai Wang, Lin Xu thought he could see a fuming lion headed towards him. It was glaring at him in anger with its mouth wide open, about to gulp Lin Xu in one mouthful. Heavenly Dragon wrecks the city. Lin Xu didn't dodge his attack. Instead, he decided to release his skill as well and face the lion head-on. Roar! As Lin Xu pointed his spear forward, there was a large amount of black particles that gathered together and formed a huge dragon that started attacking Lai Wang. Kun Lung. There was a huge explosion that rang throughout the room as both their skills collided. The entire floor shook. Lin Xu and Lai Wang took a few steps backwards due to the impact from the attack. PFFD. Lai Wang steadied himself and a huge source of power got spitted out from his mouth. Lin Xu didn't feel good as well. Lai Wang was definitely a strong opponent. He was a rank 8 warrior and definitely one of the stronger ones. He groaned slightly as he could feel a sweet feeling in his throat. Then, there was blood dripping down the edge of Lin Xia's lips. Lin Xiu immediately wiped off the blood on his lips. His eyes looked onto Lai Wang and it was filled with hatred. Do you need our help? At that moment, Bailey Haoling walked up to them and asked Lin Xiu, "TS alright?" Lin Xiu shook his head and said confidently. As for Aoyonghang, his strength was only slowly recovering as it was affected by Chloe Water. Look at that fella, trying to be a hero once again. Aoyonghang looked at Lin Xiu with dissatisfaction, but still jumped off the stage with Bailey Haoling. When the audience saw what the both of them did, the audience around caused a scene. This was because they could clearly see that the Sacred Region Academy was about to win. If all three of them attacked Lai Wang together, it would be a piece of cake for the Sacred Region Academy to win the match. However, they did not expect Aoyonghang and Bailey Haoling to jump off the stage. This meant that the both of them were eliminated from this match. They were not allowed to rejoin the match. Bailey Haoling, Aoyonghang, out. When the announcer saw that happened, he was shocked, but still managed to make the announcement quickly. You better not mess this up. Aoyonghang looked at Lin Xiu who waved his hand at him and couldn't help but remind Lin Xiu. He had confidence in Lin Xia's abilities, but he also wouldn't believe that Lin Xiu could defeat Lai Wang so easily. Till take a look at Huang Zhen and Cain Yao, Aoyonghang said towards Bailey Haoling. Alright. Bailey Haoling nodded her head and looked at Lin Xiu curiously. She wanted to see how Lin Xiu would be able to defeat this huge rock. Just like how Bailey Haoling was confused with how Lin Xiu actually defeated Chloe Water's strength. Go to hell. Lai Wang spitted out a mouthful of blood as well. He instantly became more aggressive than more and he raised his axe above his head, swinging it towards Lin Xiu. He was moving at a quick speed and his hands were filled with strength. He was about to chop Lin Xiu into 2 pieces. Clang! Lin Xiu looked at the axe that was heading his way. He did not fluster at all. He swung his spear and then used it to block the axe that was coming towards him. Sparks flew everywhere. Lai Wang, who was holding onto the axe, felt a numbing feeling cross his palm. He couldn't help but took a few steps backwards due to the impact. Kun Lung, Lin Xu grabbed onto his dark edge spear, and at that moment, he swung his spear around like a madman. There were flames shooting out of Lin Xu's spear that was being swung around in the air. Along with those flames, there were lightnings coming out of it. This was the combination of both the Red Lotus Fury and the Thunder Lotus Fire. With the both of them gathered together, the strength of it had immensely increased. Lai Wang, who initially wanted to attack Lin Xu, suddenly saw how there were flames coming out of the spear that were headed towards him. The look in his eyes changed as he quickly released his protective sphere. Kunlun. Most of the flames landed on Lai Wang's yuan and it completely protected his body. Lai Wang shouted in fury as he dashed towards Lin Xu. As most of his energy had been gathered onto his axe was now enveloped in a bright purple glow. Boom boom boom. His attacks were terrifying and Lin Xu had no other choice but to block them with his spear. You brat, is this all you've got? Lai Wang looked disdainfully at Lin Xu, who kept blocking his attack with his spear, and questioned him. He wanted to kill Lin Xu at this instant, but Lin Xu had been able to block each of his attacks and this made him furious. Lin Xu glared at Lai Wang as well. His eyes were filled with a murderous intention. If he used rage now, he would definitely be able to kill Lai Wang immediately, but now wasn't a good time to do so. This was because he had to save it for the most important match tonight. The finals. Lion fight. Lai Wang roared and used the same skill as before. This skill uses relatively a smaller amount of energy and would give out a larger impact. Lin Xu looked at the axe and once again saw the lion that was headed in his direction. His pupil shrank. Compared to the lion fight, the skill that Lin Xu uses, Heavenly Dragon Rex the City, needed a larger amount of energy. Therefore, Lin Xu did not continue using the same skill and decided to block it with just his body strength. At that moment, Lin Xu released his yuan as well, covering his entire body. Boom! Lai Wang's attack landed on Lin Xu's yuan, giving out a huge explosion. Plus, Lin Xu had also released his warrior title, which absorbed most of the impact from the attack. When Lai Wang noticed that his attack seemed to have no effect on Lin Xu, his eyes widened in shock. He could not believe his eyes. This warrior skill was the best one that he had. It was just as strong as the one that Lin Xu had just released, but now, Lin Xu was just defending himself. How was it possible that Lin Xu could perfectly block his attack? This was impossible. He screamed a little inside from the shock and started attacking Lin Xu even more aggressively. This time, Lin Xu did not block the attack with his spear. Instead, Lin Xu moved his body to the side and dodged the attack, immediately appearing next to Lai Wang. The spear in his arm was glowing with a dark red hue, looking extremely odd. The tip of the spear was aimed towards Lai Wang's yuan. Boom! As soon as the tip of it touched his yuan, the entire sphere started shaking. Chapter 643: A Strong Attack. Chapter 643: A Strong Attack. He could clearly feel that his yuan was becoming unstable all of a sudden. What on earth was happening? The look in his eyes changed because Lin Xu's spear had pierced through his yuan, and it was about to destroy it. How is this even possible? Yuan was a protective shield created by the source energy of a warrior. For them, this was the strongest defensive mechanism. However, this strong protective shield of his was about to be destroyed. How could Lai Wang not be surprised by what he was seeing with his own eyes? Just when Lai Wang was still filled with shock, Lin Xu did not hesitate to continue his attack on Lai Wang's yuan with his dark edge. Boom boom boom, one after another. The huge explosive noise surrounded the whole place and soon there was a crack that appeared on Lai Wang's yuan. What on earth is that? Lin Wang was completely dumbfounded. He decided not to fight Lin Xu up close. Instead, he jumped backwards in order to put some space between him and Lin Xu. He had a feeling that his yuan would break soon if Lin Xu continued attacking it. No, this is not a warrior skill. It's your spear. Lai Wang turned his attention towards Lin Xu's spear that was glowing with a dark red hue, as he asked Lin Xu. This was a spear that could destroy yuan. Looks like this is a good weapon, Lai Wang said as he picked up his axe, allowing his yuan to disappear. Yuan could only be formed by gathering a large amount of source energy. If his yuan gets attacked, his source energy would be reduced as well, and for Lai Wang, This cost him a lot of energy. Therefore, instead of allowing Lin Xu to destroy it, he would rather gather his energy onto his own body so that he could use it on his axe. He might have stopped using his yuan, but Lin Xu still had his. Lai Wang noticed that Lin Xi's yuan was very different from his. Lin Xi's one was dark red in color and it looked extremely odd. "You brat, who on earth are you?" Lai Wang could feel that there was something different with Lin Xiu and his face turned a horrible shade. "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters now is that you are dead." Lin Xiu sneered, and as soon as he was done, he immediately released a huge amount of energy and aimed them towards Lai Wang. "Don't you dare." Seeing how Lin Xiu was headed towards himself, Lin Wang got furious. He placed the axe above his head and wanted to chop Lin Xi's body into pieces. However, Lin Xi's pace was incredibly odd. As he got closer towards Lai Wang, his body suddenly disappeared and easily dodged Lai Wang's attack. What the hell? Due to the continuous attacks, Lai Wang's condition was not as strong as before. Seeing how Lin Xiu was still able to dodge his attack like a spirit, Lai Wang was feeling the pressure behind him. At the next moment, he suddenly thought of something. As he toured around, he saw Lin Xiu, who was headed towards his body with that odd spear. The fatal attack. The spear was now filled with energy and it contained 130 more than before. Lai Wang wanted to dodge the attack as he had done before, but he noticed that this attack was much scarier than the one before. Plus, he didn't think that the strength in this attack was so much stronger than the previous one. As he blocked it with his axe, his weapon almost slipped out of his hand because of the impact. His body took a few steps backwards as well as he had no other choice. Torrential storm of rose flower. Lin Xiu had not planned on stopping right here. He had decided to continue his attack. The spear that was being pushed forward suddenly looked as if it had split into 10 different spears. Lai Wang's pupils shrink when his eyes meet with the spears and immediately used the chloe water that he had hidden in his sleeves. When the water was splashed onto Lin Xiu, it immediately turned into a colorless and odorless vapor. This would have no effect on them as they had already taken the specific antidote for this fluid before they got on stage. He initially thought that Lin Xi's attack would slow down after being affected by chloe water, but he didn't think that it didn't make much of a difference. The spear was still headed towards him and it had already pierced into his body. The axe that he was holding onto had already fallen out of his grip because of Lin Xi's continuous attacks. He didn't get the chance to pick it up to block Lin Xi's attack. Before he knew it, all 10 of the spears had already pierced through his body. Boom boom boom. As he no longer had yuan to protect him, the spear had directly landed on his body, and with one single loud blow, there were countless bloody holes that appeared all over his body. Ding, the fatal attack. At that moment, Lin Xiu would still clearly hear the notification that was coming from his system. Boom. With that reminder, one of Lin Xi's spears suddenly let out a huge amount of energy, and as the spear was still inside Lai Wang's body, it immediately caused his body to explode. Then, there was a huge bloody hole that appeared on Lai Wang's chest. Lai Wang widened his eyes and they were filled with disbelief. He looked down at the horrible-looking hole on his chest and his entire body fell to the ground. Did you think that the chloe water would affect me? Lin Xiu looked at Lai Wang's body that was on the ground and snorted. When Lai Wang used the chloe water, Lin Xiu had already activated Engulf. Since he had done the same thing before this, the system could immediately activate the skill, and the effect that it had on Lin Xiu was only for 0.01 seconds. Victory! For the Sakikard Region Academy. When the announcer saw the scene on stage, he was shocked as well, but soon came to his senses and screamed at the top of his lungs. Sacred Region Academy. Sacred Region Academy. When the audience heard the announcement, everyone started cheering for them. This match was incredible. Plus, the audience was easily swayed. Those who supported the Interstellar Academy had now started cheering for the Sacred Region Academy after seeing how they had defeated the Interstellar Academy. Damn it. The leaders of the Interstellar Academy were furious when they saw the end of the match. We've noticed that your students have been using some illegal skills on stage during the match. Please come with us. Right at that moment, there were staff from the Federation that walked towards the leaders of the Interstellar Academy. After hearing what was told, He turned ghastly pale and fell onto his chair. Oh, looks like that kid is pretty good. Nan Huang, who was in one of the corner inside the hall, mumbled to himself after seeing Lin Xu in action. Chapter 644 Strengthening Fluid. Chapter 644 Strengthening Fluid. Who finally won? Lin Xu felt a little tired as he jumped off the stage. The last hit. How did you do it? Lin Xu had just reached his spot at the resting area after jumping off the stage when Bailey Haoling asked out of curiosity. She had been paying attention to each and every detail during the match. She could obviously feel the amount of energy that Lin Xu had gathered during the last attack. That attack was filled with energy, and at that moment, the amount was similar to a rank 9 warrior. Even if it was her, she may not be able to block it as well. A secret? Lin Xu grinned and decided not to break the mystery. That was the last hit of the system, and it was only able to be so terrifying because he had triggered one of the fatal effects of the system. Otherwise, Lin Xu would not have been able to defeat that guy so easily without using rage. Have a good rest for now. We have a more important one tonight. Bailey Haoling glared at Lin Xu before reminding him. I'll take a look at how Huang Zhen and Qian Yao are for now. Lin Xu nodded his head and walked towards the treatment room. Bailey Haoling was still confused as she couldn't understand how he did it. She did not know how it was possible for Lin Xu to carry out that last attack, and since there was no answer to it, she decided to stop thinking about it. As she looked up, her eyes met with the warriors from the Sky Academy who were about to go on stage. Then, she saw someone familiar amongst them that caused her facial expression to change. Are you alright? As soon as Lin Xu walked into the treatment room, he immediately saw Huang Zhen and Qian Yao. They were both sitting on the chair at the side of the room, and their wounds have been tended. The wounds were now covered with a white gauze. TM fine. Huang Zheng and Qian Yao smiled as they saw Lin Xu. Did you win? Aoyang Hang, who had come in earlier to check on them, quickly asked Lin Xu when he saw him walking in. Although he could clearly see from Lin Xia's appearance that they have won, he still wanted to make sure that it was true. Of course. Lin Xu chuckled. HMPH, I thought that you wouldn't be able to win that block of muscles. Aoyang Hang noticed how happy Lin Xu, and he couldn't help but roast Lin Xu. He could feel that his abilities were much more behind than Lin Xu. Lin Xia's progress was too fast. He was a monster. Aoyang Hang said to himself deep inside. I didn't think that those from the Interstellar Academy would use such dirty tricks. This would explain why our seniors were. Huang Zhen thought of something as he was speaking, and his eyes turned red. Qian Yao clenched onto his fist as well. But, no matter what, he's already dead now. Thank you for taking revenge for us. Lin Xu. Qian Yao took a deep breath to calm himself down before thanking Lin Xu. Lin Xu quickly shook his head and said, You don't have to say that. According to the schedule, we will be in the finals tonight at 1 p.m. I'm sure that the Sky Academy would be able to win this match, which means that we will be fighting them tonight. Lin Xu took a good look at them before asking, Can you guys do it? Sure. We have already used the best recovery serum, and in about 2 hours, the wounds should be completely healed. We'll be able to fight again by tonight. Huang Zhen and Qian Yao nodded their heads after hearing Lin Xia's questions. Alright. That's good then. Lin Xu nodded his head. It'll be a tough one. Aoyang Hang couldn't help but gasp as he thought of how they would be fighting the Sky Academy next. He felt restless already. He was familiar with those from the Sky Academy. In that team, he would not be able to fight them alone no matter who it was. This is because the team from the Sky Academy was incredibly powerful. What's wrong? You're afraid now? This was the first time that Lin Xu was acting so demotivated. He was already giving up before the fight, which was why Lin Xu had decided to trigger him. Who's afraid of them? Aoyang Hang suddenly jumped out of his chair like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. They used to be enemies, and even when their relationship was much better now, he still didn't want to be looked down upon by Lin Xu. It's just that I'm not someone who likes to lie. I know how much I can take. It's just too much. Aoyang Hang was initially triggered, but as soon as he thought of those from the Sky Academy, he couldn't help but feel defeated. We'll try our best. Huang Zhen and Qian Yao said together. Let's rest in the resting room for now. Well, gather at the audience seat around 930. Lin Xu took a look at the time, and saw that they still had time for a good rest. He could even have time to absorb a few more odd crystals, so that his strength could recover. As he got back to his own room, Lin Xu felt that something wasn't right. The look in his eyes changed immediately. He grabbed onto his spear and aimed it at one of the comers. Clang! The tip of his spear seemed to have collided with another weapon as it let out a loud sound. Oh my! Little brother! Why are you so heated? Just when Lin Xu was about to continue his attack, he heard a familiar sound from behind. As he took a closer look, there was a white figure that stood in front of him. Yuo sister. When Lin Xu saw that it was Liuo Yan, he was stunned. After the encounter with the assassin from the Yuo family, Lin Xu had his guards up at all times. Although he had already made sure that there was no one inside his room, Lin Xu still felt that something wasn't right, which was why he decided to attack. He didn't think that Liuo Yue's sister would be inside the room. Sorry. Lin Xu felt awkward. Previously she was here because Liuo Yu told her to protect him, which was why Lin Xu thought that Liuo Yan was here again to do the same. Don't assume anything. I am not your bodyguard. It was as if Liuo Yan could read his mind as she said to him with a sweet smile on her face. Then, for the match later. It may be a little difficult. You'll need help. Liuo Yan looked at Lin Xu as she suggested. Help. After hearing what she said, Lin Xu was confused. Before Lin Xu could say anything, Liuo Yan took out a bottle of potion for her pocket and passed it to Lin Xu. Strengthening fluid. Take it and within an hour, your body strength would be at its peak. But there are some drawbacks. It would be extremely difficult for you to have any breakthrough in your progress for the next few months. Their strength is still a level above yours. With your current abilities, you may not be able to win. Chapter 645 The Finals. Chapter 645 The Finals. Thank you, but I won't be needing it. Lin Xu chuckled as he told her. The strengthening fluid is definitely something good, but the withdrawal effect of it would mean that it would be more difficult for cultivation for the next few months. It would not be as strong as the forbidden pills. Plus, the amount of strength that it would increase wouldn't be as much as the forbidden pills. These types of things were widely available within the black market. This is because they would have to include some very rare ingredient in these pills. Are you sure? Yuo Yan laughed as she asked. She was not getting more and more curious about Lin Xu. Those from the Sky Academy were much stronger than he is. How could he be so confident about fighting them? Even if you can defeat them. What about your teammates? All three of them are rank 7 warriors. Do you think that you and that girl alone would be able to fight all 5 of them? Liuo Yan continued asking. Plus, I think Liuo Yu mentioned that she would only be your girlfriend if you win this match. Liuo Yan raised her eyebrows and she was looking for some drama. You eavesdropped on us. When Lin Xu heard what Liuo Yan heard, his eyes widened in shock. Liuo Yan looked around as if nothing had happened and continued saying, the weather looks good again. How could you see the weather from here? 2. Lin Xia's head was filled with questions now. Forget it. Since you don't want it, I would like to see if you would win this match. Liuo Yan took back the fluid and she smiled at Lin Xu. If you want to be the son-in-law of the Liuo family, it would not be possible if you don't have the abilities. Good luck, buddy. Liuo Yan blew him a kiss before disappearing into thin air. After making sure that Liuo Yan had left the room, Lin Xu laid on his bed like a huge starfish. So tired. Lin Xu was indeed exhausted from the battle from before. As he recalled what Liuo Yan said, Lin Xu couldn't help but gave a bitter smile. Liuo Yan and her elder sister had completely different personalities. If it wasn't because the both of them looked really alike, Lin Xu wouldn't have known that Liuo Yan was Liuo Yu's elder sister. Their personality was total to the extreme. Let's just cultivate now. After lying down for a while, Lin Xu immediately sat up and took out the odd crystals that he had prepared from earlier. Lin Xu placed the off crystal onto the palm and activated his cultivation technique. He quickly absorbed the energy from the odd crystals, and he could also absorb the tiny specks of universal energy that were in space. Time passed by slowly, and when Lin Xu opened his eyes, he immediately felt refreshed. As he took a closer look, the time now was 9:30 at night. About time. Lin Xu stretched his body and moved a little to warm up his body. Then, he picked up the dark edge and walked towards the audience seat. It was already late at night, but it was still bright outside, as he had already absorbed a huge amount of energy from the odd crystals. Lin Xu's body had been completely replenished as well and was at its best condition. "You're here already." When Lin Xu saw Huang Zhen and Qian Yao, he was surprised. We just got here." They smiled and said. Lin Xu took a look at their wounds and noticed that they were mostly healed. There were some scars visible, but the rest of them were almost gone. "But it shouldn't be much of a problem. What's our strategy for the match?" Ouyang looked at Bailey Haoling, who was completely absorbed into a piece of paper that she was holding onto. I can't think of anything." Then, she tore the paper into pieces. "Just do as you feel." Bailey Haoling did not know what else she could say. "As we like." Qian Yao and the rest were confused. Those from the Sky Academy are at least rank 8 warriors. There's too much difference between both the teams. There's no strategy that would be able to make up for it. Bailey Haoling told the truth. After hearing what she said, Qian Yao and Huang Zhen felt a little offended, but they still nodded their heads in agreement. It's true. Both of them were rank 7 warriors, but those from the Sky Academy were rank 8 warriors. There was nothing much that they could do. The difference between rank 7 and rank 8 was wide. "Be careful. Just don't get killed," Bailey Haoling said in a serious tone. Ouyang face turned solemn as well. He had watched the semi-finals earlier. Those from the Sky Academy were merciless. They killed every single one of their opponents, and there was no space for their opposite team to defend themselves. They were too strong. If there's nothing that you could do, just jump off the stage. Don't be stubborn. Lin Xu told them the same thing as well. Alright. Huang Zhen and Qian Yao wanted to say something else, but after thinking about it, they thought that it was best to just agree. They were well aware that sacrificing their lives here weren't some heroic moves. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, as well as those who have joined us online. This is the finals for the World's Warrior Competition of the Huaxia region. We are about to begin shortly. Let's welcome our champion school, one of the contestants of the International Warrior Competition Finals. The announcer was on his flying gadget once again and was moving around in the air as he made the announcement. The speakers around allowed his voice to be heard by each and every audience that were there. After hearing what he said, the audience cheered with excitement. Some were cheering for the Sky Academy while others were screaming for the Sacred Region Academy. This was because from the past matches, these teams have done the best. In each of their matches, they have defeated their opponents without any difficulties. Although the Sacred Region Academy isn't some champion team, I'm sure that they'll be the champion tonight. I checked it already. Those from the Sky Academy are all rank warriors. They are dead. Not necessary. The girl from the Sacred Region Academy and the dude knows how to control source field. They might be rank 9 warriors. All around the hall, the audience were having a heated discussion about the match tonight. It was obvious that the audience were excited for the finals. Alright, let's welcome the Sacred Region Academy. As the announcer shouted, Lin Xu looked at his teammates before jumping onto the stage. The Sacred Region Academy has been one of the brightest teams from their region. They have defeated all the other schools in their area and have put up an incredible fight in the elementaries round as well. Those who support them, please vote for them. Sacred Region Academy. Sacred Region Academy. The audience started cheering out loud. Chapter 646 The Fierce Battle Begins. Chapter 646 The Fierce Battle Begins. Phew. It's a little stressful. Ouyang clenched the long sword in his hand and seemed a little nervous. Not only Ouyang, Huang Zhen and Qian Yao all took a deep breath at this time. This was the finals, and they had to fight against the Sky Academy. Next, we invite our Sky Academy team to play. After introducing the Sacred Region Academy, the host started to introduce the Sky Academy. Comment. Sure enough, when Sky Academy was mentioned, the surrounding scene seemed very excited. After all, this was equivalent to the home team. Later, I'll hold them back, and Yao'll get rid of the weakest one first. Bailey Howling watched the people from Sky Academy come on stage. and said to Lin Xu at this time. "Ant?" Lin Xu nodded slightly. This battle was different from the previous battles. It could be said that now was the real battle. But Aoyonghang and the others were still at rank 7, so their role in this battle would be minimal. In the end, they need to rely on Lin Xu and Bailey Haoling to fight against the 5 members of Sky Academy. Moreover, in this battle, there was also Yuo. Don't want you to retain your strength in this battle. At this time, Nan Huang took the lead to stand on the roof, and then said to Yuo who was behind him. Yuo gave him a cold look, and didn't say much. "Don't worry, I will win this battle," one of the men said with a smile at this time. Of course, their strength is too weak. At this time, Nan Huang glanced at Lin Xu and the others on the opposite side, then shook his head and said. The words were full of confidence. Lin Xu felt Nan Huang's eyes looking at him, and at this time he also looked over at Nan Huang's side. The two of them looked at each other as if there were sparks. When he was in the Thunder Valley, his strength was not enough, yet he still wanted to kill him. At that time, if those few rank 8 warriors really dealt with him, he would definitely die. This revenge must be taken. We meet again. At this time, Yu Muchen looked at Lin Xu, then said with a faint smile, "But this time, you can't possibly win." Yu Muchen's tone was full of confidence. The last time he actually lost to Lin Xu, it was quite a shock to him. So after returning, he cultivated frantically, and his current strength was already at the peak of the rank 8. Although he also watched Lin Xia's battle before, Lin Xu did appear to be quite strong, but he still did not believe that Lin Xia's strength would be stronger than him. "You have to try it to find out," Lin Xu said lightly. In his words, there was no panic at all, but instead he was full of confidence. Interesting, Yu Muchen smiled. But what he cared more about was the girl by Lin Xia's side. The girl looked like she was about 16 years old, but Yu Muchen could clearly feel a strong sense of coercion coming from her body. What is the origin of this girl? To make him feel this way? If you can't beat us, just go straight down. Lin Xu looked at Aoyonghang and the others, and said in a low voice, "But, no buts. That is if you don't want to die." Lin Xu hadn't spoken yet, and Bailey Haoling added at this time. Hearing Bailey Haoling's words, Aoyonghang and the others were silent for a while, then nodded. It could be seen that the eyes of the people of the Sky Academy were full of killing intent. It was clear that they wanted to kill everyone in Sacred Region Academy. Game begins. And at this time, the host has announced the start of the game. As soon as his words fell, the people from the Sky Academy rushed up. The speed was very fast, and the 5 of them rushed up like phantoms. Bang bang bang. Aoyonghang, Huangzhen and Kane Yao used sphere without any hesitation when the host announced the start of the game. At this moment, the warriors of the Sky Academy all attacked their sphere. But even so, they felt that they had suffered a very strong impact. In the next moment, the body flew out directly. And did you expand the sphere ahead of time? The 2 men from Sacred Region Academy raised their brows and said aloud. On the other side, Yuo held a long sword and quickly attacked Aoyonghang. Dang Dan. Yuo's attack was too fierce. Even if Aoyonghang parried her attack, it was very uncomfortable. Aoyonghang originally thought that Yuo would be merciful because of Lin Xia's relationship, but he was very wrong. Yuo didn't pull back at all. The next moment, as the long sword in Yuo's hand stabbed out again, it immediately hit Aoyonghang's sphere. A terrifying force came, and his whole body flew out again. He flew directly out of the platform, and fell heavily to the ground. PFF. Aoyonghang felt a tightness in his chest, and he vomited out a mouthful of blood. Aoyonghang is out. Hearing the referee's voice, Aoyonghang wiped the blood from his lips and stood up. He knew that Yuo deliberately shot him out. Otherwise, he would die. Boom! At the same time, Huangzhen and Kane Yao were attacked by 2 warriors and could not resist. But even if they were able to forcibly resist their attack, the powerful impact still made them feel as if their whole body was shaken with blood surging, and the state of sphere seemed almost impossible to maintain. Go to hell. The two warriors of the Sky Academy obviously wanted to kill them directly. Run. At this time, Huan Zhen, Qian Yao and the others looked at each other. This time, they did not directly resist their attack, but retreated directly to the back. The two warriors of Sky City were obviously a little stunned. Huan Zhen and Qian Yao jumped out of the competition stage. Huan Zhen, Qian Yao, out. Damn. When the two of them jumped off the competition platform, they couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. Although they maintained their sphere state just now, they almost broke the sphere under the crazy attacks of these two, and it was very likely that they will be killed, because they clearly felt the terrifying murderous aura from the two warriors of Sky Academy. If they were going to be killed in vain like this, they might as well leave the platform. TT seems that you still have self-knowledge. You are considered to be very lucky. A warrior looked at Huan Zhen and Qian Yao and said with a sneer. Chapter 647 A One-Sided Situation. Chapter 647 A One-Sided Situation. TT seems that your strength is indeed stronger. At this moment, Nan Huang stood there and didn't move, looked at Lin Xu and said lightly. Lin Xu also stood there and looked at him, his eyes full of killing intent. But if you want to kill me, your strength is not enough. Nan Huang shook his head and said arrogantly, today, you must die. Lin Xu stared at him and said lightly, it was the same when he was in the Thunder Valley. It seemed that when he met someone like him, killing him was as simple as crushing an ant. You go to deal with that woman. You cannot participate in the battle between me and him. When Nan Huang heard Lin Xi's words, killing intent burst out in his eyes. He looked at Yu Muchen, who was not far from him, and said, Lin Xi's words provoked his dignity, and he would use Lin Xi's blood to wash it away. Yu Muchen hesitated for a moment, then holding his heaven-painted halberd, he attacked Bailey Haoling. Yu looked at Lin Xi's side at this time. At this time, she carried her long sword and attacked Bailey Haoling with the other two warriors. At this moment, it became a 4-on-1 situation. Interesting. Bailey Haoling licked her lips, and a murderous look appeared in her eyes. She pulled out 2 knives from her waist. She was not afraid at all, but became a little excited. HMPH. She's dead. The vice president of Sky City watched the 4 of them attack Bailey Haoling at the same time, and he suddenly let out a sneer. Bai Lidao, who was in the seat not far away, looked at the scene on the field with his eyes and frowned slightly, but didn't say much. Shen Jin, you attacked the right wing, Yu Muchen said to one of the men. Just now, he thought he could easily defeat Bailey Haoling, but he didn't expect that Bailey Haoling would be so terrifying with her dual knives. She held double knives, and it was as if they were 2 people as the 2 long knives attacked them frantically. Especially Yu Muchen was attacked by Bailey Haoling. He was holding the heaven-painted halberd and under the close-range attack of Bailey Haoling. He was very uncomfortable, and what surprised him even more was that Bailey Haoling's power was stronger than him. Seeing those people from the Sky Academy continue to attack him, Bailey Haoling's hands became even faster. You're using a spear. At this time, Nan Huang looked at the dark-edged spear in Lin Xi's hand, and said lightly, because he also uses a spear. You also have a spear. Before Lin Xu could react, he continued to speak coldly. In the next moment, Nan Huang directly held the spear in his hand and charged towards Lin Xu. Compared with ordinary long spears, the spear in his hand was more slender, and the tip of the spear was thicker, and at this time, there was a faint golden light on the tip of his spear, which seemed to have powerful energy fluctuations. Lin Xu looked at the Nan Huang who was rushing towards him with a spear. At this moment, his eyes widened, and his soar strength was mobilized. Boom! When the 2 weapons collided, there was a loud noise. The powerful impact made Lin Xu involuntarily take a few steps back, and the hands holding the spear even felt a slight numbness. What a powerful force! Awe of the Phoenix. However, Lin Xu was not afraid at all. Instead he held his dark-edged spear and attacked him. Boom boom boom, one after another. The flaming birds charged towards Nan Huang. Nan Huang sneered, and as soon as his body moved, he dodged directly. The next moment, he continued to stab Lin Xu with the spear in his hand. The spear contained extremely terrifying power, and the head of his spear was actually filled with golden light. Lin Xu resisted with his dark-edged spear, but the power of Nan Huang's attack was extremely powerful compared to the previous attack. Boom! Lin Xu felt a tightness in his chest, and he flew out. This kid really isn't Nan Huang's opponent. I didn't expect it to be a one-sided situation. Hey, it's getting boring. Sky Academy is still too powerful. Looking at the battle on the scene, some viewers couldn't help but say aloud. It seemed that this disparity in power made them feel uninterested. Too weak. Nan Huang looked at Lin Xu, who flew out, and did not continue chasing, but shook his head and said arrogantly. Lin Xu stabilized his body at this time, wiped the blood from his lips, and there was a serious look in his eyes. This person's strength seemed to be of the 9th rank. Just by confronting him, Lin Xu could feel the terrifying power emanating from his weapon, and his weapons were not ordinary. Interesting. Lin Xu didn't have the slightest fear. Instead, he had a strong fighting spirit. The previous battles were all too simple, so Lin Xu didn't have much desire to fight. Nan Huang watched Lin Xu, who didn't fear of his strength, but was full of fighting intent. Lin Xu looked at him as if he had seen prey. This feeling made Nan Huang's brows wrinkle, because he was the hunter. At this moment, Lin Xu raised his right hand, and suddenly a ray of light radiated from Lin Xia's body, and then covered the entire platform. Heavenly Array. With the use of this skill, Lin Xu could clearly feel that his power was rapidly increasing. Lin Xu took a deep breath, looked at Nan Huang, who was not far away, and rushed over. Go to hell. On the other side, because Bailey Howling was attacked by the 4 members of the Sky Academy, several wounds appeared on her body at this time. Although she used 2 knives, she was still unable to resist the attack of the 4, and under their constant attacks, Bailey Howling doesn't seem to even have the chance to use the source field. At this time, Yu Muchen held the heaven-painted halberd in his hand and attacked Bailey Howling head-on again. Bailey Howling wanted to resist, but found that someone else was attacking her. Yu Muchen looked at Bailey Howling, as if he was going to use his own weapon to kill Bailey Howling. Get lost. But at this moment, the expression in her eyes changed drastically. With a loud shout, a strong aura made Yu Muchen fly out. Tang Dan. The long knife she held in both hands directly blocked the attacks of Luo Yu and others. You are my apprentice's wife. Right, you go take a break first. Bailey Howling looked at Luo Yu, who was attacking, and rushed over. She inserted the 2 knives back into the scabbard instantly, and slapped Luo Yu in the air. Boom! Chapter 648, The True Strength of Bailey Howling. Chapter 648, The True Strength of Bailey Howling. Luo Yu instinctively wanted to resist Bailey Howling's attack, but Bailey Howling's attack was really too strong. This poem contained a powerful force, and Luo Yu was directly flew out. Seeing this scene, the surrounding audience immediately burst into an uproar. What a powerful force! Luo Yu looked at the scene on the competition stage. She didn't feel anything about her being out, but she was relieved. If it was before, she would have no scruples in fighting against Lin Xu. But now, damn. At this moment, Yu Muchen saw that Luo Yu was knocked into the air, and his expression changed slightly. Originally, a 4-on match would definitely be able to crush Bailey Howling, but now without Luo Yu, it was 3-on. He didn't know whether Bailey Howling still had hidden strength. Tyrant Heaven First Form. At this time, Yu Muchen held the huge halberd in both hands, and the moment he rushed over, his body leaped up. The weapon was full of terrifying source power, and he directly attacked the Bailey Howling below. His move was extremely powerful and fast, and at this moment, it was about to hit Bailey Howling's body. The expression in Bailey Howling's eyes changed slightly, and she directly held the double knives to block. Boom! With a loud noise, Bailey Howling's body seemed to fly out because she couldn't bear the huge pressure. Humph, looking at Bailey Howling, who flew out, but did not fly out of the field. Yu Muchen snorted coldly, then looked at Chen Jin and another man. Kill her. For Yu Muchen, men and women were the same. They won't give up killing because of their cute appearance. Lin Xu and her are going to die. Chen Jin and a warrior nodded, then looked at Bailey Haoling and was about to rush over. At this time, Bailey Haoling had many wounds on her body, and her battle suit was torn open. She lowered her head and held her arm. Ha! As soon as Chen Jin and one of the men rushed over, she heard a strange laugh. Clack clack. If you take a closer look at this time, Bailey Haoling's body seems to have slowly undergone some kind of change, and a very powerful source strength erupted from her body. Go to hell. Chen Jin took the long sword in his hand and was about to stab Bailey Haoling in the head. But at this moment, Bailey Haoling looked up at him. Chen Jin saw Bailey Haoling, who had just raised her head, and the expression in his eyes changed greatly. Because now Bailey Haoling seems to be a different person. She seemed to have become a little more mature and taller than before. Most importantly, her pupils tuned blood red, which made people have goosebumps. But at this time, it was too late for him to do anything else. The long sword in his hand pierced through, and he was going to pierce her head. Oh no! When Bai Litao saw Bailey Haoling's expression in the field, his expression changed greatly. Dean Bailey, the competition on the rooftop cannot be interfered with. The deputy dean of the Sky Academy seemed to have heard Bai Litao's words at this time, thinking that Bai Litao was afraid of Bailey Haoling's death, and said with a sneer, "As long as Bai Litao dares to leave his seat to stop the battle below, he will immediately stand up to stop him." Dumbass. Bai Litao glanced at the vice president of Sky Academy, and said coldly, "You." Hearing Bai Litao's words, the vice president of Sky Academy's expression became extremely ugly. But now Bai Litao was not doing anything. He snorted coldly, and continued to look at the platform. Seeing that the long sword in Chen Jin's hand was about to stab Bailey Haoling, but at this moment, Bailey Haoling swung the weapon in her hand, and the strong force made the long sword in Chen Jin's hand fly out. Chen Jin's eyes widened, and his eyes were full of horror. His own long sword was knocked into the air. Before he could react, Bailey Haoling slashed at him with the long sword in both hands. Sphere. Chen Jin was covered in cold sweat, and directly released the sphere. Bang bang bang. The long knife slashed on the sphere, making a loud noise. P.F. Although Bailey Haoling's double knives didn't slash on his body, the powerful impact still made him feel his blood surging. He tasted something sweet in his throat and a mouthful of blood was released. Die. At the same time, another warrior from Sky City also rushed towards Bailey Haoling. Boom! But when he attacked Bailey Haoling with a weapon from behind, he found that Bailey Haoling instantly opened a sphere. This sphere was different from the general sphere. It was actually a blue light. Boom! When his weapon attacked Bailey Haoling's sphere, a powerful energy seemed to burst out from, causing his body to fly straight out. At this time, Bailey Haoling ignored the man, holding the two knives in her hands. She continued to attack Chen Jin frantically. Even though Chen Jin had unfolded the sphere, Bailey Haoling's attack was too ferocious. The impact of the long knife on the sphere caused his body to keep retreating. What's even more terrifying is that Bailey Haoling's pupils are now blood red, which makes him even more afraid. Stop. Admit. At this time, Chen Jin felt that his sphere seemed to be broken, and there were obvious cracks on it. If it went on like this, he would be dead. Those who want to kill me have no chance. Bailey Haoling let out a strange laugh. It seemed that because of the influence of a powerful source strength, a red glow appeared on her double knives. Boom! In the next moment, Chen Jin's sphere was directly smashed as she swung her two knives. There was extreme fear in Chen Jin's eyes. Whoosh whoosh. But before he could say anything, he seemed to see countless cold lights in his eyes. What followed was an extremely bloody scene. This Chen Jin, whose whole body was stripped of flesh and blood, was directly chopped up by Bailey Haoling's long knife. His bones were still standing there, without a trace of blood on them. The audience around them all widened their eyes and couldn't even say a word, as if they were all dumbfounded by this scene. Next, it's you guys' turn. Bailey Haoling held the blood-stained long knife, pointed at the warrior of the Sky Academy not far away, and Yu Muchen said aloud, You! Who the hell are you? The man in the Sky City trembled at this moment. And even Yu Muchen was shocked at this moment. Chapter 649 You were Jiangfeng. Chapter 649 You were Jiangfeng. Terrible. This skill was really terrifying. Even Yu Muchen had to admit that he was scared now. The eyes of the vice president of Sky City widened and his face was full of disbelief. Hidden source technique. He gritted his teeth and said, when the hidden source technique is cultivated to the extreme, it not only compress and hide a large amount of source strength in one's body, but also reduce the size of the warrior's body, which was equivalent to the effect of rejuvenation. Once restored to the warrior's original state, the warrior's strength would also increase greatly. The surrounding audience was in an uproar at this time, because the current Bailey Hailing's body had obviously changed to look like she was 18 or 19 years old. The loose battle suit has become tighter now, which outlined her graceful figure. The only thing that hasn't changed was that her chest was still flat. They haven't restored my original body for a long time. Bailey Hailing stretched at this moment, then said lightly, good. What a powerful force. Ouyonghang and others were a little dumbfounded when they saw this. The current Bailey Hailing was really too powerful. Even off the stage, they could feel the powerful force from Bailey Hailing's body. That kind of power made them feel fear and their bodies were trembling. She is a rank 9 warrior. Huang Zhen and Qian Yao also swallowed secretly at this time. Bailey Hailing appeared in the academy before. They all knew that Bai Lidao's granddaughter was very strong, but they didn't expect her to be so strong. No. To be precise, she's a very powerful rank 9 warrior. Ouyonghang clenched his fists and said aloud, her eyes. She's the offspring of that kind of person. The deputy dean of the Sky Academy suddenly turned around to look at Bai Litao and said aloud. Bai Litao sneered and didn't say anything to him. That's right. Bailey Hailing inherited the most perfect bloodline from their ancestors. Even he didn't have it. Her potential was much stronger than that of her poor old man. Lin Xu rolled back and dodged Nan Wang's attack. At this moment, he looked at Bailey Hailing. His eyes filled with shock. Bailey Hailing seemed to have suddenly grown up again. Moreover, the terrifying power coming from her body made Lin Xu feel a little scared. Especially Bailey Hailing. Those bloodred eyes were even more terrifying. Where are you looking? Just as Lin Xu looked at Bailey Hailing, the spear held by Nan Huang stabbed Lin Xu again. Boom! Fortunately, Lin Xu reacted quickly and avoided the attack with a single step back. Nan Huang's spear stabbed directly on the ground, making a loud noise. A small pit was created on the floor of the platform. You must know that the hardest material was used to cast this competition platform, and it took more than a year to create it. Nothing like this ever happened. Interesting. It seems that in the end it should be Nan Huang and Bailey Hailing fighting. At this time, those spectators around who thought the situation would be one-sided saw this battle and got excited. Kill her, I must kill her. Those from the Chen family saw that Chen Jin was killed and at this moment, their bodies trembled. Damn. Yu Muchen gritted his teeth and looked at Bailey Hailing as if he was considering something. Jiangfeng, go and hold him back. Ant. Although the man known as Jiangfeng felt a little scared by the power from Bailey Hailing's body, he still nodded. Jiangfeng? Lin Xi's hearing ability was very good and when he heard this voice, the expression in his eyes suddenly changed. You are Jiangfeng from the Jiang family. Lin Xiu jumped directly to Jiangfeng's side, pointing his spear at him. His eyes filled with terrifying murderous aura. So what? Jiangfeng stared at Lin Xiu and said arrogantly. He was a member of the Chen Jiang family in Sky City, and he has no fear at all for someone like Lin Xiu who has no background. What's more, he felt that Lin Xi's power seemed to be weaker than him. Very good. Accept your fate. Lin Xi's eyes widened at this time, and he shouted loudly, holding the spear directly, ignoring Nan Huang's pursuit and rushed towards Jiangfeng. All those people on the list had been killed by Lin Xiu. This was Jiangfeng of the Jiang family. It seemed that his information has been protected in some way, so Lin Xiu couldn't find him. Unexpectedly, this Jiangfeng was in the Sky Academy team. Want to kill me? Let's see who kills who. Seeing Lin Xu suddenly burst out with a powerful murderous aura rushing towards him, Jianfeng did not show any signs of fear, but instead rushed towards Lin Xu. Nan Huang frowned at this time, and when he wanted to continue to attack Lin Xu, Bailey Heiling rushed over to block his attack. Dang! You should stop participating in the battle. Bailey Heiling looked at Nan Huang and said coldly. And Yu Muchen stood there, not knowing what he was doing, with cold sweat on his forehead, and his body began to tremble slightly. Lin Xu, who was attacking Jianfeng, frantically waved the spear in his hand. Torrential storm of rose flowers. The spear stabbed out and turned into countless phantoms. Jianfeng's long sword swung constantly, resisting all these attacks. But Lin Xia's attack was too fierce, and Jianfeng's eyes were slightly shocked at this time. Boom! Just after he blocked Lin Xia's torrential storm of rose flowers, he saw a flaming bird charging towards him. As soon as the flaming bird appeared, the temperature of the surrounding air instantly increased a lot, as if he was in a big stove. Jianfeng directly used his movement skill to dodge. But just as he dodged, another flame hit him again. No, not just one, but dozens. Sphere. Jianfeng had no choice. This kind of intensive attack, no matter how powerful the movement skill was, there was no way to dodge. At this time, with the appearance of his sphere, a large number of flaming birds were all resisted by his sphere. But even if he resisted it, the temperature of the flames still made his whole body soaked with sweat. Before he could react, Lin Xu appeared in front of him again. His eyes were full of hatred, as if he saw the enemy who killed his father. Jianfeng's eyes were horrified. Is this person crazy? Chapter 650 Final Revenge. Chapter 650 Final Revenge. Jianfeng wanted to say something, but Lin Xia's fierce offensive continued to attack. Bang bang bang. At this time, Lin Xu frantically waved the dark edge spear in his hand, and the spear stabbed directly into his sphere, making a loud noise. The powerful impact made Jianfeng keep retreating, and in the next moment, he discovered that the dark edge spear in Lin Xia's hand had turned dark red. Moreover, Jianfeng could clearly feel that the power of Lin Xia's weapon seemed to be even more terrifying. A sense of danger made Jianfeng's eyes widen, and he turned to run away. Where are you going? Just when Jianfeng turned around and ran to the back, Lin Xia's figure appeared in front of him. Boom! Lin Xia's dark edge spear slashed and his sphere was cut directly. The look in Jianfeng's eyes changed greatly, because his sphere was broken, and a mouthful of blood spat out from his mouth. Die! Stop! But at this moment, a voice shook Lin Xia's heart. Originally, he was going to kill Jianfeng with his dark edge spear, but he didn't expect that at this moment. A terrifying sound rang out, making Lin Xia's chest tight and feeling a little uncomfortable. His eyes suddenly looked to the back, and he could clearly see an old man staring at Lin Xiu on the seat in the back. Another rank 9 warrior. Moreover, this rank 9 warrior seemed to have a very strange skill, and even from such a distance, he said something that only Lin Xiu could hear. The most terrifying thing was that this voice also had an impact on him. When Jianfeng saw this scene, he heaved a sigh of relief and leaped a few times before reaching the other side. Dang Dan! At this time, Bailey Heiling and Nan Huang were fighting together. At this time, Bailey Heiling seemed to let go of the bondage, and the terror of the whole person became even more terrifying. This Nan Huang seemed to be struggling to fight against Bailey Heiling. Do we have a grudge? Jianfeng looked at Lin Xiu, then wiped the blood from his lips and said to Lin Xiu. He could feel the murderous aura in Lin Xia's eyes. That kind of murderous aura was very strong, and it looked like he wasn't going to give up. 15 years ago, in Xingyao City, do you know what you did? Lin Xiu looked at him coldly, and said aloud, Xingyao City. I did kill some people, but do you know anyone there? That's really too bad then. Jianfeng said lightly at this time. Today, I will use your head as a sacrifice to my parents. When Lin Xiu heard Jianfeng's words without any sense of guilt, he became even crazier. As soon as the body moved, the movement of without a trace became active, and the body exploded with extremely terrifying speed. rushing straight ahead. Swoosh! Lin Xu, whose body was in motion, was like a phantom, making Jianfeng unable to catch Lin Xi's trace. Damn it! Jianfeng clenched his weapon tightly with both hands at this time. And now he can't unfold the sphere again. This situation is very dangerous. Seeing that the shadow of Lin Xu appeared in front of him, the expression in his eyes changed greatly. And then he held the weapon in his hand and blocked. Dang! Lin Xi's dark edge spear collided with his longsword, and suddenly made a crisp sound. Jianfeng suddenly felt his arm go numb, and he couldn't even hold the long sword. Come down quickly. And at this time, Jianfeng also heard the voice of the old man outside the arena. He was the guardian of the Jiang family. Seeing that Jianfeng was in danger of death, he had to remind him. With so many masters on the podium now, he had no way to do anything to Lin Xu. Even just now, he was afraid of being noticed. Jianfeng was screaming miserably at this time, and he wanted to escape. But Lin Xu appeared in front of him every time and directly blocked his way. And at this moment, the force of Lin Xi's weapon became stronger and stronger. In the next moment, the weapon in Jianfeng's hand flew straight out. Tanmit. When Jianfeng was about to say something, the dark edge spear in Lin Xi's hand just slashed his arm, cutting off his arm. What? Jianfeng wailed, and blood spurted out instantly. How dare you? The guardian of the Jiang family couldn't sit still anymore. If he didn't stop him, Lin Xu will kill Jianfeng. As soon as he moved and was about to enter the competition stage, some powerful warriors appeared in front of him. Please sit back down. These people were all wearing black uniforms, because the strong people in Zhuo Qixing's family interfered with the game before, and now they have sent more law enforcement officers to guard the area. When the old man looked at these people, his expression changed slightly. At this time, if he pushed hard, he would be going against the warrior union. Moreover, the strength of these people in front of him was terrifying, and he didn't dare to go up. He looked at Lin Xu on the platform and his eyes were full of strong killing intent. At this time, Jianfeng had his arm chopped off by Lin Xu, and when he wanted to jump directly off the platform, Lin Xu directly waved the dark edge spear in his right hand. Boom! One after another, the flaming birds rushed towards Jianfeng, who wanted to escape. Jianfeng's face was pale at this time. His arm was cut off and there was a strong sense of pain. But now he has no time to think so much, and was running frantically to avoid those flaming birds. He watched as he got closer and closer to the edge of the platform, with a look of surprise on his face. Just when he was about to jump off the stage, a white figure appeared in front of him. You! Jianfeng's eyes widened, and when he wanted to say something, he saw a flash of cold light. Boom! Before Jianfeng could move, the head of the dark edge spear had already penetrated his head. Blood flowed down his forehead. You! Jianfeng moved his lips and wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything anymore. Evil will be rewarded with evil, Lin Xu said in a cold voice at this time, and pulled out the dark edge spear directly from his head. Boom! At this moment, Jianfeng's body fell directly to the ground. Jianfeng, the guardian of the Jiang family, wailed at this moment, and then looked at Lin Xu again. His eyes were full of killing intent. Lin Xu gave him a cold look, and at this time, his eyes turned to the front. Chapter 651 Final Battle. Chapter 651 Final Battle. Taking a closer look at this time, Nan Huang and Bailey Haoling were still fighting together. Nan Huang was overwhelmed by Bailey Haoling's powerful offensive and looked a little breathless. The great revenge has been avenged, and Lin Xu felt that he could finally suppress his anger. But at this time, looking at the Nan Huang, there was also killing intent in his eyes. Regardless of life or death on the platform, he will use this rule to kill Nan Huang as well. Your opponent is here. Just when Lin Xu wanted to rush over there, he saw a cold light flashing in front of his eyes. Boom! Lin Xi's entire body was instantly cut in half by Yu Muchen's halberd that appeared out of nowhere. Dead. No way, why is it so easy? What a pity. When these people saw that Lin Xu was cut in half, they couldn't help but burst into an uproar. He's here. But Yu Muchen is someone who has experienced Lin Xia's strength. At this time, he turned around and attacked. As soon as he turned around, he saw that Lin Xu had already stabbed with the dark edge spear in his hand. Dang! This blow was easily blocked by Yu Muchen. He's not dead. Did I see it wrong just now? What exactly is going on? At this time, the surrounding audience was in an uproar. They didn't expect that the Lin Xu just now seemed to be fake. Now, if these viewers take a closer look, they would find that Lin Xia's body, which had just been cut in half, had long disappeared. It's like an illusion. Torrential storm of rose flowers. Lin Xiu directly used his skill to continue to attack Yu Muchen. But now Yu Muchen's state was a bit strange. His power seemed to have grown a lot stronger. And at this time he easily resisted Lin Xia's attack. And at this time, the huge halberd in his hand attacked Lin Xiu again. Boom! Seeing this scene, the expression in Lin Xia's eyes changed greatly, because Lin Xiu could clearly feel it. There was a powerful source strength fluctuation on his halberd. Sure enough, in the next moment, he attacked Lin Xiu with the halberd in his hand, and a huge crescent-shaped energy slashed towards Lin Xia's body. At this moment, Lin Xiu directly used sphere. Boom! This terrifying force hit Lin Xia's sphere. Although it was not able to break it, the powerful force still made Lin Xiu fly out. He used the hidden source technique. Lin Xiu quickly stabilized his body. And at this moment, Lin Xiu heard a familiar voice. Taking a closer look, he found that Bailey Haoling had already appeared beside him. At this time, Bailey Haoling's body seemed to have grown a lot taller, and she looks like she was about 20 years old. However, the source strength of this hidden source technique is not his own. An expert has added his own source strength to his body. His strength is weaker than Nan Huang. Bailey Haoling continued to speak. At the same time, Nan Huang and Yu Muchen continued to charge towards Lin Xiu and Bailey Haoling. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu didn't have any fear on his face. Instead he had a strong fighting spirit. We'll deal with Nan Huang, Lin Xiu said aloud at this time. Sure. Bailey Haoling glanced at Lin Xiu and said, because she could feel it. Nan Huang still had power that he hadn't released. Compared to Yu Muchen, who has already shown all his strength, he was more dangerous. Yes. Lin Xiu nodded. Okay. We, master and apprentice. Let's kill these two arrogant guys from Sky City. Saying this, Bailey Haoling's expression in her eyes became even more bloodthirsty, and when her legs moved, she rushed out with a swish. At the same time, Lin Xiu held the dark edge spear in his hand and attacked Nan Huang. At the moment when the spear was stabbed, a large amount of black matter appeared from the spear, and then turned into a black giant dragon and stabbed towards the Nan Huang. Insignificant skill, Nan Huang roared, and the spear burst out with purple lightning, like a dragon and snake. Following his attack, he also rushed towards Lin Xiu. The purple lightning flashed like thunder snakes dancing wildly, directly piercing the black giant dragon and slamming into Lin Xiu's body. Nan Huang originally thought that Lin Xiu would be stunned by the purple electric light, but what he didn't expect was that Lin Xiu was not affected at all, and continued to attack his body with the spear in his hand. How is this possible? The look in Nan Huang's eyes changed greatly when he noticed this scene. At this time, the black dragon released by Lin Xiu opened its mouth wide and bit his body. Nan Huang wanted to escape, but the black dragon continued to bite towards him as if it had eyes. In the next moment, it bit Nan Huang's body firmly. Good chance. When Lin Xiu saw this scene, the entire dark edge spear was filled with dark red flames. He jumped up and stabbed Nan Huang, who was bitten by the black dragon, and seemed unable to move. Ninth Heaven Galaxy Fall. Under Lin Xia's strength, the power of this golden skill was terrifying. Looking at Lin Xia's charging like a meteor falling from the sky, Nan Huang's eyes widened, and a powerful force instantly surged out of his body. His whole body seems to have started to change. His height has become a little taller, and his muscles have become more swollen. Get lost. Nan Huang roared loudly, and the black dragon was directly impacted by his powerful force, turning into a black mist and disappearing. looking at Lin Xu who was rushing down. He didn't dodge. At this moment, the weapon in his hand stabbed straight into the sky. End of an era. He roared loudly, and the long spear in his hand burst into a golden light, directly colliding with Lin Xu, who stabbed down with the spear from the air. The two powerful forces collided together, instantly causing a gust of wind to blow around. Boom! In the end, Lin Xu's body flew out first, and after taking many steps back, Lin Xu stomped on the ground. His chest was tight, his throat was sweet, and he vomited out a mouthful of blood. Die! But Nan Huang didn't stop at all. Holding the incomparably sharp long spear in his hand, activated his body skill and his whole body rushed towards Lin Xu like a ghost. In an instant, he appeared in front of Lin Xu. Swoosh! The spear stabbed Lin Xu in the head, and there was an instant sound of breaking through the air. Lin Xu's pupils shrank. His head moved instinctively and the shot was dodged by Lin Xu. After a small tuft of hair fell off. Just a little bit more and Lin Xu would get a headshot. Part 8 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.